Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Project Kong. Marcus, with his girls, walked over to the edge of the hangar bay and looked down to the swampy forest below. "What weird trees," Sirin commented with a curious tone. She had never seen anything like these trees before. They had no branches, only at the top did they split into several. Not only that, but it looks like they have scales instead of bark. The white-haired girl said with even more confusion. These things remind her of alien movies and how they show weird stuff in them. These producers don't need to go far. Just recreate what you find in fossils. Yeah, those scaly trees dominate here, we will see more later. If I remember correctly, they died out during the Ice Age between the Carboniferous and Permian. It means climate change will kill these strangest ones, and familiar trees to ours will replace their place. Marcus said to her as he placed the triangle diamond heart engine on his chest. The moment he did, the item reacted and released black material which encased his body. The heart released several more layers before Nanite-san placed the armor on him. The helmet style was the Mandalorian one since there was no need to create another style, he already had an established one. As the inventor opened his eyes, he saw the HUD powering up. The top left corner had GPS, the left bottom had the status of the butterfly effect bar, the state of armor, the number of nanites he has, and the state of diamond heart engine. At this moment, he is using a basic 0.01%. The 0.01% is enough for everything. Hell, Marcus doubts he will ever use 0.02% in this trip unless he wants to play baseball with a meteorite, which will wipe out the dinosaurs. That's because the diamond core heart system is so powerful. It was created to eliminate the concept of strength or energy needs. It abuses the concept of resonance and synchronization. Instead of doubling, almost all of the power outputs are constantly squared. It does technically have a limit that can be increased by space and time displacement, which is built into the heart of the diamond heart engine. In other words, if he needs maximum power in less than a second, all the suit's excess energy is stored through time, which can be accessed instantaneously. That means he can go from 0.1% to 100% in less than a flash. What you are looking at is a lepidodendron. They grow up to around 40 meters tall, Marcus said to her as he used his built-in HUD in the database to access info about the tree. Instead of saying anything, the girls used their triangle devices and placed them on their chests. Seconds later, they were all encased in suits. "I assume we will be collecting tree samples?" Sirin asked him as she saw that all the trees have some value and a butterfly effect rating, too. "We will collect leaves, as all of these trees become coal, which nations use to power their industries," Marcus said as he looked at the scale trees and aura they display through the HUD. "I see. Aurora, once we leave, I want you to get into position and release drones and observation satellites for communication and weather data collection." "Understood," beginning preparations. After giving all clear, Marcus proceeded to jump and then free fall. As he did that, the right corner of his HUD, which was empty, began to fill in. He can see oxygen levels around him, as well as temperature and the sun's radiation levels. So it is 12 degrees Celsius, and humidity is more than twice our Earth's, the oxygen levels are higher by 10%. Though he grimaced as he saw the intensity of the sun's rays, the sun was quite ruthless by this point. "We can forget about sunbathing. Though, I doubt we will get skin cancer." Marcus joked as he saw the stats. Instead of landing in the swamps, he grabbed the scaly tree's trunks and stopped falling. While his girls simply floated down to his level. Yes. The temperature is not that high, but humidity is absurd. It would be difficult for a human to cool down their body in this place. Quinella said as she checked the stats. She wants to compare these findings with the fossil findings. But, the issue is that the fossil findings are not that specific. They have rough estimations for tens of millions of years apart. I am more concerned if there is any solid ground. All I see is wetlands. Sirin, with a grimace, said to them. There is no way she will walk through all of those swamps. Even if her suit is damage-proof, and she hides behind layers of protection. It doesn't help that her new suit is built to experience the world around her. In other words, she does not feel any of those protective layers in the first place. Relax, use your scanners. As Marcus said that, he pointed his right hand at the swamps, and a hologram beam generated a pulse. Sure enough, they got data. The swamp in the area was barely touching their knee levels. It was full of wildlife, like strange small lizards-like creatures and some crabs-like creatures. The inventor grinned as he jumped into the water, walked over, and grabbed one of the lizard-like creatures. As strange as it was, the animal had no fear of him whatsoever. "Aren't you an interesting creature?" Marcus commented as he inspected the creature. It was a greenish creature with a primitive tail, reminding him of a tadpole. One of Marcus' suit's fingers slightly changed and became a needle with a simple poke. He took in some blood, and the nanite swiftly analyzed this animal's blood. Soon enough, he saw the DNA sample. This was the first time in his life that he was looking at a very, very primitive life form. Sir, what you are looking at is an ancestor of lizards, crocodilians, snakes. That means it is the ancestor of synapsids. In other words, this is the ancestor of our ancestors. Aurora swiftly showed several windows to him as she compared this sample with the ones in the database. Yeah. The inventor's eyes got spacey for a second. He was holding his very, very, very distant ancestor. Though Marcus now realizes an issue: he won't know for sure unless he goes a couple of million years into the future to see it branch out. Dang, I need a solution to rapid travel between years. As he pondered on this issue, the lizard in his hands started struggling as if something was wrong. Sir, it appears the proto-lizard is suffocating. Oh. He swiftly placed it in water. The inventor realized that the proto-lizard needed water to sustain itself. Some sort of gill or other organ exists for breathing. Did you find any data on this animal? Currently, none. The Carboniferous is a very ancient era. We know more about the plants than animals. Oh. Marcus stroked his chin and opened the database. Aurora was right. There are barely any known animals. Apart from a few bigger ones, a single big dragonfly, a spider that is not a spider, and a scorpion as big as his arm. In other words, they will find some amphibians here. Great. Then I propose we spread out and look for things to add to our database. The inventor dismissed the window and looked at the girls floating above the swamp. Fine, then I will look for plants. Sirin flew away to record more plants. Quinella snorted, seeing the big bad angel of death afraid of swamps. Very well. Then I will fill up the blank pages of the evolution tree. The assistant said to her creator. And we will explore the oceans. The pair of ship girls rushed towards the massive super ocean. Very well, then I shall look for pets. Marcus rose into the air and proceeded to look around. His HUD is going through different visions of spectrums. He also uses brainwaves to look for animals with high brain activity. Since he arrived in the late Carboniferous, oxygen levels have been rising, and the amount of CO2 is dropping, which means temperatures are falling. A record amount of rainfall is also dropping ocean levels. That means that they are approaching the Ice Age, but that is millions of years in the making. He is interested in recording such progress in detail. But to do that, he needs a setup that records everything for him in detail. For a while, he stopped and didn't look for amphibians crawling in this place. Instead, he pondered how to record millions of years in a span of days. I could create some sort of anchor, attach my ship to it and slip out from time. He started taking notes using his thoughts. The HUD could easily read and record his thoughts like a notebook. However, he swiftly found something fascinating. That's a big eel. Marcus could make out what he was looking at. According to data, this could be Anthracosaurus. A fish pseudo-reptile. This is quite difficult. If this is true, then that little guy I had before was not my ancestor. The inventor sighed as if in a pickle. Since we are in late the Carboniferous, there should be amniotes on the swamp floor or the bushes. Amniotes, those are the link between early fish-like creatures leaving the ocean and developing actual limbs with muscles and the later reptiles which split into synapsids and sauropsids. At that moment, Marcus had an idea for his first pet. He will get 2 lizards, the ancestors of mammals and the ancestors of sauropods. You are right. I will get those too. We are around that era anyway. As he said, he descended into the swamp where a 3-meter-long eel-like fish was lurking. The moment he did that, the animal moved. Oh. Since I made some noise, you are coming my way. As he commented, the creature surfaced. It was quite similar to an eel, but it was not one, not even close. The animal looked quite confused as he couldn't see what it was. After all, it can't smell or see that Marcus was even a living creature in the first place. Well, it appears the suits work perfectly. From what I can see, you utilize sound and, most likely, some built-in sensors like vibrations or even specific vision. Maybe heat. I mean, your kin has around 20 million to evolve. As Marcus said that, he motioned with his hand, and the eel creature rose into the air with the help of Marcus' psionic powers. The eel-like creature struggled as it tried to return to water. I do wonder if you are part of a family that becomes snakes in the future. He said that as he walked over, one of his fingers morphed into a needle. He was going to analyze the DNA. With a poke, he got some blood, but this was when the animal released a noise similar to a hiss. Marcus grabbed its head and opened it. What he saw was an array of sharp teeth, similar to sharks. What did you get? The inventor asked his AI. Similar composition to the previous one. No doubt they had the same ancestor. So. The same fish which crawled from the ocean. Correct, but this one clade Tetrapodomorphia. So from the mid-group between half-fishes and tetrapod. Yes. Let me scan its bone structure. I want you to compare with whatever we have. As Marcus said that, he activated a holographic scan which scanned every single piece of the animal. It's as you have said, sir, it is an animal from the Anthracosauridae family. He sighed upon hearing that. That's the thing about this. We have no idea if it is an actual Anthracosaurus or some subspecies. There are not that many fossil remains, to be sure. After saying that, he dropped the half-fish creature, which looks like an eel but is not an eel. Sir, you won't be collecting one of these. It's proof that fishes left the oceans and developed limbs but then discarded them and started living in swamp-like areas like these. Maybe. I am not big on these fishes or bugs of this era. We are here to more or less figure out if our gear works. Besides, I wanted to make my girls scream from seeing big bugs, but that plan was a burst. After saying that, he rose into the air and looked around. But damn, it's green in all directions. I guess the fact that every single piece of land is inhabited by rainforests is true. Wondering if it was truly the case, Marcus grinned as she decided to test it out. He rushed in a single direction and started to fly at rapid speed. He activated the map function to allow better navigation through the unfamiliar world. To his pleasant surprise, satellites and drones have already been deployed, and proper mapping of Carboniferous Earth has already begun. The inventor swiftly flew to the South Pole, where he saw glaciers. That's not bad. They are quite big, but these will only increase for another 20+ million years. He flew over and landed on the ice. His eyes went to the temperature. It appeared to be just below -20 Celsius. He expected more, but he still didn't know the seasons and proper rotations. We do need to figure out if this place has seasons. Considering how big is the moon and that it's dominated by rainforest. This place could have different concepts of seasons altogether. In other words, we need to spend some time. Marcus realized that he needed to return to his ship and start creating something that could assist in skipping time just to document quicker, as he would be wasting time here, in millions of years. Indeed. I am returning to Confiscator. Tell girls that I will reward them if they get me ancestors of mammals and dinosaurs. Relaying the message. With a nod, Marcus looked at the most absurd scene in front of him. Behind him were ice sheets, but in front of him was an actual tropical forest. This is something else. After thinking to himself, he rose into the air before flying away. At same time. What should we do? Irina was almost in panic mode as she realized that she might have burst whatever chance she had to win Marcus completely over. Not to mention, he brought her over to super ancient times. All that she sees in this place will become coal, which humans will use in the distant future. It is mind-boggling just trying to comprehend the sheer time gap. Not that she thinks much about it, as, at the moment, she needs to think about what to do. Then let's not go to the land. Doesn't this period have a bunch of primitive sharks? Hisako said to her. All right. The cherry blonde swiftly recovered as she clenched her fist. We should make something out of these sharks. But then she swiftly realized the issue. She has no idea if they are even edible. They could have some strange bacteria or something. Does it matter? Artemis with Athena walked over. Bacteria can be killed by heat. What is most important is taste. That is why you are here, Irina. Athena said with crossed arms. Since we kind of messed up by not going with him, we will assist you in getting some proto-sharks. The goddess of wisdom said while pushing her glasses up. Okay, as long as I get one, I can start experimenting. The chef girl didn't sound confident enough, but she had enough experience in working with fish to understand enough what is what and how it should taste like. Good. Artemis, you will help me with this. The brown-haired goddess said to her half-sister. All right. Come with me, Irina. We shall explore the super ocean. The girl stiffly nodded. Even though she knows magic and can lead armies after extensive training, exploring the super ancient ocean of Carboniferous Earth is not something she is brave enough for. Relax, you are with two goddesses. Athena patted her shoulder. Besides, the suits Marcus created will keep you secure no matter what. I know. But the unknown depths of these oceans, combined with unknown species, make me stay on the edge. Irina explained while her assistant nodded. However, the pair were eager to taste fish from 320 million years ago. I see, but you should always think positively. Still. How about this? Athena leaned forward and whispered to her. Marcus won't allow anything to happen to you. The chef girl's cheeks slightly turned red as she calmed down. Indeed. He will protect you too. No sea monster could potentially do anything with him around. That suit will keep you safe. Athena said that while taking her hand and showing the triangle device. Oh okay, I get it. The chef girl looked at the triangle-shaped diamond heart engine. She was more afraid of what she was holding than the unknown of the ocean. To think that he will give something like this to her. Good, then let's go. The group of 4 went to the hangar bay, where they saw other maids already having some fish and aquatic animals spread out on a big table. Leading them were Atlanta and Hippolyta. Wow. Amazing. Irina and Hisako swiftly walked over and inspected the catches from a distance. They saw coil-shaped shells with octopus-like creatures which should be ammonites, then small fishes with slight armor-like plating on their front bodies. And, of course, the strange-looking fishes, which look like a mix between a classic shark and a fish. Their fins are big. Aren't those ammonites? I do wonder how they taste. Hisako said with a curious tone. Considering that they have shells, they might be similar to snails and clamps. Those taste not bad if they are prepared properly. Yes. By the way, where is Graphia? Athena noticed that some of the maids were missing. The one who answered was Jean. She took Hel and Tiamat to look for a lizard with a sail-shaped back. I assume she was talking about Dimetrodon. Jean said with a thoughtful look. From my studies, we are too early for them. But their ancestor should be around. Athena has extensively studied over a month about ancient epochs and periods. However, she was caught by surprise when he said that they would be arriving in the Carboniferous instead of the Triassic. But then she recalled that Marcus said he wanted to see the Permian-Triassic extinction event. Not that it will be easy. That even lasted for over 1 million years. At least that is what fossils in Siberia say. However, they could find Edaphosaurus. The moment she said that everyone checked the database, they saw a lizard with a sail on its back. But this one was a herbivore. Its fossil dates were between 318 and 271 million years. Damn, if they find this one, they could get quite a bit of points. The maids got restless. But then someone landed in the hangar bay. Their gaze looked to the side. They saw an armored girl holding some crab-like creature. I got it, the helmet retracted. It was Atlanta. I got the trilobite. When they heard it, the maid swiftly dashed to the side and brought a big aquarium. The lioness walked over and dropped the water arthropod into the water. The brownish creature swiftly ended at the bottom, where it burrowed into prepared sand. Congratulations, Atlanta, you have finished the mission prepared by Supreme Commander. HNN. Do I get 40 points for this? The lion maid asked the AI as she looked at the prehistoric animal. Once the scans are completed, yes. Good. She then watched as a magnetic crane collected the big aquarium, lifted it, and stored it in a specially prepared container. What I am worried about is that these won't be enough to keep animals content. Unless he is planning to put them into some special hibernation sleep. While the huntress has never interacted with these animals before, keeping them in small places like these means asking for trouble, considering they are planning to capture huge creatures like actual dinosaurs in the not-so-distant future. Just as she was thinking about this, Marcus returned from his trip. Instead of removing the suit, he only retracted the helmet. She immediately walked over to him. Master, can I speak with you? Sure. As he said that, he looked at the side, where he saw a table full of sea animals. He saw Irina, Athena, and Artemis talking about doing something. Other maids were preparing to dive as well. The pair walked to the elevator, which took them to his floor. Once there, they walked to his workshop. Atlanta started talking the moment he sat down on his chair. I have dived into the ocean and saw quite a few big animals. What I am concerned about is that our vessel is too small. She said with a sigh. Unless you improve those containers, the animals will become restless with their small containers. Marcus smiled when he heard that. I can hear quite a bit of care in your voice. He slightly teased his pet. That is obvious, is it not? I care for them and for us. I don't want the Jurassic Park experience. She grimaced as she said that. The inventor's smile disappeared as he got serious. I know. I am already prepared. The month of traveling allowed me to think about this quite a bit. He said with a sigh. As he summoned the main control hologram. After skimming through several windows, he ordered his construction nanites to begin working on the outpost and the shipyard. I will be expanding Confiscator to become a mothership. He swiftly summoned the blueprint of the ship and proceeded to add several new parts to the ship. He drew a ring. The Confiscator will be in the middle of the ring. Apart from that, there will be 4 extra vessels attached to the ring from the outside. These vessels, from the looks of it, are legitimate vehicles with thrusters. However, this was not all, as she saw that the Confiscator would have an entire extra floor added to the bottom and even an extra graviton thruster. I thought that wouldn't it be better if you just added space magic to the containers? This way, you won't need to expand the vessel. Atlanta told him what she was thinking. By all means, in her opinion, the whole ship is already big as it is. And where will the power come from? He asked her. 2 of 3 reactors already power the traveling method itself. The last remaining reactor powers the ship itself. While we are in green with the creation and consumption ratio, if I am to utilize space magic on the containers, there will be an issue, considering there are around 120 containers I want to fill up. Atlanta then pointed at a glowing triangle on her chest. Isn't this supposed to have enough power to power the entire space civilization several times over? The lioness said with a frown. You do realize that Confiscator is already considered a relic compared to Diamond Heart Engine. Right, it's only a month since the retrofits. Without them, it's only around 3 months old. The lion maid sarcastically replied. Ha, it appears my cat is getting her spirit back. She rolled her eyes when she heard that. No, I simply don't care anymore. My world is too crazy to care. Atlanta said with a sigh. Doubtful, since you care about the animals we are about to collect in the ship. He didn't buy what she was saying. More like you got your courage back, as it has been a while since I made you into a maid. Maybe. She didn't deny or agree. Regardless, we will be upgrading the vessel before we will be traveling to the Carboniferous and Permian extinction event. I do want to see what the actual ice age looks like. I thought our Earth was in an ice age. Technically, yes, but I am talking about a real one, not some half-baked one. Temperatures have to drop quite a bit to cause animals to die. He explained to her. I understand. She then turned around and walked to the door. She was about to leave, but then she remembered that she won the first mission. That reminds me, I got your trilobite. Nice, I will check it out after setting a few things into motion. As you wish. In the meantime, I will return to my regular duties. Do so. With a nod, the lion girl left his workshop. The next moment, his AI spoke. Sir, should I begin Project Kong? Aurora asked her creator. Marcus looked at the hologram of a spinning Earth. The continents were from his time. With hand motion, he went through the setting and changed the continents into the late Carboniferous period. You may begin. We already tested proper time travel and saw how time looks outside time. By all means, we can begin claiming time itself. He said with a small smile he should thank that reporter by giving him an idea of making a Jurassic Park. What some people don't understand is that the park and the dinosaurs from that place date back at least 3 to 4 periods. To have something like that park, you have to have access to those periods. To have that, you need time travel, but just traveling back and forth is quite taxing. So, to make it less taxing, you need to build infrastructure, an empire. That is what Project Kong is. First, he will build outposts through the periods, then actual base outside time just like Kong did. With such infrastructure, he will be able to build his own park and much more. Like an extra army which he can deploy at any time at any place. One could say that this is one of his safety belts if his empire falls at his home reality. One should never have enough protection. Meanwhile, outside Confiscator, gray sand started to leave the vessel. Swiftly, some distance away, the sand began to take shape. It looked like a graviton-style diamond core heart. Swiftly, the old-style reactor was built before coming online, and cables with other things were created. Not long after that, graviton projectors were finished, and the next second, a makeshift platform was floating in the air. With the platform in place, the gray sand rapidly started to expand in all directions. This gray sand was the next-generation assembly line. The construction nanites. These little buggers are connected through a special interface, and their power is a simple MTM system. The more they work, the more power they have, and the more power they have, the more they can build. An endless cycle of creation. Swiftly, the platform became dry docks in which Confiscator docked soon after. The girls swiftly realized that something just happened. From the hangar bay open doors, they can see a gray structure. The metal looked similar to sacred gear metal. What is going on? Jean asked with confusion. The ship docked in dry docks. Master is intending to upgrade the ship. Lu Fei said after checking the logs. That was quick. When did the docks get built? Hisako asked her as she looked away from the fish. Just now. That's quick. Soon, it will be a legitimate outpost and not just a shipyard. As Lu Fei said, she sent an inquiry if they could build a filtration device to lower the amount of oxygen there is in the outpost. She does want to breathe the air of this ancient world. Great. Does this mean we will be able to explore this outpost? Living in the ship is becoming stale. Irina said as she was preparing to cut the fish. The chef girl remembered that she didn't need her knife anymore. Her suit can do all that for her. It won't be that different, you know. The witch sighed. I wouldn't mind exploring the tropical forest if I were in some sort of machine. That way, I would know that there is a large distance between me and the bug. The cherry blonde said with a sigh as her suit created a knife, and she opened up the proto-shark's gut. Can you skin it for me? Use your free hand to skin the carcass, Aurora said to Irina. The chef girl stopped for a second and used her free hand. She pointed the palm of her hand. Hologram beams bombarded the carcass. The scan results popped on a hologram window. Ugh. The girl was surprised to see an array of unfamiliar bacteria in this animal. What now? I suggest I do more scans on the bacteria. Yes, that would be for the best, Irina said with a strained look. For now, just cook the fish to kill all of the bacteria. Even if it was a good suggestion, the girl isn't that sure yet. You can scan again after you cook. Her eyes immediately perk up as she agrees to do that. All right. I will do that. The girl swiftly proceeded to continue to cut the proto-shark. The shark was quite strange as its lower lip was like a spear while it had fins similar to the fish of an actual shark. Because of its strange characteristics, the chef girls think that this animal will taste more like fish than a shark. Oh, it has such thick bones. Sure enough, the girl became quite mesmerized by what she found. To think that fish would have such heavy bones. The girl soon enough knew the feeling of what it means to be a researcher. Chapter 102, All-Purpose Planetary Assimilator. As the confiscator docked in the newly built outpost, the work on upgrading the vessel began. None of the girls were asked to leave, as they didn't need to. The areas they were in won't be touched, instead, certain areas have been sealed off. Marcus watched the whole process closely. His quantum computer has been doing all the necessary calculations on what he dubbed as time anchor. That is a certain function he will be adding to his vessels and structures. It will allow his creations to attach to the planets or something else and then slip out of time, allowing rapid time flow before returning from the time slip. That is his solution to the massive time gaps he wants to explore in a short amount of time. As he was running on the tests, the nanites were expanding on the base, adding Aurora bots, living quarters, an observation deck, comms, and an information transfer tower. And most importantly, installing what is called a landing zone. It's the same principle as his Ars Almadel Salomonis. It allows Marcus and his ship to return to his time. That means once the construction is done, he can travel here into his Earth time at will. Well, a proper time engine is needed, but one gets a picture. He won't be an explorer anymore. He will be a settler. After checking the outpost, he proceeded to guide the nanites in upgrading their vessels. The ring around the confiscator will allow time slip. The extra ships connected to the ring will allow spread-out exploration, and their thrusters will give more thrust to travel through time. It's not all that he did, as his next major upgrade is a stationary version of the Diamond Heart engine, his answer to the vastness of space. His solution to the trauma he felt after leaving Earth was realizing how vast, empty, cold, and dark it was. With this invention, he will build up in space, and his faction will inhabit that emptiness in some way. The prototype is finished, we need to test it out. Yes. I suppose we do, but we don't have the resources. Once the landing zone is done, send the info to Ars Almadel Salomonis for the calculations. Marcus said to his AI. One thing they can abuse is time, and that is what they will do. Understood, preparing the package. After finishing the prototype for time slipping, Marcus proceeded to design the smaller vessels and containers for large storage. Since he has a better energy source, he might as well create containers which can store huge aquatic animals. That is why he began improving the containers by laying runes and adding energy storage units. This place is strange, Tiamat said via her comms. Unlike Marcus, she checks the mana quality in the air. What she found was irresponsible mana. We are hundreds of millions of years in the past. This is not even our world by any means, Hel said, looking weirded out as well. To think we are so far back in past that even mana in the air behaves differently. Stay focused, you too. We are in the area where those animals should be, Graphia said as she looked via the HUD. The locating methods already include orbital assistance from the satellites. That means locating the prehistoric animals should be easy, but the entire planet is a jungle, which means regular methods of locating it are ineffective. It didn't take Aurora long to adjust and improve. Before long, satellite assistance allowed Aurora to sort out forests, plants, and animals. Sure enough, the location of Ediphosaurus was revealed. Their size allows satellites to find them. After flying for a bit, they found the prehistoric animal. Strange thing, Tiamat commented as the trio landed, and the large animal who was chewing on bushes looked around. It appears the suit makes us invisible. Hel chipped in as she noticed the animal's nonchalant behavior. More like he doesn't have natural predators. It makes it behave in such a manner. Graphia checked the data she had. Even so, it should have some survival instincts. Tiamat crossed her arms. True. That is why we are here. As Graphia said that, she walked over. Her right-hand index finger morphed into a needle. Prepare a dose of tranquilizer. The head maid asked the AI. Sure enough, the medicine was loaded. Once she was close to the beast, she stabbed the needle into the animal's back sail. From the preliminary observation, she noticed that the sail has high blood flow in its veins, which it uses to heat up from sun rays. It means it's a great place for stabbing. The animal hissed from pain as it started to run away. So it does have fear. Tiamat looked surprised. At that moment, she felt like an explorer who was looking at a new discovery. That means it doesn't see us, Hel commented as she looked where it was running away. Not that it lasted long, as the proto-lizard-like creature collapsed on the ground. The trio slowly walked over, and Graphia motioned for one of them to pick it up. Tiamat and Hel sighed as they could not ignore the command of the head maid, especially now they were in such a foreign place and so far away. There is that primal fear of not wanting to be left behind. The Dragon King swiftly walked over and was about to pick it up manually, but then she realized that her suit was alive. So, just like that, the Nanites left her armor, and like a cloud of swarms, the metal sand picked up the prehistoric animal. Not bad, you are learning. The head maid praised the dragon maid for using the tech. Yeah. Tiamat looked at the metal sand with curiosity. She then saw a percentage of her metal sand rapidly recovering. This suit, strange. Not in a bad way, but in an absurd way. After getting the animal, the pair looks at the head maid. Anything else? I am checking the mission log. The head maid replied as she looked at Marcus' requests. It appears trilobite was acquired by other maids. Wasn't it a water crab thing? I think this lizard is more valuable, considering its size. Tiamat said that while looking at the floating lizard. Yes. For now, we are returning. Graphia said while rising into the air. The other two followed as the group proceeded to fly back towards the confiscator. Sir, Ediphosaurus has been acquired. Ask the maids to collect a proper pair for me, a male and female. Marcus instructed his AI as he finished with support ships and was now working on something more absurd. The inventor realized that he didn't need to hold back. There were no other people around, and certainly no parents, aka his mother, who could tell him to relax. Nope. He can go wild. Spending time in a small workshop made him get used to it. But no more. He can play with the entire planet if he wants to. He recalled an RTS game called Sins of Solar Empire, in which a species of aliens lived in skyplaces like proper overlords. That made him think, well, more like he was inspired after seeing his floating docks and fortress. Why not create a network of these around the whole planet? While he does not have much interest in the Carboniferous, unlike the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods, the prehistoric rainforest was full of animals. He will leave those for his faction to collect, study and fill up the evolutionary tree. To make that work, he will create a network that spans the whole planet. Platforms like alien saucer ships will fly around and then beam up the animals for study. Once that is in place, he will have the most extensive study of life in the world's history. Relaying message. With a nod, Marcus proceeded to design the central hub, which would be placed in orbit. His plan is to have such bases in specific periods. For example, this one will be in the Carboniferous, then one in the Permian, Triassic, and so on. They all will have the ability to time slip and return to the beginning of the Carboniferous. That way, he won't cause a butterfly effect in the future. However, he does feel that there will be an issue, as there is a limit to the number of animals he can study in each period. That is why he is making the hub huge. It can collect its scanning platforms and then leave the timeline. That means he will have an area to store them. For that, he is designing his super-secret hideout outside of time. Such a place would be an enormous hub with everything, including armies for invasions and massive storage units for his animals. A perfect hideout for a guy. Well, since I never had a treehouse, I will have a base outside the time itself. Totally, not jealous of other kids who had their bases when they were kids. He was in denial on that one. Marcus went through several designs until he stopped on the idea of building it like a space station which can constantly grow like a spider network. This means they will be connected via his railway and can attach and detach when leaving and arriving. Meaning it can reach enormous proportions. Something he can get behind. Do you have some time? Irina poked her head into his workshop. Is it done? He stopped designing and turned around to look at her. Yes, but it's a simple one with just some salt. She said with a slightly embarrassed look. It's fine. We are about to eat proto-shark. It doesn't matter if it's fancy or not. With a hand motion, he saved and dismissed the designing windows before walking towards the doors where Irina was waiting. Yes. What you say is true. I am both excited and afraid, I guess. She honestly replied to him. Well, you will get used to it, and then you will start craving more of the unknown, Marcus replied as the pair left the workshop and walked towards the lift. You are not wrong. Even now, I wonder what the super ocean is hiding from us, the girl said with an excited and curious tone. One could say she is truly enjoying the new and exciting lifestyle. After taking the lift, the pair arrived at the floor where the kitchen was. When they got in, some of the girls were already tasting the proto-shark-like creature. The taste is strange. This is a carnivorous fish, isn't it? Quinella asked Hisako as she tried a single bite. Yes. But it has heavy bones, unlike regular fish. We can assume that adds some taste to it. The pair were like scientists as they were pondering out loud. As long as it tastes good, I don't care where the taste comes from. Marcus chipped in as his clothes shifted into casual wear. The girls noticed that they realized that the suits could do that. Sure enough, all of them shifted into casual wear. When Marcus saw that, he chuckled. It was cute to see them adjust that quickly. Yes, you are right, but we are here to study, Quinella replied after getting into a regular dress. True. But, I leave that to you girls. I have things to build. Marcus agreed as he pulled out a chair and sat down in front of a table. There was a small chunk of pinkish meat. It didn't look like fish or chicken or even a mammal of some sort. He created a fork and knife with his nanites before cutting a small bit and then tasting it. There was an array of emotions on his face as he was chewing it. After a while, he swallowed the bite and placed the cutlery on the table. There was a confused look on his face. What did I just eat? He asked out loud. Exactly as I was saying. Quinella sagely nodded at that expression as if it were the same for her. It's nothing like fish. Maybe it's more towards chicken. But there is that aspect of fish while not being fish. Marcus was confused. He placed his elbows on the table, his fingers intertwined, and looked like he was in deep thought. Precisely, that's why we need to do some research. Apart from the confusing taste. I want you, Irina, to try rotating through several dishes, like making steaks and soup and mixing that meat with pasta. Only after going through those and testing more out can we safely put them in a proper category. The inventor instructed. As he got up from his seat and walked away, he looked confused, as he had no idea what he had just eaten. It was, after all, alien meat. Do you think our bodies are meant to consume this meat? Irina realized that was the biggest issue. They are aliens here, and their bodies have no idea how to interact with such meat. We already addressed that, Quinella reassured her. Our adaptation is far above regular humans. Give it a few more meals, and it will be normal to consume prehistoric animals. The assistant addressed Irina's worries. Good. After tasting weird meat, Marcus returned to his workshop and drank some soda. After getting some fizzy stuff in his stomach, he continued working. He loved his new diamond hearth engine. It was like playing Minecraft in creative mode without worrying that he would run out of materials. With such a thing in place, he was able to create what Atlanta suggested, containers with space expansion. That means he can finally start collecting marine life, too. Mosasaurus, here I come. I can play Aquaman now. Marcus got giddy after seeing green bars in the new water container design. It means it can sustain huge amounts of cubic meters of water. Yep. He swiftly placed those in the construction queue. With that done, he proceeded to work on a dome. Le Fay asked him. As he started with that, his mind shifted from animals to nature. The inventor quickly realized that he could advance in terraforming. Yes. He would observe how nature evolves through time. With simple adjustments and a time slip, he could easily age and reverse entire planets. Holy fuck, that will be great. With a growing grin, Marcus exclaimed as he proceeded to instruct Aurora with a couple of important adjustments in nature observations. Meanwhile, in far future and different reality, with Latia. Latia stretched out as she was tired after a whole day of working. The company she created for Marcus wasn't untouched after Marcus bombshells. Nope, it went through rapid assault. People want to work for her and with her in hopes of surviving the upcoming collapse of society. All of that means that she has tons and tons of work. Oh right, all of that land. Latia recalled that Marcus wanted specific land next to his father's place. She proceeded to text him. But all she got was that the message was sent but not received or checked by him. Is the network is down? She looked confused. But that means, Aurora. Yes. The AI replied the next second. Is the messaging network down? The blonde devil asked. Messaging is an internal part of my systems. It's impossible for it to be down. Then why has Marcus not received my message? The blonde devil asked her. Supreme Commander has left the spacetime continuum and at this moment is 320 million years away in a different timeline. He is exploring and collecting animal, plant, and human samples. He should be back before the sunrise. Aurora explained in her casual tone, the same way she always does. Excuse me. The girl was baffled to hear that. She swiftly checked her laptop. Sure enough, she saw that Ars Almadel Salomonis was in the moon's orbit and not Earth. The massive space gun was pointing away from Earth. After a couple more checks, she saw that Confiscator was nowhere to be found. Its general location is classified as, on duty. Unlike other vessels, which have coordinates of the ships, the Confiscator's overall condition is not clear, and there is no other data to check. Ugh. Just leave him for a minute, and he will be gone. In the most literal sense. The girl stood up and closed her laptop, swiftly walking towards the doors. She walked through her office, arriving where Sikvera was staying. Her cousin was sleeping in a pile of papers. She fell asleep while working on schematics for upgrading the barriers. Sik! Wake up. We have a huge problem. Latia shouted while shaking her cousin. Ugh. The Agar's heiress opened her eyes. Latia. What's wrong? The sleepy girl asked. Marcus literally left the space-time continuum. What? The glasses-wearing devil heiress needed to shake her head for a second as her cousin was speaking gibberish. I said he went on a time-traveling adventure. He left our timeline and went to see dinosaurs. Latia explained in a serious tone, which made Sikvera's mind finally catch up. Wait. What? Yes. He is 320 million years away. Latia explained with a deadly serious tone. That's impossible. Do you even know how far that is? Do you even know how much energy you would need? The Agar's heiress grabbed her head as she tried to process the numbers she was hearing. Just having a few seconds of dilation is taxing. Not to mention, after a specific period of time, it becomes tens of times harder. She explained to her cousin with a rapid-fire tone. Yes. That is what I am saying. The blonde replied with a nod. She has some ideas on how time dilation works as magic. But what Marcus did is on a completely different and monumental scale. Aurora. Can you arrange transport to Ars Almadel Salomonis? Latia asked the AI. Certainly, ETA 5 minutes. Let's go. Our transport is coming. Sikvera nodded at her cousin as they walked out of the office and got outside. The Agar's heiress eyes went up to the moon. She looked at it for a while before she noticed something next to the moon. Amazing. It's visible from here. The girl pointed at the night sky. She can see the space gun from here. Yeah. Latia replied with an absent-minded tone. Her thoughts were far away. Who knows for how long he will be away. Time traveling like this will morph his mind. She could only imagine what he would build. A short while later, a gunship arrived and picked them up. In the sky, her warship Icarus was waiting. It's so cool how you can just ask for transport, and you will get an actual warship that will take you anywhere you want. Sikvera could barely hide her jealousy. Yeah. Such a nonchalant reply made the greenish-blonde girl look at her cousin. You do know he will return. I doubt he left without planning his return. Agar's heiress tried to improve Latia's mood, but all it did was make the blonde devil close her eyes and softly snort. I am not afraid of that. What I am afraid of is how long he will be away. You do realize how far he is from us. True. Now Sikvera looked concerned. Who knows what he creates? By the time he returns, he might have another empire. And he might not need the current one. Yeah, we need to find out more. The girls started to panic as they ended up in Icarus, which looked quite different outside. The warship had been upgraded to its Mark III model, and it was more like a spaceship than an airship now. The newly upgraded vessel left Earth and swiftly flew to the moon where Ars Almadel Salomonis was orbiting. The moment they arrived, they swiftly left the Icarus aboard another gunship, which took them to a huge hangar in the station. Whoa, the size. For a second, Sikvera forgot about the issue and marveled at all the tech and machinery placed on standby. More or less, it looked like an invasion army on standby. Ma'am. How we can assist you? The hangar supervisors approached the devils. Take us to the control room. I want to know Master's situation. As you wish. One of the supervisors motioned to follow him. They walked to the main lift, which took them to the control floor. A few moments later, they walked out from the lift into a balcony-like area. When Sikvera saw what was in front of her, all she could do was open her mouth and stare at tens, if not hundreds, of people operating consoles. It looked like they were controlling or monitoring the whole internet, maybe even more. This was not just something to assist technocracy, it was full-blown surveillance. This. Yeah. I thought as much. Marcus might not utilize this fully yet, but it's already in place. Welcome to the command center. I am the commander. A woman with long blonde hair dressed in a GAT military uniform approached the pair of devils. Commander, might I ask if there was any news about Master? Nothing so far. He left just a few moments ago. But considering it outside time, he should be sending the first batch to us soon. Batch? Yes. Think of it like letters in a bottle. So we don't have a proper connection with him. Latia realized that this was an even bigger issue. No. It's more or less similar to deep space travel. We don't have the infrastructure to have permanent communication. So, for now, we are back to primitive physical packages. We are approaching the first 30 minutes. According to my calculations, we should be getting our first package. Aurora announced that the main hologram displaying the globe of Earth had shifted to the void of space. At that moment, the space rippled, and green magic circled appeared. We have a contact. It's sending signals via Aurora network. Right on time. The commander smiled as she swiftly proceeded to give instructions. Follow the protocol. Send ships 4 and 5 to collect the package and make sure it's secured and has no viruses. Roger. Relaying the orders. Sure enough, everyone saw retrofitted Mark III Daedalus-class ships moving towards the package. The ships released gunships, which flew rapidly towards the round package. Soon enough, they were recovered. Latia and Sikvera only now did they realize that nearly half of the fleet was with Ars Almadel Salomonis. Not long after that, the package was recovered, and the engineers and mechanics proceeded to open it. On the main hologram, the mechanics and engineers appeared, and they proceeded to explain the situation. Commander, it's the same design created by the Supreme Commander, and it follows the standard protocol in packaging. We are running the last diagnostics before uploading the data. Good. We are waiting for the information. The blonde next to Latia and Sikvera replied with a nod. Just like Latia and Sikvera, the girls who are created to run the place can't wait to see and hear any news about their creator and Supreme Commander. Diagnostics are done, uploading to the Aurora network. One by one, data files and packages proceeded to be uploaded. I just received files, you should see this. Aurora sounded excited, which made the girls slightly excited, too, but Latia and Sikvera were more concerned than excited. They know that these girls are Marcus cheerleaders, meaning that they are heavily biased towards everything Marcus. One by one, schematics proceeded to appear on the main hologram. What they saw was some sort of universe. They can see planet-like things spinning around a white sun. The sun had metal rings. Whatever it was fantasy-like and not technology. This is the successor to Diamond Core Heart. The Diamond Heart engine. An actual arcane technology with true limitless power. It's an actual perpetual motion engine. Wait. I thought we already had a perpetual motion engine. Latia exclaimed as she was certain that those diamonds could work forever. Wrong. We lack two things which could classify Diamond Core Heart as a perpetual motion engine. It had a limited output and was fragile. Fragile. Latia was confused. Precisely, a supernova could destroy it. Meaning that it had a lifespan in the billions and was at the mercy of our sun. Those are shortcomings. The devil girl was perplexed. How can one see the cosmic phenomenon and think of ways to counter it? Does this mean we will start construction of these? The space station commander asked as she knew that Marcus would want upgrades to start immediately. We do not have infrastructure. The blunt reply consumed the hell out of everyone. What does she mean by infrastructure? Instead, we will start with this. Aurora dismissed the Cosmos look-alike Diamond Heart engine and instead showed a big acorn. This is Uranus-class all-purpose planetary assimilator. The acorn moved as it split up into 5 pieces. 4 of them were smaller acorns. They could see them opening up more and then showing how they would surround a planet. It was literally at a scale big enough to ensnare the entire planet. What is this? Latia asked with a gulp. According to schematics, this is a terraformer, prison, research station, battle station, and everything, even a shipyard. Its main purpose is to encase a planet and then change it into whatever the Supreme Commander wants. According to the schematics, it can even move worlds through space and time. No one spoke as they just looked at this thing. It will be powered by Time Engine and Diamond Heart Engine. Meaning it can travel anywhere. A truly fascinating piece of engineering. Aurora sounded extremely excited about this. But first, we need to test certain things which the Supreme Commander had requested. The AI raised another schematic, which was much smaller and less complex. It looked like a large ring with smaller rings inside. This is the next step in time control. What you are looking at is an extension of the time engine. Think of it like normal engines have thrusters, and car engines have drivetrains. What you see is an extension of time engine. This piece is supposed to allow time anchor and time slip. After that, the AI explains to the group what it means. Time anchor is a corner piece to control paradoxes. Once active, it doesn't allow for things to branch out. It works similarly to what an anchor does. Once dropped, the ship stays in the same place. Time slip works alongside time anchor. It allows one to slip from time and travel back and forth through that single specific timeline. I see, that means with time anchor, only one of such buildings or ships can exist. Sikvera immediately understood. Precisely, that means if Confiscator was 320 million years ago in that spot, it could return to the same spot, and it will be only him there. How frightening. How did he even achieve that? She asked as she realized that Marcus had already grasped more about time than her clan had. From the data I received, he grasped what time looks like. Huh. Such discovery allows one to manipulate time to its full extension. It's like holding water in your hands, you can move it into a container, yes. Same principle. Yes, I understand that much, but... Seek Vera's brain short-circuit for a second. How do you even grasp time in your palm and put it into a container? Regardless, we have our orders, and Ars Almadel Salomonis is entering into testing mode. We have 8 hours to finish this and send it back to our Supreme Commander. On top of that, we will be getting another package after that. The commander realized that it would be a busy night. Precisely, but from what I have seen, I can calculate that we will be getting fewer and fewer requests as the Supreme Commander builds his infrastructure on Carboniferous Earth. Actual base millions of years ago. Latia mumbled internally. Whatever he could build, the world's past and maybe future will become his plaything. One could say she gave up thinking of trying to divert him from total chaos. Back to Marcus. Marcus was meticulously placing parts for another Diamond Heart engine, which would power the outpost on Carboniferous Earth. This hearth alone will power everything, which is enough for him. Of course, he will have an auxiliary power source in case something could happen. Marcus doesn't believe that chances are 100% or 0%. For him, there is always a small chance of something. That is why he is building an extremely durable empire. One would never know if there is a rogue AI in space or some warmongering empire of slug aliens. Whatever the case, he won't stop. Sir, there was a time ripple in space. It appears technocracy is sending back a package. Good. They should start moving on Project Kong. Marcus stopped with his work as he commented on the newest development. We should retrieve the package. Do you wish to send our knights? The AI asked him. No. I will do it myself. I need a change of environment, he said while stretching out. He got up from his seat and proceeded to leave his workshop. He is still living in Confiscator even though there is a new workshop built in the outpost. That outpost has already improved assembly lines and can make the smallest of things. He can, by all means and purposes, start making miniature galaxies, as he already commands time, space, life, and evolution. As he pondered his work, the lift arrived at the hangar bay. I could take a dragoon. He noticed the parked mechs attached to the wall. His darling Quinella's personal knights and their mechs. I should have my own. I already have royal guards. They should have their mounts. As he pondered the lack of mounts for his men, he walked to the dragoon. With a casual hand motion, the hatch opened, and he flew into the cockpit. After getting comfortable, he turned on the machine and powered its systems. Time to explore. Chapter 103, Teasing Sirin. The girls are discussing their findings and observations inside the recently built outpost above the super ocean of Carboniferous Earth. The outpost is slowly morphing into the Ouroboros-class assimilator, but for now, it's still a large floating fortress. The meeting room looked like the United Nations National Assembly but with more sci-fi touch. Our observation of Moon's effect on Earth is staggering. Observe. Artemis showed what she had captured with her suit's recording capabilities. What everyone saw was water rising to absurd levels. Then, the camera switched to an aerial view and, lastly, from space via satellites. How many miles do they go inland? Hisako asked as she dumbly looked at how entire sections of Gondwana simply ceased to exist for a portion of a day. It appears there are trees so high that they ignore the high tide. Depends on elevation. At lowlands, it goes inland up to several hundred miles. That's quite a tide, Enterprise commented out loud as she inspected the footage. More like tsunami. Jean grimaced as she saw it as well. Well, it's not a wave. Lu Fei intercepted. I know, but calling it a flood? Yeah, no. Jean shook her head. Regardless. What we are seeing is what creates modern-day soil. Athena chipped in as he proceeded to give a lecture on how Carboniferous Earth's jungles would cease to exist. It's related to the soil. Usually, one would be bored out of their mind listening to such a thing, but they look at it from the first person. It has a different feeling to it. The process is quite simple. In the Devonian period, instead of trees, there were big mushrooms. However, with several ice ages and some volcanism, mushrooms were replaced by trees. Big trees dying and creating rot eventually allowed the creation of soil that could keep water in. That process was what caused the collapse of Carboniferous rainforests. Well, one of several things. Others are the lack of CO2 and falling sea and ocean levels. Regardless of what it made them certainly excited to see, changes to climate, people aboard the outpost felt detached from the planet below. In a way, it made regular people feel like gods. Well, they were among the gods, but it was a strange feeling. They are discussing floods, which could easily drown entire countries. But they are only excited to see what they will experience afterwards. After discussing the climate, it was time to discuss the trees. How differently do they grow, and why don't they have seeds and stuff like that? However, their discussions ignored a key animal family. Bugs. There were no talks about bugs. Sorry to interrupt. But I received a word from the Supreme Commander. Master requests that only cool animals are to be kept aboard Confiscator. The other creatures, like the bugs or ugly fishes, will be kept aboard the outpost containers. Aurora interrupted them as she showed that sections of the acorn were coming online. These are the containers for animals. Does he truly expect us to collect those? Tiamat complained as she recalled massive primitive centipedes walking through the wetlands. Not necessary. Why so? Tiamat immediately asked as she had a sense of loss. Honestly, she wanted him to come over and try something to make her do it. The Dragon King didn't realize yet, but she is becoming an M. Project Kong. Do read up on those. Aurora, with a dull voice, reminded the blockheads to read the logs. Right, just tells us. Tiamat ignored the taunt and asked anyway. Upon completion of Arena's class assimilator, drones and specific platforms will collect all of the animals and then travel back and forth to collect all of the animals' genomes. That means your game of collecting points will end. That is until we arrive at the Permian period. Why Arenas? Artemis asked with a pout. She didn't care about the details. She got triggered by the name. Primordial of Sky. Why else? The maid goddess pouted as she crossed her arms and looked away. Well, apart from that, Athena ignored her half-sister and instead addressed everyone who was in the room. You should fill up the roster as much as you can, as it appears we do have a deadline now. The goddess of wisdom realized that there was not that much time left. From what she can understand, the nanites are rapidly multiplying, and this Arena's class assimilator is getting built up quickly. Let's go back to swimming. Atlanta quickly got up and was ready to get more ammonites and proto-sharks. All right. Jean and Hippolyta followed after her. Well, they can do that. It's not like I need those points. Quinella sighed as she got up from her seat. It appears she will postpone her discoveries. But then she smiled as she placed her right hand on her chin. A knowing smile was on her lips. I might as well do a private one in Marcus' room. Quinella was not the only one, as Sirin and Guyuna were thinking of doing similar presentations. Well, I am off to observe these tides. Enterprise got up from her seat. Tirpitz followed her. They still have a few things to discover before returning to their creator's side. I am coming with you. The pair left the meeting room, and other maids followed after. They still have some things to do before returning to basic work routines. Marcus smiled as his dragoon left Earth's atmosphere. The air resistance is slightly different, thanks to the composition of the atmosphere. He has somewhat forgotten about stuff like air resistance since, well, the things he uses are anti-gravity, so having a mobile suit with air resistance is somewhat strange. Regardless, as his machine left the atmosphere, the dragoon flew towards the Navi point, where the package was waiting. Aurora, did you check the star alignments? Marcus asked as he was looking around. The world where he was is so alien that he is having a hard time seeing this place as Earth instead of some sort of alien world. Not yet. When we have a chance, we should check out the solar system. Marcus slowly nodded. As long as he doesn't change the trajectory of several asteroids, he is safe enough to explore. After flying just beyond Moon's orbit, he shifted from plane mode to humanoid mode and grabbed the container. Once he acquired it, he turned around and flew back to the planet. A short trip later, his dragoon landed in Hangar Bay. He walked over and handed over the large container to the engineers and mechanics who were waiting for him. With his job done, he brought the mech back to its parking place. I was wondering who took one of my knight's machines. Quinella walked over with crossed arms. Marcus jumped out from the cockpit and landed next to her. It was just me having some fun, he replied with an amused tone. You could just make one for yourself instead of overwriting the OS all the time. Quinella sounded slightly frustrated that he was hacking the program he had made himself. For XAI, she feels that he is violating it without proper reason. Relax, he pulled her for a hug. That was enough for her to calm down. How about this, he pondered for a bit before explaining to her. Why don't you make a mech for me? He cupped her cheeks while saying that. Her eyes sparkled for a second. Deal. You will have to use it properly, okay? She asked with a serious tone. Of course. It's a promise? She requested while narrowing her eyes. Yep, a promise, I won't be stealing your night mechs. Then I shall design one. After saying that, she used that moment to hug him, saying that it was just perfect. Marcus simply chuckled at seeing her act like that. A short hug later, she slightly pulled back and proceeded to speak in a confident tone. Oh, we have reports ready for you. We have a clear connection between land dwellers and ancient fish. Do you want to hear it? The girl twirled her finger on his chest while saying that. Let's go, he said, wrapping his hand around her waist before walking towards the main lift. Okay. My lady, it's strange, don't you think? Hisako said to Irina as they looked down. They watched how flood water swallowed entire sections of forests. There was a huge increase in the quantity of water. Something they have never seen before. It was like filling up and releasing a dam full of water. It's our world, but we watch this without care. The girl feels detached from what she is seeing. Yes, well, it's not truly our world, and what we are seeing is natural. No. Irina tried to argue, but she felt the same way. In her mind, she sees this as something Marcus could fix. True, but still. Irina's somewhat nonchalant response made Hisako slightly uncomfortable. Then it's fine. These floods are supposed to happen. We shouldn't interfere. The plants and animals have been around for millions of years. Let them do their thing. Irina explained with a small smile before deciding to return to the outpost. She finally got over her fears of diving and flying. The suit made her invincible, she is certain. Let's go, Hisako, I saw enough. As you wish. The pair proceeded to fly back. Their trip was not long. As they flew, they stopped for a second to observe how enormous the outpost had become. The nanites make the huge structure construction look insignificant. It was like paper printing. To think that this thing will encase the whole planet. Hisako was not sure what to think of it. Yes. With this thing, Marcus will be able to control the entire planet. So no more uncertain phenomena like droughts or volcanic activities which could end life on the world. Unlike Hisako, Irina sees this as a good thing. In her eyes, no one should die from freak incidents. If they can be controlled, then make them so. The assistant to the chef girl was not so sure. She thinks they are invading territory that belongs to nature. Still, it's enormous. That is true. I think it's bigger than the space gun. Irina was not certain about the sizes. By this point, they were simply enormous constructs. The pair recalled Marcus' explanation. The inspiration for Uranus-class assimilator came from a movie called Independence Day, in which an alien mothership splits, and smaller parts descend to the ground. It's similar to that. The big acorn would split up into 5 pieces, while 4 smaller acorns and the skeletal frame of the big one would remain as the main hub. The smaller acorns would split up and encase the planet like a net. The amount of energy needed to move and impact the planet is huge, but the Diamond Heart engine can easily sustain it. There are 5 of them in total, alongside MTM auxiliary systems, as the net will move independently. In the worst case, if a freak incident happens, there are graviton triangle cores that cast the anti-gravity field. In total, the assimilator has 3 means to survive if something fails. Honestly, the chef girls think he is too hardcore, considering Diamond Heart engine makes the Uranus-class assimilator all but indestructible. After observing how the nanites work, they flew back into the acorn-shaped construct. They are ready to get back to work as dinner time is getting close. Later. Marcus smiled as Ammonite tried to wrap its tentacles around him. The inventor pushed the sea animal aside as it was forced to swim around and try again. Solomon's successor was testing out the new aquarium he had built inside his room. Thanks to the space expansion, it was more like a large swimming pool than an aquarium. Apart from the distant octopus relative, there were protosharks and other smaller armored fishes. The inventor had a large selection of ocean animals, so it was time to play with them and determine their intelligence. Try again. With a mental probe, the animals got annoyed and tried again and again. Eventually, the animal got tired and swam away. As he was having fun, a hologram appeared in front of him. It's time already, huh? The inventor had a pondering look. The whole week had passed, and the assimilator was finally finished. That means once the deployment is done, he will activate the time slip and leave to experience the Carboniferous Permian extinction before leaving this Earth for another Permian Earth. I do wonder if I will encounter some strange, smart alien life. One of the reasons he is moving in timelines and going to different realities is to increase his chance of visiting an Earth with different possible animals or even smart beasts. Different types of sapient creatures. As he pondered that, he swam to the corner where the ladders were. Once there, he got out of the aquarium and took a towel to dry himself. Having fun? Sirin asked him as she was lazing on the couch with a bowl of handmade chips. The chefs are spoiling his girls with their food. Marcus is slightly afraid they will stop eating regular food and only eat what Irina and Hisako make. Yeah, but the first assimilator is finished. Already. The girl was lying on her stomach while her legs were moving up and down. Yep. Once it's deployed, we will use time slip to see the extinction event before leaving for another Permian Earth. I see. She moved into a proper sitting position before getting up and then walking over to him and starting to dry him up. You do know that you can use your powers to get a quick dry. Sirin reminded him of the obvious. Or just put your suit on. She sighed. What for? I have you, he said, wrapping his hands around her waist and pulling her closer to himself. You, be grateful that I am wearing my suit, otherwise, I would be wet. She exclaimed angrily. Oh. He grabbed the triangle device on her chest, the core of the suit, and turned it off by simply pulling it off. At that moment, all of her clothes disappeared as the nanites rushed back to the triangle device. Beep. The girl released a sound similar to a girly squeal as she realized that he had undressed her in an instant. He casually threw the triangle device to the couch and then wrapped his hands around her. Elle, let go of me, damn it. She leaned at him as she tried to hide her naked body. Nope, we will have some fun. As he said that, he kicked off and leapt into the aquarium with the girl in his hands. No. The girl screamed as she realized what was about to happen. The water was not the warmest, as the animals lived at an average of 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. It's quite cold for a regular person. Thankfully, the girls he is staying with are genetically enchanted, and such a temperature is all right. But that's not the point. It's that Marcus did all that without asking. Sirin started to smack her fists at his chest as she looked at him with an angry pout. He completely ignored those fists as, instead, his hands squeezed her rear and pulled her closer to himself. Eventually, Sirin needed to breathe, so they surfaced. Gasp. Deep breath. Marcus looked with a small smile as he saw her gasping for air and breathing heavily. He kept on holding her. After getting enough air, she looked at him with an annoyed look. She could feel his hand squeezing and playing with her ass cheeks. Didn't you have it enough already? She sighed in resignation. By all means, Marcus has been having his way with his harem daily. She is part of that routine. Every day, 2 girls would be his bed warmers. Except for the chef girls, ship girls, and Lo Fei. Part of Sirin wondered when they would make their move. Not that she wants, of course. The more girls on the list, the longer the waiting time. So, by all means, Sirin would end up in his bed at least once per week. So, his libido should be in check. Are you saying I should be tired of my Hershers? Marcus pretended to be offended. And no. That is not what I am saying. She exclaimed angrily before realizing that he was messing with her. Her cheeks turned red as she started to feel warmer and warmer as he kept kneading those cheeks. What I am saying is that you constantly have your way with girls. Don't you get tired? She asked him as she placed her head on his chest. She stopped resisting and ended up cuddling next to him. Stupid question. How can I have enough of my ladies? He scoffed at such an idea and proceeded to float out of the water, landing on the floor. Because of such abrupt actions, water is dripping everywhere from the pair. Well. Will you let me go now? She asked him. Standing naked like this is not something she wants to do. Nope. As he said that, he used his powers to dry himself and the girl. Then he took her to the wardrobe, where he used his psionic interface to select a set of clothes. What are you doing now? She had some nervousness in her voice, as she thought he was going to force her to wear something indecent. A few moments later, the creation of the clothes was complete, and he pulled out a sailor uniform from the wardrobe. It had a short skirt. It was basically a Japanese-style school uniform. You will be wearing these for the rest of the day, he showed to her as the clothes floated out from the wardrobe. Sirin internally sighed. It was not indecent or anything, so it was fine. Fine. Can you let me go now? She asked him with a nearly begging tone. Yup. He let her go as the girl swiftly grabbed the clothes and was about to dress up. But. W, wear our panties or bra? She asked him as she checked the clothes. You won't be needing them today, and besides, I am the only guy on this vessel. The inventor smirked at her while explaining what she would be wearing. Damn, you. Is this because of how I replied to you? She got all red, realizing that she would be exposed like that. More or less, after all, I was very busy, and I need some distraction. Her eyes perked up when she heard that. How about this? I will pamper you the whole day, but at least let me wear panties. The angel of death started to negotiate with him. Fine. But I will choose what you will wear, and you are not allowed to walk more than a few meters away from me, he pondered on her proposal before adding some more. Deal. And so Marcus embarrassed Sirin some more as he went through a long list of panties. Until he found what he wanted, he gave the girl black panties with a ribbon as he saved the list of panties he would put on her later on. Eventually, they left his room. The white-haired beauty sighed in relief as she dodged a bullet with this one. Still, she was not out of the woods yet. Marcus could do something else. For now, he took her hand as they walked to the lift, which took them to the bridge of the confiscator. As they arrived there, everyone was already waiting for them. Seeing how Sirin was dressed raised a couple of questions. What were they doing in his room? Sorry for the wait. You may send the word for them to start with the deployment. Marcus instructed the ship's crew as he ignored the looks from maids, his creations, and the chef girls. They all wondered why Sirin was dressed like a schoolgirl. Still, he ignored the gazes and went to take his seat on his throne. Sirin ended up sitting on his lap, cuddling closer to him, as she intended to pamper him for the whole day. The upgraded confiscator was in Earth's orbit as they looked at how the assimilator proceeded to move. The massive acorn-like shaped vessel activated. For sections of it started to move and split up into 4 directions, and then they began to move into position. As the smaller acorn-shaped vessels moved, they started to split up even more, spreading out through the planet's atmosphere. The process took a while, but as it made the net, people could see that it was not simply energy structures but actually gravitational forces. Before long, the segments spread out and created a net, casting a barrier through the whole planet. Does it actually encase the whole planet? Sirin whispered her question into his ear as she was feeding him seedless grapes. Yes, look. A hologram appeared in front of them, showing how the net is encasing the whole of Carboniferous Earth. That's some serious reach. The girl was surprised by how far the platform's extent was. Yep, those 4 smaller acorns settle in the corners of the 4 hemispheres, connected via graviton tunnels. It allows rapid transit from one side to another. Not only that, but I can free space for the whole planet now. Marcus explained to her that, as he stroked her long hair, he was enjoying her company. By all means and purposes, the planet is captured. It will allow me to alter and change the planet's surface. It's perfect for terraforming, even a dead world like Mars or extremely unstable like Venus. He explained to her in quite an excited tone. Most importantly, I could ignore the basic necessities. He winked at her before clarifying. It means the world doesn't need to be close to the sun. I could play what Celestials did in Star Wars. Imagine hand-tailoring the solar system to whatever I would want. That is some power. The girls mumbled with shock. No wonder you called it Arena's class. Athena chipped in as she walked closer to Marcus. Why don't we take a trip around the globe before time slipping? She suggested as she looked at Sirin and Marcus. The goddess started to think about whether she should dress up in some unique clothes just as Sirin did now, and Quinella did from time to time. Sure. I do want to take a train through the atmosphere of Carboniferous Earth. Marcus swiftly agreed, then looked at Sirin. You should record all of this for your YouTube channel. Make a playlist and call it, I Went to the Prehistoric Past so that you wouldn't need to. What do you think? The inventor suggested to her. The girl giggled for a second before nodding at him. Sure, and I have been taking videos since day 1. The girl explained to him that she was, in fact, recording all of it. Irina looked at Marcus and Sirin, who were holding hands like a couple. She had seen this before, but the girl had no idea how this whole harem thing could work. Even now, she is jealous. What would happen if she became his lover? She has no idea how she could watch him being with another girl. It would make her emotions explode. Not to mention, she has seen how he takes 2 of them to his room at once, and they only leave the next day. That means he is doing stuff to 2 of them at once. It's crazy stuff. It appears it's Sirin's time to get all those cuddles. The last time I saw it was Quinella, and then it was Guyana. I even saw him flirting with those ship girls. But it appears the maids don't get as much action as I thought they would. The honey blonde girl has spent enough time aboard the confiscator to understand some of the dynamics of the harem life. As she was pondering, she followed the group to the train station, which is at the lower levels of the T-shaped skeletal construct. Since the smaller acorns left, all that was left of the mothership was a T-shaped construct which works as a transit hub, shipyard, and comms network. Amazing, it looks like a legitimate train station. Hisako exclaimed as she saw trains at the platforms. Yes, but the only issue I see is that we will be going into nothing. Irina complained as she saw no tracks in front of her. Nope, in front of her were the clouds of Carboniferous Earth. You can't truly see gravity, you know, don't you? Athena commented with a small chuckle. I know, Goddess Athena, while my mind knows, my eyes don't, Irina commented with a strained smile. Well, we need to test it out. If it fails, it's only a 20,000-mile drop to the super ocean below. Marcus joked as he turned around and looked at the concerned girls. Not helping to calm my nerves. Irina sarcastically replied. Sheesh, just put on your suit if you are afraid. He rolled his eyes. What about me? I don't have my suit. Sirin pulled him back and looked at him with narrowed eyes. Relax. The tech is tested and is already in use at my house. He sighed at her while pulling her closer. Now, let's board the train for the round-the-world trip. He pulled his Herschers to the train, the doors of which opened. The train station was quite unique as it was built in the long part of the T, while the horizontal part is the comms tower, the controls like the bridge and the shipyard at the sides of the horizontal part. Most of the containers with animals will be in the smaller acorns, as the central hub is more like what is holding the entire net. Of course, Marcus, Aurora, and Quinella didn't show to anyone the weak spots of such a massive construct. It's not that easy to exploit as it's built from sacred gear metal. That means that as long as power is flowing through the whole net, it's strong as the power source, aka the Diamond Heart engines, which are 5 in total. As Marcus plopped into the seat, he pulled Sirin onto his lap. The girl swiftly got comfortable as she looked around. The interior was exactly the same as the one at home. With the girl looking around, the other girls walked in and inspected the train. They took their seats after looking around and finding where to sit. Why does it look like there are no walls or flooring? The pair of chefs looked concerned. Realitas crystals are installed throughout the whole interior of the train. With these inside, it will look like you are not even on the train. Athena explained as she got comfortable as well. She will be able to see the Carboniferous for one last time at its peak before traveling to the Carboniferous Permian extinction event. Doesn't help either. Irina complained again. Please, I already thought you were over these things. Athena scoffed, seeing how the chef girl was acting all skittish. In a way. The girl pulled out the triangle device and placed it on her chest. Soon enough, she was encased in the armor. Scoff. Some of the maids scoffed or laughed seeing that. The girl should have some faith in the tech. Even though they were thinking like that, they clenched their triangle devices, just in case. However, it was not needed soon enough. The train left the platform and proceeded to accelerate rapidly through the sky. None of the clouds touched it, as the train's graviton field made the clouds simply move around the tunnel. Not long after, they blasted through the first platform, a small outpost-like structure that worked like a dock for collection platforms shaped like saucer discs. The girls only had a second to see how it looked, as they only had a glimpse. They saw the saucers leaving the platforms as they had work to do. Is it just me, but was that a UFO? Jean asked Lufay as she saw something familiar to that. Because it was. Master has decided to troll people with those once we are in modern times. The witch explained with an eye roll. Oh. Maybe there is a paradox of some sort. Don't you think? All those sightings in the USA. Maybe it's Master from the future. Jean had her conspiracy face on as she was thinking of some outlandish ideas. Doubtful they are even real. There hasn't been a sighting of them for years. That's because Master's rise to power. Jean reasoned with her. Lufay had nothing to say to that as she was not certain and didn't want to fall into this rabbit hole. Marcus, at the front of the train, smiled at hearing that. He promised himself that he would not check the future. Because it's boring, but checking the past. Now, that is a possibility. Those saucers being his creation, that is a big possibility. Soon after, the train arrived at the first major hub, where they saw some of the night handlers already unloading the first containers from a train. It appears they have already collected new animals. After all, there are many bugs that were not touched. They already have something. Yeah. You girls remember that we are in the era of the bugs, which is around 80% of all land dwellers. They have quite a bit to collect. Athena commented. There was some sassiness in her tone. She is hinting at the girls' inability to collect those bugs. Considering you girls wanted those points. Collecting a bunch of bugs would have made you girls rich. What about you? Artemis countered since she didn't like that sassy tone. I don't need those points. The girls started to mumble under their breath about marrying into wealth. Chapter 104, going to the next time period. The trip around the globe didn't last long, considering they wouldn't make any pit stops and allow the train to reach absurd speeds. Since there was no air resistance, the train needed to activate reversal as it returned to the assimilator's main piece. While looking at Earth during such a prehistoric period was beautiful, everyone quickly lost interest as the entire planet was a jungle. Furthermore, all the land masses are concentrated in the southern hemisphere, meaning they barely saw anything as they traveled around the equator. Well, not that girls wanted to be in this era anyway. It's full of bugs and swamps. So, after the trip, everyone returned to Confiscator, which was in orbit. Begin the preparations for time slipping, Marcus instructed as he returned to his seat with Sirin on his lap. Beginning preparation. The crew started to power the time engine, and the ring around the Confiscator started to glow, creating a bubble around the vessel. As the preparations were happening, the girls walked to the windows and looked at how this bubble was encasing them. Setting anchor, preparing to time slip in 3, 2, 1. Right in front of them, they could see how the planet in front of them started to accelerate in spinning. They could see clouds moving at absurd speeds. I can see continents moving. Irina exclaimed in shock as the whole planet's continents moved right before her eyes. Yes, they are moving closer and closer to Pangea, Marcus commented as he looked at the status window showing him the overall year. Their calculations are quite off without specific time measuring instruments, but that's fine, considering that the end of the era is very visible. The rainforests were disappearing rapidly, and glaciers were gaining ground at both poles. Before long, only small patches of islands around the equator had rainforest trees, as Gondwana, which is in the south hemisphere, was nearly fully encased in ice. Smaller landmasses, while having some vegetation, didn't look any better, considering the plants are not used to such cold weather at this moment. All right, stop here. Leaving time slip. The vessel left the time slip and turned off the time engine. Let's go investigate. Marcus suggested to his girls, who slowly nodded as they looked at the foreign world below them. Thinking about how quickly things can change is messing with their perception of nature. I would, but you took my suit device. Sirin huffed at him. Here. He gave it back to her. Now come, who wants carboniferous Permian ice cream? The inventor joked as he got up alongside Sirin and proceeded to walk towards the bridge doors. Irina and Hisako looked down. According to their data, this was the place where they had observed the floods before, but now it was just a huge glacier. The change is surreal. This whole time travel thing is messing with our heads. Hisako realized how detached they were from the world. Part of her was very worried that they would be able to return to how they were before. Who am I kidding? After those genetic alterations, we are so far away from regular people that it's not fair anymore. Hisako, look at that. Irina pointed at something as she swiftly flew down and landed on the edge of a beach. On one side was freezing water, and on the other was a growing glacier. They walked closer to the glacier and saw one of those ancient trees frozen. Amazing, don't you think? After a while, these trees will collapse and most likely get crushed by the weight of the ice. Eventually, the earth will submerge them, becoming coal after many years. The cherry blonde explained something Hisako had learned already, but now they saw the process in person. Anyway, we should find Marcus. He might be doing something more interesting, she said excitedly as they rose into the air and flew towards his location. They found him making similar observations, checking out trees and animals and how they survive in such a climate. Well, the equatorial area is the warmest, and it's where dinosaur ancestors are currently living. It is the same with mammal ancestors and beasts who will dominate the Permian era. Most of Gondwana is an ice cube. I believe most bugs have died out because of cold and the drops in oxygen levels. He said while looking around. Most of the plants pumping out oxygen are gone, and the CO2 levels should return to normal in several millions of years. He said with a pondering look. That means once the land bridges start appearing with continents moving towards the center, the animals that survived in the pockets will start migrating to the recovering land masses. Marcus finished his explanation more like he dictated the observation, and Aurora typed it down for him. Well, I have my observation recorded. All I need now is to get the report from the assimilator once we are back on our Earth. He motioned for them to come with him as they left this period. Come, we stayed here far enough, so it's time to visit Permian. Finally. Sirin exclaimed with a happy tone. No more bugs, no more creepy crawlies. Someone excited, let's visit the most unstable time period in Earth's history. Marcus smiled, seeing his angel of death happy. We need some sun cream, considering the temperature in late Permian is around 80 degrees. Athena recalled that the Permian and Triassic periods had the supercontinent Pangaea, and the place looked more like a desert world, with only vegetation in the coastal areas and some oases, but mostly deserts. Due to bad water circulation in oceans, the world constantly experiences superstorms the size of continents. The opposite was also true, as they would have dry seasons that last for years. That's extreme heat. Irina exclaimed in shock. They can cook stuff on that amount of heat. Yes. It's the reason why dinosaurs took over the world. They didn't need to worry about keeping their body warm as the world was a literal oven. The goddess exclaimed. Talking about heat in such a cold place, quite a contrast. The chef girl assistant commented as she looked around. Yes, well, I see enough and collected enough data. Marcus looked around one more time before starting to float. Let's go. I might not feel the cold, but I am feeling cold nonetheless. Guyuna, being a dragon, prefers warm weather. You sound like a cold-blooded lizard. Quinella joked as she looked at the dragoness. The silver dragoness shrugged as, in a way, she was a lizard. As the group returned to the Confus Factor, the ship prepared to leave the timeline altogether. Sir, we have calculated that the journey will take around 2 days, the navigation officer told Marcus as they locked in the coordinates. 2 days are we leaving the Earth? Irina asked as she heard the conversation. To leave as small as possible mark, we are moving from alternate Earth each time. Since we stayed in the Carboniferous of this Earth, we will move to another Earth's Permian. He explained to her as he motioned for the navigation's officer to begin the trip. Oh, do you think we will find something we have not seen before? The cherry blonde asked him in a curious tone. I can only hope, Irina. I wouldn't mind encountering an advanced civilization before our time. We can only confirm something like Atlantis once we are closer to our times. He clarified to her as he looked at how the ship moved away from facing the prehistoric Earth and facing the cosmos. And I don't mean Poseidon's little pet project. I doubt he was around 10 to 20,000 years before our time. Marcus pondered on actual ancient civilization. Moments later, the time engine was turned on, and the projectors on the ship's hull started to build a bridge. At the end of the bridge was a green and blue magic circle. Launch in 3, 2, 1. The confiscator accelerated and blasted into the circle, disappearing from the time and space of this world. As the ships travel a couple of million years into the future in a different reality, Marcus walks to his workshop. He has a couple of things to build. Now that he has tested out time anchoring and time slipping, he can build more gadgets in case he needs them. Not for now, but when he is in more modern times, like ancient Greece or Rome. But before that, he will test them now when the mark he can leave is small. He needs some time to erase bombs and some resets and stuff like that. I could make something like a de-aging beam. We already have a de-evolution beam, but this one is more usable. That one is a little bit dangerous. He pondered as he sat down in his favorite chair, turned on his holographic console, and started going through the menus and creating new folders for the gadgets he would be making. Sadly, this stuff is not difficult. At the core, he placed a couple of time-based runic sequences, selected mana and the mana load, and then designed it to look like Star Wars grenades. It took him less than an hour. Since it was that easy, he made alternative bombs and grenades. He then recalled the items the guys used in Marvel's TVA, such as the baton and other similar items. I see. I could do that. The inventor's eyes gleamed as he realized he could create a specific weapon to transport stuff into containers upon impact. Bypassing anything needed to collect, instead, the beam would simply transport it. But for that, he needs to rework a couple of things and set a central piece which could assist in transporting beings. Like my future base outside time. Marcus, for now, created a new project and left a few notes. For now, he worked out the kinks of how the gadgets would work. There could be specific situations, so the grenades and time bombs will have selective loads. Though midway, he realized that he barely explored the Carboniferous. Sure, it was a bug-infested hellhole with plants that he used to see as grass grew to the size of huge trees. But the Permian and Triassic have huge swathes of deserts. Hell, according to the records, at some point, there were deserts as big as the USA. It's huge. I will need a desert buggy or a bike, maybe both, and then I can add something like a portable house. He said he checked the data he had brought from home and reviewed some of his designs for cars and bikes. Some of them are just digitized sketches of bikes and off-road cars. He did some drawings on these because he was planning to drive on worlds like Mars just to explore, the same with Venus. But for Venus, he had some extreme ideas for frames and tires, as the planet is a hellhole. Are you planning to camp outside? Sirin, who was with him, heard his comments. Since they are out of the bug era, she doesn't mind exploring stuff in a more traditional sense. Part of her wants to brag to the goody two-shoes she was on a trip that Kiana couldn't imagine. Yeah, like the whole Pangea. Exploring all continents in a single supercontinent and capturing some dimetrodons or amphibians pretending to be crocodiles. And that is just early Permian. Later stages of the Permian have huge deserts to explore and get myself a first mount. He said that while rubbing his chin, he recalled that late Permian had new kings as there was a mid-extinction event, ending dimetrodons and allowing a new king to rise from a group of mammal-like reptiles, the Garganopsids. The biggest of them was the Inostrancevia, the size of modern-day tigers. They had saber-like teeth, and from some fossils, it is said that they could potentially have hair. Mount. Are you serious? She stopped reading and turned her head to the side. Of course, I am thinking of making an Allosaurus and T-Rex as mounts. On top of that, Quetzalcoatlus as my flying mount and Mosasaurus as my water mount. He said that from the top of his head. Boys. She rolled her head before checking the dinosaurs he just named on her console. She raised her eyebrows when she saw Quetzalcoatlus. That thing could fly. Impressive. The girl was surprised by this flying reptile. It is amazing that something like this could fly without special energy. Indeed. Boys do boy things. My classmates will be surprised to see me ride an Allosaurus to class. When she heard that, she swiftly checked her wiki. That's a predator with big teeth and claws. She deadpanned at him. Why do you even care? Sirin sighed after deadpanning. Why did he care about showing off something like that? To normal people, no less. Because, my angel of destruction, they are dinosaurs. Tech is one thing. But a dinosaur? It's like showing off your new dog to your friends and neighbors. He seriously replied to her. Is that a human thing? She asked curiously. I guess. I mean, when you are proud of something, you want to show off. He shrugged. For Marcus, it's more like a person's thing, not just a human. After all, one wants rewards in some shape and form from as many as possible after working hard. In this case, he knows that his parents will be happy with whatever he does, as long as he doesn't nuke another country, but having dinos is another thing. He does remember some of his classmates talking about them a while ago. So, yeah. He does want to show off, and Sirin will film their trip. Anyway, let me finish these, and then we can cuddle and maybe edit the videos you have stored away. The wild-haired girl stopped midway with her complaint about cuddling and sighed as she knew there was no point in arguing with him, as she knew he could do something to her again. Nothing, just finish your boy things, and then we can cuddle. She slightly blushed before returning to her reading. 2 days later. A green and blue circle manifested just outside of Permian Earth. Confiscator left the circle and turned towards the Earth. The girls were already waiting in the hangar for the vessel to approach the planet so that they could begin their animal gathering operations. How many years have passed? Jean asked the assistant. Just around 3 million, give and take. It took an extra day because we needed to cross the distance from reality to reality. It was a considerably short one because we went to one next door. For example, to reach the reality of Sirin over there, we would need to fly for around 10 days. Quinella explained as he motioned towards Sirin, who was with Marcus at the bridge at the moment. Even after the day limit passed, she remained oddly close to him, which annoyed the assistant who wanted to cuddle, not to mention Guyana, who was waiting for her time. If it took that long, how did Master transport her to his submarine? Lu Fei asked curiously as she was taking notes. That's because he was building a spiritual bridge. It's like magnet fishing, you throw in the magnet and pull back with whatever the magnet holds. Spiritual is far smaller and far less power-hungry than the physical aspect of traveling. She explained to the witch maid. So couldn't we link spiritually first and then breach with the physical realm? The pale blonde maid pondered out loud. Possible, but to breach that, you need to pay around 80% of the whole energy needed for the crossover, considering you would need to add a converter alongside, meaning that you need to pay around 150% times more energy than you initially have allocated, maybe more depending on what you wanted to transmit to the other side. The assistant explained as she brushed her hair. I am more interested in these. But then Atlanta interrupted as she was getting bored listening to interdimensional traveling and all that drivel. What is with the land vehicles? The lion girl asked, looking interested in the off-road bike. Master is branching out. He feels that he didn't explore enough of Carboniferous, so he wants to explore it in a more traditional sense. And the butterfly effect? She asked the assistant in a curious tone as the dog's tail moved from side to side. The tires are special as they deploy a small barrier of a layer. The bike doesn't leave the trail, but you will get the feeling that your bike still touches the land, Quinella explained with a raised finger as she liked the new tire technology. Oh. She licked her lips as she found herself wanting one. Yes, so if you want one, you need to ask Master. I will, don't worry about that. The lion girl will find her way. Seeing such confidence in the maid made Quinella frown for a second, but she quickly brushed it aside and summoned her hologram to show the current world map. Just like Carboniferous, we have 2 seasons here. However, these seasons only apply to the coastal areas and the chains of islands in the superocean of Panthalassic, the smaller Paleotethys Ocean, and the slightly bigger Tethys Ocean. The rest of the supercontinent gets no rain because of how big it is. The rain clouds can't reach it. I thought this was much later, Irina said with crossed arms as she looked at the map. No, it already has started, but the process is far slower than you can imagine. It takes around 30,000 and plus years for the vegetation to retreat and die from a lack of liquids. But you should remember that trees have roots and can drink water from underground, the assistant explained to the chef girl. I see, it does make sense. As they were discussing the girl-friendlier world, Marcus and Sirin arrived at the hangar. The assimilator construction has begun. The game to collect points has started. You have around 4 days until the assimilator is completed, he said to them as he walked over to his recently completed SUV and bike. The bike can be attached to the back as he based this on one of the Jeep models. It's not an exact model, he only has some pictures to base it on. And what will you be doing? Irina asked him as she saw the car and the bike. Is he planning to travel around the planet? Exploring with these, he replied to her before making a hand motion. His clothes changed into a white t-shirt and military camouflage cargo shorts with side pockets. Of course, he had leather gloves for driving because it was cool and blue Adidas sneakers. He looked like a tourist. And the butterfly effect. We are in Permian, Irina. More than 298 million years away. We can only leave a trail on wetlands with clay. But most of the trails we will leave this time around are on sand. But even then, I had already made preparations for it. These 2 don't leave trails. He motioned at the vehicles. Right, boys. At that moment, the pair of vehicles swiftly transformed into robots. The Jeep was white, and the bike was silver. Both had light colors because of how hot the planet would become in the upcoming millions of years. You got it, boss. Yo. The pair greeted the maids and his creations. Let me guess, Transformers versus dinosaurs? Sirin asked him while gazing at the machines and then at him. Sorta. I mean, I want to see a Transformer wrestle a dinosaur, something like Tarbosaurus. They apparently were slightly more dangerous than T-Rex in crunching competition, but that's debatable. We will be able to test ourselves, he replied while stroking his chin. And your clothes? Irina walked over to his side, feeling slightly jealous. Will he be able to experience the planet properly? She had the urge to remove her helmet many times on the carboniferous Earth. But the planet's oxygen levels were too dangerous for humans, enchanted or not. I have updated our suit devices. The new casual mode allows us to experience the planet, but at the same time, no bacteria leaves bodies, the nanites around us collect and dispose of them. He explained as they could still see the triangle-shaped device on his chest. He then showed them his hand, which was naked, but then if one could focus on him more closely, they could see that there was an invisible layer around his body. That's great. The girl proceeded to check, but by this point, everyone already changed into casual wear. So, how many of us can come with you? Atlanta asked him as she was eyeing the bike. 4. I mean, you could fly around, but it will eventually become boring. Marcus shrugged at her as he looked at the Jeep. He will use his bike, and the Jeep has 4 proper seats, so it is 4. But then he can switch and give the bike to one of his girls. That depends if they want to drive it. Great. Then I am coming with you. The lion maid swiftly grabbed his hand. Same with me. Sirin grabbed his other hand as she felt her territory was being encroached. She had been close to him for the past 3 days. She won't lose that streak. Then I will come as well. Quinella brushed her hair while declaring her intentions. Sure. Marcus doesn't mind at all the company. Then you will need a chef because I think you will be away for several days, Irina said after thinking about what to do. Irina-sama. Hisako panicked as she witnessed what happened. What? I do have the suit. Nothing will happen to me. There is no way you are coming as well. Jean grabbed Hisako. One chef leaving is bearable, but both. That is unacceptable, the maid saint pulled the girl towards their camp. But there is nowhere safer than being with our master in a whole prehistoric world. Lu Fei chipped in as she was nervous, too. Without a chef, they could be eating the same old stuff. But I am her secretary. Yes, but there is nothing you need to manage at this moment. Jean countered her argument. Indeed, you should join us to fish first. We need to taste the fish. It has been more than 20 million years since we took a dip in these waters. Hippolyta said with a grin. I suppose I will join you. Hisako gave up because she was worried Marcus would corrupt her, miss. Good. The same could be said with the pair of goddesses who missed the chance to explore with him. They were just a second too late. They hoped he would pick them up, but sadly, the girls themselves didn't want to wait. Sir, we are approaching the drop-off point north of Antarctica. As Aurora said that, the hangar doors opened, and everyone walked to see the land masses below. They could see bits and pieces of ice, some gravel, and vegetation. The temperature was around -10 Celsius. We will be going east from where, towards Australia, then climb up and go back to the west, rinse and repeat until we cross the whole of Pangaea, he said with a smirk. Won't that take weeks with cars? Irina asked with a worried tone. She doesn't mind traveling but for that long. She was worried. Well, yeah, we need to cross the supercontinent, he said with an eye roll. He then turned and faced his robots. Boys. You are up. Sure thing, let's roll out. The pair of robots rushed forward, jumping from the hangar, transforming midair, and then landing on the ground without sound. And they dropped a considerable height. But thanks to the technomancy installed in them, the concept of space and gravity acts according to how they want. When Marcus saw them do the most transformer-like thing, he smirked as he followed them and jumped from the hangar. The 4 girls who would be traveling with him followed right after him as they flew out. I guess we will proceed with collecting animals from his era. Athena turned to the side and faced the group. We will start with the sea. Enterprise looked at Tirpitz while saying that. Agreed. Then take the right ocean, and we will take the left one, the maids replied to the ship girls. Fine by me. The silver-haired carrier ship nodded before proceeding to fly out with Tirpitz. One by one, the large group split into smaller ones. They all decided to explore and collect the animals, as this time around, there were barely any large bugs left. Marcus and the girls landed on the ground, and they walked to the SUV and the bike. Atlanta was looking at the bike. Her hands were twitching. She wanted to drive this thing. You know, if you want to drive the bike, then do it. We will switch tomorrow. The inventor saw how she was acting around the bike. It's hard not to pick it up. Are you sure? The huntress was slightly self-conscious after realizing that her behavior had been noticed. Yes, as I said, you can have it for a whole day while I will drive the jeep, he said with a shrug as he walked to the SUV. All right. The girl exclaimed with a happy voice as she walked to the bike and inspected it. How do I start it? There is no key or anything, she asked him before he got into the SUV. You don't. It's a self-aware transformer. If you want to drive, you can. As Marcus said, he got into the driver's seat in the white SUV. Sirin swiftly rushed to the passenger seat. Quinella clicked her tongue as she was too late, making her sit in the back while Irina was the last to get into the car. Oh, I see. The girl ended up sitting on the bike, and the pseudo-electric MTM engine turned on. With the handle squeezed and pushed down, the bike moved, and the back wheel rapidly dug into the gravel before quickly accelerating. D-damn. The lion maid needed a second to get the hang of it as she swiftly realized that this thing was a beast. Don't lose focus. I made it powerful. The distance we will need to cross is not small. Marcus contacted her via the HUD. They may look like they had casual clothes, but the suit was on either way, and they could use all the perks. Yeah, I can see that. The lioness smirked as she got faster and moved through the semi-arid land at absurd speed, weaving around the boulders left by the retreating glaciers. Well, we should not get left behind. Marcus slightly smirked as she saw her disappearing in the distance. He pressed the accelerator, and the SUV's engine turned on, and they also started to accelerate. Irina wanted to comment that their trip could be bumpy with Northwest existing road, but to her surprise, it was like they were driving on asphalt. I guess those barriers are a game changer. Eventually, the trip got into high gear as they moved rapidly through the arid land. Several hours later, when everyone was relaxing instead of Marcus, who was having the time of his life, driving an SUV at absurd speed through prehistoric wilderness, he stopped his car as he noticed something in the distance. Something you found. Sirin, who was reading a book, stopped and looked at him. Yeah. Look at that. He pointed at the distance. Is that a Dimetrodon? I think, the girl replied, needing to double-check her prehistoric animals. Yes. And they live around ponds and swamps, hunting for amphibians and ancient sharks. Sharks in ponds. Sirin looked confused for a second. Duh, you will see crocodiles in trees in Triassic. Marcus eye-rolled at her for such a comment as he swiftly left his car and rushed towards the animal. The girls followed him as they arrived at the wet area. From the side, it looked like swampy lowlands around a river delta in the distance. There was quite a bit of water here. We are so close to the actual Antarctic, but lizards like these live here. Irina was surprised. The temperature was still around -2 Celsius. Their huge sails on their back allow them to store and regulate heat, Quinella explained as they looked at Marcus, fearlessly approaching the clueless Dimetrodon. While they are considered lizards, we don't truly know if they are cold-blooded or warm-blooded until we make sure with blood samples and skin their bodies. The assistant explained with crossed arms. All we have is the fossils of their bones. The paleontologists came up with their theories after inspecting their fossils. As she explained, they saw how Dimetrodon tried to bite Marcus, but after several times, the animal realized that it couldn't bite through him. Instead, it started to feel threatened and started to run away. I know that much. So it appears it is not cold-blooded. Maybe it is cold-blooded, but it has developed organs we don't know about which can maintain its heat. There have been millions of years of evolution. Their species have been around for millions of years since the late Carboniferous. They survived the peak of the Ice Age. We are still in the waning years of an Ice Age, but these things survived. Quinella watched how Marcus pinned down the apex predator of the early Permian era. What is he doing to that poor animal? Irina started to feel pity for that Dimetrodon. Pretty sure he is scanning him. Quinella tried to understand herself, but it looked like Marcus was treating that wild beast like a house cat. Chapter 105, The Superstorm. Marcus looked at the DNA strand of Dimetrodon rotating in front of him. It was a hologram made from his suit's nanites. Compare with data we gathered so far. Compiling data. A few moments later, he saw the connection with the animals he collected before. I thought he was more related to Edaphosaurus than this. Regardless, they do come from a common ancestor. He rubbed his chin while checking the family tree. The inventor looked down as his leg was holding down Dimetrodon's tail. He is not allowing the apex predator of this era to run away from him. What are you going to do with it? Sirin asked, crouching down to Dimetrodon's level. With both hands holding her cheeks, she looked like someone who was exploring the zoo for the first time. Obviously, keep it. He dismissed the hologram and mentally called a shuttle to pick it up. Less than 5 minutes later, one of the 4 newly built exploration ships attached to Confiscator's ring arrived right above Marcus' location. A tractor beam proceeded to pull in the Dimetrodon while Marcus was still on the ground. He was inspecting how this tech was working. Well, that takes care of that. Now to explore the river and the delta. He looked at the valley of this ancient river. You want to capture those frogs too? Sirin grimaced as she stood up and looked where he was looking. Not quite. I would say check the vegetation and stuff. He then looked at Quinella and Irina and motioned for them to come over. Maybe we can find new salads. He said with a shrug. I guess. She wasn't that confident in doing that. Let's explore the river. Don't sushi use grass from seas and rivers? He said to Irina as the pair walked over to his side. Yes, but it's very specific grass. You think we can find something in a river like this? The cherry blonde replied as she quickly started to consider his suggestion. I don't know, that is why I am suggesting. No one was in this river before, and no one will after us. It could be a treasure trove or a dud. He shrugged. Remember where we are. He reminded her about their location. True. Just like that, the chef girl was excited and anxious about what she could possibly find. The other three were in a similar situation, and with rekindled excitement, they all proceeded to walk towards the river. Marcus could see a bunch of unfamiliar fish of all shapes and sizes. The river was full of life, even though it was extremely cold. Because it was flowing water, the ice didn't form so they could explore. With the Nanites' help, the girls created buckets and started to collect whatever they thought looked edible. As they were doing that, Marcus created a spear from the Nanites and decided to do some spearfishing. Don't forget to record everything and scan it. Irina realized this after collecting a bunch of river grass, some mollusk-like animals, and even protocrab-like creatures. She is certain that she had never seen these before, and she has no doubt that these things never became fossils. I know. You do have your hut and suit on all the time, so make it automatic, Sirin commented as she was inspecting some stones. I think I found some gold. The Hershers said with a curious look as she inspected a small golden rock in her palm. No surprise. There should be other luxurious metals around as well, Quinella replied as she looked around. Small hills were in the distance. She accessed the aerial view and swiftly found where the river started. If there is gold here, there should be more in that mountainside. Good. At that moment, the girl realized that no humans were around apart from them. They could dig so much gold and other stuff. But then she recalled that it's not necessary. Marcus could make any metal she would want. Still, she is going through layers of realization where they are at this moment. Thanks to tech, part of her is ignorant of her surroundings. Got one. That moment, they heard Marcus exclaim at something. Their gaze went to him. They saw a grayish-blue shark-like creature pulled out from the water. Irina, do you think you could make sushi from these? He asked the chef girl as he showed her the small shark he held. Depends, sushi is a very delicate thing. You don't just eat fish or, in this case, sharks with rice. We need to run some taste experiments to see the combinations. She said to him as he placed more river grass in the bucket. Well, that is why we are doing this anyway. He said with a shrug as he threw the shark into a bucket at the shore. Marcus continued to explore, but the river started getting deeper, so he walked on the river's surface. Before long, he arrived at the delta and saw a beach spanning as far as he could see. In the distance, he could see some icebergs floating away. He arrived at quite a beautiful sight. I thought we were driving away from the west coast, Marcus complained as he accessed the recently deployed satellites and looked around, trying to orientate himself in the world. Well, whatever. It's not like we are in a hurry. He shrugged before lifting his leg as if a shark-like creature had tried to bite him. Well, you guys are quite pesky ones, aren't you? Considering I have no idea what you guys are, the inventor commented as he used his spear to stab the animal and pulled it out. He realized that this thing was huge, around 2 to 3 meters long. Since the animal was bleeding either way, he got some of its blood and filled out the database. New clade discovered. Beginning to fill up the details. Great, it appears we have a new discovery. He then scanned the inside of a fish like a shark. He found out that the animal had soft bones, a classic trait of a proper fish. These kinds of animals don't leave behind fossils, only teeth. As he was commenting, more shark-like creatures proceeded to surround him. Not going to lie. You guys love cool water or something, he commented, finding it rare for a shark-like creature to swim in such cold waters. But he obviously got no replies from the animals as they tried to jump from the water and bite the bleeding shark's corpse on Marcus' spear. Yeah, no. This is my kill. He lifted it even higher before looking for a place to get out of the water. Seeing a beach in the distance, he jumped towards it, and seconds later, he landed soundlessly on the sand. Now then, what should we do with you? He proceeded to do more scans on the animal, discovering a couple of new bacteria that didn't exist in the Carboniferous. Well, I can chop you up and use it for food. He came up with a solution and called forth another exploration ship to pick it up for him. Give this fish to the Dimetrodon I capture. He instructed his AI before proceeding to walk around the beach area. Maybe he will find some turtles or their relatives. We should camp around this area for tonight. I want to test out what I can make from these. Irina suggested to Marcus the moment he returned to the area where he parked his SUV. By this point, Atlanta returned as the lion maid realized that she had lost Marcus at some point. Thankfully, they have satellites that help her coordinate and return to his location. Sure, we can do that. The inventor nodded at the suggestion before pulling out a cube and throwing it a distance away. The cube glowed and started to grow in size. Once the glow stopped, it revealed itself to be a house inside a boundary field of energy of some sort. A house. The chef girl thought they would be camping in some shape or form, not staying in a legitimate house. By this point, I should not be surprised that he had something like this. It has everything that a house should need. So, let's go. Marcus grabbed the fish and sharks he spearfished and started to walk towards the portable house. As expected, Quinella had some idea that camping with her creator would not be normal in any way. Well, it's not normal in the first place, as they are in a super distant past in the first place. And here I worried I would need to sleep on the ground, Sirin complained out loud. On the ground? Sweetheart, you can always sleep on me, and I will hug you like a pillow. Marcus teased, hearing her complain like that. His comment made the white-haired girl blush. Irina blushed, too, when she heard it. Why, you know what I mean by that. The girl stuttered in her reply as she needed to look away. Why is he doing that in front of the whole group? I know, but I love your reaction. He joked as they entered the house, which was quite homelike with some touch from the future. What greeted them was a large living room. It had a couch and TV, a dining table at the side, and an open kitchen behind it. There were stairs leading upstairs and a small corridor at the side. The house was not big, but it was enough to live in for a long time if one wanted. Not bad. Is this what you consider camping house? Sirin commented as she recalled the house Kiana was staying with her father in the Siberian wilderness. It was a simple wooden cottage with barely anything in it. I am an inventor, so I invent. He shrugged at her before walking to the kitchen, which had a portion of the wall missing. It could easily work like a bar, as well. Marcus added this because he now had great chefs. He could just sit at the bar and wait for them to cook. He placed some fish on the kitchen table. The girls followed after him and put their buckets with stuff next to the fish and sharks. Well, I will need some pots and bowls to sort this out, Irina said as she looked around. She found familiar assembly lines installed in cupboards above the sink, which can produce plates and cups. Use the cupboards. The kitchen is fully equipped to provide whatever you need. She nodded, but the spoiled part of her mentally complained that this stuff was over the top. She wants a regular stove with an oven. Yes, I can see. Now, if you excuse me, I need space. She motioned for them to leave the packed kitchen area. The house might look spacey, but the moment they all are in the kitchen, there is barely any space to move. Okay, let's go. Marcus motioned for the girls to leave. As they walked out, Atlanta looked sour. It appears I missed a great opportunity to hunt. The lioness commented as she saw those sharks on the table. Well, there is not that much stuff around the river. Did you see any swamps or oases? He asked her as he got comfortable on the couch. No, the land slowly turns into dry, arid ground. I assume if we go further north and inland, we will reach the desert you spoke about before. The huntress spoke with a confident voice. Indeed, I checked the map. We will soon enter the desert, and though there are patches of wetlands similar to this delta, I can only guess that this is where we will find more of these amphibians who should be rulers of these lands. Quinella commented as she recalled that Permian was supposed to be called the Ra of amphibians. But the land-dominant creatures are pseudo-mammal-like reptiles. What a weird world they are inhabiting at this moment. Meanwhile, Guyana was walking through wet, tropical jungles on an island next to Pangaea around the equatorial. Such islands have isolated pockets of animals not seen on the mainland. The dragoness plans to capture all of them and present them to Marcus upon her return. She might have failed to join his expedition group, but she can do something good either way. So there is something here. She gazed to the side, and at that moment, a lizard-like creature with a big raptor-like mouth rushed at her. The silver-haired girl stepped aside at the last second, making it a miss. The creature looked similar to Komodo dragons, which are found in Indonesia. Minus the lizard aesthetics, it was more like a dinosaur than a lizard. Well, I think I saw you in a book somewhere. The dragoness commented as, with a hand motion, her spear appeared in her hand. But I am not certain. Once more, she sidestepped and looked around to see if more existed. But there was nothing. So you kind are solo hunters. I see. She said while using her spear to parry another lunge. The girl wants to see if the commotion will invite a bigger predator. Part of her is weirded out that tropics like these have no birds or flyers, only some bugs, which she is not interested in. Sadly, it appears you are the top dog in this place. The silver dragon commented one last time before the beast tried to pounce one more time. But this time, she smacked it with her spear to the side, knocking it down before she used time to freeze it in place. As the beast was pinned down, she used her HUD to check the number of points she would get from it. Well, not bad, better than anything we could get in Carboniferous. She dismissed the HUD before asking for an exploration ship to pick it up. A few minutes later, a plane-shaped vessel flew over and beamed up the frozen beast. Now to see what these guys were feasting on. As Irina tried to find the materials for a dish, Quinella went to assist her. Atlanta went outside to look for actual fruits or anything related to fruits. But there was little to no chance she could find one, as fruits didn't appear for another 100 or so million years. That leaves Sirin and Marcus alone in the living room, something the Herschers appreciates. As the girl was cuddling to his side while he was doing some homework. He returned to some of his previous projects since the gadgets were in place and the time-related stuff was done. Since we have the triangle devices and diamond engines, I could theoretically make Sirin use her Herschers powers anywhere. The only issue is that I must make them appear real instead of illusions. A Realitas 2.0 projector could do it, but that would make her carry an extra. As he pondered on that, his hand was stroking her waist. No, it's fine. I could just make her use the nanites produced by the triangle. At that moment, he summoned his console and proceeded to skim through files until he found the code of the triangle device software. He proceeded to expand on it and add the code from Honkai he had developed beforehand. The quantum computer swiftly processed it, and the software was executed. Before long, Sirin, who was cuddling next to him, turned stiff as she lifted her head and looked at him. What just happened? She asked him, feeling her Herschers core rapidly refilling with an endless amount of energy. It's like the triangle core is feeding it directly. I added Honkai sequences to the engine. Your core is picking it up, and your energy is being fed to it. The nanites will assist you in using Honkai through the core. Marcus explained what he did. The white-haired girl swiftly got up and rushed outside. When she got outside, her regular clothes shifted into her Herschers clothes. Swiftly, her energy wing manifested, and 3 subspace lances proceeded to come into existence. Lastly, she started to float with her void instead of using the suit's anti-gravity ability. Amazing. So much power. She was certain that the amount of power she had was many times more than she ever had before. With an infinite reactor next to her Herschers core, there was little to no delay in power transfer. The only possible downside she had was the nanites, but to counter that, she could just continuously generate them before utilizing them. Give her some time, and she will outperform her peak self in terms of void usage. It appears everything is in order. Marcus followed after her as he went outside and looked at her in the sky. Yes. And much more. She turned around and looked at him with a grin. The way she is now, she no longer needs those pesky satellites to allow her to use her powers. The void she can perform now is more than sufficient. But how did you overcome illusionary space limitations? The satellites before would add a layer of space to allow me to utilize, but now. She looked confused as she sensed the limits of her range, but where did this range come from in the first place? Well, I based it on a planet's magnetic field, with you as the planet and the triangle device as the core of a planet that emits the field. While you can't teleport far, you are more than able to fight with your pure void abilities, he explained to her. While it was not a perfect solution, he gave her old powers back. Now, she can use them anywhere as long as she has her diamond engine triangle device. Her eyes sparkled when she heard the explanation. It's more than enough. She jumped on him, wrapping her hands around his neck and legs around his waist. Then, she slammed her lips on his as she proceeded to kiss him hard. After a couple of minutes, Quinella and Irina walked out of the house and found themselves standing in the middle of nowhere and kissing. Quinella's eyebrows twitched, seeing Sirin being all over him like this. While Irina placed her hand on her mouth, seeing this girl doing that. She always sees Sirin trying to act aloft most of the time. But now, all that act is out of the window. As if knowing that girls were watching them, Sirin pulled back and looked over Marcus' shoulder at the duo watching her. A smirk appeared on her lips as she whispered something into his ear. All right, let's go. He squeezed her rear as he replied, turning around and walking past the pair right into the house. Then he took the stairs. What are they going to do? Irina stuttered, but she already knew, pretending not to know. I don't need to spell it out for you. Quinella brushed her hair with her fingers as she walked back into the house. The cherry-blonde girl blushed even harder as her mind entered the gutter. She started to imagine herself in Sirin's position, which made her feel strange emotions going through her body, warming her up. This was something she never felt before. And it made her feel a slight fear towards this unknown. Lemon. Marcus laid the white-haired beauty on the bed as he looked at her from the top to the bottom. His eyes scanned those exquisite Herscher's clothes, which made her look extremely sexy with that short skirt. Someone looks excited. Come show me what you are planning to do to me, Sirin smirked while motioning for him to come at her. As my queen commands. He grabbed her legs and spread them apart. After seeing that scene, Irina was not the same. There was a part of her that was rebelling and desiring that forbidden fruit. However, she had self-control, she was an heiress, after all. Marcus quickly noticed that the girl's clothes started to change as the days passed. The group finally reached the other side of the continent. They were in a place that would become Australia in the distant future, but now it is simply part of Pangaea. Since they were climbing up, the temperature started to improve. It was warmer, and the girls began to dress in skimpier clothes, like shorts. Marcus noticed that the chef girl was trying her hardest to look hot and sexy. Eventually, the inventor realized that she was sending signals to him to pounce on her. It was the only thing he could think of. Rumble. Sadly, for now, he has to ignore it because a huge storm is moving towards the beach they are in. Damn, look at this. Marcus pointed at the storm, which was still growing. The clouds were enormous, and the thunder was not holding back. It kept blasting through the skies. The inventor checked it through the satellites, and what he got was impressive. The storm was close to the size of the entire African continent and was still growing. If he is right, and usually is, this storm will touch the entire east coast of Pangaea. No way. Is this normal? Irina asked, as her weather knowledge was no better than that of the average person on the street. No, it's thanks to Pangaea, Quinella replied as she was finding out the average speed of the winds and the amount of water this would bring. When Aurora finished its calculation, the group frowned. We will need to retreat at least 10 to 20 miles back into land. No, I suggest at least 50, maybe 100, just to make sure we don't get the bulk of the winds, Atlanta commented as she saw the storm as well. We don't need to worry about that. Nothing will touch us as long as we are inside this house. Quinella explained to the lioness. I know that fundamental forces protect the house. But this area could be flooded by several meters of water and mud, the maid clarified. No need. The assimilator was finished a while ago, and we can watch all of it from orbit. Marcus commented as he stroked his chin. Aurora, inform the assimilator that I want to record all the data we can from such a storm. We need to record everything we can about the consequences of a single supercontinent. This is an important clue as we must understand how ecology and weather patterns work in such a world. Marcus said to the AI as he decided what to do. Understood, relaying information to the assimilator. Since you wish to take such a course of action, we need to move out. The weather is getting dangerous. Atlanta, who has experienced quite a bit of dangerous weather, is feeling on edge. Yeah, let's go. Rumble. Crack. Boom. As the group of 5 left the house, a bright flash and a huge thunder strike slammed some distance away. Eep. Irina grabbed Marcus' hand and hugged it from fear. Marcus smiled slightly as he was reminded that Irina was well developed. Let's get into the SUV. He said to everyone as he looked at the parked vehicles. I will take the bike. Atlanta swiftly rushed over, jumped on the bike, and proceeded to drive it up in the most literal sense. Fine. He rolled his eyes as he motioned for the house to shrink into a cube and fly to his hand before he pocketed it. By that point, all of the girls were inside the car waiting for him. Sheesh, it still hasn't started to rain, and they are already spooked. Internally, he sighed to himself at how scared the girls were. They were like cats. Even his assistant is pretending that it's fine. That reminds me. I don't recall adding anything about Storm to the initial programming. As he pondered about it, he got into the white Jeep and drove it away into the sky. I know this is late, but can the SUV work in space? Irina asked them. Just initiate the suit if you are not feeling safe. Marcus shrugged as he picked up speed and rushed towards the core of the assimilator. The superstructure has already been initiated, and the net is set. The game of collecting animals ended with maids acquiring the most points thanks to their simple strategy of collecting everything. It was not that anyone was competing with them, as the ship girls were just exploring the world, and Guyana was just looking for predators. After driving to the atmosphere's edge and into the core part of assimilator, the group walked through the hangar and into the elevator, which took them to the control room. This is my second time seeing this, but it always blows my mind how quickly everything just happened, Irina commented as she realized that all of these girls who are running this new assimilator are only a couple of days old. They have not even set foot on modern Earth. I know what you mean. I had similar thoughts. Sirin commented back. Only Atlanta has already gotten used to it, and she is simply glossing over the spontaneous appearance of living, breathing people. As the pair were talking, Marcus went to his seat. I want to observe the storm approaching Pangaea from the east. Send the flying saucers there. Roger, rearranging the tasks, focusing on the storm. At that moment, the flooring glowed and became transparent, and the camera focused on the big storm below. That's one huge rain cloud. Atlanta sarcastically commented. Preliminary scans show that the storm will be 3 times stronger than the system we borrowed from regular nations. Sir, I don't think we need a better categorizing system. The observations officer explained to Marcus. Then just add categories 6 and 7 and on and on. There is no need to discard something that has worked before, just improve on that. Understood. Chapter 106, Temple of, Outside, Time. Marcus gazed at the storm clouds below as he sipped his tea. According to preliminary data, the storm could last 3 times longer than any storm recorded in modern times. With such revelation, he decided to take it easy. Sir, I have detected a time ripple. It has frequency as a container. I don't remember requesting anything. The inventor looked confused as he mentally summoned the camera and checked the data the time flow readers showed. Send someone to pick it up. Relaying orders. Isn't it strange? A random package. Sirin commented, her voice had hints of suspicion. It could be from Ars Almadel Salomonis. Quinella chipped in as she was gazing at the world below. But the space station would reply if we send word first. Hershers reasoned. We will see. As the group discussed the weirdness, a gunship went to the moon's orbit, picked up the package, and brought it back to the assimilator. The engineers and mechanics proceeded to work on opening the crate. Aurora checked the data after following the protocol and realizing it was secure. Sir, this is a short message from Carboniferous Assimilator. It says they have finished the task and are waiting outside the time for the next objective. Isn't time flow linked? How could they finish the task? He sounded confused for a second. The time flow for Assimilator is linked with the planet below, the anchoring is set to the Earth, not us. Then, and since the Assimilator is set. Marcus realized that the amount of time that had flowed was a lot. Aurora, ensure this Assimilator is set properly and prepare the confiscator. We are leaving for outside of time. The inventor stood up. Record this storm properly before returning to normal procedures. After instructing them, he motioned for the girls to follow. They were leaving. Marcus is excited to see several million years of recorded evolutionary history. Roger. The operator saluted before seeing Marcus leave with his girls. The group walked to the docks and took escalators to the docked confiscator. The inventor remained quiet the whole time, pondering what he had gotten from that assimilator. He didn't expect a large chunk of data so early. However, one small miscalculation over time could cause thousands of years of progress elsewhere. Ugh, after this, I will stick with making girls instead of this, Marcus complained as he scratched the back of his head. What will you do with that assimilator in the area outside the time? Sirin asked with a small but very concerned voice. Make more assimilators, then send them all out to all the time periods needed. I won't need to check all the timelines. He shrugged at them. But, I thought you wanted to see things. Irina joined them as she heard the command to return to Confiscator, so she needed to ask him. I do, but I just got millions of years of data on evolution. I need to check it out. I still plan to observe extinction events and get my dinosaurs on my own, but I can do it anytime if I have a base secured. And next time, I can visit with Ars Almadel Salomonis. He said with a small smirk. Moments later, they returned to the Confiscator, and her secretary jumped on Irina. Irina-sama. Hisako. The cherry blonde was slightly confused by the affection shown by the fellow chef. Irina-sama, there was this huge shark-like creature with saw-like teeth. That thing tried to eat me, but Goddess Athena was able to smack it away. It was an enormous thing. Around 8 meters long. And there were more strange things at the bottom of the ocean. The girl unleashed an avalanche of words as she was traumatized by the weird creatures she encountered in the ocean. Irina started to sweat hearing all that. She needs her to stop. Relax. Hisako. The cherry blonde chef shook her shoulders. All right. It's fine. We are leaving Permian for now. Oh okay. I saw too many frogs anyway. Hisako smiled while saying that. Yes, anyway. Something happened to the other assimilator Marcus left behind, so we are returning to an area outside the time. As the pair caught up, Marcus sent them to their room to relax. He then went to the bridge and instructed the crew to set course to the coordinates they acquired from the data package. Set course. We are leaving the orbit. Setting route, initiating time engine, preparing for construction of Bifrost Bridge. The officers scrambled to start setting up the leaving point. The spaceship rushed out of Permian Earth's atmosphere. Graviton projectors on the ship's hull glowed and began creating the rainbow-colored bridge. At the end of the bridge was a greenish-blue circle building by itself. Once ready, Confisfactor accelerated into it and disappeared upon the contact. A day later, the warship blasted out from a green nebula-like cloud and rushed towards an acorn-shaped construct floating above the green moving clouds. Marcus, who didn't leave the bridge the whole time, gazed at the assimilator with a curious gaze. He wonders how much time has passed for the AI in the assimilator and how many animals it has collected. Moments later, the exploration vessel docked with the assimilator. Sir, it will take a while for me to process the data. According to the data I received, 566,000 cycles and over 200 million daily data patches need processing. The inventor's eyebrows went up when he heard how many cycles there were. Cycles, as in solar rotation cycles. Since they didn't have a beginning point for years, they went with solar cycles. How many times does the planet circle around the sun? And they have over 566,000 years. This is how many years Assimilator worked, moving back and forth through the Carboniferous to collect all the samples. Thankfully, the AI models I use never advance beyond set boundaries. That many years is enough for one to go rogue. As someone who already has AI turned human, Quinella is territorial enough to set AIs in a way that they can't rebel. When Marcus and the crew walked out from the confiscator, they were greeted by shocked knights. Supreme Commander. He finally visited us. The handlers, the knights, the hangar workers, they all looked like they saw a celebrity for the first time, or in this case, they saw him again in over 500,000 years. You know, I am happy that this is the reaction we get, not plasma pikes in our faces, Quinella whispered to Marcus. Yeah. The group passed by the saluting assimilator's crew and went deeper into the station. Eventually, they arrived at the control room. Supreme Commander. A bunch of girls rushed towards Marcus, whose eyes widened to a massive degree. He didn't expect tens of girls to jump on him. Quinella, Sirin, Guyuna, and the rest looked at this with complex emotions. When I designed females for the crew, I didn't expect this. Quinella explained as she massaged her forehead. So it was your idea. Hershers frowned when she realized that his assistant was actively making Marcus' harem bigger each time he made a new vessel or a new station. I wanted to make the bridge more eye-pleasing at that time. The platinum-haired assistant clarified her intentions for such a design choice. Well, you wanted one thing, but it devolved into something else, Sirin said with crossed arms. I never thought we would travel through time. We were hunting vampires for golden cups a couple of months ago. Quinella shrugged. At that time, having cute girls on the bridge looked like a good choice. Eventually, Marcus moved the affectionate girls away. He is still trying to understand how they were over 500,000 years old. Thankfully, he had a system so they would not get insane for living that long. I'm sorry. There was a mishap. I won't leave you girls behind like this again, he clarified. It's okay. We have more than 50 million years of data for you to look over, the captain puffed her chest. Marcus' lips slightly twitched when he heard that. He was not expecting such a large chunk. Yes. For now, order the nanites to begin building assimilators for the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous, and the rest all the way to the modern era, and prepare 3 for Venus, Mars, and Titan. Once you have those, we will launch the ones for prehistoric eras. With those secured, we can accelerate the acquisition of my top listers. Marcus issued orders as he walked to his seat, which he hadn't sat for around 566,000 years. It's weird, to say the least. The way he built his stuff, which doesn't age normally, he made sure his stuff was around for many, many years to come. That is why his seat was the same as the one he had just sat in the other assimilator when he sat down. After thinking about time, he mentally summoned the data packages. His eyes widened as he saw hundreds of thousands of folders started to pop up. Holy shit! He swore under his breath, overwhelmed by all the data. Thankfully, everything was sorted properly. All he needed to do was read it. Well, this is good. Once I read all of this, I will have a concrete understanding of how nature evolves. As Marcus barricaded in the control room with all that precious data, the girls were bored out of their minds after just a few days. At first, they thought about checking all the animals the assimilator had in their natural habitats. Still, these were carboniferous animals, aka bugs, that's 80% of all animals, and they come in all shapes and sizes. So bored. Jean complained as she had nothing to do. Even after doing all of her maid work, she was bored. She could enter the entertainment dome, but that's a commitment once she starts. She will stay there the whole day, and then Graphia will be on her butt. Same. Hippolyta was in a similar situation, alongside other maids, but they didn't have the guts to express their dissatisfaction. But then, Atlanta decided to do something about it. She is still waiting to visit the Jurassic and Cretaceous for the ultimate prey in the shape of theropods, the likes of T-Rex and Allosaurus. Master. The lioness sneaked into the control room. What is it? He sounded a little bit tired. The huntress looked around and saw floating folders full of data. The assimilators will be coming online soon, and we are getting tired. I was wondering if we could hunt and collect some animals for you. Atlanta walked over and stood in front of him. For a second, he placed his hand on his face and rubbed his eyes. Sure. Aurora sent the list I compiled a while ago, and I mean all of the list, including Cenozoic stuff. Marcus instructed his AI as he released a tired sigh. Uploading data. You want us to get dire wolves and smilodonts. Atlanta's interest perked up at the chance to hunt woolly mammoth and other Ice Age animals. And a Meg. Just remember the butterfly effect meter. He reminded her. I know. The lion maid rolled her eyes at that reminder. Good, now off you go. Marcus motioned for her to leave. Some of the girls will be coming with me. Is it okay? Atlanta quickly added a few bits. It's fine. I have Athena with me. He motioned at his fiancée, who was reading stuff and completely ignoring everyone. Very well. The lion maid is certain that Athena is in her little world and doesn't care about anyone else. I am certain that other girls will remain, but we will take one of the chefs. Sure. Marcus shrugged at her. Take Hisako, I will keep Irina. She already has an idea of what I like in my style. That is fine with me. After finishing their talk, Marcus returned to his data, but this little incident released a storm. Atlanta went to see the girls right after the meeting. She dropped the bomb right after. Hold it. You will take me with you. Hisako squeaked her sentence. Her eyes were wide as saucers as she realized that she would be away from her mistress for an extended amount of time. Yes, we will fill up this list for our master. With a hand motion, Atlanta showed everyone the hit list. Jean's eyes bulged when she saw the numbers next to the names. T-Rex is worth 10,000. I might join you this time around. Lu Fei looked at the numbers with wide eyes as well. Before this, she would barely do such tasks as she preferred a more elegant approach to earning money, but this, even the witch's greed has been poked. Hey, that's good to hear. But for now, we will work in a single time period as the infrastructure is being built. Atlanta showed them what she picked up from Aurora. One could say the highway is being built for easy access to leave and enter the timelines. She showed some sort of relay points above the green cloud, which will be built by the nanites that are right now building assimilators. 3 are already completed, but more are being built by the minute. Since the first assimilator is so huge, the number of nanites it can produce is simply absurd. Like a snowball effect, the number of nanites keeps increasing until it can build several assimilators simultaneously. This project. Lu Fei's eyes bulged, as she realized they had skipped a couple of steps in Project Kong. I know, Master didn't intend for one of the assimilators to become able so quick. Quinella chipped in with crossed arms. But these are the movable objects. Don't forget the central hub. Its size will dwarf these assimilators. For now, I am designing how it will look, which leaves us to live inside one of the acorns. She air-quoted the acorns part, as that's what Marcus is calling them. Yes, yes. It's big. But what will Irina-sama will do? Hisako got everyone's attention back. She will be cooking for Master. Atlanta dismissed the hit list window and looked at Hisako. But he didn't leave the bridge for days now. The secretary complained. Then make him leave. Sirin rolled her eyes as she listened to the conversation from the back. She started to feel that her videomaking journey had reached a dead end. Hershers realized she needed to join this trip to create better content. Thankfully, the journey should not be long. You are a good cook. Then use that to make him take a break. Hershers shrugged as she closed her manga book and got up from the couch since they were in one of the resting lodges. I suppose I will join you, as I need to document these periods for my YouTube channel. She explained to the maids. The rest were surprised to hear that. They hadn't expected Sirin to leave Marcus for an extended amount of time, but they didn't realize that she was managing her time. Since he is busy, she will do her tasks as well. Once she has her footage, she will spend an extended amount of time editing it with him, like they did before. That is fine with us. We have more than enough things to do. Atlanta was switching into her huntress mode. As someone who had managed members of a hunt for years, it was a natural switch for her. I am going as well. Artemis entered the room, dressed in hunter armor made from nanites. In that case, we will remain here. Graphia interrupted. She had Tiamat and Hel with her. We still need to manage a couple of things. Not that there is much to do, considering there is no dust and Marcus is hibernating in the control room. As the maids and a lone creation of Marcus left the assimilator aboard another meant for the Jurassic period, Quinella decided to arrange work for the remaining members. Everyone, come to the meeting room. A couple of minutes later, everyone gathered in a large meeting room. Quinella summoned a hologram showing what the remaining members would do. Let's start. I want everyone to pay attention to this. She showed a huge space station. Next to it was the assimilator, which was shaped like an acorn. The acorn was 3 times smaller and could allow 4 acorns to connect to it. It showed that connected acorns could spin around the station, which should be creating gravity. Or at least that is why it's spinning. The huge station was similarly shaped to a cone. The tip is small, and it grows bigger towards the top. The girls noticed that the tip was shaped like a barrel, similar to the Ars Almadel Salomonis. It couldn't be a weapon, could it? But knowing Quinella, she made it a weapon. Considering the size of this cone-shaped station, it's a weapon of planet-bursting proportions. No surprise there. The top of the Temple of Time will have dry docks in a circular fashion. It will allow mass production of warships of all shapes and sizes. The dry docks can alter and rotate, so their sizes can change. This is where ship girls will work. You girls will be quartermasters per SE. Next is the core area in the middle. This area allows other assimilators to connect and interchange. Quinella explained and mentally highlighted the areas. These areas are logistics, so the responsibility falls on the maids. You us. Hell hissed. She has no clue how to run logistics. She is all about killing and collecting undead. The goddess has no clues at any of this. Relax, we can leave the difficult parts to the head maid. Tiamat shrugged while replying. You two be silent. Graphia coldly reminded them not to make a scene. Why yes. Understood. Next are the lower levels, which have barracks, assembly lines, and what one expects from a military base. Guyuna will oversee this part. The dragoness nodded when she heard it. How many soldiers this hub will be able to produce? The Silver Dragon Empress asked with a curious tone. Around 2.5 million per hour. The bombshell made the gathered people speechless. With numbers like these, they can overrun worlds in hours. And such a thing will happen soon. It's just the knights, but the mechanist infantry is in a similar situation. If Master wants to invade a world of his choice, he will only need to ask, Quinella said while brushing her fingers through her hair as she said that in a smug voice. True. Guyuna agreed. But this is only the beginning, isn't it? I can assume these stations can join each other and make an even bigger one, right? The dragoness asked with a knowing grin. You know us well, as expected from a fellow creation. The platinum-haired beauty commented in a knowing tone as the hologram was replaced by another one. What appeared instead is an overview of how the base will look. The end desire for our master is complete control of the time and space continuum expanse. Such a conclusion was confirmed after we confirmed the discovery of such a realm. As she explained, everyone saw countless hubs expanding above the green clouds of time. They could see something akin to a highway above the clouds, an actual Bifrost bridge expanding for a very, very long distance. This here is what will allow us to travel back and forth through large amounts of distance in time. 100 million and more years will be crossed in a short amount of distance. Quinella highlighted the bridge. Like any successful empire, infrastructure is the key component that makes it happen. The difference is that instead of the road on the ground, this is a road which connects timelines and allows rapid travel. These people are mad. She is planning to spread their rule through the entire fabric of reality. Tiamat realized how crazy these technocracy people are. She was here less than a month, but it was enough to see what they could do. Not even dragon kings and gods are this nonchalant about other people's opinions. How many worlds and people will they enslave to their desires? I see, as expected, though I never thought Allfather would see such a massive use of Bifrost to such an extent, Hel commented with crossed arms. As a Norse goddess, she is aware to some extent of what Asgard's Bifrost can do. But what she is looking at is 10, if not 100 times more extensive. Well, we don't know if this is the correct way to showcase Bifrost since Odin never showed it to us, Quinella said with a shrug. Thankfully, Hel confirmed that it was similar if not exact, tech, talking about tech convergence. It is the same thing. The rainbow colors represent the bridge. Hel confirmed for the assistant. That's good. Now that you know what we will be doing until Master finishes his thing, you can start working on these assignments. One moment, you said we will be doing warship logistics. There are no warships. Enterprise raised her hand while speaking out what she was thinking. That's because the dry docks are not finished yet. Once they are online, the creation of the most advanced fleet will begin. Quinella showed the models on the hologram. There were 5 warships in different shapes and sizes, the biggest one was 7 kilometers long. These. Master finished the designs. Guyuna remembered Marcus doodling in one of the classes as he was adding things to these. I joined in and finished the initial sketches. The assistant smiled while saying that. Of course, we needed to run some simulations for plausibility and adjust to make them as efficient as possible. Damn, this is madness. The recently recruited maids, especially Hel, were sweating buckets seeing these. She witnessed firsthand what the smallest of the warships could do on a battlefield, now add 70 times to that. Thankfully, Irina and Hisako were not here to see these reveals, as they were having their last talk before separating. Irina looked through the window as 3 assimilators plunged into the green clouds of time. By this point, she was no longer mesmerized by these clouds. Hell, she noticed that she could instinctually tap into the flow of time. This helps her extremely well in cooking, as she can improve or lessen the effects of the ingredients. After seeing 3 assimilators fly into what is considered the era of dinosaurs, she took a deep breath. It's up to you to ensure Master is well fed and rested. Quinella walked over and looked where the super constructs descended into the flow of time. I will make sure the projects are right on schedule while he catches up to the data collected by this assimilator. I might be a cook, but I don't know if I can distract him long enough to take a break. Irina nervously commented. Please, we already tested this on our way to Carboniferous. Quinella I rolled at her. I am giving you a chance to have him for a while. The assistant finally revealed what she was scheming. What? Snort. There is no need for embarrassment. Marcus has given you a very soft treatment. He likes your work ethic and your passion for your craft. As humans say, birds of similar feathers flock together. Or something along those lines. It's birds of feather flock together. Irina smiled while correcting what the assistant meant. Yes, you get my point. Now, do your part. After this, I will start learning to cook. I feel that your kind can be dangerous if left unopposed. After saying that, she turned around, brushed her hair with her fingers and walked away to continue overseeing the construction of the hub. I do need to come with a proper name. She pondered while walking away. Irina watched how the platinum-haired assistant walked away before turning back to look at the window. Well, let's see how it goes. This situation was one in which the cherry-blonde girl didn't have much confidence to deal with. However, part of her was getting excited to think that she had been given such an opportunity. Later. Irina poked her head into the control room. She quickly realized that the automated doors and the throne were some distance away from each other. There was no way to speak normally when she was that far away. The cherry blonde walked into the room and walked towards where Marcus was sitting. She could see he was reading through files, checking data, and other schematics. It looked far too complex for the chef girl. Marcus, I prepared dinner for you. Irina slightly raised her voice to get his attention. The inventor turned his head and looked at the girl. Irina. You have food ready for me? He asked her. Yes, your assistant said that you haven't eaten anything for a while now. I guess. He dismissed the windows and stood up, stretching out for a bit before looking at her. Okay, let's go. Marcus motioned for her to show the way. Then follow me. Marcus looked at Irina in front of him. He could see that she was dressed in a miniskirt similar to her old school and black stockings reaching her thighs. The girl looked sexy, to say the least. He wonders if she is planning to give him actual food, herself, or both. As they entered the living room of the assimilator, which had a design similar to the ones found in Confiscator, the inventor saw a line of food on the table. The girl was not holding back with her preparations. There is no set order. You can start with whichever you want. Irina explained to him. Then how about this, you shall feed me in the order you think is the best, he teased her as he sat down at the offered seat. The girl's cheeks exploded, and she didn't need to think for long. She bashfully smiled. Oh okay. Seeing her agree in mere seconds made Marcus smile as well, and he motioned for her to sit on his lap. The girl slowly walked to his side and very slowly sat down on his lap. He could feel her amazing as touch his thighs. Marcus' hands slowly went on her waist before moving slightly up and grabbing her impressive burst. Exclamation point. Irina's cheeks exploded in deep red as she didn't think he would do that. Wait. For what? You have been trying to seduce me with your sexy clothes for a while, he whispered into her ear as he squeezed her impressive breasts. A soft gasp escaped from her lips. I don't know. She tried to explain herself but had no idea how to describe her subconscious choices. Don't worry, we can eat your food after we satisfy your urges, he whispered to her as he moved her face to the side to face him and then kissed her lips. Irina's purple eyes trembled as she just got her first kiss. Slowly, her eyes turned glassy, and she started to feel strange. At the end of the lewd session, the pair proceeded to eat, and the dynamic between those two changed. It became quite similar to being a girlfriend and a boyfriend. But at the same time, it was not. One thing is for sure, Irina fulfilled what her grandfather requested of her. Not that this quiet moment lasted for long as Aurora made an announcement. Sir, the assimilator in Cretaceous has discovered something strange, you should check it in person. We might find a unique alternative Earth. Oh. Then prepare the confiscator for departure. Already on it. Chapter 107, Sapient Dinosaurs. Marcus smiled at seeing Irina blushing on his lap. She might have become more assertive in private, but the girl was blushing a storm now when she was sitting on his lap while they were traveling to the Cretaceous period. Do I need to sit on your lap while we travel? The girl asked him while trying to think where to look. On the bridge, there were a bunch of girls who she could feel were judging her. Thankfully, these are all bridge officers. None of his creations or maids or even his fiancée came with them. After all, Marcus was like a small boy who rushed out when he got the news from the assimilator in Cretaceous Earth. Why not? You are the one who is keeping me company. He teased her as his hands wrapped around her waist. She was feeling like a princess in the claws of a big and very dangerous dragon. I wish I was not the only one. Irina grimaced internally. She is chewing more than she can swallow. There is a reason why Marcus Goldman has a harem. The man has a big appetite. Not the appetite in the normal sense but in the female sense. The beautiful chef girl recalled her last couple of days. Couple days ago. Marcus awakened Irina's lust. The beauty was building it up for a while. Her mind would recall how often the inventor takes his girls aside. She could only imagine what he did to them. Eventually, all that builds up and needs to be released in some way. Subsequently, she would channel it through her clothes. That was until he pinned her against a wall and had his way with her. After that, he took her to the closest room and laid her on a couch. The massive space construct has a lot of space, not just for animals to be kept but for humans to live in as well. Irina didn't have much time to think about how much space there was in the space station, as her eyes were on Marcus. She just lost her purity, and according to how it should continue, they should be resting, but the common rules don't apply to the men in front of her as he removed her suit device from her chest, and all of her clothes disappeared. The nanites retreated to the triangle-shaped device, revealing her considerable breasts, lean stomach, wide hips, and incredible legs. Did anyone ever tell you how incredible you look? He whispered as his hands stroked through her body. That warm touch was giving her goosebumps. The chef girl's eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. By this point, she was used to the dull gray of a space station or a warship, but this time, she saw warm blue colors that looked like clouds, and the bedsheets and pillow felt very fluffy. For a second, she wondered where she was, and that was until she felt Marcus next to her as he was holding her close. Her eyes widened for a second as she recalled a whirlwind of images, of very compromising positions. Now I done it. Part of her always hoped that things would return to how they used to be. Well, some of it. Part of it. Something. She had hoped that she could return to her bubble. But, now. She went and seduced the big bad wolf, well, calling him a simple wolf is being extremely humble. But the point stands. Now, whether she wants to or not is fully in his clutches, figuratively and literally. As she wondered about this, eventually, she somewhat calmed down and started to think about the positives. You should sleep a little more. She heard his voice from the side. I don't feel like sleeping anymore. Too much on my mind. Irina said while gazing at the ceiling. What's on your mind? He asked her as his hands were holding her close. This whole situation. What will happen now? She asked with a concerned tone. By happening now, what do you mean? He asked with a confused tone. I mean. We did this. Oh, that, well, you are mine, that is for sure. He hugged her even closer. And what I am to you? She asked, not knowing how to assess this situation. They would be a couple if he were a normal guy, but he is so far from normal that she has no idea where this relationship stands. My Irina. What else? I don't understand why you want to confuse this more than necessary. Now, he was confused. What I mean, what am I to you? A G-girlfriend. AA lover. I don't even know what to say. Along with all that stuttering, she was as confused as ever. Oh, that. You girls care about that stuff quite a bit. He commented with a realizing look. Well, since that is the case, you will be my second girlfriend. He declared her status. Part of Irina was relieved, but part of her was baffled. He has a girlfriend, a fiancée. Who is your girlfriend? She asked curiously, who is this fearless girl who accepted that? Wait. I doubt she had a choice. Irina realized that there are not that many beings who can deny what he wants. Latia Astaroth, she is the face of my Goldman Industries. The chef girl immediately put a name to a face. She recalled that blonde girl with an impressive burst. Wait. Isn't she a devil? Yep, that makes you a very special girl, a normal girl who was able to make me take you as my girlfriend. Let's just say your cooking was that good. I guess the stories about girls entering men's hearts through stomachs are not that far-fetched. He joked while he got into a sitting position and moved her to sit on his lap while facing him. Wait, see, can we rest a while longer? Irina realized that she would be forced to work. But you said that you already rested. He moved forward and placed his forehead on hers. That's a different TT thing. My body is tired, but my mind is not. She complained while trying not to look into his eyes. That sounds like an excuse. He teased the girl on his lap before returning to do things to her. Back to today. The cherry blonde recalled what had happened to her in the past couple of days. She was feeling all sore and tired. She hoped that someone would help her, but all she got was his undivided attention. Normally, she would be happy, but all of the things they do always lead to her passing out from passionate activities. Oh, sure, she enjoys all of that, but she doesn't like what comes after waking up. We still have around 18 hours until we arrive at the Cretaceous period. We should retreat to the living quarters. Irina tensed when she heard that. A tense and very desperate smile surfaced on her lips. Sure. But can we just rest? Please? I am still new to all of these girlfriend activities. She leaned forward and placed her hands on his cheeks, showing him a strained smile. Sure, if this is what my Irina wants. He got up from the throne with the girl in his hands. The chef girl realized that he was not even planning to let her walk on her own. Panic started to rise in her gut. Relax. All you are going to do today is do some basic girlfriend stuff, nothing major. It's not graviton science, he clarified to her as he took her out from the bridge and towards the main lift. I don't even know what is this graviton. But I am sore from everything you did to me the past couple of days. She finally spoke what had been on her head for the past couple of hours. There is no way she will tell him that while in front of several crew members. And like I said, you will keep my company, make me some snacks, and we shall cuddle until we reach the Cretaceous Earth, he said with an eye roll. Besides. His hands went to her legs as he started to send his energy into her body. My control over biological bodies improved considerably after studying millions of years of evolution. Irina's eyes widened in horror as she sensed how all the soreness had evaporated. If I want to, I could be doing things to you for many, many years until your body would adapt. Think of it as an evolutionary stimulus to make you able to keep up with my sexual desires. He explained to her with a grin. Why you studied evolution just to make your girls able to keep up with you in bed? She exclaimed in disbelief, this sounds like extreme misuse of the incredible data the assimilator has collected. Not really. I already have evolution mastered to some extent as a power. He showed her his rings, taking off the evolution one, which is on his right hand's ring finger. This is the ring of evolution. I'm pretty sure if a sophisticated civilization were to study it, they could grasp evolution to some extent. He explained to her while showing her the ring from different sides. Not to sound rude, but this is far above my current level of magic. She said with a sweaty forehead. Maybe, but all I wanted to say was that the research was not in vain. One could say that I have streamlined it further than ever before. The ring floated back to his finger before his whole body glowed, as a dark green aura surrounded him for a second. In other words, he can abuse evolution even more. The cherry blonde chef commented to herself as they arrived at the living quarters floor. Marcus took her to his place, where the girl would be living from now on. Let's go get some snacks, it will be great. Irina sighed. Not only would she cook for him, but she would also have to feed him while sitting on his lap. Never in her life had she had to do such a thing. But then she realized that none of the other girls could do this thing. Not even Athena was cooking for Marcus. It makes her stand in an extremely unique position. No, this is great. Indeed. Tell me what you want. Marcus. The girl said his name with evident blush on her cheeks. Haha, you are getting there, Irina. The inventor smirked when he heard her finally say his name. He knew she talked about him while calling his name, but this was the first time she had said it right in his face. Which is a step in the right direction, according to his books. Next day. A greenish-blue magic circle appeared as Confiscator blasted out from it and appeared above Cretaceous Earth. The exploration vessel faced the planet and proceeded to fly towards the assimilator's core piece. The dry docks are in full swing. Irina swiftly noticed the huge amount of work happening in the docks. It appears security protocol has been initiated, Marcus replied as he raised his eyebrow at this development. Security protocol? You mean there is a possibility that there exists a possible enemy? She asked with some worry. Not quite. It's more like contingency than anything. It's like walking into an uncharted forest. You do need some self-defense weapons, more than anything. He clarified to her as they arrived at Cretaceous Earth's assimilator and proceeded to do the docking procedure. As the magnetic hands grabbed the vessel and placed it in place, the gangplank lowered and attached to the exit, activating the escalator. When Marcus and Irina left the spaceship, the girl noticed an array of bulky golden armored men standing throughout the entire passageway. Was the assimilator converted into a military vessel on moment notice? She understood how big it was, but transformed from research and collection to military structure in an instant. The cherry blonde gulped down as they swiftly walked the escalator-assisted bridge and ended up in the docks. They were picked up by one of the graviton shuttles, which would take them to the control room. As they were traveling through the circular docks, the girl had the chance to observe what was happening there. The amount of movement is foreign to the girl who spends a while in another assimilator. The Carboniferous one was almost like a ghost town compared to this one. Just how quickly was the entire army created? She asked with wide eyes as she looked at how many machines were building the spaceships while, at the same time, knights were starting to gather and wait to embark on said ships. The whole process was a borderline mechanic in her eyes. It's a rapid process. My faction has already experienced one war. We are learning and adapting from that experience. To improve efficiency in soldier and warship creation, we are also looking for ways to enhance the quality of our knights and reduce the time needed to create them. All of that is a balance game we are trying to find. He explained as he looked at rows and rows of knights and mechs lining up in front of a star destroyer, which was being assembled at a rapid speed. And it's not just one. Given how wide the dry dock is, there are 10 assembled at once, and since it's a tall station below this level, there are another 3 where other class warships are being built. The shuttle arrived at the main lift, which would take them to the control center. The pair didn't even notice how quickly they arrived as Marcus and Irina looked at knights gathering for their first interdimensional conflict. The pair took the lift to the control center. Marcus swiftly walked to his throne and sat down, pulling the embarrassed chef girl to his lap. She felt extremely out of place, but she couldn't argue with him. If he wanted her here, then there was nothing she could do about that. Sir. The commander girl walked over to him and saluted before proceeding to explain what they had discovered. With a hand motion, the planet's hologram appeared on the main hologram display in the command center. The planet's core has an extra component which emits strange waves. The hologram shifted, showing the emission patterns. What does this component do? Marcus asked as his attention was on the hologram. It emits waves which stimulate biological organisms. Preliminary observations indicate that it could potentially cause a shift in cell programming. A DNA strand appeared, showing which cells are impacted. Now this is interesting. Marcus looked at the strand while placing his chin on Irina's shoulder. What does this mean? Irina asked him, as she had no idea what this meant. The one which is blinking is responsible for longevity. However, once you temper this cell, it impacts reproduction. He said that while his hand squeezed her waist. In other words, such component refined properly and consumed in some form could potentially give one eternal youth in exchange for the ability to reproduce, Marcus explained with a small frown. Sounds like a potent way to control population. Irina ignored the squeeze and commented on what she heard. Not that simple. This is a potent killer of a civilization. There is a chain reaction when you temper with just one cell. He used his mental interface to show the shockwave such change would cause. Reproductivity is extremely important not just for species survival, but it's linked with survival instincts. If one has no desire to continue to survive, the person becomes living dead. Like a corpse. As Marcus was explaining, he realized that he had seen this before somewhere. It would seem quite a downside then. But is that it? Irina asked with a somewhat disappointed look. She thought they would find something useful. But it was just extra composition in the planet's core. It's not just an effect on the body. It has an impact on the vegetation as well. Such composition directly impacts wildlife. Over millions of years, the vegetation should have evolved in a unique way. Marcus reasoned as he realized that there is much more than just an impact on organic life. Yes, sir. We have discovered that all wildlife require the influence to sustain itself. Then, Irina realized what this meant. The moment an intelligent life starts harvesting this energy, the entire ecosystem will cease to work. It would appear that this component is like a fuel. Marcus hummed as he placed his elbow on the armrest and his hand on his chin. It's an oddly specific thing, like a trope which will be used in future plot of this world. There is a bunch of anime and manga with special energy or component that allows mechs to be used. Marcus pondered internally. Do we have any idea for the potency of this energy as a fuel? Marcus, are you planning to harvest this energy? Irina exclaimed with worry, as she didn't want the planet to die. I don't need it as fuel. My faction is long past the point where we need finite energy to run things. What I want to know is if such energy can be used to fuel a primitive faction, like how humans use fossil fuel. He clarified to his girl. Oh. We can send a team to collect samples. As Irina realized he didn't want to milk the planet's core, the commander suggested to him. When do it? Moments later, several of the outposts launched saucers to the active volcanoes to pick up samples. As the saucers were busy, the inventor cuddled with his chef girl while examining the composition of the material. Well, interesting. Marcus stroked his chin while standing in the middle of the control center and being surrounded by the holograms. It has stimulating qualities, we could expect an interesting development, he commented with a smirk. Commander, I want you to put emphasis on active volcanoes. Especially when they erupt and pour the magma into the surface world. As you wish. The soil gets enriched by this substance, vegetation grows from it, and it gets consumed by herbivores, and carnivores eat those. There is an entire ecosystem around this. It's only a matter of time until sapient species appear. He clarified what he was aiming at. Wait, you are saying we will get sapient dinosaurs? Irina exclaimed with shock. Yes, the smarter one will become smarter. The issue is that there are not that many alternatives. Most of the smart ones are predator hunters. He said while returning to look at the samples he had. Begin preparations for time slip. We can watch this from outside the time flow. Beginning the preparations. The crew scrambled to start the preparation. As they were doing that, Marcus dismissed the hologram windows and returned to his throne. It will take some time. Why don't you get some desserts? I feel like celebrating, the inventor said while looking to his side, where the girl had been standing the whole time. Sure. A couple hours later, the pair returned and saw that time was flowing much faster. Cretaceous is quite a long period, from 145 million to 65 million years. There is quite a bit of time to pass. He said that while pulling Irina back to his lap and watching how the continents move towards familiar locations. Sir. The commander walked over to his location. There has been a development. Oh. Slow down the time slip. He ordered the crew before looking at the commander. Tell me. The raptors started to become smarter around the areas where volcanoes are. Their hunting patterns are becoming sophisticated, and their mating practices have improved. They are becoming similar to modern wolves. Oh, so they realized that incest is bad. Continue to observe. I want to focus on them. Yes, sir. The commander saluted before they continued to watch the raptors. Marcus quickly noticed that the raptors had blue skin and small horns. Amazing, they are getting smarter right in front of us. Irina watched the whole thing with bated breath. It was like watching evolution take its course and these animals slowly becoming self-aware. They are becoming similar to us. She said with wide eyes. Their posture changed. They straightened up, and they started to use tools more than their claws, which caused a fundamental shift in their physiology. Oh, it's happening. Marcus softly said that as he looked at this with a gleam in his eyes. Fire. Irina realized what he meant. They unlocked the first element, and from here, the first sapient civilization was born. These raptors were nomads at first, and Marcus watched it with glee. Let's go. They are leaving their location of origin. The inventor grabbed the girl, and they rushed aboard a train that would take them to the closest outpost to the raptor location. Can't you just move the assimilator? We don't need to travel there, don't we? Irina realized that they would take that scary train. It's a delicate situation now. Moving assimilator could make them see the night sky differently. As he said that, he stopped in his tracks and put her down. I got an idea. He turned around and returned to the control room. We are going to guide them. I want an obelisk with the intent behind it. Aurora, design me a couple of templates for it. Make sure it's made from metal not found naturally. Wait. You are going to interfere in their development as a civilization. Irina caught up to him and heard what he ordered. Precisely. He nodded at her before explaining why. They are carnivores, not omnivores like us. They won't just settle down and start growing a farm. The chef girl quickly understood what he meant. We never studied a civilization of carnivore species before. Marcus pointed out to her. Yes. Now that you mentioned. She nodded at him before thinking about how these sapient raptors could create a community, a first proper village, instead of just wandering around. The animal husbandry comes to mind, Irina said to him as she pondered on this. Taming animals could give an array of perks and possibly allow them to settle down in a location. She said to him. Indeed, my thoughts exactly. Do that. He nodded back at her before looking at the commander. Create an obelisk with that intent. Understood. We shall begin with designing of that. The commander girl saluted before replying. Good. For now, we shall visit the caves they left before and move the assimilator so that we can descend with minimal effort. At once. The commander turned around and issued orders. As the core of the assimilator moved to the location, Marcus looked at his girl. How does it feel like to be part of a new civilization? He asked with a curious tone. It has not settled down yet, Irina replied with a strained smile. I know. It's the same for me as well. That is why we will visit the caves where they lived. He smiled while saying that. She looked surprised for a second. I thought you digested all of that already. I mean, you are so confident. The girl commented about his behavior. Just because I don't show it on my face doesn't mean my heart is racing for new discovery. Marcus pulled her into his hands and made her place her hand on his left chest. Can you feel that? He asked with a teasing grin. The inventor is enjoying every moment of his darling chef girl. Since he knows she will eventually develop a thick skin from all this teasing. So, he needs to tease as much as possible. I see. She tried to move away, but Marcus pulled her closer and was ready to kiss. No need to rush. Can we do naughty stuff in the privacy of our quarters? The girl suggested as she looked away. I like the sound of that. Marcus pulled back. He realized that his lovely girl already saw herself as part of his household. This made him quite happy, considering he had, by all means and purposes, strong-armed her into his services. The pair waited for the assimilator's core to move into the position before walking to the hangar. Do prepare your suit device. While the Cretaceous is not carboniferous, there is over 11% more oxygen, and it's far too humid for humans. As he explained to her, he walked to the edge of the hangar and looked down at the planet below. I know. Irina has already done her research. Unlike before, she is not clueless. Are you planning to fly like this? Yes. You can take a shuttle if you want. With a thought, his clothes changed, and he was fully encased in black armor. No. I can travel with you like this. Her clothes changed as well, as she stood next to him. Nice. The crew will follow after us. Marcus was pleased that Irina was no longer a scaredy cat. Well, it takes a while to get used to flying and denying naturally born instincts, but the suit's power mitigates those fears. So someone who was a simple girl can become an adrenaline junkie. Not to mention, the cherry blonde is becoming a powerful time law user. Are they going to research the caves? Irina inquired as they were getting ready to jump. Yep, we are going to research into these primitive society structures. Then let's go. The pair landed on the gravel and looked around. They were using hologram scanners to scan their surroundings and find points of interest. Their eyes ended up on rocks, a burned-out campfire and leather-like clothes. I just realized that they use leather for clothes instead of fur, Irina said with a perplexed look. When one expects cavemen, they expect clothes made from furs, but these primitive sapient raptors have leather clothes made from hadrosaurids and ceratopsids. Yes, well, proper large-furred animals will appear in the next 20 to 30 million years. That is considering this world has the same extinction events. Marcus said while pointing his hand around the campfire. Luckily enough, he found some blood samples. True. But isn't this Earth closely related to ours? I mean, when you decided to send a simulator to this place, should it have similar coordinates? Indeed. But the difference percentage was extremely small, but it was enough to make a sapient raptor civilization exist. Marcus replied as he crouched down and scanned the blood. Aurora rebuild the DNA. Rebuilding. What he saw was the blood of a Torosaurus, one of the ceratopsids, the horned dinosaur. Well, this is a bummer. I want to find some DNA from those sapient dinosaurs. He sighed in disappointment before hearing Irina exclaim from inside the cave. Marcus. Look at this. Her voice was quite excited, so he quickly appeared in front of the cave and walked inside. His eyes widened as he saw paintings on the walls. Isn't this like those cave paintings in France? Thousands of years old, she gushed as she looked at the wall depictions of dinosaurs from that era. The colors are quite soft or even easy on these, but that one. She pointed at the side where a primitive painting of something akin to a T-Rex is painted in red, like danger. They used blood as paint to showcase their fear of that big one. The girl theorized what she was looking for. Well, they are carnivores. I can only guess they are competitive because of their meat-only diet. Marcus reasoned as well. Considering he is not someone who studied societal structure. True, meat as diet could do that. Chapter 108, First Large Pets. A group of graviton-powered gunships descended next to a cave system. Upon landing, the side doors slid open and released an array of armored knights, who proceeded to spread out and explore the area. Instead of their usual weapons, they had tools to scan and gather data. As this was happening, Marcus, alongside Irina, used their built-in scanners to look for any tissues as they wanted to gather data on the sapient dinosaurs. It was not that hard to find, as several minutes into this, they found out that these dinosaurs are quite vicious and occasionally spar among themselves. Sometimes to the point of death. These bones. The inventor commented as he inspected a pile of bones in a hole. At least they know how to dispose of their dead family members. Irina tried to look at the positive and tried to play down the anxiety she was feeling. She did recall that ancient humans were no different, either. Fighting for mating rights is nothing new, regardless of species. Yes. Well, they at least dug a hole. Marcus joined the joke Irina was telling. His suit scanned the DNA sequences he got from several sources by this point. It appears that reproductive qualities are still okay, but the indirect exposure to special energy doesn't impact it. Instead, it stimulates evolution. I would say that it affects the driving force. The ones who grow in size grow bigger, and the ones who are smart grow smarter. He concluded after inspecting the DNA. Marcus then looked at the commanding knight. I want you guys to get samples. Since we are here, get me a Carnotaurus, Giganotosaurus, Tarbosaurus, and T-Rex. Apart from getting the samples, I want scans of their sizes. According to what I have here, they should be bigger by at least 5% to 10%. Understood, sir. We shall begin the collection. The knights saluted as they sent a word to the bases around the world. Aren't those the predators? Irina heard of those animals before, especially the infamous T-Rex. They are, and I want them. He smirked as he placed the bone back, stood up, and looked at her. You can't leave the Cretaceous without the grand prize of apex dinosaurs. This period had them at their biggest ever, and if this energy is the real deal according to the current scans, then they are even bigger. Marcus said with an excited tone as if he was getting giddy about getting the grand prize. These animals were his goal all along. I see. There was not much she could say to him. Part of her understands the excitement. Considering they were in distant past realities anyway. After exploring the caves and collecting samples and primitive tools for his collection, the pair returned to the core piece of assimilator. They waited for the animal's arrival. Not that they needed it for long. While the predators are dangerous for regular people, they are nothing against hyper-advanced graviton-powered UFOs. The moment they got the word, the pair descended to the lower levels, where the train brought the animals from their collection points. Here it comes. Marcus rubbed his hands as he waited for the anti-gravity train to stop at the platform and the mechanic's hands to pull out the carriage, which had the beast stored. So which one is it? Irina asked him, recalling him asking for 4 predators. Marcus looked at the manager of the train platform. This one is from the South American continent. Let me guess. Giganotosaurus. The inventor asked, knowing what kind of animal it could be, and the manager nodded at his guess. Never heard of this one. Irina had a questioning look. It's an apex predator from the South American continent. The continent which had biggest land animals in recorded history. After saying that, he looked back at the manager. Release the animal. I want to see it. He said with a small smile. Sir, it's against the standard protocol to release it in a non-controlled environment, the platform manager said in a nervous tone. True, but I am the one who will be making it manageable. Marcus smiled as he moved forward. Since. The man stopped mid-sentence as he sighed, knowing that it was pointless to try to persuade it otherwise. Release the Giganotosaurus. I want to see the biggest land predator to date. The moment he said that, the container started to open, and a brownish-gray dinosaur with sharp claws, serrated teeth, an iconic long tail and small arms walked out from the container. Irina looked at it with wide eyes, realizing she was staring at a huge land predator. This thing could swallow people whole. Some sweat appeared on her forehead. Part of her was giddy to see a real dinosaur from so close, and an even bigger part of her was terrified of this animal. With my current strength, I should be able to defend myself, right? Right. With my time powers, I could easily undo the animal's life. Irina thought to herself, as the bloodlust she was feeling from the beast was making her fear rise in her gut. The suit she was wearing was not protecting her from the intent radiating from the Giganotosaurus. She could change that, but the girl still had not figured out all the kinks of the miracle device she was wearing. Relax, Irina. Just observe for now. Marcus reassured her as he could sense her feeling threatened by the biggest land predator to date. The inventor looked at the beast's eyes and sent an intent via his psionic powers. The animal's eyes ended up on the puny person. The tall 20-foot monstrosity roared at Marcus. Usually, something this small for Giganotosaurus is not worth wasting energy on, so it roared again and tried to make him run away, but the inventor didn't budge at all. Marcus lifted his hand and made a motion to come at him. The predator stopped wasting time and lunged at the inventor, trying to swallow him whole. But all such an action did was hold the beast in place. Marcus was holding the large theropod by its teeth. The animal tried to bite him even harder, but all it could do was break its teeth. Such an action made Marcus slip inside the Giganotosaurus' mouth. Oh my, now the question is, can you pick me up? The black-haired inventor commented as he was inside the predator's mouth. A layer of psionic energy keeps the smell and saliva away from him. There is no need to use his suit in this situation. Well, the suit is always in use, but at the moment, only the basic functions are on. The theropod tried to move, but nothing worked. Eventually, after some struggle, the biggest land predator decided it was not worth it, so it stopped trying and instead moved its head up and decided to explore. Well, it appears reality and the movie logic are two different things. Marcus used his power to remove whatever saliva was around the psionic layer he had cast before. Irina finally got over a primal fear of a big predator. We are too small of a prey for these animals. I could goad it to try to eat me, but I am too small for it to care beyond a casual try. The inventor explained to her before floating over to Giganotosaurus' side and placing his hand on its head. The peanut-sized brain was swiftly overwhelmed by Marcus' sheer power. The inventor is well aware that animals like these are controlled purely by their instincts. So, he simply suppressed them and overwrote them to obey him through psionic suggestions. This is the best he can do for now. Later, he will develop specific means of control, maybe a control center or something for his pets and war beasts. Maybe controlled evolution. Like how it happened to the canines. No canines are domesticated. I should go with felines who evolved next to humans. As he pondered, the Giganotosaurus stopped in its tracks and looked at Marcus. There. Good boy. The inventor smiled as he patted the scaly head of the apex predator of the Cretaceous period. The beast was breathing in and out, and soon enough, Marcus realized that his pet was struggling. Oh shit. He swiftly commanded it to return to its container as the oxygen levels in the assimilator were lower than outside. The large predator returned to his container before the doors sealed behind it. Do a medical scan on him. I think I got too excited. Marcus commented as he rubbed the back of his head. We will. Phew, I almost killed my pet there. The inventor placed his hand on his chest as if he was nervous for a second. Can't you just resurrect him? Irina's eyes rolled at his nervous acting. I know, but it's the feeling behind it. Do you know how owners get sad when their dogs die? It's the same thing. He clarified his feelings about the current situation. Right. Irina deadpanned at him. She was more afraid of that animal than seeing it as a future pet. Oh, and beginning constructing gene-altering sequences, I want to know how we can alter my pets for home usage. Understood, sir. With how much data we have, it should not be an issue. The platform manager saluted his superior while replying. Home usage. Irina's eyebrows perked up when she listened to that. What is he planning to use them for? She heard the idea to use them for riot police. Not that she has any idea how it will work, but it sounds absurd. Yeah. Like a house guard dog. Do you know those signs they use for yards? Caution, angry dog. Imagine something like, caution, angry dinosaur. Imagine idiots ignore that and enter my yard, and the first thing they see is a Giganotosaurus. Marcus chuckled at the idea of doing that. Hell. He will do that. Because it's cool. You. Ultimately, she didn't finish her sentence, she simply sighed while massaging her forehead. She finally realized that her boyfriend was a small boy inside the body of a genius, maybe that is why he achieved all that in the first place. Me. He ended up walking to her and hugging her as he made a comfy chair for himself to sit in and wait for the other three pets. He can't wait for Tarbosaurus and T-Rex, two apex predators of Asia and North America. So we are going to wait for the other three to arrive? Irina asked him, as she had already gotten used to the routine of ending up on his lap regardless of place or the strangeness of the situation. Meanwhile, Jurassic period, a reality away. In the lush prehistoric forests of peak Jurassic period Earth, maids of technocracy are exploring the land for animals worth their attention. Without Marcus' presence, the maids are much more relaxed, to the point that they are playing along with Atlanta's request to turn off technological assistance. If they are going to capture these dinosaurs, it will be with their pure talent, nothing else. This is barely anything worth a couple hundred. We should check another continent. The Saintess complained to herself until her eyes perked up as she saw something skulking around and looking for prey. Look. Look. Jean pointed at a dinosaur in the distance. Out of instinct, Atlanta grabbed the Saint and pulled her down. They did not need to hide when they could become invisible with a mere thought. Considering its size and those two eye protectors, it should be Allosaurus. The lioness said with a small frown. This beast is the apex predator of Jurassic. Allosaurus. The warrior queen and Jean looked at each other before summoning the bingo book. Wah. The first one to exclaim is Jean, as her eyes bulged out. His worth is 400,000. Third, the most wanted animal in the book. Just Bello Mosasaurus and T-Rex. The other maids looked at each other. Greed rose in their eyes. Oh. Atlanta realized that this was bad. I am capturing it. Lu Fei rose into the air as blue circles of magic surrounded her. Hell no. I will be the one who will bring it to my husband. Hippolyta rose as well. Jean followed suit as she summoned her twin guns. Enough. There are thousands of Allosaurus in the world. There is no need to fight among ourselves. Artemis got in the middle of the pair. Goddess, you can't be serious, we need to capture the biggest one. This is the third one most wanted by our master. Can you imagine how happy he will be once he knows that we got the biggest specimen the world has ever produced? Lu Fei switched to diplomacy since she was facing a goddess. The witch's words affected the goddess, as their master is a weak spot, just like for everyone else. Ha! You can talk all you want, but I am capturing it first. Hippolyta ignored the conversation and lunged at theropod predator. The dinosaur roared at the incoming target, but at the last second, at Hippolyta's back, a beam slammed, making her slam into Allosaurus. The Jurassic apex predator, alongside the warrior queen, ended up slamming into a tree. The animal ended up releasing pained roars as the force was considerable. You. The red-haired beauty swiftly moved away from the theropod animal and looked at Jean, who just shot her. I said, I'm taking it first. Greed is consuming the girl as those 400,000 are enough to get something akin to a miracle inside the technocracy. You wish. Let's fight then. Hippolyta summoned her spear. The pair lunged at each other while Atlanta looked at this with disbelief. They are seriously fighting over a single Allosaurus. The lion maid had some sweat on her forehead from the sheer disbelief she was seeing before her. But then, a smirking Lufei flew over and past the fighting pair, then went over and used her magic to capture the beast that tried to sneak away. The one who is the most confused from all of this is the land predator. I need to measure it first. Atlanta decided that she would join this as well, at least to measure the animal first before looking for a bigger one. So she shot several arrows at Lufei. Atlanta. You too. Artemis, who was the second most confused individual, Allosaur being the first, asked the lioness. I need to learn the size of it, she rushed at Lufei, who thought Artemis wanted the dinosaur. As chaos erupted at the forest side high above, a white-haired girl was floating and looking at the action with disbelief. I can't believe they are fighting among themselves. Sirin was confused as she summoned the bingo book and sorted it by time periods. Stegosaurus looks like quite a high value. She saw another high Jurassic period entry. Let them fight over Allosaurus. I will collect the other entries. The girl smirked as she saw another high-level entry, the Megalosaurus, alongside Torvosaurus. These two requested to get a pack with 100,000 per dinosaur. Just by capturing a pack of each, she could have between 600,000 and 800,000 points combined for two specific packs. Such capture would double the single Allosaurus value. Considering Allosaurus, Marcus is only paying once. What are they doing? Irina's assistant, Hisako, floated over to Sirin's side. Fighting over Allosaurus. The Herschers said with a mocking undertone. Fighting. We are at the peak of Jurassic, there should be an abundance of predators, the chef girl commented. You tell them. They realized that getting one of the top 3 requests would make them extremely rich. The white-haired girl brushed her hair while continuing to look down on them. Ah. For a second, Hisako looked at the bingo book in the marketplace. She quickly realized that 400,000 would allow one to get even peak sacred gears like one of the heavenly dragon gears. That is an impressive amount of points. Regardless, you will be coming with me. Sirin grabbed her shoulder. You will be making snacks for me. If you do that, I will tell Marcus that you were a great help to me. The Herschers smirked while saying that. Sure. Wonderful. Now let's go to get a Stegosaurus. I wonder if we could get barbecue ribs from them. For a second, Hisako imagined that famous dinosaur magically turning into barbecue ribs. I wonder as well. Back to Marcus. The inventor looked at the monolith. It was black with a hole at the top. The hole stimulates brain activities in a certain way, especially during a full moon or a full eclipse. Now, the only thing they need to do is place it. I feel something from it, and it's only a design, Irina said to Marcus as she stood next to him. That's because certain shapes impact the brain. Have you ever seen what sound looks like? He asked her with a smirk. Sound, looks like. Yep, take a flat surface, put some sand on it, and let a sound flow through it. The sand will move and create a shape. Oh. This is similar, the shape takes in the planet's gravity waves and lets it flow through the monolith, and it would release a specific wave pattern that will impact anyone who looks at it, Marcus told her how it works. Considering how close the moon is, the effect could be considerable. He said while rubbing his chin. I see, that is interesting. I never thought shapes could do that. She said with a surprised tone. You will see. He smirked before mentally confirming the shape before loading it into the main barrel of the central piece of the assimilator. The barrel rotated, and Marcus checked the map and highlighted where the sapient raptors were. Fire. The barrel glowed, and the construct accelerated through graviton magic circles and shot at the selected location. Now, let's wait for a bit. He looked at his handiwork while wrapping his hand around Irina's waist. Let's relax for now. All right. She slowly nodded her head. I am thinking of experimenting on one of the ceratops. She said to him as she pondered on the horned dinosaurs. Oh. Tell me what you think. Because these animals remind me of modern-day cows. I was thinking of the same thing. Imagine using a new type of meat, similar to chicken, to unite the world. When Marcus heard that, he chuckled. He remembered the Simpsons episode in which Homer was a prophet and united the world with chicken. What's that funny? She asked with rosy cheeks. Did she say something funny? Nothing, I am imagining you a priestess who is spreading peace through Triceratops meat. He chuckled as he pulled her towards the lifts at the back of the command center. You're just imagining me in a toga. Her eyes rolled, as she already knew he liked her dress in questionable clothes. Part of it, yes. Considering the Greek pantheon is part of my family. He smirked while saying that. After placing the monolith, Marcus spent time tinkering with the Dino gene to make his dinosaurs adaptable to changes in oxygen and temperature. He ensured they had mana to act as an energy source when there was a lack of oxygen or temperature. This way, they could live longer, and a secondary effect is rapid adaptation to these changes. To ensure this worked and that there was minimal change, he added more power to the nuclei, which would release the energy needed to make this work. The beast would simply need to consume more calories. These changes didn't take much time, leaving him free rather quickly. But there were issues with that as there was nothing else to do. So he went and worked on some of his other projects, such as continuing to design Rheidenmay, Bronya, Bismarck, Belfast, and the rest. Midway through, he recalled that he now had a T-Rex, so he could start designing his riot police force. Oh hell, yeah. With extra excitement in his eyes, he went to work. After a quick T-Rex scan, he started to draw chest piece protectors, leg armors, and claws, which improved with power of destruction. Lastly, he began to design the back cannon. This time around, he made sure to make the armor as cool as possible. After all, his police have to look great. Once that was done, he switched to other units. One of them is Search and Destroy, which are going to be raptor packs. Naturally, he wanted to make velociraptors, but a quick check later revealed that the raptors shown on TV screens are fake and based on Deinonychus. But even then, they are not that big. Instead, he checked the Atrociraptors, same as well, the movies lied to him, again. Those were as big as the ones they showed in the Dominion movie. Instead, he checked the Utahraptor, and when he saw that one, there was a glint in his eyes. I do need to design and improve the visors and helmets. Built-in HUD is one thing, but they need extra protection. Marcus rubbed his chin as he proceeded to check the data he had. Ugh, this won't work. He said while exclaiming loudly. What won't work? Irina asked as she was doing her thing, testing an array of spices on the Triceraptor's meat. I need an actual Utahraptor to design my hunters. He said while scratching the back of his head. He summoned a command console with a thought. To all handlers, bring me a Utahraptor pack. I need a complete genome. Understood, sir. All of the active saucers dropped whatever they were doing and proceeded to look for the raptors. I don't even want to know what you ordered, Irina said after listening to what he just did. Then don't. You can see it on live TV after we return to our times. He smirked as he looked back at her. That reminds me, I can use Allosaurus as an anti-terrorist unit. Their jaws and claws are good for cutting, and they are quicker than T-Rexes. I wonder how Atlanta is doing with collecting them for me. Marcus pondered how his hunting-hungry lion maid was doing. Meanwhile, back in Jurassic period. Arrows made from green energy slammed into dark blue magic circles, creating a massive explosion which shook the whole land. Atlanta frowned, seeing her time arrows do nothing to Luffy's magic circles. You are not the only one who can wield time, you know. The pale blonde witch smirked as she summoned more circles and released elements at the huntress. The lion maid shot another salvo of arrows to cancel the circles before slipping out of time and appearing next to Luffy, who instantly tried to make some distance. Atlanta's left fist went for the circle that tried blocking her way. You need more than basic magic to keep me down, little girl. The lioness fist shattered the circle before she threw a couple of green knives. At that moment, a wall of nanites blocked the knives. I thought we were not using the suit's abilities. Atlanta asked as her frown grew in severity. Tee-hee-hee, it was instinctual. Luffy tried to play it down. Right. The huntress narrowed her eyes as her suit's triangle piece started to glow, and nanite spread through her whole body, merging with her bow and becoming several times more intimidating. Besides, those two have already been using the suit's abilities. Atlanta motioned with her chin at the side. Golden beams slammed into crimson ones, followed by golden energy bullets that were intercepted by a red spear made from energy. The collision caused an array of explosions, which caused the trees to become unrooted and fly alongside a variety of dinosaurs that were running away from the area. On one side was a girl dressed in Greek armor with glowing crimson hair. It looked like particles of light getting emitted from her long hair. An aura of light surrounded her. She looked like a Greek war goddess, which she was, but this aura made her appearance more natural to a goddess. On the other side was a blonde girl with golden glowing hair with similar particles to the Greek goddess. She had 2 guns in both hands and several holy swords floating behind her. This was Jean. The pair didn't even notice how their appearance changed and how their powers grew, becoming much stronger. Such a thing happened because of the suits they were wearing. The built-in quantum computer powered by a diamond heart engine and the constant nanite support allows them to constantly fight at 100% without the worry of getting injured. The pair didn't even realize that they were causing quite a disturbance. You should just give up. I may be a minor goddess, but you stand no chance against me. Hippolyta took a stance, and a bloody crimson aura surged from her, becoming a pillar of flames, growing in size, and becoming a huge avatar of a Greek warrior holding a spear. The warrior stood in a stance, ready to throw the spear like a javelin. We shall see. I do have enough energy. Honestly, Jean had no idea what she was even doing. But she can't lose the chance to get that Allosaurus. By this point, she is guided by adrenaline, which is linked to her suit. Golden holy aura surged from her as well, transforming into a large pyre of golden light morphing into an cyber angel, same size as the Greek warrior. Instead of a spear, it had 2 hand cannons as long as rifles. Hippolyta's eyes widened as she saw something absurd. How can she do that? Well, questions for later, she needs to get that dinosaur for her husband. As the avatar of war threw the spear, Jean's cyber angel lifted the guns, which morphed into a single large cannon and shot at the incoming spear. The impact of those two caused an enormous explosion. Did the earth shake? An earthquake? Hisako asked as she looked at the dinner table. The cutlery on the table was shaking. No, look at the butterfly bar. Sirin, who was watching the roasting stegosaur ribs, turned to face in a direction. She saw the bar grow on her HUD's left bottom corner. What the? Is it us? Hisako panicked as she saw the bar grow. No, you can see where this is happening. The Herschers accessed the global map on her HUD. There is a huge blob of red on it. The bar switched to global percentage. She said with a contemplating look. Wait, they are still fighting. The chef girl exclaimed with disbelief. Hours have passed already. Irina's assistant's eyes trembled. They had already collected 3 high-ranked dinosaurs, and by this point, they were doing extra side missions for fewer points, but those brownie points from Marcus later on. Still, quite a bit of time has passed. We all have these. Sirin pointed at her triangle device. It's an arcane technology, the amount of energy it can produce is enough to level the entire solar system. The key factor is that the suits are self-aware and possess quantum computers, with the nanites as the extension to utilize said power. Why would Marcus create such dangerous devices? Hisako always wanted to ask that, but she never had her chance. What she was hearing was nothing new, after all, she was in the meeting where she got hers. Well, it's not that dangerous, per se. An atomic plant is dangerous, too, but humans use it to generate their energy needs. Sirin shrugged at her. The question is how much they push their needs for suits to generate that much power. The Herschers smirked as she got an idea. She waved her hand, causing time to freeze in the area. She doesn't want the meat to overcook or get stolen. Let's go. I have an idea, the white-haired girl said with a sinister smile, similar to that of a villain who had a wicked idea. Oh okay. The chef girl slowly nodded as she followed after Sirin. The pair flew towards where the fighting was happening. Aurora, who has the highest authority in this place? The Herschers asked the AI. That would be you. The girl mentally did her counting. At this moment, she is the only Marcus creation in the whole Jurassic, meaning that her authority is the highest. The rest of the girls are simple maids who flaunt Marcus power however they want. Good, her smile grew several times as she found a way to make a true power move and get all prize money. Hisako looked at Sirin with some worry. Was she planning some sort of coup? A few moments later, they crossed the Atlantic Ocean and arrived on the continent that would become North America in the distant future. The place was a mess, full of craters, and forests were on fire. The sky was clouded from all the carnage. Aurora, lock down all of the Diamond Heart engines except for mine and Hisako. Very well. At that moment, all of the maids who were fighting among themselves dropped to the ground as the suit powered down, leaving only essential protection from the climate. What? What is going on? Ouch. Oof. Jean and Hippolyta dropped hundreds of meters down. Thankfully, the suit absorbed the fall. Seeing that it worked, Sirin placed her hand on her lips as she giggled, seeing that she had all the cards in this game. Well. It appears I will be getting all of the points this time around. The Herschers landed on the ground. She was followed by nervous-looking Hisako. The girl realized that one maybe should not have that much power, considering how evilish Sirin sounded. Sirin. What happened? Lu Fei asked as she stood up. I suggest you don't do that. The white-haired girl motioned, and her subspace lances manifested around the area. Behind her, a bunch of gunships were descending from the central piece of the assimilator. You girls broke the standard protocol, forcing me to assume the command. Atlanta and Artemis looked at each other in realization. They had unknowingly gotten a leader they never wanted by allowing this girl to come with them. Chapter 109, The Klaxosaurian. Forward knights poured out from the vehicles as the gunships landed and surrounded the confused maids. After the pikes-wielding knights were the jetpack ones, as these pointed their rifles at them. Hold it, what is going on? Jean asked as she looked confused and worried. Look at the butterfly bar, and tell me that you have no idea what is going on, Sirin said while brushing her hair with her fingers. Her lips curled up, mocking as she looked at them. At that moment, Jean and Hippolyta paled as they saw one bar at 100% and another below appeared with 52%, but this one had a world symbol with a butterfly on it. This symbolized the planetary scale of the butterfly effect. Oops. You all are under arrest in Technocracy's name, the commanding knight said as he raised his voice. None of this would happen if you didn't intervene, Atlanta said as she was certain that there was no commanding officer. But since Sirin accepted it, the command structure was established, and they paid the price. I have no idea what you are saying. If I hadn't stopped, you could have brought Jurassic era to an end before its intended time. You do know how this era ends, right? The volcanic traps in China erupt and kill all of the apex animals. I am simply doing what Marcus instructed. Sirin smiled as she motioned for knights to get them arrested. The knights moved in, and Atlanta sighed as she offered her hands. Seeing no resistance, they moved in. Damn it. Artemis complained to herself. Not only did she become a maid, but she was also arrested, quite a demotion for an Olympian. What will happen to us? You will be behind bars until all of the objectives in Jurassic are done. The white-haired Hershers explained with a small smile. Almost telling them to leave it to her, she won't fail them. You are going to collect all the points. Lu Fei realized what this meant. I am not stupid enough to fight maids who can access limitless energy. You all will answer to your master while I am going to be praised for stopping you and collecting his. Allosaurus. Sirin smirked as she looked at how the knights placed magic handcuffs on each of them. This is ridiculous. Atlanta sighed as she got arrested. So much for a proper hunt. She looked at Hippolyta and Jean. You two will suffer. I am going to make sure to beat you two up. You can do that after we return to modern times. Sirin motioned to remove these criminals. In the meantime, prepare the assimilator for terrain repairs. We can do that, right? She asked the commanding knight. Specific place time bombs should recover the damaged terrain. Considering only several hours have passed. That's good. Then, you can begin with your preparations. I want this place to recover, Hershers instructed with a nod. At once, mistress. When Sirin heard how they called her, she slightly blushed. I can get used to it. Right. She then looked at Hisako. Let's go back. We need to finish those ribs. Yes. The chef girl stiffly nodded. Seeing those knights turn on the maids was quite a reminder that she was part of an actual military. The maids were brought aboard the assimilator and then taken to prison cells. You can't be serious. Artemis groaned, but she still obeyed, considering she was far away from home and her powers were sealed away. Will we be staying in prison until we return to outside the time? Hippolyta asked, wondering how long the sentence would be. The amount of damage you all did and the amount of work we must do to undo your damage is considerable. By all means, Supreme Commander should look for new maids. The girls stiffened as they realized that they messed up. But you can undo all of it, so what's the issue? The warrior queen asked. Your perception that it's your privilege to cause all that without care is the reason why you are behind bars. Technocracy doesn't answer to you. Atlanta looked at Hippolyta. Her eyes glowed with murder. For now, relax and wait for the Supreme Commander's judgment. He will be quite disappointed that one of his favorite time period got wrecked so much. The maids trembled when they heard that. The most affected maid of them all was Lu Fei, as she was sitting on the uncomfortable bed as if someone sucked her soul out. Once the knights left the prison, the lights turned off, leaving only small LED ones at foot level, which gave a small amount of light to see the surroundings. You two have fucked this up. Do you know how long I waited for such an opportunity to hunt? Yet, your stupid greed caused all of this. Atlanta snapped as she realized that Marcus was not here to pull her out, and trying to escape was suicidal, considering they were 150 million years away from modern times. Ha, and then why did you attack me? Lu Fei snapped back. Because you stupid brat, I wanted to measure the animal before I looked for a bigger one. Then why you didn't ask? Lu Fei exclaimed with a baffled tone. Because you wouldn't listen either way. The lioness reasoned. Shut up, you two, Artemis spoke with a heavy voice, carrying heavy pressure, making the pair turn stiff. The goddess was showing Olympian heritage to the two maids. Because of this ridiculous situation, my standing with my master will diminish, she said with a sigh, making the other girls realize that it was true. Honestly, until now, he used to pamper them. But no one knew how he would react after seeing what they did. As they were thinking, two knights returned. One was holding a large container-like box. As they walked to Hippolyta, the leading knight opened the container, showing a cushioned interior. Your suit device. The knight requested to hand over the triangle diamond heart engine. The red-haired warrior goddess sighed as she put her hand on her chest. At that moment, her clothes shifted to prisoner's clothes. The device already knew it would be taken away from her, so it left one last gift for her before ending up inside the container box. After Hippolyta, it was Jean, then Artemis, Lefay, and lastly, Atlanta, who still had a murderous gaze. The lioness was furious as her hard work could be easily undone. The question is, will Marcus learn of this? Considering that proper infrastructure has yet to be placed and initiated, there is a considerable amount of lag between periods and the base construction outside of those periods. Atlanta is even considering doing something drastic to ensure Marcus doesn't end up learning all the details. Well, it's just a thought, she has no basis to make it happen. Aurora will record everything, but will Marcus check it? She knows that he often glosses over details to get a summary of the events. That could be her chance. You are not thinking of breaking out, now are you? Artemis asked as she saw how Atlanta had been looking at the doors. Maybe. And how do you suggest that can happen? Our powers are sealed, the outside weather is dangerous to mortals, and my powers are weakened, considering how mana is unresponsive. Artemis mentioned how bad their situation is. I know. But this is technocracy. The jail system is not tested. We can start working our way back if we find any faults. The lion maid's eye rolled as she reminded them about the faction they were part of. Oh. Just like that, they all started to inspect and look around. Meanwhile, Sirin and Hisako finished their dinner in lands that would be Portugal in millions of years and returned to the centerpiece of the assimilator. The Hershers was smiling the whole way as she was finally the Queen of Jurassic. With assimilator under her control, she could do practically anything. Create a civilization, gene-alter dinosaurs, build a flotilla, and invade her place of origin. All of those are possible with the almighty Uranus-class assimilator. The only thing standing in her way of doing whatever she wants is that Marcus will get disappointed with her, and the whole place will shut down the moment he mentions anything. She might have control, but that's because he is not around. This is such a tease. Absolute power an inch away, and yet that inch is insurmountable. Sirin sighed as she ended up in the control center. She could see rows and rows of officers organizing animal collection and restoration of the destroyed North American continent. How is the land? She asked them as she walked over. It will take several days to set the charges in a specific pattern to restore the way it was before. The damage is in thousands of miles. Even the marine life has been impacted. What we must pay attention to is how the layers of ground are, considering we need to make sure the way coal and oil forms are the way humans will find them in the future, the officers explained to the pair. Right. The white-haired girl rubbed her forehead when she heard that. Just make sure it works and it's properly recorded for Marcus to see. Of course, leave it to us. The Hershers nodded before looking at the empty throne. Anything else? Any news? She asked as her gaze went from the throne right back at the officers. We received an order to initiate the first contingency. The automated assembly lines went online a couple of moments ago, the assimilator commander said to Sirin. Contingency. This was the first time she had heard this. The rearmament and creation of the army, the exploration and collect operation just turned into something more. Supreme Commander is requesting a rapid buildup of a fleet. Sirin's left eyebrow went up. Does he need a fleet? But there is nothing in the place outside time that would need a fleet. The Hershers reasoned with them. Supreme Commander is not outside the flow of time. He left for Cretaceous a while ago, considering how slow information flows, he arrived there several weeks ago. Sirin massaged her head when she heard that. With all the time flow messing, I am getting a headache. Understandable. Aurora has already assigned what is considered central time flow. All of the interiors of assimilators follow this standardized time to ensure the flow is anchored to the same time regardless of where you are, the commander explained to them. I know it's still confusing. Not long ago, we slipped millions of years just to collect some theropods. She waved her hand dismissively before asking the most important question. Why is he in the Cretaceous? I thought he was busy with evolution-related data. Sirin recalled how bad it was, he kept ignoring even her. Yes, he was until he got word that the assimilator landed in a unique Cretaceous world. He went to investigate. Interesting, so whatever he found made him activate the first contingency. The white-haired girl rubbed her chin as she considered leaving this place after she collected the top bingo entries. She still needs to capture marine life forms and large sauropods. If she could just make all of the automated entries in her name, but she can't cheat when AI is fully self-aware and follows her every move for the sake of her creator. Precisely, it could be alien civilization or some cosmic event. The commander's words perked her interest, making her wonder if it was some strange energy similar to Honkai. Interesting. Let me check something. The girl summoned her console and swiftly noticed that her bank account had a hefty 7-digit balance. She went through some interesting menus now that she had that much money. I can order a Star Destroyer, fufufu, interesting. For a moment, she pondered what to do, but then she realized that she was the only general in the entirety of Jurassic World. Aurora, since I am the current leader, could I order any construction I want? The white-haired girl asked the AI. As long as you have a proper explanation for your actions, you could technically construct another assimilator. There are no set limits, except you would need to explain yourself to the Supreme Commander. Sirin rubbed her chin as gears were spinning in her head. I see, so I don't even need to buy ships. There is no need. Thanks to my high ranking, I can simply loan resources from technocracy. For a second, she thought of just building a floating and leaving for her world, but that wouldn't have a great end result, and there was no doubt that the Armada's crew would realize that she betrayed Marcus' trust. The whole fleet would betray her. No, her revenge on Honkai needs to wait. She still needs to finish her videos as well. In that case, build extra dry docks for the ships Marcus wants. I want him to know that we contributed to his cause the most. Sirin ordered the officers. Understood, we shall begin the work at once. At the same time, I can begin with the creation of my troops. The Herschers recalled that Marcus and Quinella have a unique set of troops which only belong to them. Well, all of the soldiers belong to Marcus, but there is a group that is iconic to him, and those are the Royal Guards, which have their iconic golden armors, tower shields, and heavily ornamented plasma pikes. While Quinella has her Integrity Knights with special mobile suits for support, such a unique army exclusive to a single girl makes Sirin somewhat jealous. She used to have a pet dragon and armies of Honkai creatures. Well, I can start thinking of something until I need to leave this place. Meanwhile, reality away, in Cretaceous Earth. Marcus looked at his handiwork, the Riot Police armor, for his T-Rexes and the slick Seek and Destroy Utahraptor custom armors. Execute all of my designs, Aurora, and begin uploading this to Aurora Network. Understood. Sir. We are receiving a faint signal from time ripple outside the planet's atmosphere. I do believe that the communication tower is beginning to power up in the base outside the time. About time. Over a week has passed, and I am done with almost all of my miscellaneous tasks. Marcus scratched his head while complaining. He needed a proper network to coordinate with his other assimilators. Considering he has no idea what is happening in other periods. A tower that can contact any place in space and time takes time. Sir. I know, and Quinella should know, that there is no way she is allowed to be linked with our modern time. If she does that time, the time flow will even out, and we will need to leave our hunt for dinosaurs and talent. The inventor reminded his AI. She is aware, that much I know. Besides, we must fly for nearly 20 days to reach the location of modern times in the time stream. That's why he is quite relaxed, as he knows that his Ars Almadel Solomonis does not have the advanced frequencies to establish and anchor the time flow with the rest of the assimilators. Considering his space gun is already outdated tech. Yes, establish communication and prepare the data packages for the main hub. Yes, compressing data. After checking his latest inventions, Marcus' gaze moved to the armada he had outside the assimilator. The first 30 Star Destroyers are done, alongside 60 Minotaur Interceptors, 60 Cerberus missile frigates and 80 Daedalus-class support carriers. Beautiful. He whispered under his breath as he looked at the ships floating in Earth's atmosphere. No one can see them as a strong gravity well blocking the view from the planet's surface. But this was not the end, as his new capital ship is under construction at the moment. According to this data, it will take a while, considering it's the biggest combat vessel he has ever built. He is not comparing it to the space stations or the assimilators, which are in different leagues. Well, his Solomon-class super dreadnought is almost as big as his Ars Almadel Solomonis, but that's because the space gun is outdated. Marcus, the sapient raptors are starting to settle down. Irina blasted into the observation room with an excited tone. Oh. About bloody time, close to 100,000 years have passed. He never considered that it would take them this long to drop their nomadic lifestyle. He does want them to become a sophisticated civilization, but a nomadic life is a dead end, as culture doesn't advance that much when traveling is on individuals' minds. Living in a single place allows culture to improve and advance in tech, writing to become a thing, and living standards to improve. But then again. This is from the perspective of an omnivore like him, but these raptors are carnivores. Yes, well, they tamed ceratopsids and hadrosaurids. Allowing them to, sort of, settle down. Irina showed him a strained smile. Sort of. Well, they need a lot of space for the herds. So they have settled down to some extent. Her explanation made Marcus rub his chin as he wondered what to do next. We can send another monolith close to this first settlement. But first, I want to visit their previous residence. I was thinking the same thing. She nodded at his suggestion, making Marcus smile. The pair proceeded to descend to lower levels, where they flew down to the planet below. They were accompanied by a gunship escort. What they found were wide holes and remnants of dinosaur bones. Such a sight reminded the inventor of Stone Age cavemen's villages, which used to be made from fur and mammoth bones. They are using sauropod bones to build their tent frames. Marcus scanned the site with his eyes as he looked around. Caves were in the distance as well. Do you think they stopped living in caves when they realized that they needed more space? He asked for her opinion, as he had no idea about societal structures, at least natural ones. Possibly, or it could be both. The caves are not that wide or warm, aren't they? She said with a frown. Yes. But Cretaceous Earth is one of warmest times of Earth, not counting Permian-Triassic time, he said with a shrug. That's the thing. These sapient raptors don't need to care about the coldness of the Ice Age like how his ancestors needed to worry. True, that means they have time to develop social structures. As they spoke, the knights explored the perimeter. They picked up more sophisticated tools made from wood, grass-like strings, and stones. They were much more advanced than the ones Marcus collected 100,000 years ago from the original cave system. Sir. You should see this. One of the knights caught Marcus' attention. The inventor swiftly appeared next to him and examined what he found. What he saw was a rotting corpse of a blue-skinned sapient raptor tied to a rock. Primitive punishments. Marcus said the first thing that came to his mind was, that is possible, as this corpse is tied to a boulder. The knight agreed as Irina walked over as well. Well, we can figure that out. It's time for us to test the new gadgets I prepared. Marcus said after inspecting the corpse and taking some blood and tissue samples. He motioned for his knights to bring the new stuff. New gadgets? She asked curiously. Well, he was doing something the whole time, just like she was experimenting with food. So they both were busy with stuff in their own ways. As I mentioned before, we arrived in Carboniferous. I will be making more ways to control time to make sure we can negate and control the butterfly effect. As he explained to her, he summoned a hologram and compared the DNA of this raptor to the one 100,000 years ago he got a sample of. Well, just look at that. The DNA changed more than 6.5%. He looked pleased with this development. Isn't such a difference similar between us and the primates? She recalled this from one of the biology classes. Indeed, even more so. Such a thing means that there were at least 2 to 3 splits up of this genome over the period of 100,000 years. There could be at least 2 to 3 tribes of these sapient dinosaurs in this world as we speak. With slightly different genes. He explained to her while he stood up. Aurora, project this DNA for me. One moment. In front of Marcus, a blue-skinned man with silver hair stood on 2 legs and had 2 arms with 5 fingers. This creature looked more like a human than a dinosaur, which confirmed the idea that he was in some sort of anime or manga world. It's that he still doesn't know which one this is. Sir, it appears. Aurora highlighted a specific part of the DNA. That these sapient beings have developed omnivore traits over the past 20,000 years or so. Amazing, so not only do they look more like us now, but their diet has changed too. Irina noticed how these species look like blue humans now that dinosaurs. Indeed. This part of the world has less prey to prey on, and there were periods of cold weather as well. These creatures had to eat whatever they could put their hands on. Aurora showed the pair that, in the recent couple of thousand years, the world has experienced small drops in temperature from time to time. Just like the data I got from Carboniferous, once a life form starts to struggle, the cells responsible for evolution start to kick in, and the adaptation process begins. Marcus pondered on what he was seeing in front of him. Interesting. It appears the world is moving towards the early Bronze Age. These sapient creatures could start developing writing and early forms of pottery. We must pay closer attention now. The inventor realized that this was starting to get interesting. He wants to see what these beings could come up with. After all, he is starting to feel something akin to a creator-like figure to these beings. Very well, I will activate my protocols related to observation of primitive civilizations. Do it, and release more drones for closer observations, Marcus instructed his AI as they didn't touch the corpse more than necessary. Instead, they recorded all their findings for safe storage and collected some samples and tools for Marcus' collection. Not long after, the knights returned with a box with green energy inside of it. 2 of them needed to hold it as it was quite heavy even for them with the support of the armor's augmentations. Good. It's here. The inventor noticed the arrival of his new gadget. What is that? I can sense time from it. Irina looked at the box curiously. That's because it is time. This is a time projector. It can anchor to an area, check the past or future, and then overwrite it with a selected choice. He explained to her as the knights had prepared the device for action. That's some impressive abilities. The girl looked impressed by what this can do. Technically, with this, he could undo old age and all that stuff. But then she realized that this kind of stuff doesn't matter anymore anyway. She controls time, not through magic, but as if it's breathing. Just by doing that, she is no longer connected to the concept of aging, which makes her realize how crazy her life is becoming. Not that Marcus thought of that when he created this. Yeah, I created this so that I could collect the world's wonders, like Artemis Temple, which was destroyed way before modern times. I can restore all the world's wonders to their pristine condition with this box. He revealed his real reason for this box's existence. And, of course, in these cases as well. He then looked at the corpse. We can glimpse into what happened here without even restoring if we want to. As he was done with his explanation, he issued his orders. Begin with the setup. First, tag the boundaries of the area, and then select what to restore. The knights rapidly moved to tag the limits of the boundaries before selecting the corpse's immediate area. The box glowed not long after that, creating a green bubble in the area. They saw how the corpse started to recover and eventually came back to life. He struggled for a while before they finally saw how he ended up in this situation. They saw some primitive sapient dinosaurs bring him here. These dinosaurs were dressed in leather clothes, a much more refined version of what Marcus saw a while ago. Slow down the flow. I want to hear them speak. Marcus raised his hand, ordering the knight controlling the gadget to slow the flow of time so that he could hear them speak. What he heard made him smile for a bit. It was extremely primitive grunts and other sounds. What made him happy enough is that he won't need to overcome a hurdle regarding communication. They speak on the same sound wave, and their ears can pick it up. That means that they can be even more useful in the future. He won't need to gene alter them. I don't understand a thing. Irina sounded conflicted as these creatures spoke something she could hear and simultaneously annoyed as she couldn't make sense of it. Relax, we still need to finish those sessions for you to unlock psionic powers to tap into their mind to read directly their thoughts. You can do that even in this situation, she asked, surprised. She understood that they were glimpsing back at what happened several months ago, if not more. Not quite, but you will need to understand it one way or another, and they won't speak English or Japanese to you. He smirked while saying that. She rolled her eyes, and here she was, expecting something of that caliber. Hey, if you mix psionic and time control, you could do that. He shrugged, something like that could be possible. Anyway, now we know that they have language, we can tap into it. Marcus switched his theme of conversation. Aurora, begin translation. Understood. Sir, since they are primitive, some of their words could potentially make no sense to us. I know, but regardless, just do your thing. As you wish. Later. After that, they returned to the assimilator, and Marcus began working on establishing a proper connection to the rest of his empire. There was not that much he could do on his part as the infrastructure was outside the current reality and outside the time flow. All he could do was work on keeping the information flow stable by miniaturizing the concept of Bifrost. Something akin to the fiber optics of regular society. Honestly, it was not that hard, considering the amount of energy he could spare and nothing else to do. But, like always, he ended up finishing it, and then there was nothing else to do. That was until he decided to play around with the unique energy samples they recovered from the world below. I could make forms of stimulants. If I am to mix this up with evolution-related cells, I could technically rapidly create a creature of my desire. Marcus pondered the possible uses of this material. The issue is that it's not a liquid but rather a solid material. However, this is not an issue as something like this could be altered to one's needs. Irina, do we have spare triceratops? Spare? I mean, we got several hundred of them a couple thousand years ago. Before their numbers started dropping. The cherry blonde commented that they needed to start saving dinosaurs from dinosaurs as the sapient ones started doing what humans did to animals of their times, reckless slaughter for food, material, and space. Good enough. Just give me a male and a female. I will do some gene tailoring. He asked her as he proceeded to mix a new serum. Okay. As Irina was organizing a couple of dinosaurs to test on, Aurora finished with translation as it was a little bit difficult to make sense of certain things. Sir, I have a rudimentary understanding of what they are speaking. Show me. Marcus rewatched the video of how two guard dinosaurs tied the criminal one to the boulder. The criminal one was screaming about injustice and something about the ones who watch. I believe these sapient dinosaurs know that we are watching them, and they are treating us like gods of some sort. The inventor stroked his chin as he rewatched it several times. He understood the gist of it. Now, he is interested in how they perceive his presence. Interesting. Sir, another thing. I do believe I have an idea what they call themselves. Marcus raised an eyebrow as he wondered what their name was. What did these people call themselves? Well, let me hear it. He asked with a curious tone. They call themselves the Klaxo or the people of Klaxo. The rest I do not know. We need to study them more. When Marcus heard that, his eyebrows went up. He heard that before. Wait, as in? Klaxosaur, the blue people, with horns, in Cretaceous, strange energy from the planet's core. This world is of Darling Infrax. He realized what this meant. And where he was. The world of 02, the strange mechs, the soul-eating aliens and all that weird stuff. Marcus chuckled to himself as he realized where he was at the moment. It's so weird, to say the least. Chapter 110, God Emperor of Claxia. While such discovery gave him some idea of what to expect, the unknown factor of how they perceive his creation hasn't dulled down. The inventor wanted to see what these Claxosaurians think. How do they see his assimilator? Or do faint, but they have this feeling of being watched. What is it that affects them like that? He has no answers to all those questions. Marcus continued to ponder as he rewatched the video at least 10 times before storing it away as the first ever proof that Claxosaurians have the means to communicate vocally. Well, it was his first ever proof. They could have had means to communicate for hundreds of years if not thousands of years, but it's his first ever video of them talking. So it has value to him. After storing it away, he went to find the Triceratops on which he was going to use the evolution serum. What is that? Irina asked him as he was holding a needle with yellow serum inside of it. Evolution serum, I want to see if we can turn these horned dinosaurs into prehistoric cows. He clarified to her what he was planning to do. Okay. She understood why, but at the same time, experiments like that, What? Please, don't give me that whole moral stuff now. Considering how humans slaughter chicken, cows, and sheep for food and stuff. He rolled his eyes. I know. After a short moral dilemma, Marcus did do it. Nothing happened, the chef girl said in a confused tone. She watched closely as the horned lizard behaved like nothing had happened. Well, duh, it's evolution serum, not mutation serum. That means their children will be affected, not them. The serum, for a while, will negate incest-based shortcomings until this new Triceratops variant has enough numbers. He explained to her as he handed away the needle. Oh. The girl blushed in embarrassment for a second, thinking he would cause the animal to feel some sort of pain. Oh, indeed. Now, let go and watch what our dearest Claxosaurians are doing. Claxo-saurian. Irina looked confused. Did he name the sapient dinosaurs? Aurora figured out their language, and they call themselves Claxo or people of Claxo. So I decided to add saurian as in the lizard. He said to her that as they left the storage block of the Triceratops, they took a graviton shuttle to the main animal control area and then took the lift to the observation floor and the central command of the assimilator. For now, they watched how the first civilization rose from primitive tribes, the first clay or mud-like buildings, and the construction of first-like temples, which are shaped similarly to pyramids. This was similar to what Marcus remembers from Mesopotamians, but there was something else. And that is the monolith similar to the one he left many years ago. That monolith has left a genetic memory to these Claxosaurians. Marcus smiled when he saw that, but just like everything, certain things come to an end, the fall of civilization. The number of people living in the ancient city was too great, and famine struck. This led to the city's weakening and another city that was rising conquered it. The city ended up being destroyed by a lesser, less developed society. So that's the fall of Claxia. Irina looked sad to see a city that had existed for nearly 1,000 years vanish like that. People scattered, and their achievements fell into the sea of time. When Marcus saw it, he realized how similar this was to human societies and the fall of empires. There are a large number of people, not enough food, questionable leadership choices, and the fall of roles in men and women, all signs of a failed society. No worries, the city will live on in my archives. He reassured her, and with a snap of fingers, a couple of knights entered the observation floor. I want that city recovered and stored away. Yes, Supreme Commander. The pair of knights saluted before leaving the place. How long do you think it will take for Claxosaurians to recover the lost progress? We saw a high level of society, from priests to rich merchants, all of that in an early technological society where everyone lived in mud-like houses. She asked him as she saw how the ones who invaded lived in worse cities. Give a couple hundred years. As long as the ones who lived in that city are still alive, the tales will remain with them. Eventually, the advancement will return and surpass. What's what biological life does? As he said, they continued to watch, and the number of Claxosaurians continued to increase, the places where they lived spread out more, and the number of small civilizations continued to grow. With that, more wars popped up, and more destruction followed. Irina was both horrified and impressed by the ability to destroy and recover. However, with each fall of society, the next civilization will be greater. Eventually, a higher form of weaponry is introduced, like iron. With iron, greater defenses, bigger walls, and bigger siege equipment are created. Of course, greater societal activities and distinctive languages followed by writing, mythos, and religion. Let's go. It's time for us to get close and personal. He smiled as he noticed the first proper large temples. Right. I do want to see what they are worshipping. The pair descended into a far different world from what they remember last time. There are cities of marble and stone, Claxosaurians wielding weapons of metal, and buildings that look like large temples and fortifications similar to castles. Not only that, but there are domesticated animals, like variants of Hadrosauridae, which are used as mounts, and Cerapsidae, which are used as cattle for milk, leather, and meat. But what attracted their attention were huge towers in which large flyers were kept as flying mounts. I am jealous, Marcus said as he realized what this was. You have an interstellar empire, no, an interstellar time and space empire, and you are jealous of species who don't have a rice cooker. Irina joked with an eye roll. I don't have flying mounts. He reasoned. You can genetically create big birds. What's your point? And I can create, not tame like they do. Honestly, our era is garbage. We don't have smilodons anymore, or megalodons or big snakes. Nope, the only thing we have is big whales. Marcus ranted at the injustice of his modern times. Compared to these guys, his era is boring as hell. Well, because of T-Rex and other large predators, it took them over 100,000 years to reach where they are. Even then, it's because you left your monolith. She reasoned with him. Cool doesn't mean great for society. Yeah, I know, but it's a boy thing. He shrugged before taking her hand and proceeding to explore the capital of this empire. Irina looked around. It was strange to see a civilization during the dinosaur period. If not for the fact that people of this land were blue-skinned and had dinosaurs for pets, she would have thought she was in a mashup of antique and medieval times world. Eventually, her eyes perked up as they arrived at a marketplace. Constant shouting to sell stuff has reached their ears. The chef girl ended up pulling him towards the first merchant who was selling strange fruits. They have raised their version of fruits. I remember much wilder ones I collected a couple thousand years ago. It is amazing what one can do after selective breeding is done properly. The girl gushed as she was about to touch it, but then she stopped, as they were invisible for a reason. Well, we can think of something, he said after seeing her stop midway. I bet, but we can do that later. Let's go and explore first. With a nod, the pair continued to walk around, paying attention to the societal structure of this place. They did find that there is a high emphasis on martial prowess and talent for fighting, all of which are described in their building designs and activities. Where one usually would have a theater play, one would have gladiatorial fights here. So it's more like Rome than Athens. Marcus could see similarities between this antique and medieval society, such as the way their leather armor was mixed with metal and the buildings being made from stone and marble, which reminded him of Rome or ancient Greece. Wood is being used much less than he had imagined. Well, Romans used stone and marble, only after barbarians took over most of Europe did people switch to wood. Considering how warm it always is here, he can see the attraction of using stone or marble instead of wood. Eventually, the pair arrived at a grand temple on top of a pyramid. Honestly, it reminded him of Carthaginian or Babylonian in style. Something he can't get enough of. The pair floated to the top and proceeded to walk around, looking for paintings or something that would give them an idea of what they were still worshipping this time around. As they inspected the paintings, Marcus activated his holographic scanner and recorder to gain more insight with the assistance of his AI. Mark, they still believe in the ones who observe. I think the religion is more advanced than before, Irina said with a strained smile. They always watch us. Their invisible hands stretch through the infinite stars and guide us to a bright future. The cherry blonde read to him what she was seeing before her. The AI has fully translated to her. How much did we interfere in their lives? She asked him, considering that the single monolith was placed on the planet for these people a very long time ago. Well, my UFOs have been collecting samples all the time so that they could have helped a couple of times. The inventor shrugged at her. He doesn't remember any specific scenario where they interfered more than necessary. Marcus noticed something peculiar as they walked around, a metal acorn with countless hands. Aurora, do we have any idea how they can see my assimilator? There could be a specific phenomenon where gravity wells could be perceived at unique times, maybe solar storms. Marcus pondered for a bit before checking more of the murals. He could see these hands and discs maintaining the land, removing animals or even placing them, and then saving their cattle and other stuff. He is certain that only half of this is real. The other half is made up for the sake of religion. After thinking for a bit, he had no idea what to do next. Should he embrace the god status? He knew what would happen to Klaxosaurians in the future. They would die off fighting those soul eaters from space, permanently fuse with their mechs and leave only the princess as the sole living Klaxosaurian. As he recalled the plot, he left the temple, sat down on the stairs, and looked at the city expanding in front of him. So what now? Irina asked him curiously as she walked over and stood behind where he was sitting. Well, we can help them survive or let them die off, he said with a shrug. Are you talking about the meteorite? She asked him, wondering what he was hinting at. No, and yes. These species will reach advanced civilization status until they experience an invasion from alien species, he said in a thoughtful voice. Oh, so you want to assist them? Is that why you began to assemble your armies? Irina realized why he had begun to mass-produce his military. Since you already started militarizing, there is no need to hold back. She slightly shrugged at him. Since he started, there is no need to hold back. I guess. But this will be a long project. He smiled slightly as he stood up. Since they already started, there is no reason to hold back. As Marcus said that, he pondered on an entry, maybe copy how predators used to do. Landing on the top of the pyramids. Sounds amusing and interesting. Long is a subjective word, isn't it? We have been here for a long time now. Irina snorted. They have been here since the beginning of the Cretaceous, which is close to 100 million years now. They collected quite an impressive list of animals and plants. They are quite close to leaving this place by all means and purposes, but that could change if Marcus decides to become these Klaxosaurian god. True. I could set a few things in motion and watch things unfold. He said that with a contemplative look, he could make a miracle or two and let the religion spiral out into something. Possible as well, but you need to remember that there is a threat out there for these people and maybe even to us to some degree. The girl reminded him of what he said before. Marcus slightly smiled, hearing her concerned about something. He could understand why Irina was worried as she had never seen his faction in real action. Don't worry, I have some ideas about what to do. Marcus' small smile morphed into a smirk. A smirk Irina is feeling is going to cause quite a commotion. It was time for prayers. The Grand Priest Dalula gathered his followers in the Grand Temple of the city of Coria. Today, we gathered here to pray for guidance and to ask our great observers to show us a sign that the tragedy of Klaxia and the famine that ended the great civilization of Klaxia won't repay itself. The old priest continued to mumble about asking for guidance. Today, he asked for guidance on how to survive famine, tomorrow for prosperity, and so forth. There is a list of thoughts on prayers. But then, a dense pressure descended on the whole city, and a golden ball erupted before the metal acorn with many arms. It was a golden armored being with golden red wings. Its aura makes people struggle to breathe. The great priest's eyes bulged out as his pupils expanded. Oh, great observer, is that truly you? Instead of saying anything, he raised his hand, and everyone in the hall saw images of the monolith and the huge acorn and what they had been doing here. The gathered people were made to understand the acorn and its purpose. Just revealing that it was one of many made their knees give up, as this being's faction was absurd, to say the least. He was the leader of an absurd faction, and just one of these beings was War's Hipworthy, but when they got the call answered by the leader himself, it made their brains stop functioning for a second. Instead, they were forced to see images of the future. And no. We can't die off. They saw themselves becoming metal giants as they fought off the invaders. Then do you follow me? The armored being asked, his voice was magnetic and deep, making them stick to each word like glue. Yes. Bring salvation to our kin, O great observer. You may call me the Supreme Commander. But that word was foreign to these people. They only had rulers, like kings, lords, and emperors. They used to call their celestials observers, as they were beings who watched their struggles and, from time to time, assisted. But this was the first time that the greatest observer decided to answer their call. So they can't call him observer anymore since he is interacting, not observing. They can't call him whatever he is asking as they don't understand what a commander is in the first place, but they know what Supreme is. Supreme Emperor. As you wish. We shall call you God Emperor. Grand Priest Dalilu, how can we call our great observer a mere Supreme? It's a heresy to use such a mortal name. He can only be our God Emperor. Yes. 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 The devoted followers proceeded to chant his new title, the God Emperor of Klaxia. The golden armored being was out of words as he simply stared at what had just happened. How did this happen? Marcus and Irina, who were at the back, were staring at this development with bafflement. The inventor used a psionic projection to make himself appear as a dinosaur-like deity. Well, dragons are mythologically the closest thing to a dinosaur. So, now you are God. She didn't even sound surprised anymore. Hell, their current place has warped her common sense to the point that she is questioning what common sense is. I guess. He was not certain either way. But this was an important part of his future designs, which were to build up a force to face those space vampire spirit thingies. He won't throw his resources into this until Klaxosaurians are fully exhausted. Hell, he finally has a civilization that is going to follow him. The only thing he needs to add to this is a proper foundation that is obedient to him. Yes, I think I got an idea. His suit reacted as nanites proceeded to pour out from Diamond Heart Engine. At the same time, his projection raised his hand forward, making a declaring motion. In that case, those who follow me shall be rewarded. A golden avalanche of energy blasted from him. In truth, it was from his suit, from behind. A wave of nanites rushed and fused with the group of Klaxosaurians, giving them by all means supernatural powers. The nanites will make them stronger, according to what Marcus desires. After all, he doesn't easily share power, especially those who are not cute girls. Not that he needs more soldiers. He can make them, he can design them, and he can arm them. But this situation? One could say that this is a hobby. He wants to see how far this game can evolve. Can these people impress him enough? Sure, he liked the new title, but they need to show him that they are worthy of being kept around. I have given to you my blessing. The power of this blessing will depend on how strong your belief is. Worst case, if you disappoint me, the consequences will be severe. The gathered followers looked at their hands as they felt lighter and far more vigorous. Whatever their new emperor did has surely worked. One of them tried out. He took his sword and tried to bend it. Impossible, the blue-skinned Klaxosaurian exclaimed in disbelief as he saw his sword bend awkwardly in his hand, which he had cut, heal up nearly instantaneously. The rest of them started to inspect their new power-ups. After a short while, the Klaxosaurians returned to kneeling before him, waiting for directives. First, your kin has to unite the world. It's the only way to focus on a single enemy. Those soul eaters do not know that we know they are coming to us. We will use this to our advantage. The gathered people gushed at such an idea. In a martial society, a strategic advantage is something one can acknowledge and look up to. With our new abilities uniting, the world conquest will be a child's play, O great God Emperor. Then see to it. With the golden bust, Marcus' projection and oppressive presence disappeared, making everyone feel much lighter. Instead of celebrating that their god had descended, everyone looked serious as they received their first true divine mission. Aurora, you can remove the camouflage on the assimilator, we no longer need it. Marcus watched as everyone started to organize and prepare for a coup and a revolution. Understood, sir. Well, it appears the situation has become strange. Irina chipped in as she saw the whole thing. It is what it is. If they want to be saved, they need to do it themselves. He replied with crossed arms. You are planning to help them either way. I am planning to get rid of soul-eating aliens, yes. He said with a nod. That's a broad reply with many possibilities. The cherry blonde, who already understands how he works, knows he can take many options in dealing with these aliens. Precisely, I have no idea when they are coming, but we will have a while. He said while stroking his chin. Since I am planning to keep this world, I do not care about the meteorite. Aurora, I want you to build an early warning system for the solar system. But sir, if we do that, the butterfly effect bar. Since we are helping Klaxosaurians, we need to accept that there won't be a humanity here. For 02, I will need to visit an alternative version of this Earth, Marcus thought, as he already had an idea once the highway was complete in outside time. Understood, accessing the memory banks, locating blueprints. So much for that. Irina realized that he would be changing history fundamentally. Not that she had much opinion on this since she found this ancient world interesting, and it was not truly her world to begin with. Come now. It's going to be interesting. I am not sad or anything. Since I knew something like this would happen, the chef girl said with a knowing tone. She knew that Marcus was looking for a way to have fun, and now he had an entire civilization to play with. Ha. That's my arena. Now, then, let's go. I need to create a research tree. He joked briefly as the pair flew out from the grand temple towards the sky. By this point, people were pointing at the sky as there were highways and other constructs. Meanwhile, Quinella looked at massive constructs being assembled outside the carboniferous assimilator. The information relay, which was a huge communication dish, was already in operation, and Marcus had already sent a data package to establish a permanent link. By this point, she is already synchronizing with other assimilators and solidifying the comms link. Mistress, we are getting strange data from 2 assimilators. One of the officers notified the assistant. What is it? The Jurassic assimilator has an absurdly high butterfly effect percentage, the officer showed to Quinella. At a global scale. What are they doing? Those stupid bedwarmers. The platinum-haired girl started to rant. She can't believe what they did after Marcus trusted them with a tiny bit of his power. And this is what they get. Mistress, Aurora has updated the data log. According to it, the maids fought among themselves for the privilege of collecting the top 3rd dinosaur in the list. It erupted into a battle. Mistress Sirin took control after and arrested them. Oh. And of the dinosaurs. Quinella had a feeling this was not a simple arrest but a power grab. The Herschers was quite similar to her, after all. Mistress Sirin collected all of the top entries in the bingo book related to the Jurassic period. Fufufu, thought so. Quinella had an annoyed look. Such a competition is concerning. And regarding the other matter, it's from Cretaceous Earth. Marcus assimilator. What happened? The assistant's expression morphed into worry. It's not that, it's the butterfly effect bar, it broke. The officer was confused. I am sure it's an error in the communication relay. She tried to reason, but Quinella walked over with a small frown. Impossible, we are working with quantum computers. The OS auto-fixes itself. Such fundamental failures are beneath us. The platinum-haired assistant clarified that error is fundamentally impossible to them. Then. What you are looking at is what is happening on that Earth. What are you doing? Marcus. Is your new game more valuable than the humanity in that world? Honestly, as an artificial creation, she doesn't have much attachment to the human race, but she cares because Marcus used to care. So, Supreme Commander, on purpose, is breaking the set events. The officer came to the conclusion. Precisely, now the question is, what is he doing? Are there any updates? Request an update if they need support. We do have a fleet on standby. She smirked as with Assimilator's impressive shipyards, building an armada is only a matter of time. I will do so. The officer proceeded to send a message to the Cretaceous Assimilator. Mistress, Aurora has replied to us. Currently, the Supreme Commander has encountered a sapient species of dinosaurs. He proceeded to tailor them to his needs. The officer needed to double-take what she was reading. Sapient dinosaurs? Quinella asked, imagining a T-Rex reading a newspaper. She was having a hard time seeing sapient dinosaurs. I see. Now, it makes sense. Why he is doing that. She concluded that Marcus would sacrifice modern society for something like that. No surprise there. He is like a small child when he finds something interesting. The girl sighed to herself before continuing to exchange information. As this happened, technocracy continued to strengthen its presence outside time, and the assimilator's array dishes OS was constantly improved to ensure that the beams of energy reached the assimilators. At the same time, the designs for assimilators improved as nanotechnology improved the communication dishes. An extra piece was designed that would work as a receiver dish for lightning-fast communications. Mistress, we received confirmation the fleet can leave. Good. It appears Marcus is thinking of proper military action. But I doubt he needs that much for a simple invasion of a primitive civilization. No, there is something more there. Pity I can't leave this place and assist him. Quinella pondered as she ordered the fleet to leave towards their first assignment. With that in mind, sometimes she is annoyed that she has such a high status in technocracy. Maybe being a simple bedwarmer from time to time is not a bad thing. A small sigh escaped from her lips as she returned to organize the highway's creation and the main base's construction. The thing will be as huge as Mars. Considering that an assimilator with all its parts in one place is a big USA, or Pluto. For now, she needs to make sure that when he returns, the base is in pristine condition and ready for the last part of the trip, which is the collection of talent for his school. Meanwhile, reality away, in Jurassic Earth. No way. He is doing that. Sirin, who finally learned what Marcus was doing, jumped out of her seat. He created a civilization and is now overseeing it. The girl exclaimed with a jealous voice. As someone with a queen complex, having literal subjects who worship, or could worship, her is something she can't miss. But, I thought we won't interfere with locals and all that stuff. Hisako frowned when she heard that. Indeed, but the world he arrived in is different from normal. I can assume that it happened naturally. Sirin reasoned as she crossed her arms. Any news about my lady? The chef girl asked. She hoped that Irina was at the base outside time and not Marcus. She is with Marcus the whole time. The whole time. But that's close to a month. Yes. The Herschers nodded before smirking at her. What? Are you afraid she has fallen deeply for him? You know, as a master of biology and the human body, he could easily make her addicted to him and his touch. Sirin whispered like a devil to the assistant chef. Hisako imagined a couple of scenes from a questionable manga she had accidentally seen in a store. It made her cheeks heat up. Why you think he would abuse his powers on a simple girl? Irina's assistant questioned with concern. Her? A simple girl. Someone with that talent can't be considered simple, she even has impressive looks. Sirin recalled Irina's burst sighs. That girl was created to be a mother. The Herschers is even slightly jealous of those melons. They are as big, if not bigger than that red-haired teacher of Kiana or Raiden Mei. But still, Marcus has goddesses going after him. Hisako reasoned. And yet he made me and all those ship girls. He follows a different set of rules regarding the status of females. The white-haired girl brushed her hair before looking at the waiting guard. Sent, a word, I want all those top rankers to be stored in my newest ship. We are leaving for Marcus Cretaceous Earth. The Herschers made up her mind. She can't allow that chef girl to hoard Marcus to herself. If she is to wait any longer, they could develop a deeper bond. And she is well aware of what bonds can do. Understood, mistress. We are leaving. Yes. All the animals that were in the top 50 are secured. There are only stranglers left. Sirin then realized something. Oh, and Aurora, tell the troops that criminals should be moved to my new ship as well. I will present them to Marcus as a gift. The girl giggled as she stood up from her seat. She finished her tea and was ready to set sail. The Jurassic Earth has been drained of all its valuables. She is certain they will return at some point, but the most valuable resource has been drained. Meanwhile, Marcus watched closely how his latest experiment spiraled out of control. What he is watching is Klaxosaurians purging all the heretics. The only spare ones are small children and females. Sometimes, even male children are slaughtered. Honestly, for a second, he forgot how ancient societies can be this hardcore. Such a slaughter from locals to locals is something he has not seen before. It's different when an invader does all the killing, but these are the locals who rose against their rulers and non-believers. Isn't it a bit too much? Irina exclaimed as she placed her hand on her mouth when she saw this. Well, what can I say? A bit of power can take one far. He said with a strained smile. Yeah. The girl looked down at her chest where the triangle device was. If a simple boost from nanites can do that, then what about this? Chapter 111, Solomon-class Super Dreadnought. As Marcus' technology progressed, it eventually reached the point that it can be called arcane. This means that the technology is so complex and powerful that it no longer makes sense to an outsider or that they can't see the difference between magic and technology. Apart from the triangle suit device, the assimilators, the comms relay outside time flow and the latest tech marvel to join the description of being too arcane is the almighty Solomon-class Super Dreadnought. A 5-kilometer-long juggernaut, technically capable of blowing up planets anywhere in the Milky Way galaxy if necessary, at any specific time, in the future or the past, with its Diamond Heart engine-powered time engine. The main cannon creates a cosmic ripple effect, like a whiplash, from pure space, thanks to the installed Bifrost engine. Such destructive power for the capital ship was not the only thing it could do. It has enough garrison to siege an entire planet or lay waste. And that is only a single spaceship. 20 of them are coming with the fleet by request of Marcus. Oh, and he himself has 30 of them already and counting upwards as time moves on. These specs, are we fighting some sort of cosmic gods? Tirpitz asked Enterprise, as they were the ones commanding the ships to be delivered to Cretaceous Earth. No idea, there is no specific intel who could be the enemy. The carrier ship replied with crossed arms as she looked at the front. The Solomon-class bridge is an enormous hall, with a familiar throne as the pair on board the 01 of the Solomon-class, Marcus' newest flagship. The crew of this ship is seated on 3 floors, well, more like 3 steps. With such a design choice at the throne level, there is nothing there to obstruct a complete 180-degree view of the front. There is not much to see at the moment apart from the Rainbow Bridge, which the massive fleet is rushing on. The surroundings are green, with endless cloud-like thingies in all directions. Still, to think that such main cannon exists. Tirpitz is a little bit worried about the potential of such warships. Well, we had it coming, no. Weaponising Bifrost. The silver-haired carrier showed a strained smile. Just the ability to fly by using it is myth-worthy, but now our creator decided to pull it up and weaponize it. The battleship commented as she looked at the super dreadnought stretching before her. It was so long that she needed to utilize her psionic powers to see the end of the warship. True, but think how many battles we can prevent just by showing these warships. Enterprise, which was created with the idea that it would never be used on the battlefield, could only hope it would work like that. But such an idea made Tirpitz grimace. What the carrier just described was her service record as a ship. Yes, something like that. The battleship was perplexed. On one side, battles can be cruel and destructive, something she doesn't want, considering how deadly this spaceship is. On the other hand, she can only imagine the spirit of this ship, desiring to have a chance to prove herself on a battlefield. Is this truly a warship? This is a city. Hisako said as they took a graviton train to the lift hall, which would take them to the bridge of the new capital ship Sirin had commissioned for herself. It's a floating palace, but yes, for someone who desires to rule a vast expanse of cosmos and time, you should expect a large spaceship. The Hershers was surprised at how big it was as well. Well, she saw the initial size and design. She even saw Marcus designing it in school a while ago. Now, she's inside it, and all she can say, it's far too large. It didn't give her the feeling that this was a mode of transportation, it was just that big. It was similar to the latest upgrade for the Daedalus class as well, but this time around, it's even more so. It's like they are in a huge palace or a city. Yes, but isn't it too big for someone of our stature? Humans are not big compared to this. It's hard to grasp the sheer scale of such a ship. The chef girl tried to reason about such a scale. I suppose, but I am not the one who designed it. It meant nothing to her, even if Sirin agreed to what Hisako said. If she can build something like this, she will. After all, she is far too vain not to have it. It's just how she is. Yes, I know. Hisako ended up sighing. She is pretty sure no one will care about her opinion. The girl can imagine herself asking Marcus about the sizes of ships, and Marcus would simply say, okay, and then proceed to make it even bigger just to annoy her. That is why we shouldn't question it. Sirin offhandedly commented. I intend not to. Good, for now, let's focus on the trip. The trip to the lift hall took as long as the conversation lasted. The moment they stopped speaking, the train arrived. No doubt another perk Marcus AI added to the warship. As the pair left the train, they went to the lift and took a rapid one to the bridge. It lasted a few seconds. As they left the lift, they arrived at a combat center, where military officers were discussing the last details before departure. When Sirin saw this, she recalled that the armies also had actual organic commanders. This made it slightly awkward for the chef girl as well. The pair swiftly passed all the officers who were saluting the pair. Once they left the command hall, they arrived at an even bigger bridge with enormous windows that gave them a panoramic view. Holy! Don't worry, those are not real windows. Windows like these would be structural weaknesses and prime targets for enemies. Instead, they are projections made through the Realitas crystal system. Sirin explained about the windows. I know, but I am saying how big this is. It's tens if not more times bigger than the last bridge. It's almost as big as a simulator's command center. The Hersher snorted when she heard that. Not even close. What you saw in a simulator was only 1 floor out of 5. Each floor is dedicated to something, from animal collection to military management. That's good to know, Hisako replied with a strained smile. She was happier not knowing that small detail. Eventually, the Solomon-class super dreadnought proceeded to move out, leaving the shipyards for its maiden voyage. Meanwhile, for the first time in her life, Irina knew how gods felt when they watched people below commit crazy things like, for example, genocide before her. Truthfully, she never in her life considered how deity would feel after seeing all of this. It was never her intention. Relax, it's fine. Marcus wrapped his hands around her waist and pulled her into a hug. I am not stressed or anything like that. I have already gotten used to life and death since we watched the world change so much. What I am reflecting on is the difference between deities and mortals. Oh. Is my Irina becoming philosophical? He asked with an amused tone. No. I guess. All I am saying is that they are just people who watch things from the sidelines. At least you are doing something about it. She slightly frowned while saying that. I don't think comparing anything to my games is a good thing. This time around, he grimaced. Yes. It may be a game for you. But, all this genocide will leave many years of stability for these people. They will have an eternal leader, no worries for resources, no more famine or natural disasters. Only war when I call them. She slightly turned around and looked at him. I was giving an upbeat speech. Why do you need to interrupt it like that? She eye-rolled at his interruption. Well, you're painting me in a very good light. I started to feel my skin crawl up, Marcus honestly replied to her. Right. Anyway, I have something for you. He took her hands before turning her properly around. Since you have been diligently learning magic and feeding me delicious food, I thought I would give you something. You do know, I already have this. She pointed at her triangle device. This thing she is carrying is starting to weigh more by the day after seeing how people can slaughter for basic power-ups. It has frightened her. If people figure out that she has a source of infinite energy and supernatural powers, well, it's a can of worms she doesn't want to open. Not that she realized that she wouldn't be able to leave Marcus' side after the trip in the first place. Yes, this is a basic gift for exploration, not a personal one. As he said that, above his palm, a ring box appeared. What are you planning? When she saw the ring box, her heartbeat went through the roof. Maybe to tie you up to myself. He teased her, making her cheeks explode in deep red. Do you know what this is? He asked her in a teasing tone, making her sweat. She stiffly nodded at his question. She knew well enough what a ring box could mean to her. Regardless, let me tell you what this is. With a mental push, he opened the ring box, revealing an exquisite golden ring. It was thinner than the ones he had and designed for a female finger. This is Ring of Focus. Huh. For a second, her mind went blank, and she looked spacey. Did she overthink? Are you disappointed? Did you think of something else? He leaned forward and whispered into her ear. This, well, I mean. Irina looked away as she was thinking about white wedding dresses in a church and that kind of stuff. Her cheeks were so red that it had reached her ears. Thankfully, her long hair could hide them. You know, you could think it that way too. He whispered as there was a smirk on his lips. He lifted her left hand and made the ring float to her ring finger. Irina's eyes bulged out as she saw the ring smoothly fit her finger. A wave of energy washed her over as she felt something had happened. What is this ring? She asked him. As for now, she ignored the fact that he either married her or engaged her. A copy of one of my Solomon rings, which assist in magic casting. As you practice the human type of magic, this ring shortens calculations and the deployment of spells, giving you the same advantages as devils. He explained to her as he returned to cuddling her in his hands. I see, this is a great gift. She said while looking at the ring. It has a similar gloss to that of glass or, like a gem, it might look gold, but she doubts this is gold. Indeed, it gives you flexibility. I am sure you will find great use for it. He whispered into her ear as his hands wrapped around her waist. Irina's blush returned with force as she could feel his body heat. Not only that, but the ring was on her ring finger. That finger, especially on the left hand, is very special. It will. She nodded at him before gathering the courage to ask about the meaning behind such action. But why this specific finger? The cherry blonde asked with a mosquito-like voice. I thought we discussed those circumstances before. After all, Irina Nakiri belongs to me. This is like marking my territory. His right hand went from her waist into her cheeks. His left hand went to her leg and picked it up, then he moved and made her lean against the wall. The girl realized that things were getting out of hand and she started to panic. Wait. I understand. Thank you for clarifying this for me. I am very happy about this, and well. She tried to think of words, but the longer she spoke, the less it made sense as she said whatever was coming to her mind. Eventually, she gave up. See, can we do this in an appropriate place? She asked him as she looked around. They were on the observation floor, near the command center, and royal guards were at each door. It's far too crowded. Of course. Let me drown Irina in love, so that she wouldn't question such things again, he commented before moving her to their shared suite. Later, same day. After spending a couple of hours in the bedroom, Marcus took his girl to his confiscator, where the water park was ready for use. He decided to spend some time there and bond with his darling chef. Irina, dressed in a black two-piece bikini, looked around. The place was barely in use, and she felt that it was a waste. Any reason why you want to use it now? She asked him as she drank some juice cocktails available from the vendor. That's because, Sirin, your assistant and my maids are coming here in around 5 hours, same with my ship girls. Since we have a little bit of time, I decided to spend it with you. When Cherry Blonde Beauty heard that, she blushed hard. Her heartbeat went all doki-doki, and she could barely control herself. I see, this is very thoughtful of you. She grabbed his hand and took him to the pool. She is going to make every second count. Marcus and Irina needed to leave the water park when Aurora notified them that the fleet from outside the time flow had arrived. Close to 100 warships joined his already considerable size fleet. The pair went to the harbor, where they watched the new arrivals join the formation. That one is my new flagship. He pointed at the leading ship. It was dull gray with golden graviton projectors, and the 10-ring symbol at the bottom hull stood out the most. I see. Irina didn't care that much as she hugged his arm. After their stay at the water park, she was like glue, with a dreamy look. The inventor looked at her with a small smile. Since she doesn't care, he doesn't need to bother with explanations. As Marcus' new flagship is flying to the docks, the black-haired inventor slowly walks towards the pier itself. He watched how the monstrosity's sharp end touched the very end of the docks and over 20 magnetic hands attached to the hull. After that, the anti-gravity sealed a portion of the ship, allowing the atmosphere to spread and allow people to enter or leave the ship. Well, with how massive it is, I need to add more ramps and lifts to accelerate loading off and on. He forgot that it would take a while for such a size. But then again, he is not thinking of removing the garrison. The ship can sustain all of its knights indefinitely. As he pondered the upgrades, he walked towards the ramp. One of the first people he met was the ship girls he had not seen for close to a month. Admiral. Enterprise smiled, seeing him as she swiftly walked over, followed by Tirpitz, who was more restrained than the carrier ship. Girls, thanks for bringing over my ships. The pair slightly blushed when they heard the thank you. It's nothing. We simply came along, and the crew knows how to fly them. Enterprise played it down, as she was a humble warship, after all. They wondered what was going on with the chef girl, who was hugging his arm and ignoring them completely. Regardless, my thanks. For now, let me help you two catch up on what's going on. I see, so another war, but with an alien race. Enterprise hummed in understanding. She then told him some good news. It's good because we are getting close to accessing the Golden Armory. The silver-haired ship girl smiled as she was happy about getting back her ship self. Oh. Isn't that interesting? He looked surprised for a second before pondering on the consequences of this. Admiral. Well, you see, Bismarck is already stored in the Golden Armory. Marcus dropped a small piece of information. Tirpitz's eyes slightly widened. Big sister already ready for deployment. The white-dressed girl looked happy to hear that. Indeed, since I already have one Bismarck class, fixing another one was faster than Belfast, he said with a small smile. In that case, are you thinking of commissioning a biological model? Tirpitz asked, almost begging him. Sure. Marcus looked slightly surprised to see her eyes glittering like that. He is not used to seeing his northern queen like that. Thank you. Regardless, I am surprised that the relay can already reach modern times. He changed the theme or conversation as he mentally opened his console and went to the option Create, then Biological Model, then Ship Girl, and last, the latest one finished, and then selected where to create her. The highway system we are using, you copied the idea of using Bifrost to send information, Enterprise said with a small smile. Quinella was impressed that you were able to come up with such a design choice. Information can already travel fast, as it's small and most of the time is energy but coded in space energy. That is hundreds if not 1,000 times faster. The carrier ship praised him. By this point, Tirpitz had a dreamy look similar to Irina's as she was thinking of hugging his other arm. Well, information still needs to travel a distance, so why not make a special corridor? I was thinking like that. He shrugged before grabbing Tirpitz and pulling her closer. He felt her desire to do that. The battleship looked surprised for a second before her cheeks exploded in crimson. I am psychic, you know. He smirked before looking at Enterprise, who stopped whatever she was thinking and had a blank look for a couple of seconds. Regardless, it will take a day for Bismarck to awaken, so let's relax and wait for Sirin to arrive. She has some gifts for me. He pulled his chef girl and the battleship back to his observation floor. Enterprise nodded as she looked absent-minded. A single Solomon-class super dreadnought emerged from a Bifrost bridge as it moved towards the formation of starships and the main piece of the assimilator, the so-called mothership above the prehistoric Earth. That's a lot of spaceships, Hisako commented as she saw rows and rows of ships. Even if they are hundreds of kilometers away, she can see them taking up quite a bit of space. Yes. It would seem that the fleet from outside the time flow has already arrived here. Sirin, with crossed arms, commented, slightly annoyed. The Herschers wanted to be the first to arrive, but it seems that the Jurassic period is further away than she initially thought. No wonder. What is he planning to fight with so many of them here? No idea. But we are here to deliver what he requested of us. Hisako slightly nodded as she finally saw her lady. It has been close to a month since she was made to leave with the maids. As the super dreadnought passed the warship formation, it docked next to Marcus' flagship. The pair walked down the ramp. The first thing they saw was rows of royal guards lined up, making way for them. Behind the pair were the handcuffed maids, who looked nervous. Especially when they see Marcus with his chef girl and his ship girls waiting at the end of the docks. That disappointed look, the maids can see from miles away. The first thing Sirin saw was the cherry-blonde chef girl oddly close to Marcus. Her woman instincts were telling her that something happened between them. Shouldn't be a surprise if Marcus was alone with her the whole time. The Herschers was extremely jealous when she learned that Irina had a chance to keep him for herself for close to a month, something she could not get. But then, as she got closer, she noticed a golden ring around one of Irina's fingers. For a second, the white-haired girl's mind went blank as she realized what this meant. That human. What kind of sorcery did she use? That's impossible. She has no powers to speak of. Whatever she got while on this trip. Sirin could not comprehend how a simple girl got Marcus to give her a ring. This chef girl had no power, she was a normal mortal before they took her on this trip. Humph. She huffed the moment she was in front of him. Marcus raised his eyebrow at her. He didn't expect such a reaction. Nothing. I present you the criminals who destroyed the North American continent in Jurassic Earth and nearly exterminated your entire Allosaurus family tree. The Herschers motioned at the maids behind her. Marcus' gaze went on them. I see. It appears my instructions are inadequate. His voice was soft, but that softness told them that he was simply disappointed and that there was nothing they could do to change it. There was a certain absolution in a soft voice which made their knees tremble. He doesn't need to be angry or show it on his face, simply telling them is enough for them to feel the pressure. Well, some hopefuls still think they can change something. According to Aurora, Jean and Hippolyta started the whole thing. Marcus wanted to confirm how it started. Yes. Sirin nodded, but before she could continue, she was interrupted. We only wanted to impress. Warrior Queen couldn't finish her sentence as no voice came out of her mouth. Only speak when you are spoken to. Marcus only needed to sharpen his voice, as his crushing presence made her incapable of speaking. The other maid started to sweat buckets as this was one of those rare moments when he was very serious. However, it had the opposite effect on Sirin as her cheeks turned rosy. Continue. All right. The Hershers composed as she took a deep breath. They decided to play a classic game of hunting, but the moment they found an Allosaurus, they went crazy and started to fight for it. First Hippolyta and Jean, then Lu Fei and Atlanta, and lastly, Artemis tried to stop them, but she ended up getting involved. The white-haired girl honestly explained what happened that day. Marcus gazed at them, scanning for changes in expressions. I see. Aurora has saved the combat data and found some interesting developments from the suit performance. Sirin recalled what she saw from a distance. The girls achieved some strange Hersher-like transformations. I will check it later. He nodded as he continued to look at them. I thought that you girls are more mature than this. The inventor sighed. But, master. Lu Fei tried to explain herself, but his sharp gaze made her tremble from fright, and more. Her cheeks turned rosy. What? I gave you gifts. Suits which allow you to perform at peak conditions and make menial tasks effortless. I pampered your asses to the point that you became spoiled rotten. The more he ranted, the more they trembled, as they didn't want to know what would happen to them after this. But, we wanted to impress you. I only wanted to hunt. Atlanta sighed as she wanted to clarify herself. I was involved in this as well. All I wanted was to measure the animal hut. Lu Fei used magic to tie it down. The lioness tried to explain herself, but Marcus raised his hand. Yes, all that, but you got swept away to fight either way. He looked at Sirin. Only Artemis got forced into it. The inventor asked his Hershers. Yes. You can say she did the least damage. The white-haired girl didn't lie to him. Honestly, she wouldn't mind them getting demoted to some even lesser tasks, but there is Aurora, who is watching her. Well, she watches everyone, so she can't lie here. I see. I suppose for a goddess, who is used to a considerable amount of power, the suit's abilities influenced her the least, isn't it right? He asked the goddess of the hunt. Yes. I think the nearly infinite abilities of those suits made them unhinged. It's not the first time Artemis saw someone get drunk on power. The worst thing is that such a person could not simply run away with such power, as they were in a very alien world with no means of leaving in sight except back to where they came from. So it's my fault. He raised his eyebrow, asking her. I am not saying that. Like hell, she will tell him it's his fault. She doesn't have a death wish or something worse than death. He then raised his hands in defeat. In that case, you four won't be getting gifts from me again. At that moment, the four girls looked like someone had sucked their souls out. Thankfully, Artemis is not included. She took a deep breath. She dodged a massive mine right there. Wait, can we? Nope, I am not in the mood. He motioned with his hand that the conversation was over. Send these four back to Graphia. I want her to train them not to get drunk on power and to humble them. I am far too disappointed to care about the details. He said to one of his royal guards. Understood, sir. We shall arrange a spaceship for the trip to the base outside time flow. The commander of the royal guards nodded before giving orders to arrange another transport. Atlanta grimaced as she realized that she indeed messed up. Maybe that feline pride got in the way. She was certain that her position was well secured. However, it appears that this position can be threatened when the entire continent with his dinosaurs is endangered. Master. It's not like your pets died or the continent is destroyed beyond saving. With time manipulation, all of that was restored in just a few days. None of the Allosaurus were dead. Permanently. Jean tried to reason with him. Yeah, I know. All that is possible because of what I achieved. If my technology or power was weaker, IT could have been permanent. If you still don't understand, then think in money terms. Just because I am a billionaire doesn't mean I will allow a maid to burn millions, not spend but burn. I gave you a basic task, and you flopped, so now you are demoted to toilet cleaning for a considerable time. His eye rolled before motioning to get them away. Artemis, you will be my only maid for a while, so I expect you to perform at your best. Marcus reminded the goddess that she was the only maid in the whole assimilator. Oof. Can he make another maid or something? Doesn't he know how much stuff there can be to do? The moon goddess grimaced as she realized there was no one here to clean up nearly a month's worth of stuff. For more advanced chapters, plus 10 chapters, 50k words, my Pat, patrayon.com/dragonsfix. Chapter 112, Teasing the Queen. This is ridiculous. Artemis was walking through Marcus' suite. It was like a manor inside the assimilator, with all the accommodations, like a swimming pool and a sauna. However, what got her attention was the mess. Sure, the kitchen is spotless, considering who Irina is, but what about the rest? Well. With his powers, he could have easily cleaned everything, but he doesn't because he has us. Sorry for the mess, but I was busy with sapient dinosaurs, gene tailoring and more gadgets, Marcus said to the goddess, who was almost at the wit's end. Sure, she might been a maid for a while, but she never had to clean such a mess before, from a mountain of dirty bed sheets, which smell like sex, to food stains and all that stuff. Thankfully, he didn't blow up something, as she would need to clean the rubble. He has labor bots for that, why can't he make some cleaning bots too? She knew that it was from sheer principle, and it would drive her mad if not for the fact if he got those, the maids wouldn't have a reason to be around. It's all right. Though with how much to do, I won't have time to attend you. Artemis reasoned, which made him ponder. Well, I can enlist another maid. Marcus got an idea while saying that. Then do so. She agreed without a second thought. Sure. Without wasting time, he ordered Belfast pulled into Golden Armory and the creation of biological combat model Belfast, aka the Royal Maid. You will get her in a day or so. After telling that, he took Sirin and Hisako to their new quarters. It looks identical. I suppose I should customize my rooms in assimilators, the Hersher said with a frown as she started to feel that she was living in a hotel. Because it is. Do you realize you can customize the walls, ceiling, and floor as it has Realitas crystals-infused flooring, he said with a sigh. So that is why our bedroom looks so different. Irina exclaimed with surprise. You had no idea beforehand. He looked shocked. No. I mean, there is a customize option on the console, but I never explored it before. She summoned her console window, which was still set to a basic one. Marcus deadpanned when he saw that. Well, you can change the look of your console and your assigned suite. He got behind her hand and took it before guiding her finger to press on customization. The chef's assistant looked at all of this with panic and horror as she realized that her lady had been eaten by the big bad wolf. She can see that Irina is not even embarrassed by the amount of contact. Instead, she was very happy with what she was getting. Sirin, who was next to them, had her hands crossed. She realized another one was here for the attention. Well, I got rid of the maids, but these ones are different. The Hershers pondered how long they would stay in this timeline. Well, since they are playing gods in this one, it could last a while. In that scale, I should remind him that I brought his favorites. *** Marcus, I still have your Jurassic pets in my ship. Marcus snapped out and looked at Sirin. You're right. Let's go. As he finished explaining to Irina, who looked disappointed for a second, she looked at the white-haired girl with small annoyance. The pair looked at each other. Their orange-gold eyes met purple for a second, and some sparks flashed between them. Hisako, who understood this, smoothly got herself in between. We should follow, Marcus, my lady. The purple-haired assistant smiled while saying that. Right. The group of 4 left the living quarters section of the mothership. By all means, there are enough suites to fill an entire nation, but only a very small part are online. Look at that. Marcus exclaimed as he pointed at the beast in the container. You can see the difference between Cretaceous and Jurassic predators just by looking at the spine. Both of them come from the same ancestor, but they split up in the Triassic. The clade to which Allosaur belongs has a lighter skeleton and teeth more similar to a shark than other theropods. They are meant to cut and eat someone while still alive and in the middle of a chase until the animal kicks the bucket and the beast can finish it off. You can see that these predators still have considerable hands, unlike T-Rex. That's because their skulls have lesser biting force and far greater cutting force. Great, so what will you do with this one? Sirin asked as she rolled her eyes at his nerding out. He was far too tame when it came to Permian and Carboniferous animals, but now he reminds her of a small child in a zoo for the first time. Pet it, of course. Marcus used his interface to open the container, making the night handler facepalm. Irina instinctually apologized for breaking the rules again, this time in the docks and not the train platform. When the Allosaur emerged from the container, the beast smelled the surroundings. Eventually, it noticed the puny humans. Instead of roaring or anything, it took a step back, turned around, and started to run. Sirin, why is my dinosaur afraid of us? That's. For a second, she was confused, too, but then she remembered that this one could be the traumatized one. Maybe it's the one which the maids traumatized. She considered. Right. Marcus took a step and appeared in front of the theropod. The dino pulled his handbrakes as he saw the monster before him. It took a turn and went in a different direction. I am impressed by his running speed. It's around 50 kilometers. The inventor nodded in happiness. At such a speed, he could use this guy as his mount and use it on the streets. He then used his psionic powers, which made the animals float in the air. But this is when Marcus realized that the beast had given up. The dino had already experienced this. Marcus realized that his maids had traumatized the poor predator. It was horrible. With that in mind, the inventor appeared before the Allosaurus and pated the apex predator of the Jurassic period. There. He patted the scally head. Then, he used his psionic powers to mold the dinosaur's mind. After that, he placed it back in his container as the theropod was getting cold and breathless, with a lack of oxygen, and the temperature was too low for him. I wasn't expecting to get this specific one. Sirin was surprised at how crazy this dinosaur's luck was. How many did you collect? Marcus reappeared next to her. Well, enough to have a healthy population. She explained to him. 20 of each should leave enough gene pool for a healthy population, the Herschers clarified as she looked at the beast being taken to the storage floors. I see. Are the observations complete? He inquired about the habitats and general behavior patterns. Yes, you can study Allosaurus, Stegosaurus, Tarbosaurus, Megalosaurus, and Ceratosaurus, the very top ones of the bingo book arrived with me. The girl explained, her tone getting prouder of her accomplishments. Very impressive. Marcus nodded with a satisfied look. His Herschers performed perfectly. He then took her hand. Come, we need to catch up. The inventor didn't ask for a reply as he took her towards the living quarters. There are many suites there. He can take his time to question her. Humph. Sirin crossed her arms as she was sitting on Marcus' lap. The girl looked away with a pouty look. What is it? He asked her as he found her pouting cute. Nothing. Humph. She puffed some more, but this time around, Marcus poked her cheek. Tell me, what is bothering my queen? He asked with an amused tone. What bothering? Why does that girl have a ring? She asked him with an angry pout. Oh. You want to marry me? He asked in a curious tone, making Sirin's mouth open wide and then close. She didn't expect that. Wife. And no WWA. She pulled herself a little bit away. What? You just asked me about the ring, and I answered. We can start practicing being a proper couple. His hand squeezed her thighs. The more he spoke, the more embarrassed she was. The guy continuously attacked her when her defense was shaken, making her flustered look get deeper and deeper. Hold it. I didn't agree to that. The girl is pulling back. She is not ready to be Ms. Goldman. But you are jealous of the ring. I can't just give you a ring and be done with that. There has to be a meaning behind it. Marcus played dumbly as he didn't want this game to end just yet. Is that so? She slightly lowered her tsundere attitude. Then, I can accept a position similar to that of Goddess Athena. I can accept being your fiancé. She said that with a tough front while fighting her embarrassment. It was extremely cute to the inventor, who couldn't stop smiling. Sure thing. He mentally accessed the closest assembly line, which was the wardrobe, and ordered them to make him a golden ring. A short moment later, the ring box floated to his hand, and the Herschers' eyes widened as she saw it. The girl immediately looked like a scaredy cat. Wait. You can't just. She was trying to run away, but Marcus' hold was supernatural, like steel pincers holding her in place. What do you mean? You want it, so you get it, he chuckled as the ring box opened, and the ring floated out and started to spin. Sirin looked like she had just seen her judgment day. I agreed, but you don't just do it like that. She started to complain with raised voice. Then organize your thoughts properly, he teased her, as psionic force raised her left hand and the ring slipped on her ring finger. She slightly teared up, seeing this happen like that. Ugh. The girl snapped, and her other hand moved to his wrist and started to squeeze with long nails. You can't escape my hold. Now that I know what you want, we can start with our wedding arrangements. No. Hold it. Marcus continued to tease Sirin, whose heart was not ready for the next big thing. It was hilarious how pure the girl is when it comes to all that stuff. Regardless, after getting over the horror of a possible wedding, the girl had a silly look on her face when she realized that she had an engagement ring. My lady. What is it, Hisako? Irina asked her assistant as she saw how nervous she was. Marcus Goldman, how close are you two? The girl asked the heiress as she saw the ring on her finger, specifically on her left ring finger. Close. For a second, she pondered before elaborating. You could say we are close. It was foolish to believe that we could expect some sort of return to normalcy, Hisako. The cherry blonde explained to the assistant. But. What? You assume that once we are back from this trip, we can continue like nothing happened. No, I mean. No, it's impossible to escape or even try to return to how it was before. You do understand that this experience changed us beyond recognition. I understand, but. The girl tried to work in a way that prevented her from losing her head by accident. But what? Irina rolled her eyes. For normal people, he is far too developed. The purple-haired girl tried to word it as nicely as possible. I thought the same thing at first, but after a while, I understood that he is simply dedicated to his craft, just as we are to ours. I am certain that there is more to that. Hisako showed a strained smile as she found it hard to believe. I have been with him for over 3 weeks. I know what I see. Irina slightly narrowed her eyes while saying that. Hisako swiftly raised her hands as if she was giving up. If you say, Irina-sama. You know it better than I do. You better. I don't want my assistant to have a misconception of what my Marcus is. Did she just say, my Marcus? Internally, Hisako's mouth opened in disbelief. She recalled what Sirin said about his ability to seduce females. I understand. Good. For now, let's forget about this. Show me what you learned while you were in Jurassic period with those maids. The assistant snapped out and slightly smiled. You should try out Stegosaurus ribs. Sounds interesting. Barbecue is something Marcus likes as well. The smile disappeared from Hisako's lips as she started to realize that her lady was obsessed with the inventor. Yes, he would. The girl joined her lady. He decided to watch her over and try to mitigate the obsession levels. She needs a new hobby or something. Maybe the databanks have some manga for her to read. That could help. Marcus stroked Sirin's back as the girl hugged him closely. The pair needed to catch up, so the inventor made sure his little darling queen got all the love she needed. After a fulfilling several hours, the pair ended up in his bed. Since she doesn't want him to go, he decides to check what data she brought over from the Jurassic period. According to Aurora and Sirin, the maids transformed into strange uniforms similar to Hersher's suits when the fight got heated. The AI extracted the logs from the triangle devices. Now, Marcus is reading through the data. It appears the devices responded to the need for power. Jean wanted to face Hippolyta, and the redhead was a minor goddess. The leap in power was immense. Jean's raw power went from around mid-class right to the ultimate in an instant. The suits were not designed to unleash huge amounts of raw power. Unless special apps are installed, like what I did with Sirin's suit. But it would seem the suit's AI adapted to the requirements and released energy through the nanites, creating an equivalent to Hersher's state. Wait. Marcus' eyes widened slightly. Through the nanites in the body, the suit can read memories and desires what the wielder needs. That means Jean saw Sirin's suit could do, and the other suits created their variants to counter. Since Jean's power needed to increase by several leagues, a Hersher's equivalent is possible. The inventor smiled slightly as he realized what this meant. His devices are opening doors to incredible new plateaus. The suit-up could be equivalent to the Power Ranger dress-up, so they need mechs or versions of Zoids. Or maybe like Shirkai and Bankai from Bleach, something like that. With a smirk, he went through the logs to find out what he wanted. He then checked where his devices were. All of them are within the range of his Aurora network, which is great. That means he can install the 2.0 software to improve and provide proper measuring. But first, he used the network to access Jean's device. Ho ho ho. I knew it. He found logs that indicate exactly what he thought. The power-up is based on specific memory. The girls knew the suit was very strong, so they tried to access it. Since they saw Sirin use it, they tried to access something similar. So how to do? They subconsciously based a transformation based on Hersher's suit. So let's make it something official. Marcus mentally proceeded to fill up an extension to the OS. Not only that, but he added a sub-extension. The suit will continue to gather data, so he will create an evolution magic circle based on the data he gathered from all the trips. In other words, the suits will have hundreds of millions of years of evolution to base the power up. Once done, he pressed execute. And all the devices for a second turned off and rebooted. No one even noticed, as the suits don't just turn off. There are procedures to it, so a simple OS restart only lasts a couple of seconds. Humph. I thought you wanted to cuddle. Why are you programming? Sirin's pouting voice brought him from his smirking. I just boosted the suits. Fine. But are you done? Yep. Marcus dismissed the windows as he went back to cuddling his darling queen. Meanwhile, the Klaxosaurians, empowered by the nanites, rushed through the city, slaughtered all the opposition, and collected extra followers. Their strength was supernatural, enough to make people believe in the Great Observer and the God Emperor. Just like that, in a single evening, the rebellion exploded, and the emperor who ruled from the palace was captured and brought before the great priest, who recovered his youth fight before everyone. You stand in the path of Great Observer. He requested us to unite the world against the great threat. Great Priest Dalula said in a deep voice. His voice became much more magnetic, and he could pull in people. The emperor, who had known the great priest all his life, needed to do a double take as he could not believe that this man was the same old man who controlled the rites and marriage ceremonies. Dalulu, what happened? The great observer descended. Showing our doomed future, he asked us to join him if we wanted to overcome it. We agreed, and he shared his power. As you can see, I regained my youth, and my power is beyond simple people. The emperor was blown away as the priest spoke in a fanatical voice. What the hell? Are the myths and stories about the observers real? Is the monolith of knowledge real, too? It is said that their people became smart because the ancient villages were built around it, but this didn't last. As the fighting for its control spiraled out of control, and the area became inhospitable for living, their ancestors had to leave. Because of that, the great observers left them without their guidance. But if it's true that one of the great observers gave them a second chance, if it's true, then it's only natural my empire will join. There is no need for mindless slaughter, Dalyalu. Emperor Bakalu, all heretics have to be killed. We can't have dissidents. The great priest walked over and pressed his finger on his forehead, and the images of what he saw were transferred to the emperor. The ruler's eyes bulged out as he said a series of images. What he saw was their future, followed by who the great observers were, the golden figure that visited them, and the deal they had. At that moment, the nanites from Dalyalu spread out to Bakalu. Slowly, the emperor felt the power of divine appear in him. This is. The Klaxosaurian was in complete disbelief as he felt this power surge in his body. You saw it, didn't you? We have a divine mission to protect our people from the monsters from the beyond the stars. The emperor dumbly nodded before snapping out of his shock and becoming serious. You are right. We can't allow these monsters to succeed. We shall protect our people, and the future we see shall be averted. Mark my words. Sure enough, the emperor, with his newfound power and the complete help of the followers of the great observers, was able to purge the heretics and enemies of the royal family. The Emperor Bakalu's grip on his empire was unshakable after all that. A day of cleaning up followed after a day of fighting as the followers gathered in the main grand temple's hall. O great God, Emperor, we have gathered here to humbly ask for guidance. How should we progress after consolidating our strength? The emperor and his followers were still skeptical as the grand priest bowed alongside the zealots. While the power was incredible, the priest could have gained it from somewhere else. But then a crushing presence descended, and the next second, a golden ball of energy exploded and became an armored man with wings. When the emperor saw it, he collapsed on his knees, followed by his family and his followers. It was an unbelievable sight for him. Begin mobilizing your troops. I shall bless all your soldiers. After saying that, the being disappeared, followed by his crushing presence. The newcomers gasped as sweat was rolling from their foreheads. So this is the God Emperor. The greatest observer of them all. The man slowly stood up, his hands continuing to shake from the realization of what he had just met. You heard our God Emperor. Send a word to mobilize. We shall bath the world in our enemy's blood. The man snapped out of his shock as he barked out the command. Marcus observed the world from the observation deck. He watched the Klaxosaurians gather from small towns and villages toward a single place outside the capital city. I am disappointed that I missed such a chance to see a civilization being born, Sirin said to him as she walked over with crossed arms. Since when do you care about civilizations? He asked with a joking tone. I may despise humanity, but this is different. The girl huffed at him while looking away. Snort. After observing life for more than 200 million years, I can tell you with certainty that humanity and Klaxosaurians are almost identical. They have different ancestors and developed at different times, but they are nearly identical. They are a biological life, and even a self-aware one, is still driven by two factors. Just like any life, they are driven by food and preservation through procreation. You saying humanity is all about food and sex? She looked both disgusted and embarrassed. There is no need to be disgusted. I don't mind such a truth. My faction is built on the fact that I was afraid to die. Thus, my desire for everlasting monuments. Even you, when I brought you over, why didn't you run away? For a second, Sirin was surprised at how casually he admitted his childhood trauma, but then she got annoyed when he mentioned the fact about her. Isn't it obvious? You were far more dangerous than anything I had met before. How could I leave? She huffed with an annoying look. Indeed, that's life preservation, and as a woman, you decided to embrace your nature and join my faction to preserve your life and continuous existence. It's basic biological preservation. You can observe the intricacies of biological life far better when it's self-aware, like these Klaxosaurians. Just look at all those layers they have to hide basic biological life needs. You have vanity projects to worship gods, us, as they believe that we will assist in their desire to improve and protect their lives. He scoffed at such a thing. Do you see familiarities between humanity and these Klaxosaurians? How selfish they are. He smirked while saying that. That smirk made Sirin pout at him. I get it. There is no need to mock my hatred. She rolled her eyes before reflecting on what he had just said. I would prefer you didn't tell me how simple we are. The girl sighed with resignation. Now, she sounds like a simple one-cell organism who only cares about self-preservation and procreation. The only difference between simple and complex is self-awareness. Do you realize that creating something self-aware is extremely difficult? I know that quite well. He shook his head while saying that. It's quite sad how Sirin doesn't understand such a thing. Don't look at me like I am dumb. Okay. I understand well enough. It's that my pride doesn't allow me to accept such mundane things. The girl looked annoyed for a second before deciding to brush the whole thing aside and instead talk about things before her. So what is going on? Her gaze went down on the world below. This. He motioned with his gaze. She nodded at him. World domination. He said with a small smirk. Imagine conquering the whole planet in a medieval-like era. The amount of time we will have for technological advancement will be considerable until the date of modern ages, he said with crossed arms. And the reason for that? She asked with a confused look. Alien vampires who eat souls will be invading in modern ages. Sirin looked seriously at him. She wondered if he was making this up, as enemies like that sounded as far-fetched as one could get. What? Your world was invaded by non-living materials which want to erase humanity according to society's technological levels. Do you think soul-eating vampire-like creatures sound absurd? He asked with a raised eyebrow. True. She sighed. The pair continued to look, but mobilizing like this would take days to weeks, so they used time slips to accelerate events. Not long over 80,000 strong have gathered. Cretaceous don't have that much landmass, so these numbers are not bad, though one of the first things I should teach them is better boat-building methods. Supremacy over water is important. Marcus continued to watch the whole thing. He saw the Emperor sharing the truth with his top vassals, and they shared it with their men, and so on. Not long after, the whole army had his nanites. Still, he decided to reveal himself at a critical time, as world conquest is hard, considering opposing factions will join together. I do wonder how far they will go. The Herschers asked him in a curious tone. Part of her was amused to watch this. Her queen complex is getting stroked, watching mortals struggle and trying to impress them. Marcus simply smiled as he realized she was amused by all of this. With nanites in their bodies, they could fight armies 3 to 5 times their size, and that's when they have a bad tactical advantage. He said it with crossed arms as he used time to slip into the first fight. You gave them nanites? Then this is over. The girl realized this would be boring, she wanted them to struggle. I wouldn't be that sure. You tried world conquest yourself. You know better. I tried to destroy, not conquer. But I see your point. Do you know the political landscape of this society? She asked him. Aurora, show us the political map. Displaying borders according to the data I have gathered. The map appeared in front of them. This is only a local area. Sirin complained to him. Well, yeah, do you think they have GPS or the internet to know what is happening in other continents? Considering they are only 3 continent species. He shrugged at her with an amused look. So then this is easy. They will conquer one continent. The other 2 could have different cultural values and technological advancements. True, but I expect some competition. He said with a small smirk. Competition? Well, yeah. Other empires do believe in me as well. Marcus reminded her that his religion is a continent-size thing. You think after fighting a couple of times, they will conclude that you are helping? The girl asked with a skeptical frown. No, I made assimilator visible. It's only a matter of time before I am a global phenomenon. I should come with a global system to pick up prayers and stuff. The inventor started to ponder a system. He got a couple of ideas based on a global barrier system. Considering he has a barrier around the whole planet thanks to his assimilator, he can terraform with it. Making it pick up something like prayer and getting energy out of it is easier than other options. So you are not putting all the eggs in one basket. Indeed. If this empire fails, there are others. He shrugged. And here I thought you were playing for one team. I am more of a sports guy overall. I don't root for one team in general but the whole sport. If one team fails, the others win, he clarified to her. Sirin snorted when she heard that. If you say so. But then she realized how much it tells her about his personality. The guy would rather create a pantheon to believe in instead of believing in already established beliefs. What? You don't believe me? He asked with a frown. No, I do. I am surprised you are interested in something you didn't create yourself. Interested is a strong word. I would say I am casual when it comes to such a thing. I do turn on TV when there is World Cup finals or NBA final game. He said while stroking his chin. Sounds about right. So what do we do after the continent is taken over? You will help with the navy. She asked him as her eyes were on the map of the world. There is a lot of water on this earth. Yes, well, a strong navy is necessary for this type of world. I will expand on it. I already have a research tree prepared for the Klaxosaurians. He nodded at her, and a bright smile appeared. I have this feeling that he is treating this like a video game. The girl was slightly concerned but then shrugged it aside, not caring after her initial realization. Like he said, if they were close to humanity, then there is no need to care. Right, as long as you are having your fun. She slightly smiled back. Don't worry about me. He pulled her closer as he returned to look at the approaching conflict. He wanted to see how well his nanites would work. This world is quite a great place for experiments. Social tests when exposed to divine or superior beings, test runs for his nanites, cultural observations, and stuff like that. I should observe more primitive societies. Marcus slightly smiled as he got several ideas of what he could do in such worlds. But first, he needs to consolidate in this world. Chapter 113, Bismarck and Belfast Awakening. Thousands of leather and steel-armored Klaxosaurians were moving towards to face another large group of similarly equipped blue-skinned people. The armies lined up in their respectful formations. The Emperor Bacala was riding his trusty mount. A domesticated distant member of the Hadrosauri family. The animal was similar to the duck-like mouth reptile, which runs on strong hind legs. It is quite a different kind of animal compared to the horses Marcus is used to seeing in medieval movies. Regardless, the first conflict is about to start, and the inventor wants to give his followers a boost in morale. To do that, he descended on the side of his army. Supernatural pressure descended on the gathered armies. Men had a hard time breathing. A golden burst of light condensed into an avatar of a golden armored being with wings. The being pointed his hand at the enemy. That's a great observer. The opposing soldiers looked like they were in the wrong place and at the wrong time. Like hell, they could face a deity of all things. Some of them had already dropped to their knees and started to beg. Oh, great observer, mercy. But at that moment, a beam of light erased the core of the army, creating a tunnel to the opposing emperor and erasing the whole command structure and hierarchy. With a single move, Marcus made sure his minions won the opening fight. As this happened, the soldiers and the nobility on his side stared at Marcus's huge form in disbelief at his power. They have never seen anything like this. They were certain he was their size, but this time around, he was like some sort of titan animal they heard about from distant lands. Marcus' avatar turned around and looked at his minions. He pointed his palm at them, and golden light surged at them. At that moment, the soldiers didn't see, but nanites surged from the ones who had into the ones who did not, spreading through the whole army. With this, he had enough of a bedrock to infect the whole race. This is my last free help. If you wish to ask for more, you will need to offer me things in return. After saying that, he burst into golden particles and disappeared. The soldiers and nobility, by this point, were on their knees, worshipping their god emperor. What should we do, your majesty? The nobles looked perplexed. After seeing what he could do, they had high hopes, and their fear of the divine was slowly starting to overtake them. We must discuss once we consolidate our new lands. The emperor slowly nodded as he was thinking about what kind of exchange they could offer to their deity. You will take blood sacrifices? Sirin asked with a baffled tone. I don't think so. Not Marcus style. Irina replied as she watched the whole thing as well. The Herschers looked at the chef girl as she swirled the ring around her finger. Her jealousy is somewhat satiated. I guess it's a pointless loss of resources. Indeed. Considering he would lose time resurrecting the said person. Irina said with a confident voice. Damn this girl, how certain is she with his actions? Sirin realized that Irina understood him better than she did. When Marcus opened his eyes and turned around, he saw the pair gazing at each other like predators about to face off in territorial battles. I would say they could give me stuff, like weapons and stuff, I could store them in my vault, he said with a shrug. Maybe some talented people I could use in my SPBA. You want outsiders for your knights? Sirin almost gasped when she heard that. Not directly per SE. But more people for the leader pools. I could recycle them after using them. He said with a considered voice. As Marcus has a complete understanding of how the life cycle works, he could easily reincarnate the used material. Right, you do control the afterlife, but that's in your homeworld. In here, I doubt it even exists. Sirin recalled the war's purpose when she awoke. Well, then let's make an afterlife. He said without beating around the bush. Sure. I can't believe we had a conversation to decide the afterlife like that. The girl slightly groaned internally. Part of her misses how simple her life was before this, all she ever did was destroy stuff. Nothing as crazy as this. Anyway, for a couple of days, there won't be anything to do, so we can relax and make some improvements, and wait for an awakening of Bismarck and Belfast. More girls. Sirin, for a second, narrowed her eyes. Her territorial tendencies are getting stronger with a ring around her finger. Indeed. Artemis needs a maid, and Bismarck is a flagship of a navy, so she has commander traits. Wait, a maid warship. The Herschers needed to double-take what she had just heard. Yep. British Navy. What does that have to do with anything? Not understanding his reply, she asked. But all Marcus did, he simply shrugged. He won't question his gacha gods on their decisions. He is a simple man who loves his waifus. You should listen less to your video games. Sirin already knew why he shrugged like that. Can't do. You are here because of those very same reasons. The white-haired girl sighed, and she gave up. She appears to be trying to balance him out, as his fiancée is a hopeless affair. Now that I think about it, the chef girl doesn't even try. The Herschers looked at the girl beside her. Irina didn't raise a single opinion against him making more females. Anyway, I will be doing some work. You have your assistant back, so you two can keep your company. Marcus said to Irina. But Irina slightly pouted at him this time around. But I want to spend some time with you. Then come to see me around dinner in a couple of hours. He quickly adjusted after seeing that pout. I will, don't worry. Her pout quickly disappeared when she heard his quick reply. The white-haired girl observed the whole thing with an interested look. It appears her tactic is very precise, almost like cooking. The girl recalled this as she compared it to the times when Raiden May used to cook. The girl would allow Marcus to say what he wanted to say, and then she would attack with precise and powerful strikes. The group spread out to do their things. Irina went to improve her cooking alongside Hisako, while Sirin decided to do her research as she had joined an elite group of Marcus finances. Now, she needs to consolidate her power and find out what her true advantage is in all of this. Athena is an intellectual, Irina is an incredible chef, and Marcus has great chemistry with her. Sirin's advantage is her status as one of his creations. But it's not as solid as one could get, as he can replace her with another creation. What she could work on is chemistry between them and maybe learn how to cook. To become the queen of his family, yes, that could do it. For a second, she had a wicked smile as she walked to her suite. Marcus looked at the holograms in front of him. The synthesized memories were done and are being uploaded to Bismarck and Belfast. His two new ship girls are about to awaken in the prehistoric world of Cretaceous Earth. He would never consider any of this a while ago. Figuring out resonance and gravity are two of his greatest discoveries. They were like the taming of fire or lightning for humanity. For Marcus, it was stepping into the plateau of arcane, commanding fundamental forces of the universe. Miracle stuff, and now he is making waifus in the dinosaur era. Honestly. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. He is about to meet his favorite maid and a hot blonde commander, his first blonde creation. How is it looking, Aurora? Everything looks stable, sir. The synthesized memories of the maids took a while to acquire, but the triangle suit devices had all the memories needed for a perfect maid. Belfast will be the most unique creation so far, considering she would have synthesized memories of all the maids, including Graphia. With so many memories of cleaning, maintaining, cooking, and etiquette, the ship girl will be in a league of her own. Marcus wanted to put it to the test. He also needs to improve his creation arts, especially since his understanding of biology has improved to insane levels now. He has close to 300 million years of biological evolution studies, from animal adaptation to how animals fill up ecological niches, all of which go to his future creations. Well, I need to consolidate that experience in some form. The inventor realized that he now had a huge library. Accessing all that data could be annoying, as he would need to sort it out with his AI help. So why not? Make something like an evolution index. Streamline it. Make it into a magic circle for easier use. As he accessed all the data and started to spread it throughout the workshop, an idea popped into his mind. He then started sorting all of it like pages of a book. Sir, what are you trying to do? The AI sounded confused. Index, something like master control based on all the data I have on evolution. Using Lilith's power as a bedrock, I can make it into a magic circle, allowing a simple control over controlled evolution. That would severely simplify biological evolution. The AI realized what this would mean. Yes. Imagine all the machine nerds throwing a hissy fit that their machine fetish is no longer supreme. They used to complain so much in strategy games that machines are superior to organics because organic evolution is slow. Now, I can easily show them the middle finger by casting this circle. Marcus smirked while his fingers were moving through paragraphs of data. Sir, did they beat you in a multiplayer game? We don't talk about that, Aurora. The AI realized that it was a sour spot for him. A while later, Irina invaded his workshop as it was time for food. For now, Marcus had to take a break. After that, he ordered some upgrades for the warship in the Golden Armory. Since that place is outside space and time, the work was instantaneous for people outside the armory. Honestly, I should have placed an assembly line inside the armory. But the linkage would be a hassle to figure out. It would work as a weak point as well. I don't want people to figure out a frequency to access the armory. The inventor weighed the pros and cons of a constant link between the Golden Armory and the outside world. Yeah, I will keep it like this since the exact location of Golden Armory is in a data center. Marcus realized that if someone figures out the frequency and enters it, they could exit on the other side as well, meaning they would appear in the heart of technocracy. I need to upgrade the security of that too. Although bypassing layers of barriers with resonance is not the easiest thing to do, he considers that an easier method than attacking his barriers directly around his country. With the discovery of a new loophole in his security, Marcus left a note on his console before moving to biochambers, where two girls were floating inside the liquid. The first one to comment was Sirin, who was already there when the inventor entered the room. So that's Bismarck and Belfast. Sirin looked at them with crossed arms. I am surprised that you made a blonde. She joked as the girl noticed blonde hair on one of the ship girls. A call back to German roots from Norse and their Vikings who loved blonde hair, Marcus explained to her. I thought it was a random choice, but you put some thought into it. The Herschers was surprised to hear that. As the pair were talking, Tirpitz and Enterprise walked in and looked at the pair of girls. Their eyes slightly sparkled as they saw more of their kin. With these two girls, their numbers will double. Tirpitz quickly found her older sister, as she simply knew. Yes. There is a special feeling there. You can feel it, right? Yes. There is this feeling in me. The Queen of North nodded her head. That's because your ships are nearly identical. I took the liberty to upgrade them before these two will awaken. Upgrade. Enterprise looked interested. Yep, the warships have the latest advancements installed. How? The carrier girl asked with disbelief. When? How? She didn't sense a thing. I requested them to be pulled out in our new base outside the flow of time. The nanite-based assembly lines are installed, including time engines, Bifrost, and Diamond Heart engines. Admiral. Enterprise, for a second, had no idea how to react to that. Her carrier ship can now fly through space and time. Isn't it too much? Sirin looked perplexed by giving that much power to girls again. Not at all. These are my creations, unlike those. He looked away with a frown. His opinion of outsider girls has dropped considerably. Irina, who listened to this, slightly frowned internally. It appears she needs to improve his opinion of outsiders, otherwise, her homeland can suffer when they return. Admiral, we won't disappoint you. Enterprise clenched her fist as she wondered where she could blow up her admiral's enemies to prove that his decision to upgrade her warship was the right move. I know you won't. It's not part of your design. He smirked before looking at the two girls floating in liquid. He snapped his fingers, and the pair opened their eyes for the first time. Tirpitz's eyes trembled as she could finally meet her older sister in this form. It was one of the first things she wanted to do when she learned that Marcus had Bismarck's wreckage. As the water was drained out, the glass container opened, and the pair of girls ended up standing with their naked feet on the cold floor. The pair had extremely long hair, and Marcus was already itching to cut them like he always did with his creations. Admiral. Admiral. Both of them spoke at the same time. Marcus responded by simply raising his hand, and the pair immediately dried up. Welcome, you two. He took a step forward. Do you know where we are? He inquired them, as this time around, he packed their brain with quite a bit of information. Yes, I have a general understanding. The blonde warship nodded seriously as she looked at Marcus with an intense gaze. She was carving his image into her memory several times over. The battleship would only serve one admiral, and this time around, she wouldn't sink just because she had bad odds. Not with the powers she is given. No, something like losing a fight is not in her dictionary anymore. Same as well. Admiral, should I call you master? Since I am classified as a maid as well. Belfast curtsy bowed to him before asking. It looked quite strange, considering she was naked, but even then, she was extremely professional. The warship had close to 1,000 years of maid experience. Depends on you, Belfast. I answer to both. He shrugged at her. Then I shall call you master when off fighting duty. The silver-haired ship girl maid said with a small smile. Fair enough. He then motioned with his hand, and a pair of triangle suit devices floated to their hands. Dress up. I shall give you two a haircut shortly. The pair slowly nodded and placed the devices on their considerable assets. Soon enough, they were dressed in their uniforms. Behind them, Marcus looked at the newcomers with an array of emotions. Irina and Hisako were especially reeling after seeing Marcus create life right before their eyes. These were proper, functioning individuals with considerable powers. To think this is how he creates them. It took him no time whatsoever to create them. Hisako was extremely spooked at how quickly he could create people. It was worthy of godly status. Didn't supreme deities created like this? Sadly, Hisako didn't realize that the soldiers she saw constantly pop up were similarly complex, just like these two girls. Marcus looked at Bismarck and Belfast with a small smirk, especially when the maid placed a collar with a chain on her neck. The girls looked at him with a strange look. What? It's her style. She dresses how she wants. He complained with crossed arms. I don't think we believe it, Sirin said with a questioning look. You designed her from scratch. She added more to the heat. This represents that I belong to my master. It didn't help that Belfast proudly told them that she had a collar and that it had a deep meaning. As a warship and maid. The girl puffed her impressive chest. Bismarck looked at her curiously as well. Since this is the case, should I get one too? The battleship questioned loudly. That would not be necessary. Sirin took a step forward as she decided to elaborate. Your uniform already represents that. She motioned towards her impressive black and red uniform, which reminded her of a German uniform from the Second World War. It's nanite and energy-based. She added some more to make sure she didn't question it. It depends on my admiral. The blonde didn't give up easily. Her desire to listen to him is far greater than at any time before. As a sunken flagship, she desires redemption. It's fine, Bismarck. Let's get those haircuts. He motioned for them to follow him to the... Understood. The crazy show of loyalty made Enterprise and Tirpitz straighten their backs as they were impressed by the battleship. As expected of my older sister, her words are like steel. The other battleship had stars in her eyes. Instead of going to the barracks, Marcus still went to the kitchen area, as it was a tradition for him to have a haircut for the girls in the canteen, even though the barracks on assimilators were as big as cities with huge facilities for the knights. They took around 5 minutes to arrive at the officers' quarters and the canteen. Take your seats. The inventor motioned them to sit as 2 chairs and a table floated to make a makeshift barber shop. The ship girls didn't question his orders and took their seats. While Marcus walked behind the fridges and into the actual kitchen, seconds later, he had a whole back of hairdresser set. After my initial creations, these hairdressing sets are in every single kitchen across my technocracy. Marcus proudly said that as he opened the set and took out the tools. You will never know in what kind of vessel I will create another biological model. Humph. Sirin huffed at the back as she took her seat after taking a plate of strawberry cake from a fridge. There is no way she will simply watch the whole thing without doing anything. She learned this the last time Tirpitz awakened. Back then, she was uncertain of her place in the technocracy, but now she is much more secure in her position. As the white-haired girl was eating her cake, Marcus proceeded to cut Bismarck's hair. Irina and Hisako looked closely. They never expected to see the inventor do such a thing by hand, no less. He has so much tech and raw power that he can do this with thought alone, but instead, he is doing it in the most mundane way possible with scissors and a hairbrush. The first one to get her hair done was Bismarck. Marcus smiled the whole time he was cutting her hair and making sure her bangs were just the way he wanted them. He is quite good at this, the chef girl's assistant commented in a surprised tone. Genetic augmentation. I experienced the same thing. Sirin replied as she took a bite of a cake in a leisurely motion. His genes are altered, and he rapidly adapts to whatever he needs. You can call it his unique power, the Herschers explained as she checked her hair. It was too early to get a haircut. Beautiful. Marcus placed a black hat on Bismarck's head after he was done. The blonde battleship had waist-long hair, and the ship girl stood up from her seat and looked around before looking at her admiral. Many thanks, sir. Is there something I can do to repay all your efforts? She asked with a straight face. Her words made the chef girls and Sirin blush a little. What's with such blunt wording? Why you? What are you saying? The white-haired girl snapped out and swiftly stood up. Some cake was on her lips. Are my words confusing? The battleship looked confused. The way you worded. Sirin. Marcus pointed at his lips. The girl's eyes widened as she swiftly cleaned herself up with her hand before getting embarrassed. As I was saying, you need to word it better. The Herschers repeated herself. What for? The warship's confusion only increased. So that people wouldn't get a wrong idea. But, my words are simple and direct. There is something that could confuse. The blonde moved her head to the side. What Mistress is saying to you, Bismarck, is that a girl shouldn't say such things to a man. Belfast clarified as she was elegantly sitting on her chair with closed eyes. A male could get the wrong idea and do things only couples should do. The battleship looked perplexed for a second before replying with a straight face either way. I do not mind. I was given a female form for a reason. If Admiral wants me as a woman, then I will gladly do my duty. Sirin's mouth opened and closed before he looked at Marcus with an annoyed look. It would seem he was being naughty by making females like that. But he simply shrugged at her annoyed look. He has not designed her with that intent, but other character behavior patterns led to such a conclusion. Mistress, you shouldn't look like that to our master. It's only natural that everyone wants a piece of him. The light cruiser spoke in a professional voice, making Sirin's eyebrows tremble. Just because you are a perfect maid doesn't mean you can tell me what to do. Well, then, Belfast, you are next. I will be in your care, master. Marcus smiled as he started by cutting excess hair before working on the edges. Like Bismarck, her hair is long, reaching her waist. Once done, he worked on her bangs, as Belfast's style was a little bit different. What do you think? Marcus asked after bringing a mirror in front of her. As long as you like it, I am fine with it. She smiled at him, her smile close to a seductive one. After all, more than 90% of her memories are of Graphia. And the Devil Maid has a thing for Marcus. So, it's natural that Belfast, who inherited synthesized memories from the Devil Maid, has a natural attraction towards her creator. But even without them, as a warship, she desires to perform better than last time. The echoes of the time when she was a ship are at the forefront of her consciousness. Good, he smiled as he finished with her hair. The maid immediately stood up and straightened herself up. She slightly bowed at Marcus. Many thanks, master. She softly spoke before her smile morphed into a smirk. I'm ready to repay you in any way you want as a maid. I do everything. Belfast slightly leaned towards him as she wanted to see his expression. What are you saying? Right in front of his two fiancées. Sirin popped right in between Belfast and Marcus. Anne, how is it wrong? The silver-haired maid asked with a confused look. What? I am his maid and his warship. I was designed to be his, she said with an obvious look as if asking which part of what she was saying was wrong. Even so. As his fiancés we get priority. Sirin said that while looking at Irina as if wanting her to join her side. But Irina didn't move as she knew this was pointless. Priority for what, exactly? Belfast looked at her as she wanted to understand what she meant. Do you want me to spell it out for you? Sirin replied with a growing blush. If master wants me to be around, he will tell. Everything depends on him, after all. The warship maid explained with a certain voice. Ugh. The Herschers trembled as she looked at Marcus with a pouting look. Come now, relax, darling queen of mine. Belfast is only teasing you. The more you play into this, the more she is teasing you. Marcus joked as he looked at the blushing Sirin. Humph. You better. She pointed her finger at him. Belfast slightly smirked when she saw Sirin's reaction. The maid understood what had made this girl a stuttering mess. With the new addition to Marcus' group, Belfast joined Artemis in cleaning, and Tirpitz dragged Bismarck away to show the military and the spaceships. Sirin ended up sneaking away to study cooking while Irina and Hisako returned to their testing. It only left Enterprise. Admiral, may I stay with you? The carrier ship asked him with a bashful look. Her right hand was holding her left hand side as she didn't know where to look after charging into his workshop head first. The girl behaved like a reckless command, charging in first and thinking of a plan second. The holograms in the room dimmed as the seat with Marcus turned around and faced her. The inventor smiled, seeing her being this embarrassed and bashful all of a sudden. What happened, Enterprise? I thought you were with Tirpitz and Bismarck. Marcus asked her curiously. Well, I had this feeling that I was a third wheel and was getting in the way of their sisterly bonding moment. The carrier ship explained this while trying to be serious while explaining it to him. I see your point. Besides, they are battleships, and you are a carrier ship. I think there is a dynamic there. He nodded at her explanation while thinking that the ship classes have a role to play there. Maybe even the factions which build the ships have to play a part there. The black-haired inventor chipped some extra into his theory. Could be, regardless, what do you think? She asked him as there was an eager look on her face. Sure. I can't say no to you. He motioned to come over. The silver-haired shipgirl smiled as she walked over to his side. For a second, she thought that she would stand beside him like a sentinel or a bodyguard, but that was naive thinking. The next second, she was on his lap, and his hands held her in place while she was sitting on his lap sideways. Hey Admiral. This is a bad position for you to focus on your work. Enterprise was all panicky as she sought a way to escape this development. It's fine, I am used to such a position. He smirked at her as he hugged her more, making her behave like a startled deer. Eventually, after a little bit of struggling, she stopped. If you say so. Indeed. Instead, check out my next breakthrough I have been working on. He looked at the layered holographic windows in front of him. This is DNA. Are you working on more ship girls? She asked in an uncertain tone. The carrier girl knows that Marcus is well aware that it's not that difficult for him to make more ship girls. No, I am working on more index, no, a codex of evolution. Codex of evolution. As in library of some sort. A definitive magic which controls evolution perfectly. It can be used for any of my technomancy. Didn't you have a de-evolution beam before? I recall that our warships have those. Enterprise didn't see this as a breakthrough. What you know of is an inelegant way of using energy in reverse. The Codex of Evolution, used as a medium, will allow the conscious de-evolution or further evolution of any life, even a silicon-based one. I have more than enough data to impact silicon life forms. Her eyes widened as what she saw next made her gulp down. Why, you can do that. Knock. At that moment, their time together was interrupted by a knock on the door. Admiral, it's Bismarck. May I have a moment of your time? The voice of a serious girl reached the ears of the pair. Sure, come in. The doors opened, and Marcus' seat once again turned to face the new arrival. Bismarck, dressed in a black uniform with a black and red cape and hat, moved in, dropped on one knee, and for a second, the inventor felt like the Emperor and Bismarck as his enforcer. My younger sister told me that she participated in a war. I request a similar assignment. She said with barely hidden jealousy. She completely ignored the blushing Enterprise on his lap. You do know that I don't have something like that at this moment. If I had, you would already be on the front lines. He said with a sigh as he stroked the silver hair of the carrier ship. Yes, I understand, but we are overseeing the development of lesser species. I am certain I can be useful there. The blonde said with a certain tone. You wish to do such a grunt work? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Honestly, she could just order any of the bored knights to slaughter the more barbaric kingdoms and empires. He is thinking of cleaning the house of those to ease the consolidation of power. He doesn't want such elements in his future army. Chapter 114, Technomerge Evolution. I do not mind. Let me show them your might. As your battleship, I was designed to demonstrate the might of my admiral. Bismarck's blue eyes glowed for a second as her mana surged for a short moment. Since you are that eager, then I do have something. His seat moved when he looked at the rows of layered hologram windows. Aurora, begin compiling my codex. At once. He then continued speaking with Bismarck, who stood up and stepped forward to stand just right behind him. This will be 2 birds with 1 stone. You will be testing out a new power-up. The pair of ship girls perked up when they heard that. New power. Bismarck had a complex look on her face as she needed to be sure. Getting a new power without doing anything is not something she is thrilled about. Yes. He then opened his command window, went through the update windows, and proceeded to install a new patch for the Diamond Heart engines. The pair of girls looked at their chests as they saw the triangle device blink several times. The codex has been installed, and quantum computers are doing their calculations according to compiled data worth millions of years of evolution. Isn't it a bit too much? Enterprise asked with an uncertain tone as she removed her suit device and checked it out. Nothing changed from whatever update this was. Not at all. He shook his head before he moved the seat to face Bismarck once again. What you will be doing is called biomerge evolution, or, more precisely, the precursor to it. What does this biomerge evolution mean? Enterprise asked him as she looked at her suit device. Check the data. It should be uploaded by this point. The pair checked their HUD as they swiftly read through the whole file. Bismarck understood the gist of it. The Codex of Evolution is like the mixer, it takes things and merges them, and then, on top of that, it evolves. This is not all, as Evolution Codex is getting installed on everything that has Diamond Heart engine or is connected to it. Once enough data is collected, evolution can happen. So, not only do his knights have the ability to adapt rapidly, but they also have the ability to evolve alongside their adaptation. Such extra ability to have is simply absurd, if not an overkill. I understand. Shall I depart? Bismarck finished reading the details and asked him. By all means. I shall observe it as well. Of course, it will be an honor. She slowly nodded, but her gaze was already far away as the battleship was thinking about her first assignment. It was just another average day when, out of nowhere, the core piece of the Divine Throne, as the Klaxosaurians called it, moved to be right above the city of Kursa, the capital of the Almari people. These people worshipped twisted blood gods. Marcus noticed similarities between them and the Aztecs of Central America. They even dressed similarly and used obsidian instead of any sort of metal. Quite twisted, one could say that with the reveal of the Divine Throne, the Klaxosaurians would change their ways, but instead, they doubled down on their beliefs, and now more people are dying than necessary. So, if Marcus wanted to fix that, he might as well kill the barbarians and let regular tribes continue living on this continent. Bismarck understood her mission. Marcus with Enterprise stood beside her before she descended to the world below. Do suit yourself. The planet is still hostile to us. Yes, that was my intention. Nanite surged and spread out through the rest of her body. With a leap, she descended towards the city below her. It was a city dominated by stone and obsidian. Marcus is quite fascinated by how much obsidian they're using, considering it a rare material. However, being surrounded by semi-active volcanoes does make the material less rare. Shall we? He looked at the carrier ship. Yes. The pair followed after Bismarck. The blonde battleship stopped falling as she was just above the city. People already noticed her as she became visible to the naked eye. The blue-skinned sapient dinosaur had a fashion of piercings and was half naked with tattoos dotting their bodies. Instead of being shocked or horrified to see one of the observers, the tribesmen pointed their fingers at her and rushed to get their bows and other primitive projectiles. However, they stopped in their tracks when the space behind her rippled, and a twin-headed red and black dragon-like creature made from metal shimmered into existence. Metal roar. The beast roared, making the people below panic, but this was not all. An even bigger shimmer of space appeared behind her, and a much, much larger existence started to manifest. An enormous ship casting a huge shadow over the city appeared from thin air. Bismarck's hand moved to her chest as she took the triangle suit device and lifted it above her head. The device, which had a soft white glow, brightened. As a battleship symbol with a red cross began to draw itself inside the device, a pillar of light erupted from it and rushed into the sky. Upon reaching a specific altitude, the light spread out and created a white magic circle, which changed its color into a red one with a cross. A metallic voice spreads the area, announcing what is about to happen. Techno-merge evolution. The warship blurred and turned into a swarm of metal, as did the twin-headed dragon, as the two swarms fused and passed through the red circle. A red and dark silver cocoon formed above the circle. It was huge, close to 200 meters, thanks to Bismarck's size. Runes, like blood vessels, appeared throughout the shell of the metal cocoon. Like a beating heart, they blinked several times before massive wings erupted from the cocoon and then shattered completely. The shell pieces dropped on the city below, destroying buildings. The size of the cocoon shells easily crushed the stone building, erasing it. The Klaxosaurians had no chance to scream as the weight and force of the fall turned them into a cloud of blood upon impact. As barbarians died just from evolution alone, the massive creature revealed itself from the cocoon. Iron Legion Techno-Dragon, metallic voice announced what came out from the cocoon. It was a massive dark gray western dragon made from glossy metal. Its wingspan easily covered the entire city as the living machine-like creature opened its mouth and roared for the first time in its life. Deep metallic roar. The sound of the beast caused the closed people who were lucky enough to survive the falling shells to end up dead as the sound of the roar caused their heads to explode. The ones further away lost their hearing or, worst case, passed out. What is that thing? Enterprise, from a distance, observed the evolution. Her HUD was going haywire. Strength, unknown. Type, unknown. Power output, unknown. Even Aurora doesn't know. Isn't that dangerous? She asked Marcus, who was looking at the metallic creature with the excitement of a small child. Don't worry, the evolution is hard to predict. Let the AI do her initial observation before relying on the data, he said after snapping out. Still, it merged with the battleship, which had Bifrost, Time Engine, and Diamond Heart Engine. That thing could blow up the planet if it gets angry. Don't forget it had an MTM reactor. With all those factors, the Techno-Dragon is a one-of-a-kind creature. He smirked as Bismarck gazed at her weapon. This dragon is part of her, and she is part of the dragon. That is why she knew the limits of what the evolved weapon could do. Let's go. We need to cleanse the land of all of these barbarians, the blonde softly said under her breath. With such a powerful asset, she could erase them with minimal effort. The dragon's red eyes glowed as its power surged. The body moved, and the dragon's scales moved, charging hundreds of black and red beams, shooting in all directions, blowing up everything in its path. In the second flat, the whole city was gone. There is more, we shall burn other cities, and none of them will survive. The blonde floated on the dragon's head before flying away at absurd speed, leaving behind Marcus and Enterprise. Isn't it, a little bit too much? Enterprise looked at the sheer scale of destruction with a complex look. It may look like that, but if we didn't stop them now, for the next 200 years, they would have killed millions of Klaxosaurians. It's better to remove the disease now instead of allowing it to fester, don't you agree? I understand, but what I am saying is that we are using a nuclear bomb to kill a chicken. As a carrier ship, I find it hard watching how a battleship is fighting a rowing boat. The silver-haired shipgirl grimaced while saying that. Yeah, I guess, but if Bismarck wanted to do this, I can't say no. He shrugged before flying forward towards the big pyre of smoke. Recalibrations are done, and I can access the data for the new life form. Aurora replied to Enterprise and Marcus as they watched Techno-Dragon release a breath attack. He considers it the cosmic breath. Is it a mix of time, space, and sheer destruction? The beam erases what the dragon wants and allows the rest to remain. It's a fascinating piece of evolutionary power. Sir. I am confused by what I am reading from it. The engines of the battleship are gone. They became organs. This dragon is a proper living being with organs powerful enough to level objects at a cosmic scale. Interesting, the Codex of Evolution worked its wonders. Sir, I prefer that you allow me to run my calculations first before allowing such dangerous things to happen without precaution. The AI complained to him. Well, you do have a kill switch if they rampage. He tried to reason. It depends, sir. They are living beings, and living beings want to live. And we included all that in our initial calculations regarding temporary evolution. Marcus pointed out. Indeed, but things like these can derail when actual evolution is added into the equation, as warship parts became organs. I didn't consider that. Same, but the safety net is that the dragon is linked to Bismarck at a spiritual level, regardless of what it will follow her. That is precisely why I need to finish my tests before you risk the last safety net. The AI sharply pointed out, making Marcus grimace for a second. Well, he wanted to see Digimon-like evolutions. Okay. One simply can't stop when he is that close. Right, then continue with your calculation. There won't be any more evolutions before you are done. Understood, dedicating processing power. The AI focused on its calculations and reality simulations while Marcus watched how Techno Dragon continued with the rampage. What is that? A sailor pointed at the clouds in the distance. A trade ship was moving towards the continent. The sheer chaos the dragon caused made practically everyone notice it. Even on other continents, the explosions and their raw power were felt. The beast was a menace, Marcus' most dangerous creation to date. It's only a single creation, well, a mix of two, but the point stands that it can cause so much chaos on a planet's surface. It feels like a monster is on the loose, the other commented as the large ship continued to approach. The trade ships are huge, and they use their size to deter large carnivore animals. That is why trade only happens with large vessels. No small ships move between continents as they are not safe, and weather is not the only reason for the size of the boat. The majority of animals are carnivorous, like the entire Mosasauridae family, the biggest aquatic predators in the world. As the large boat was getting close, a massive blur appeared above the trade city. It was a massive metal creature with a large forked tail and glowing red lines for eyes. The beast's surface was like glossy luxury material, yet it was metal, not a gem. The flying animal's mouth was full of sharp, saw-like teeth. As it opened its mouth, it released a stream of energy at the city below. The stream of energy was like the night sky, it erased everything in its path. What is that thing? Look on its back. The other one pointed his finger. The sailors had pure horror on their faces as they saw a person riding this thing. The way it dressed, a great observer. Quickly turn around the ship. The captain descended from its cabin, which looked pale. They can't know we have slaves for the Almery. He said with panic. He didn't want to be caught. But we don't know if great observers care about such a thing. It doesn't matter. As you can see, they will cease to exist, and I don't want to be on the chopping block. Now turn around. The sailors scrambled to turn around the large boat while the massive dragon in the air gazed at the ship. Relax, they are not our prey. According to the satellites, there are still a couple of cities left for us to burn down, Bismarck said to her dragon. Techno Dragon slowly nodded before flying away as it knew where those cities were. The ship turned around as the pair flew away and sailed back to their previous port. They needed to tell what they had just seen. But at that moment, a pair of armored beings landed, one of which was a golden one with wings. The sailors who saw this could not believe what they were seeing. The golden one was the God Emperor. Next second, a crushing presence descended, and all of them dropped to their knees. Let the wider world know what happens to those who worship fake gods and pretend to represent them. The barbarian Almery are gone, and those who follow their beliefs will suffer the same fate as that city. The golden is pointed at a location where a city with a bustling population existed less than 5 minutes ago. After saying that, the pair flew away. Moments later, the crushing presence was gone. The sailors, who were holding their breath, finally were able to breathe. They collapsed on their knees and hands while gazing at the wooden deck with primal fear in their eyes. Their presence alone made me feel like dying. Bismarck looked at her triangle device with fascination, as she could see the red cross symbol with the battleship glowing. With thought alone, the technomerge evolution was undone, and the dragon in front of her turned into a cloud or more like a swarm of metal. It separated into two and then glowed, reforming the battleship and her twin-headed metal dragon with cannons. So that's how it works. The girl gazed at her weapons before looking back at the device. She could see it was recharging in some shape or form, or more like adjusting to improve the evolution for the next time. Impressive, so this is the third fundamental force we can control now. The ship girl realized that what she could control was a lesser form of a fundamental force called life. Using time and mana could have accelerated growth in what she just did with the device in her hand. With her assignment done, the girl swiftly returned to the core piece of the assimilator. As she landed in the hangar, she saw Sirin slam into Marcus like a missile. I want one. I wanna. The girl was hugging him like a koala. What is with her? That's not how a fiancé of the strongest being should behave. The battleship frowned to herself as she slowly walked over to their side. Her clothes shifted into her regular uniform instead of the suit. First, you need to tell me what you want. Marcus sighed, holding the white-haired girl in his hands. She immediately looked at Bismarck. I want a dragon. Just like hers. You remember my Benares, don't you? She said with slightly narrowed eyes. Oh, then you should have said so from the very beginning. I am doing it now. She said that while looking at him. I guess, fine. It's not like it's difficult. He pulled her closer. The girl smirked as she leaned forward and whispered into his ear. Fantastic, I will make it worth your time, Sirin whispered with growing blush. Marcus chuckled as he noticed how she was becoming naughtier by the day. Being dressed in her Herscher's clothes all the time added to that naughtiness. The girl will never admit that. Of course, she will always come with some sort of excuse. Good, then let's go. As the group walked deeper into the assimilator, Sirin remembered something. Wait, before that, let's visit the observation deck. The white-haired girl looked at Marcus and then at the main lift. Sure, did something happen? He asked curiously. You could say that. She looked with a pout at him. Come on, I haven't even seen it, and you're already giving me that look. The inventor groaned as he rolled his eyes at her. She was treating it like it was his fault. You will see. The girl puffed her cheeks as she looked away. While she puffed, I liked that it didn't change the fact that he was carrying her the whole time. On a short trip to the observation floor, the Herschers used her HUD interface to show a familiar city. That's Korea. Marcus immediately knew what city it was. Yes. Look at this. She zoomed in and showed the royal palace. They could see gathered carriages. Quite a bit of people have gathered. Are they celebrating the recent victory? Enterprise asked as she slightly frowned at this. Part of her was disappointed in how quickly these people turned to celebrate a minor achievement. No. It's something else. Look. Sirin zoomed even more, bypassing the walls and showing what was inside. They saw nobles and their families, the nobles showing their daughters to the emperor. Is the prince getting married? Marcus looked curious for a second. He had not seen the courting culture of this world in action before. No, what you are seeing is a collection of offerings to you. She squeezed his cheek with all her might while saying that. Ha. Yes. They will gather 100 maidens and offer to you. I can assume, either to kill themselves or prepare a new temple priestess or something of that kind. The Herschers explained with a growing annoyance. Well, that's something I missed. He said with a small surprise that he had never considered that route. Simply because they were dinosaurs and he was a human, cross-species stuff never popped into his mind. I never considered it. Do you realize that the DNA difference is more than 7%, he said with an eye roll. As if that will stop you from having your way with them. Sirin huffed at him. True. He didn't hide it. A blue-skinned, silver-haired girl has an exotic feel to it. See. You can gene alter them and make them compatible with humans. Yes, that's the easiest part, the hardest part is finding an interesting one to entertain me. He shrugged at Jean's part. By this point, he didn't even consider it a hurdle. What is the difficult part for him to find a girl who could entertain him? It's one of the reasons why he is making his own waifus. Irina is one of the few who are interested in him enough to make her a fiancée. But the majority, well, boring. So, you will just accept this madness. Sirin narrowed her eyes at him. Rich coming from a Herschers. He joked about hearing that. Ugh. Not with that again. The girl smacked her hand into his chest. I prefer if they don't just start killing them and hoping that their souls will reach my throne. He said with a sigh. Can't you just send them away? The white-haired girl hopefully asked him. Well, we do need a link between us and the Klaxosaurians. I could gene alter them to be something like prophets. He considered the routes he could take with this. Well, you and other girls could manage them. He extended an olive branch, immediately calming her down. Fine. I will do that. I will make sure they behave and know their immortal place. The girl snuffed, but she was serious. Good, but I am not leaving you alone. Others will join you. Marcus knows that if Sirin is left alone, she will turn those poor girls into slaves. That is why others will join. He can trust Irina and Athena more when it comes to this. Fine. The girl huffed again. It is better if several people are between these sacrificial pawns and Marcus. Who knows whatever grand idea he can come up with. And so, Marcus' prototype version of his Crystal Palace started. It's only the beginning, but in the future, His harem of dedicated girls to join a special organization will become a global and then interstellar phenomenon where girls around the cosmos want to join his Crystal Palace. Where kids used to dream of becoming doctors or policemen, in this case, girls will want to become Marcus Goldman's assistants, and guys will want to join the army. Marcus dreams of changing, everything is slowly starting to take shape. Kitchen. My lady. Yes, I saw it. I am starting to think that he isn't just planning to conquer one world, but all of them. Hisako said with a small realization. You only now notice that. The cherry blonde smiled. Her smile was a little bit strained. Isn't it bad? I mean, that's what a... She leaned forward and whispered. Villain does. In a way, yes. But... The chef girl looked away, gazing at somewhere. In normal people's eyes, we can be classified as the bad guys. But that's because of here and now. All that kill you saw now is like removing an infestation. It is painful, and one will suffer and be bedridden for a while, but then he will recover and be better than ever. Same here. That dragon killed a twisted barbarian culture. If he hadn't, then those things would have killed for generations, dwarfing the number of people killed by that dragon. We are capable of seeing into the distant future thanks to our time abilities. Normal people can't understand what we see. The purple-haired assistant simply gazed at Lady. While her face was not expressionless, her eyes were trembling from disbelief. Irina would normally never speak like this. She might have a twisted perception of food, but never of life. What she is looking at is a completely different person. Then, I am sure Marcus will spread his influence to other continents, allowing his followers to spread worldwide. The distances between continents are not as large as in our times. The chef girl already brushed aside all those millions of deaths that happened a few moments ago. Instead, she is already looking towards what will happen next. I see. It appears I am the only one with some common sense around here. Hisako told herself, but then again, she wondered if it was true. She can control time flow, use her mind to lift things, and even wield magic. None of that sounds normal. Oh, how can I forget I was taught things by the goddess of wisdom and received her blessing? The girl realized that she was a hypocrite. Meanwhile, outside the flow of time, a Daedalus-class support warship left the green clouds of time and entered the Bifrost Highway, which rapidly brought them closer to the massive station-like base being constructed. Several assimilators are supporting the Mammoth project. Hundreds of thousands of nanite swarms are building the hull and bridges that will connect the assimilators into a single massive mothership. This is Technocracy's secret base. Its purpose is to manage alternative realities and timelines that Technocracy will rule one day. While not the capital, it is the hub of the military and the storage place for all the stuff Marcus has collected from his trips. In a way, this was Marcus' secret treehouse base, where regular guys collect figurines. Marcus builds a base outside the flow of time and places living dinosaur specimens instead of said figures. Because he already has figurines in his room. So he needs something better. Regardless, as the place gets assembled, the warship docks away from the rest at an assimilator. This one is the command tower, where Quinella is with the maids. As the warship docked, the ramp lowered, and a group of royal guards brought out the maids towards Quinella, who was waiting with 3 maids. I have heard what 4 of you did. The assistant showed a wicked smile. I only wanted to impress Master. Hippolyta complained. It appears no one wants to hear what she is saying. And how does that translate to you two blowing up nearly an entire continent? Thankfully, we have technomancy in place if you bring the Jurassic period to its end with magma traps erupting in China. Last time we checked, one of the reasons the assimilator is there is to learn the precise boundary of the end of Jurassic and the beginning of Cretaceous, Atlanta said with a matter-of-fact tone. But all Quinella did was a shrug. Yes, well, you won't be learning it for a while. I will tell you once I learn myself. The assistant showed her a bright smile. You are enjoying this, aren't you? Jean said after seeing the exchange between them. You have no idea how long I wanted for you girls to flop. The assistant slightly shook her head, acting like she cared about them. Only the best are allowed, my creator. You 4 failing like this, at such a basic task no less, proves that you don't belong in serving him. So what now? Lu Fei was more interested in learning what would happen to them. She is thinking of ways to get out of this situation, but for this to happen, she needs to figure out what will happen to her now. You 4 are in luck. Now that we have an extensive collection of items, you all will be maintaining them, like, for example, taking out their dung. Quinella smiled brightly while saying that. The group of maids looked at her with horror and disbelief. Especially Atlanta. She is a half-lion. Her nose is especially sensitive. But, the handlers, and isn't the process automated? I am certain Master made it automated. The huntress started to panic. For you 4, I will flip that switch off, and you will be able to take care of sauropod dung. The platinum-haired assistant brushed her hair while telling them how big of service she was doing. Sauropods. The four imagined a mountain of shit left by the long-necked titans, and the handlers giving them regular shovels. Can we discuss this? Atlanta almost begged the assistant. Considering we were Master's ex-favorite pet a while ago, we could arrange something else. Quinella placed her right-hand index finger on her chin while looking at the hangar's ceiling. The lioness cringed when she was named his ex. It was more hurtful than expected. I could use your hunter experience and use you like a workhorse. The girl didn't hide her desire to use Atlanta. Not that the huntress cared about that. She knew that the moment they did something against Marcus, Quinella will stop pretending to be nice. As long as I don't need to work with dung. Atlanta grimaced while saying that. Good. Then you will be training the handlers and working with animals that are arriving from the Mesozoic era. Fine by me. It's what I wanted in the first place. The huntress showed a confident smile while saying that. Do remember you can't hunt them. They are pieces of collection. The assistant sharply reminded her. I know. And us. I am a witch. I am good at research. And I know magic. Lu Fei took a step forward. I only offered an alternative to Atlanta because she was forcefully involved in the fights, not that you left it midway like Artemis. Quinella slightly narrowed her eyes while saying that. Yes, well, these girls are upstart baby girls, which made my hand itch. Atlanta looked at Lu Fei and Jean. If not for the suit devices, they would have kissed the ground and eaten primitive grass by force. Sorry to burst your bubble, senior. Lu Fei sarcastically replied with a barely visible mocking smile. The lioness' hand twitched for a second. It appears you little ones need some discipline training. Being spoiled by Marcus was a mistake, it would seem. The platinum-haired assistant looked at them with a disappointed and slightly angry expression. Her pride can't allow such spoiled brats anywhere near her creator. This place doesn't have that much for females with big heads. Why does he even like such annoying girls in the first place? It must be his twisted sadism. Quinella pondered as she motioned for her integrity knights to get rid of these troublemakers. As the four were taken away, the assistant returned to her command post and continued to observe the incoming data from the assimilators in different periods. What in the world? Her eyes widened when she saw the latest update from Cretaceous Earth, and what she got was mind-boggling. To use evolution in such a way, he made Digimonts into reality. Or more like the method of evolution. The girl stroked her chin while pondering about the power-ups this could give. It appears he made his ship girls into his most powerful pieces. The assistant realized that each and every single one of his ship girls had the potential to be destroyers of a multiverse in the sheer power department if she believed the data she was looking at. Chapter 115, Build Up for Invasion. To think there is something that a quantum computer is struggling to fully calculate. Quinella contemplated the data before her. The data concerning Techno Dragon has finally reached the base outside the time flow. What she got were rough estimations of the beast's power. However, one thing is certain, and that is the purpose of these monstrosities. Marcus faction's power has reached adequate. She could see the shift in the data. Mass production of soldiers, ships, and gene alteration of the dinosaurs for weaponization has begun. In other words, her creator is starting to feel confident in shifting from passiveness to aggressiveness. Well, our technocracy has achieved means for rapid expansion. But the girl pondered how this would happen. Marcus never clarified to her how the conquest would happen. It was always there, a subtle thing in his behavior patterns. But he never told her or even Aurora, there was no major project, except for Project Eden, which has been altered a bunch of times with constant advances in their technomancy. I can consider the Mesozoic-era worlds as free for all territory grabs, but once we reach worlds with actual sapient lifeforms, will he attack all of them? The girl was curious how he would act when he was aggressive with his expansion. She is a little bit excited to see that. But this is impressive. Her eyes ended up on the stats of the dragon. Iron Legion Techno Dragon. Species, Iron Legion. Type, silicon-based life form. Projected raw strength, solar system to multiversal. Traits, continuous growth perpetual motion engine. Fundamental force insights, space, time, destruction, gravity, life, evolution. Extras, kinetic energy absorption. Aurora, what does Iron Legion stand for? Don't tell me Marcus was feeling like it's time for him to pay his respects to Marvel's Iron Man. The assistant sarcastically asked the AI with crossed arms. Incorrect. The term is selected because it will be used on all of the species created via technomerge evolution of the warships used by ship girls. Oh, I see, and other types of evolutions. Unknown, I haven't received data yet. Once the device is triggered and evolution is initiated, I can begin naming. Can't you access and simulate such a thing? I can't bypass certain safety nets, Quinella. The suit devices and their quantum computers are stored in a different space. All I can do is download and upload data. Only the Supreme Commander has all the clearances and master control over those things. Same with Diamond Heart Engine and Time Engine. Oh. The assistant looked surprised for a second. It appears he has some precautions. Then again, those things could be dangerous to us if they are to fall to people with different intentions. Quinella took the triangle devices from her chest and looked at it. Even one of these could propel a civilization into interstellar powerhouse status. So, when can I get an evolution? Unknown, I am still compiling data. Ha. I thought you could easily calculate such a thing. I do have very little to work with. The codex of evolution is one thing, but predicting all the outcomes is another. My programming doesn't allow half-baked answers, and what is requested of me is almost the same as inventing everything from nothing, with a single direction being the codex. No need to get offended. I can wait. It's not like I will be charging into battle anytime soon. The assistant sighed as she looked at the other data she got. It appears Marcus is slowly becoming a godlike figure, with the entire civilization offering their daughters to him. Well, she could use them. If she is to train them, she could have them as actual assistants. Pilling all the paperwork to them while she ends up spending more time with her darling creator. Fufufu, that could work. The platinum-haired girl stroked her lower lip as there was a wicked smile. This could work, and she could use them to satisfy her ego. Her creator is finally getting what he always should have gotten, in her opinion. Lesser beings, like the so-called pantheons of bygone eras, used to get offerings of shrine maidens and virgin princesses for their weakling gods. Her creator, who mastered fundamental forces and learned the secrets of life, should have gotten even better. At least, in her opinion, she will not tell that to the face of certain individuals. Though I should. Once Project Eden is on the way, I could take the initiative and slaughter a couple of pantheons on my own. Quinella stroked her chin as she pondered on the actions she should take. I should visit this Cretaceous Earth and see this Klaxosaurian civilization myself. Mentally, the assistant opened the DNA folder of the collected samples of the blue-skinned sapient dinosaurs and checked what they could offer her. She found it interesting that they were nearly identical to humans, with only a small difference in DNA composition. With some gene splicing, they could be compatible with humans. But that's for later. Quinella is certain that Marcus will play around with their kind to create a perfect composition for future Klaxosaurians. I should finish with the base and then visit that Earth. Back with Marcus. What do you think? Marcus motioned towards Sirin, and the hologram image of a white dragon rushed towards her. The girl caught it and looked at the design. Amazing, are you certain you didn't check my memories? For a moment, she was awed before looking at him with narrowed eyes. No need. I remember the dragon quite well. He shrugged at her before wondering how they should carry their pets around. I see, so can you order its creation? She asked him after inspecting the design. 1 second, I have something in mind. He opened another project and drew a sphere before adding a button in the middle. The upper part turned red, and the lower one was white. Then he hollowed out the inside of it and added graviton and space projectors and interactive magic circles. Then, he based another circle on Codex of Evolution. Damn, compressing all that, wait. Nanites, sure. He mumbled to himself as he reworked the insides of the sphere. By that point, Sirin walked over and looked at what he was doing. Is that a pokeball? She asked dumbly. Yeah, I already had prototype ones when I captured Typhon and Lilith. But this is the real deal, and it does what it is supposed to do. He made it spin around and open with a finger motion, showing the interior. Then I can keep bananas inside of it. Precisely the reason why I designed this. He nodded at her question. Great, then make one in white and yellow. She asked without beating around the bush. Sure. He shrugged before commenting on the pokeballs. Though. I am shocked at how complex this was. I was only able to make this after grasping fundamental forces, adding magic and using nanites, but Professor Oak was able to make this with average tech. Marcus commented while creating a blueprint for custom pokeballs. You do realize that it's an anime meant for kids. I doubt the creators cared if it was possible in the first place. The girl replied with a deadpan look. Yeah, whatever, Aurora, do run your tests. I don't want these balls to implode or become miniature black holes. Marcus finished with his design as he pressed on execute. 1 moment. The AI sounded slightly tired. You should let her rest. Sirin picked it up as the AI was working on several projects, one of which was literal evolution. I guess I can focus on something less complex. He dismissed the hologram and focused on the Herschers next to him. Sure. The white-haired girl ended up on his lap as she knew what he meant. The expansion and changes to Klaxosaurian society are happening at a rapid pace. The revelations of the divine have changed the whole mindset of the people. For better or worse, people felt an injection of energy in their daily lives, something akin to children who desire acceptance of their parents. However, such dependence diminishes their desire for independent thinking. Marcus realized that early on, which is why he went with the research tree idea and created an entire system for interaction with his new minion race. Such a thing doesn't require in-depth research and processing power, he already has the assimilator in place and the network surrounding the planet. So, he started to work on smoothing out. Since the nanites are spread from person to person, he can easily access what they are thinking in their prayers. Marcus decided to work on that, as well as the whole idea of using the priestess as his middleman. He waited for the inauguration of this whole thing. His girls waited eagerly, too. They can't wait to place them under their heels. However, Marcus was more interested in the project as a whole as he could imagine a much bigger picture. Like designing their robes and clothes, how the temples will look, and their roles in his faction. All that stuff. He was, after all, a creator, and just making doesn't mean a thing. It has to be perfected. What are you doing now? Sirin sighed as she saw him grinning like a small boy who was designing a makeshift bomb or something. The girl walked over to his side again and saw girl clothes. Oddly enough, they were not perverted or revealing. What are those for? She asked him. They looked like uniforms for the military. These are clothes of my assistants. For those dinosaur girls. The Hershers raised her eyebrow at him. She is feeling a little bit jealous that he is spending so much time on females that he won't even be learning their names. Not to mention even speak with. Or at least that is what she is thinking. Not just that, I am thinking of spreading and merging with my maids, make it more official and make it into an organization of sorts. Why? I mean. Sirin, how many homes do I have now? He questioned her all of a sudden. Your parents' home, your underground home under the river, do these assimilators even count? She stopped midway before asking him. My parents' place, my base, the current assimilator, the base outside the time flow, and the upcoming base on Titan, in other words, their sizes will be huge, and instead of having a few maids, I will have an entire branch of pseudo-military to maintain them for me. On top of that, I will be able to develop them, like cooking, dancing, and all that stuff. As he explained that, Sirin realized what he was doing. You just want to have an official harem. The girl huffed as she grabbed his ear. The girl is copying what Raiden May used to do to Kiana. And he replied with an eye roll, ignoring the pull completely. Humph. Are you saying you are not satisfied with me? She asked with crossed arms. Not at all. I mean, I can leave all the houses and places and leave the maintenance to you. With your superpowers, you could maintain them. Humph. You could easily automate them, but you are leaving it for females to maintain them. Yep, I do need to make sure you and my other girls don't die from overexhaustion. He showed her a guilty smile. After all, sometimes, he bedridden them too much. His reply was like a hammer to her gut. As she grimaced, the guy had an absurd libido as his body altered and adjusted to whatever he wanted. Ugh, fine whatever, it's pointless to argue with you. She huffed one more time as she looked away. Well, if you don't want any of this, I can always strip all your military ranks and confine you to my living quarters where you could live like a simple fiancé. For a second, her eyes bulged out, and her mouth opened wide. Hold it. I didn't mean that. Ugh. She almost stomped her foot from frustration. I thought you meant that. With all this complaining, I thought I had given you too much power, and you can't handle it. She slightly narrowed her orange-golden eyes at him. She knew well enough that he was messing with her. Fine, fine, I will zip it. Her shoulders sunk as she gave up. It appeared she was stupid enough to try to challenge him to keep his harem in check. It was a silly idea to think she had enough confidence to do something that even Athena couldn't do. Sure, we can always discuss this if you have something to offer. Offer? This guy. He doesn't need to point that out. What could she offer? A reality. At that moment, her eyes bulged out. Yeah. I could do that. I could, but I would need an assimilator and a fleet. She smiled slightly while saying that. You have something in mind? He asked her, his curiosity piqued. To prove my status as your fiancé. She said that while brushing her hair. For some reason, her competitive spirit is ignited. What? Precisely. Irina is your homely future empress, Athena is the intellectual, it leaves me, I shall be the conquering empress you always needed. The girl puffed her chest while saying that. You want to conquest for me? Where would you even go? He asked curiously. Honkai, my homeworld, I shall add it to your sphere of influence. It has everything you like. She said with a smirk. Huh, you want to get back at Honkai, don't you? He said that with a pondering gaze, he is starting to think how to get several birds with one stone, like testing her out and all that stuff, and let her use his dinosaur army, too. This looks like a good idea. That too. But, what I need is to even out the playing field. Sirin said with narrowed eyes. You females are too complex for no apparent reason. He sighed while saying that. He stood up and stretched out. But if you want to conquer, you can do that. However, the Honkai-verse is something I want to explore as well. So it's quite a moot point. You want to meet those girls on the battlefield and chain them up. She commented with an eye roll. That too. It's far too fun to let you do it alone. I see. So you decline it, then, she asked in a nearly pouting tone. She looked like a neglected hamster that had been hurt in some way. She continued to gaze at him with a growing pout. Fine. You can invade the Honkai-verse, but you will invade the previous era. The one Kevin came from has some interesting tech I could integrate into my technocracy. He said, with a faked resigned tone, that he could give away the previous era but not the modern times. Fine, I suppose you want to add Kiana yourself. She sighed as well. I don't trust you when it comes to her. He slightly smiled at her. Oh. I am that dangerous. Here, I thought you could handle your angel of death. Her sigh morphed into a cold smirk, showing him that she might have gotten soft recently but was still a Hershers. She is still capable of blowing up continents and dropping meteorites. In a way, I still consider that you have a bone to pick with your other self. In a way, I do. I might have lost the fight for that body supremacy, but the current game is different. She placed her hand on her waist. The game has changed, and the situation is way different this time around. She is not some baggage but a person of her own. She has an army now, a fleet, and a mothership capable of altering continents and terraforming worlds. Simple friendship won't save Kiana Kaslana. That's why I am telling you to visit the previous era world and not the one you came from. Fine, I will do. I will bring you gifts. She smirked as she walked over next to him. Marcus was gazing at the world in front of him. This Earth is quite unique. It's still interesting to gaze at the moon when it's that close to the planet. You better, after all, you are using my credit card for this trip. He joked with a chuckle. Aurora, send a word to the base outside time flow. I want a fleet and an assimilator ready for her. Understood, sir. Sirin smiled while hearing that she would finally get her revenge on Honkai. But then her eyes sparkled. Sure, she might not be able to visit her modern times, but what about the modern times of the timeline she is going through now? Yes. Her smirk went up several levels. She will have her revenge. For now, you will stay with me for today. I will make sure you begin your adventure with extra spring in your steps. Marcus spoke in a bright tone, making her smirk drop. She could feel a cold shiver pass through her spine. The girl is feeling a threat. Hold it, I have been your constant companion since I returned from Jurassic. There is no need to exaggerate things. Sirin said with a nervous tone. Exaggerate? How did you come to that conclusion? I just gave you a fleet, army, and a mothership capable of achieving solar system domination. Are you saying that Sirin is incapable of doing her fiancé's duties? She grimaced when she heard that. No, I am saying that I have been doing my duties already. The white-haired girl puffed at him. Yes, and now I gave you more than any other girl to date, so you should pick up the pace and answer back with more passion. He wrapped his hands around her waist. It maybe was a mistake to take that ring. Forget my revenge. I won't be able to leave the bed. What's the point of all this godly power and influence if I can't even leave the bed? The girl realizes that if she wants to use his toys and resources, she needs to be as hardcore as her future husband. I need to drop him on Arena and get the hell out of here. Sure. Sirin showed him a forced smile, but her body was already heating up. Quinella. Marcus' hologram manifested next to his assistant as he looked through the massive windows at the mega construct being assembled at a rapid pace. Master, it's good to see you, it's a pity that you're only a hologram. The girl gave him a beautiful smile before looking dejected. Yes, well, I thought it would be a good time to test the communication lines and check out the progress. He smiled back at her before looking at the project before him. Is the mega shipyards online yet? He asked her. Almost the core features are online, but we are still figuring out the kinks of the mass production of the size of dwarf planets. Quinella smirked while saying that once Marcus gets into high gear and wants to dominate the multiverse, the base will start printing those assimilators at factory speed. Speaking of cheat code called nanites. Internally, she licked her lips. Even she didn't see the true might of those little buggers, but now. After building all of this in a matter of a few weeks, well, time here is a bit weird as they need to make their own time flow, whether their base would be finished long ago or not, or whatever. It's still confusing. Quinella thought to herself, thankfully, they make their own time flow and synchronize with their assimilators, otherwise, they would go nuts. Good enough. I want Sirin's assimilator been done in a day. Don't worry, we already figured out how to streamline and build those efficiently. The assistant assured him with a confident look. But then she had a curious look. But why are you giving her a simulator and fleet? Is she doing something? The platinum-haired beauty asked him. Well, I am fulfilling her dream. She is to invade her world of origin, or more specifically, a timeline of it. The assistant frowned for a second. She was feeling slightly jealous. Sirin is getting the entire fleet to her name. Even she only had a flagship. Sure, she could make something right now, but there is Aurora, who is categorizing and assigning everything. The AI could overwrite, but Marcus would know, and he would strip whatever she ordered. That is why I want you to start mapping out the flow of time. Excuse me? You want to map out multiverse? Quinella asked with a gobsmacked tone. Please, you know better than to believe that the dish we build is not just for communication between assimilators. I had this feeling, but if we send a specific ping through the very fabric of time, we could get the attention of cosmic beings we don't want to interact with. She said with a slightly concerned tone. I understand the issue, but I have a specific frequency in mind to map it out. He said with crossed arms as he turned towards her. The frequency will be embedded in the time flow itself. The concept is similar to how humans use oxygen, but they don't see it. Some beings may or may not pick up on that, but that is why our base is outside the time itself. If they had understood how time flows, they would have already left the time flow and ventured somewhere else. The platinum-haired beauty was slightly relaxed when I heard that. I suppose you are right, but just in case, I will boost up our defenses. She said with a serious tone. Indeed, just follow the protocol. Hilarious, coming from you. Quinella joked when she heard him talking about protocol. The guy breaks it several times per week with some crazy ideas. Like evolution and the disregard for the safety mechanisms. Yeah. I leave that stuff to you. I am sending you the extension plans for the communication relay. We will boost it into an observation, location, and sensor array. 2 pop-ups appeared on Quinella's HUD. When she opened them, she saw the extra pieces that would be added to the already huge communication array. That's a big construct. I designed the way that the two could combine. With a hand motion, a hologram appeared, showing how the array would dock with the headquarters, creating something akin to a dagger-shaped station. The array will be more than 60% of the entire base. But, with such a size, even the assimilators would look small. You are not messing around now that you are not confined to planet's surface. Quinella didn't know if she should be amazed or slightly concerned about regular life forms. If such a monstrosity were to leave the area and enter a solar system, it could change the rotation of planets. Well, tech advancement doesn't wait, and I want this done as soon as possible. I want to test it out and see if I can find Sirin's world of origin. It shouldn't be hard since we do have location where you magnet fish her soul. Yes, but she comes from a place where fundamental laws work slightly differently. That's. The platinum-haired beauty looked slightly baffled, now that is interesting and somewhat concerning. How would their fleet behave in such a place? But then she calmed down, realizing that their newest ships have diamond heart engines and bifrosts. As long as they are in their influence, it should be okay. Yes, that is why I want the OLSA to be booted up as soon as possible. OLSA. Observation, location, and sentry array. Better than SPBA. Quinella poked her at her creator. Yeah, very funny. I still remember your naughty behavior in Underworld, he reminded her. Quinella turned stiff for a second. That was long ago. Not long enough for me to forget. After that, his hologram disappeared. Damn it. Aurora, did you remind him? I did no such thing. The artificial intelligence turned human bit her thumbnail as she thought they were past that point already. Oh, before I forget, send me an assimilator, too. Since Sirin has one as a movable base, I want one too. Marcus reappeared for a second before he was gone, again, terrifying the assistant for a second. Hisako. You are coming with me. Sirin blasted into Irina's kitchen as she looked quite energetic, or more like pretended to be as her legs would tremble for a bit. Where? The chef girl looked pale when she heard that. The last time she went somewhere, the whole North American continent ceased to exist. We will be invading my world of origin. She replied while brushing her hair with a confident tone. And why do you need me? The assistant to the chef asked in a nervous tone. Because you can cook food for me. The Herrscher said with an obvious tone. I wish I could not at this moment. You should go, Hisako. More sightseeing is always better, Irina chipped in, slightly smiling. But. Hisako doesn't want to leave Irina with Marcus alone again. Go. I will be fine. Sirin grinned when she saw that. It appears the cherry blonde girl is picking Marcus over her friend. How predictable. Fine. Good. Now that food is secured, I have peace of mind. The white-haired girl sighed in relief. How did this come to be? I thought we were waiting for those vampires to arrive. The chef girl asked Sirin. She didn't recall any military split-up. I was given an expeditionary force. That's all I can say. Sirin crossed her arms while saying that to Irina. It's not like she would tell everything to a rival. Not that Irina sees herself as a rival to the literal death angel. I see. After getting, more like forcing Hisako to be on the board, the pair walked to the docks where Sirin's flagship was waiting. As they arrived there, the Herschers stopped and waited for someone. Relax, Marcus has something for me before we leave. He said to wait here. Sirin calmed the nervous girl. Oh, okay. As the pair waited, the dock's huge doors opened, and Marcus, accompanied by an entire legion of white gold royal guards, entered the docking area. The Herschers' eyes perked up as she saw the custom royal guards painted in her colors. These. Marcus walked over while the majority of the royal guards started to embark on the flagship. These are your person guards, I have customized them for you. Since you are my fiancé and all that, you get your guard. He said with a smirk, making her blush quite hard. Oh, before I forget, I got something which could interest you. He pulled out another ring box. You. Her eyes widened in horror. Huh, that expression is just priceless. Marcus joked, seeing her reel away when she saw the box. Not funny. The girl calmed down as she recalled that she already sold herself. There is no way to do that again. It is, but let's forget about that and let me show you this. He opened the case, and Sirin sensed a peculiar feeling in it. Space. She asked with uncertainty. Indeed, this ring is what I call a ring of space. With the ring of focus, you will be able to access space magic or, if you are lucky, grasp space at the fundamental force level. Considering where you are going. As he explained that, he took her left hand and placed the ring on her middle finger, next to her engagement ring. I won't allow Honkai to touch me again. There is no way in hell. She huffed angrily, but Marcus ignored that and pulled her into a hug. Okay, but it's time for a hug and a kiss. The white-haired girl sighed as she quickly caved in. The pair hugged and kissed. The kiss was quite a lewd one in Hisako's eyes as she saw their tongues swirling, and there was a little bit of moaning from the white-haired girl. Her eyes looked mystified. However, the Herschers snapped out and pulled back after a couple of moments. She was breathing heavily and looking all flustered, and her legs were slightly trembling. She nearly gave in and let herself swept aside. Regardless, dear, I have loaded some extras into your ship. Test them for me, okay? Sure, come Hisako, we are going. The pair swiftly turned around and went to the escalators to take them to the ship. Marcus smirked, seeing her darling flustered like that. Not long after Sirin's ship left, Enterprise appeared next to him as if sensing that the coast was clear for her. Let's see what he gave me. Sirin curiously used her interface to see what was loaded into her dreadnought. Seek and destroy units, extermination units, fortification busters. The girl looked confused. These didn't look like the night units she was used to seeing. A quick in-depth inspection revealed that these are dinosaurs. Of course he did. The Herschers sighed as she realized what it was. Well, it's fine enough, there is a certain amount of amusement in seeing her enemies being eaten by prehistoric monsters. So where are we going? Hisako got her out of her giddiness. The white-haired girl dismissed her interface and looked at her. To the base outside the flow of time. Over there, I will pick up my fleet, and then we will embark on the journey like no other. Sirin explained to her. All you need to worry about is cooking for me. You can leave the rest to me. Her orange-golden eyes slightly gleamed with giddiness as she was itching to return and cause chaos. Knowing what was going to happen, Hisako could only show a strained smile. She knows she is walking with the devil, but what could she do? She is not a fighter. Hell, she was shocked to see all the stuff that happened in the Jurassic. It's one thing to hunt a big animal and another to fight other humans. But where she is going might as well be a slaughterhouse with how advanced Marcus technology. Chapter 116, Short Visit in Star Rail. As a dagger-shaped vessel left the green clouds and floated into a black void, they were picked up by a bifrost highway and launched towards a dot in the distance. As the dreadnought rushed towards this dot, their destination in the distance grew in size, and the people on the bridge began to understand what they saw. It looks like a station. That's because it is. See those small marble-like objects around the top part? Sirin pointed. Yes. Those are assimilators. Hisako's eyes bulged out as she finally understood its size. Are you saying that thing is as big as a planet? I guess. I don't know the specific diameters. The Herschers shrugged without care. The girls eventually saw small dot-like objects floating around the top part of the station. Eventually, they realized that those were spaceships. Seeing the difference in sizes was a bit humbling even for the arrogant and proud Herschers, who kept on staring at the station, which was getting closer and closer. The girl wonders how many soldiers this thing can produce. What about ships? Or even mass-produce assimilators? That would be insane. But those thoughts quickly came to a halt when her flagship passed the massive station, and she saw her fleet. Leading the front was a white and orange gold assimilator, painted in her colors. Wow. The girl's eyes sparkled. This was her toy. No doubt about that. She has seen before that Marcus uses similar colors of white and gold, but this peculiar orange gold is the same color as her eyes. It appears he even painted it like that for you. The chef girl commented as she realized that the mothership was painted like that on purpose. Indeed he has. As the warship flew over, it docked at one of the spots prepared for her. The pair disembarked and went to the control room. The very second they arrived, a hologram flickered to life. It was Quinella. We are still setting up the coordinates for your destination. The time flow scanning is on its way. You guys are mapping it out. Sirin sounded surprised. Didn't they just enter some coordinates, and boom? Not that she cares. As long as there is a world to conquer and it has Honkai in it, it is good for her. We are doing it now, after all, empires do have to have borders. We are doing that with timelines and the cosmos. Quinella explained that a large hologram window appeared, which looked like moving lines in a cloudy river or a nebula. She saw many of them. Several are more or less bound together and highlighted in golden color. This is our current territory. The assistant pointed at the golden strand. We are still developing more in-depth observation. It will take a while, but we will eventually have precise knowledge of where our fortifications are in the timelines. I see, and do we know where the world I am supposed to travel to? Sirin asked about the more important stuff. The territory and all that stuff she can leave to ship girls, the assistant who is speaking to her right now, and Marcus himself, who likes to play conqueror and expand his lands, well, more like timelines. That's the thing. You originate from a world where some of the fundamental forces work differently. Quinella zoomed out and showed blobs in the flow of the time stream. These blobs were like islands and rivers, detached from the main flow, or more like they had their own unique flow. What you are looking at is the blob you came from. The assistant joked as she looked at the black stain on the map. It's black because they cannot perceive it, yet. Do you have to say it like that? Sirin sighed while looking at the blob. Are you sure it's here? She asked with an annoyed frown. Indeed, it's here. We used your soul's taste to locate it. As Quinella spoke, the blob started to lose its intensity and slowly became transparent. What they saw was a tree rising from the sea. That sea of quanta and the imaginary tree. The girl twitched for a second. She had located her home reality right there. It appears you know what this is. The assistant noticed Sirin's change in expression and behavior. I do. But do we have a better understanding of how to enter this place? At a specific time, the Hershers asked with growing fervor. She wanted to go there. Leave it to our creator, he is the one working on this as we speak. The white-haired girl slightly blushed. She wanted to run away from Marcus to get her revenge, but even now, he was helping her. Don't worry. I will bring something for you. A gift worthy of all the hard work you are putting into this. Sirin clenched her fist as she promised to find something unique for him. After a couple more minutes of waiting, the hologram zoomed in on the branches. The Hershers realized that Marcus knew where to look, and sure enough, they were observing a branch. It was Earth, with technologically advanced cities. Monsters made from white material, with purple-like veins inhabited the lands. Soon, they saw girls fighting these monsters. There were no guys, just girls. Eventually, they settled down on a specific timeline. Sirin saw herself. It appears your specific timeline was found. Yes. That's good to know. We will keep it safe in case Marcus needs a replacement, the assistant teased her. Humph, as if I will fail to the point that he would need to replace me. I am nothing like those maids. Sirin exclaimed with barely controlled anger. Ha. Maybe, maybe not. But you are ambitious and proud. You will never know with people like that. Do you ever look in the mirror, the Hershers exclaimed. She nearly looked baffled. A proud one calling another proud. The sheer thickness of this hypocrisy. Unlike you, I know my designation and how I was designed. My parameters never exceed the predictions placed on me. In other words, I am permitted to be arrogant because that's how I was designed. Humph, then check it again. Last time I checked, the same could be applied to me. For a second, the pair looked at each other, and the chef girl behind Sirin looked nervous. They won't start throwing attacks big enough to be compared to the nukes, will they? She saw enough in Jurassic period Earth. One could say she has a bone to pick with Marcus, who is handing strong devices to all the females, like candies. I don't need to, regardless. Don't mess up and break the protocol. You don't want to end up in a brig and for the troops to conquer the land in your stead. Quinella teased her as she recalled that joke situation with Sarah Fall. Sirin in question furrowed her eyebrows, recalling what the assistant just meant. That won't happen. After saying that, she walked to her throne and sat down. We have everything we need, don't we? We can leave. The Herschers asked the crew. One moment, mistress, we are calibrating Bifrost and diverting energy for the final steps before the launch. Fine. Seeing that Sirin is ignoring her, Quinella turns around and disappears. She still has a bunch of things to do, and there is no time to play with her junior. Not that she will admit that if Sirin is to marry Marcus, the white-haired girl will have the illustrious title of Empress. Wait for a moment. Do we even have a title next to Supreme Commander? The assistant pondered this. They really need to adopt a monarchy or pantheon-based structure. With Marcus at the top and then a bunch of girls next to him, she would, of course, sneak herself into those ranks. After checking the database, there is nothing. It was obvious that Marcus never considered things like marrying and having kids. The guy dreams and subconsciously does everything he can to live forever and leave forever-lasting monuments behind. We do need to address this. As Quinella returns to her work, Sirin checks if she has specific tasks or objectives in this expedition. Eventually, she checks the protocol which she has to follow, otherwise, her forces will brand her as a traitor if she flops somewhere midway. Thankfully, I am not planning to give the command to someone like Kiana Kaslana. Eventually, her eyes perked up when she saw something interesting. This timeline is given to me to Conqueror in one shape or form. My arrival point is the previous era, but it doesn't mean I can't make it to the modern times I come from. A wicked smirk slowly appeared on her lips. One way or another, she will get back at her goody two-shoes side. She will enslave Honkai and collect all that is valuable in that place. Only then can she get rid of her past and move forward. Bifrost is fully charged. We can leave at any time, mistress. The commander of Sirin's assimilator told the Herschers, who snapped out of her deep thoughts. Then let's go. Send the word to the fleet. Begin synchronized construction of the bridge. We are leaving. The comms officers contacted the fleet, and the ship started to move and face the green moving clouds. The graviton projectors on the hulls of the ships and the mothership glowed brighter and emitted light in front of them, creating a bridge that moved towards the green clouds. Once it became solid enough, the whole armada rushed forward and disappeared into the flow of time. As this was happening, Quinella aboard the base looked at it with an indifferent look. Do you think she will succeed? With the military might Master provided, I doubt she could fail, the headmaid replied in a similarly indifferent tone. Not that. I don't doubt the success of the conquest. What I am saying is if she will succeed in the trail behind this expedition. When Graphia heard that, her eyes widened for a fraction of a second. I see, so after the failure of those four, he wants to test his possible future wife if he has the chance. Precisely, who wouldn't? One timeline is more than enough to have an interstellar empire or just rule Earth as a petty king or, in this situation, a petty queen. With the amount of power and resources she got, she could dominate the cosmos if she wanted to do so on that specific timeline. True. I see your point. A conquest of the entire timeline disguises this test of character. Indeed. Don't disappoint me. Quinella slightly narrowed her eyes. The assistant felt kinship with the white-haired girl, who was ambitious and proud, and his creations. On top of that, she didn't want to lose such a family member. Something like that. Meanwhile. Here is your tea, master. Belfast placed a mug on the table. The silver-haired light cruiser had a beautiful smile on her lips. She could finally serve her master now that the greedy Herschers was no longer around. My thanks, Belle. Her eyes gleamed with happiness that he was calling her with such a nice nickname. Don't mention it, sir. I exist to serve you, that is my purpose. She smoothly explained to him. It was so natural that no one even considered that what she said sounded very hardcore to a normal person. Thankfully, only Enterprise and Belfast were with him at the time. His other two ship girls were doing something he hadn't checked for a while. He is quite busy with the whole mapping out thing going on, and on top of that, his Sirin was jealous and horny, so she took a chunk of his time too. But now, his hands are free, so he took his tea. Oh, this is good, very good. He praised his ship girl maid before returning to gaze at the map. Mentally, he zoomed into the Honkaverse, trying to look for Star Rail and Genshin. He found the main storyline, considering this is where Sirin came from. He could check it out himself, but for that, he is planning a proper invasion, so he needs to wait. But then he stumbled upon a frozen world. This is. He recalled a frozen world from Honkai Star Rail that had a Bronya and Seal variants. Oh, 2 birds, 1 stone, indeed. Marcus pressed on the world and zoomed in to confirm. Over this world, he located a single struggling city, which reminded him of early 1900s tech and architecture. After checking it for a while, he confirmed that it was what he was looking for. I could test my terraforming and land sculpting on this world and get Bronya for my collection. He stroked his chin before saving the coordinates. After that, he checked the data he had on all the construction going on, and then he checked out what the Klaxosaurians were doing. Honestly, those guys are slow. Instead of thinking about taking days, they take weeks for them. He could use a time slip, but a time slip is not designed for week-to-week slipping but for a year at minimum. Well, if they take that long, I will simply have some fun in that ice cube of a world. Admiral, did something good happen? Enterprise asked him. You will see. Since these guys love taking their time, I will visit a place to kill some time. He stood up and walked over to the window and gazed at the world below him. He loved watching the planet's curvature and gaze where the atmosphere ends and the void of space begins. It was like being at a boundary. Should we come with you? Indeed. There is no need to stick around. I can leave Bismarck and Tirpitz to watch for anything. He said, smiling. He could leave things to Bismarck and her techno-dragon. She is the one being he has confidence in protecting everything. With that much power, she could face entire civilizations alone. Okay. After setting things in motion, Marcus went to see Irina. He needed to tell her that she was coming with him. He did need his chef. Marcus and his small group of females looked at the emerging Bifrost Bridge and Marcus' personal assimilator sliding into the atmosphere of Cretaceous Earth. It was white with golden graviton projectors. The ship was personalized just for him. Once you want one for yourself, we can paint one in your colors, the inventor said to his fiancée. I don't think I have use for something gigantic like this, Irina replied with a strained smile. Well, it will always be available for you. He shrugged as his flagship started to fly towards his new mothership. Now, this is what he can call a divine throne. A few minutes later, his dreadnought docked in the hangar, and the hangar doors sealed behind it. Marcus and his small group disembarked and went to the central command. Everything was identical to the previous assimilator, so the girls knew where everything was. I have sent the coordinates, so begin the preparations for departure, Marcus instructed the mothership's crew. Understood, beginning to power up the Bifrost. How long will it take? A couple of days. The way these blobs of time are is a little bit different from the regular flow we deal with. For us, a distance like this would take several weeks to reach since we are returning from prehistoric times. This is if the timeline has a normal flow, but we are going into a tree, not a river. The time flows are different, almost stagnant compared to how it flows for us, he explained to them. So what takes us quite long is reaching the blob. Once inside, well, it won't take much at all. He slightly smirked. He sees this as similar to rivers and islands in the rivers. The islands are never bigger than the rivers, and just like water and outside water in the open air, the fundamentals work differently. This is why he is slightly concerned. A fish doesn't work that well outside the water, and the same could be applied to him and his fleet, but that is where his diamond core hearts and the suits come into play. The nanites could alter them. Once they make into the island, their bodies would adjust to the new fundamental laws. He would be more concerned if he didn't delve into biology and nanite tech, but now he is more than confident that he could visit any reality. I should create some sort of gates that could alter upon entry. Okay, so we have some time. I could prepare a good dinner before we arrive there. Irina nodded slightly as she considered what they could eat. Take your time. We will have a couple of days at minimum. In the meantime, I will tinker a little bit. I have a couple of things I want to do. Yes, then I will see you in a couple of hours, the cherry blonde said. She walked over to him and kissed his lips before walking away to her kitchen. Yes, her kitchen. Aurora Bots brought all of her stuff over and is now setting up in the exact same place on the exact same floor and room. Irina took her role as Marcus' fiancée like a fish to water as someone who was living a rich life. Switching into what she has now was very easy for her. Maybe too easy. High above a frozen world of Jarilo 6 space ripple, and a rainbow bridge erupted from it, creating a tunnel from which a mammoth of an object emerged. This was Marcus' assimilator, which had arrived at its destination. Inside the command center, Marcus was sitting on his throne, gazing at the world below. It's so white, it looks like an ice cube. It's strange how the water isn't frozen solid, only the land, Irina commented as she gazed at the planet below. Indeed, the conceptual powers of this place are unique, to say the least, Marcus commented as he closed his eyes and spread his psionic range to the planet below. Time for him to meet the heiress. His senses reached the only settlement on the whole planet, rapidly scanning all the people until he found the one he was looking for. A girl with ash-colored hair and ash-colored eyes was working in an office. The inventor focused his powers on her, making her feel an urge to leave her room. Bronya Rand stood up from her seat and looked around. She could feel that she needed to move. It was alien, and she could not resist it. It was as if she was being guided by a puppet master. As she took the stairs, she eventually arrived at the roof and opened the doors, exiting the building into the freezing outside. Her gaze scanned the surroundings, ending up on a person standing at the edge of the roof and gazing at the sprawling city before him. Even such a frozen landscape has its beauty, don't you think? His voice reached her ears. It was like he was speaking directly into her consciousness. Are you an emanator? She asked with a guarded tone. In your terms. I would say that I am closer to being an aeon than emanator. He stopped staring at the sprawling expanse of the city and looked at her. The girl's eyes trembled when she heard that statement. She didn't want to believe it, but the presence she could sense could not be underestimated. She was certain that this person was not a human. He might look like one, but he was something else entirely. So, what is it you are going to do? He asked with crossed arms. Are you here to gain followers? It is a fruitless effort as everyone here follows preservation. She exclaimed with a confident tone. Not at all. I am here to strike a deal with you. His response confused her as she wondered what he meant by that. What kind of deal? To terraform Jarilo 6. Her eyes bulged out. Terraform. Who are you, really? Her eyes slightly narrowed as she looked at him critically. Relax, if I wished any harm you would be experiencing by now, but as you can see, we are having a civilized conversation. He raised his hand, trying to calm her down. Then tell me, terraforming is something not easily achievable. To my knowledge, eternal freeze won't easily let up, and only our walls are keeping the coldness away from our home. She explained her perspective of things. True, the conceptual power is holding its grip on this planet, Bronya. But first, I need to introduce myself. As an introvert, one could say I find this part the most awkward. Even though he said that she could feel his endless confidence and power in his words, it even sounded like a joke to her, but maybe what he was saying was true, to some extent. Otherwise, it would sound like a joke. I am Marcus Goldman, Supreme Commander of Technocracy, God Emperor of Claxia, the successor to Solomon and father of technomancy. And he calls himself an introvert when he has that many titles. The heiress to the Supreme Guardian deadpanned at him. The guy is either a lunatic or the most impressive person she has ever met. Being called a god and emperor at once gives her the vibes that he has the power to back up his claims. Now, with that out of the way, we can discuss the proposal. He slightly smiled at her. One of my motherships is in orbit and ready to change the planet, but since you are the future leader of the only settlement in the whole world, I am inclined to ask you first. He dropped the news, which made her turn stiff. Her eyes went up. The sky was muddy like always, so she could not see a thing. Oh, that, let me help you with that. He looked where she looked, and the skies cleared with a snap of his fingers. The girl's eyes widened as she saw the starry sky for the first time. But it was quickly overshadowed by the object she saw in the orbit. That. It was a huge white object with glowing golden lines. It's the real deal. Whatever he said was at least partially true, not that there was a reason for him to lie. So, is it completely true? It was far too fresh in Bronya's mind to make some sense of all of this. My proposal is simple. I wish to terraform an ice world, something I have never done before. There are a few things that I wish to test. And what is my part in all of this? With your might, you can easily do whatever you want. The girl realizes that Marcus Goldman is the leader of his civilization. She doesn't know its size, but she does know that they worship him like a god. Something like that, odds like that, she would never be able to beat. That leaves a question, why bother seeing her? If he needed a leader, he could have seen her mother. But, then again, with how distant she is and how much Bronya does right now, it is better to see her. Well, I am a conqueror too. The best kind of conquest is when the opposition joins me without raising their weapons. If you think we would surrender without a fight. The girl got all serious. Not what I meant. I don't want you to surrender. I want you to join me. Huh. For a second, she became confused. Why would? This guy makes no sense to her. Very simple, really. He pointed at her. I want you. Once you are mine, you will get all the resources you need from my technocracy. In a matter of weeks, your world will be how it was before the eternal freeze. He took a couple of steps forward and got closer to her. You want? Let me explain in a more divine way. Because if I say something like political marriage, it sounds cheap and mundane. I am inviting you to join my pantheon. This way, this world would become part of technocracy without losing its independence because you would continue being its supreme guardian. The girl's brain short-circuited for a bit as she tried to understand what he was saying, for any of that to make sense. WY. Belobog is a small city by cosmic standards. You could find someone better. The girl panicked and got anxious at the same time. The sheer idea that made her all skittish, only her training as the next supreme guardian, is making her not have a panic attack. Do you think I care about status? That is the least of my concerns. After all, I am the one who decides something like status. All I care about is your drive. He scoffed at the idea of getting someone of status. He made goddesses into maids and simple girls into literal future goddesses. By all means, his Irina is a future goddess with her ability to wield time. Drive. All of your counterparts, including you, have the drive to achieve greatness. You could say that is what excites me the most because I am just like you. He smiled before looking at the city. I started my faction from my father's garage. I know better than anyone about limits one can achieve. After saying that, he looked right back at her. I am giving you time to decide your and your people's future. Until then, I will come to see you in person. With that, he turned purple and shattered like glass. Bronya's eyes widened as she realized that he was just a projection of some sort. Regardless, her mind wandered off to what he said, and she started to recall what he said. For a while, she just stood there and thought, but then a golden light was cast on her city. The girl looked up and saw a massive spaceship floating above her home. She swiftly left the roof, and her guards came to see her. I know, let's go and greet our guests. Bronya grabbed her rifle before leaving her office. But then she thought about dropping the weapon, but at the last moment, she changed her mind. With the weapon in hand, she felt more secure. Moments later, more Silvermore guards joined her. Lady Bronya. What is going on? The captain of the guard asked her. He was a blonde guy in a white uniform. Jeopard, we have guests from space. I already spoke with the leader, who contacted me from a distance. That's. Such a reply was not what he expected. Anyway, let's go to an open space. The ash-silver-haired girl ordered her troops as they walked to one of the wider city squares. Since it was evening, there were not many people who could get in the way. Before long, they saw 3 shuttles arrive. One by one, they landed and revealed the same person Bronya had just spoken with a few minutes ago. Now that she could see him in person, she could honestly tell that there was something about him that made her feel pressure. He was legitimately powerful, and there was strong power under a tight leash as the air around him was heavy. There were 2 silver-haired girls behind him as well. They were not simple, either. One of them was a maid, or at least that is what Bronya thinks, while the other one looked like an officer. Stand down. They are not here to cause problems, Bronya instructed her guards as she walked to the front. She was followed by the captain of the guard. As the trio left the shuttle, the other 3 were tall and heavy-armored men dressed in golden armors, wielding pikes from pure energy and large tower shields. These guys dwarfed her guards just from sheer size. Bronya looked at him for a bit. What should she say? He only gave her a couple of minutes to think. I expected more time to think, she said after a moment of silence. There was a small pout on her lips. Relax, you can think more later on. He replied with an easy smile as he looked around, behaving like a tourist. I need proof, otherwise, there is no need even to consider your proposal, she said seriously while looking directly into his eyes. Oh, intriguing. It appears Admiral has found someone interesting, and we have only been in this world less than an hour. The officer-looking girl looked intrigued while looking at Bronya. It should be expected, it is our creator, after all, the maid girl replied with a proud smile. Creator? As in, he created them. The guards and the city's air looked in disbelief. It only lasted for a moment, but it left an impression. I won't be solving all of your issues at once. It would give you less of a reason to accept my proposal, that is why, he turned to one of his creations. Enti, if my memory serves me right, my mothership has standard issue loadout. Yes, the assimilator is loaded with troops, not research and exploration. I see. In that case, deploy the troops. I want the entire continent we are on to be cleared of all monsters and any other hostiles you can find. Enterprise's eyes widened for a second before they started to glister. See, can I join? It has been a while since I did anything strenuous, the carrier ship asked with a hopeful tone. After seeing Bismarck do her thing, she was a little bit jealous. Fine by me, Belle is enough. He nodded while looking at Belfast, which was just standing there with a small smile. Wonderful. Then I will be going. With that said, she flew away. The guards and Bronya just stared at how the silver-haired girl just flew away. Chapter 117, The Previous Era. Silvermane guards watching the walls could only watch with growing terror as the transport vessels kept bringing armored soldiers and dropping them outside the city walls. They just kept on coming and coming, like a well-oiled machine, but then the sky brightened in red as meteorite-like objects started to fall and land in explosive fashion, creating clouds of rain as it was melted snow. From the clouds of water, sounds of robotic joints moving spread through the icy wastelands. War machines started to move out. These were upgraded versions of Spider Walkers and the Jaegers. With Marcus faction officially entering the interstellar phase, all the war machines were upgraded. They were bigger, more complex and much more durable. Even the most expendable, the Jaegers, had a durable version of graviton armor. The motion to magic and kinetic to magic systems were revamped to produce more energy, as graviton armors require a constant flow of energy into the sacred gear alloy. The trick of graviton armor is that energy flows to the metal, and the metal releases the energy in frequencies, creating gravitation fields. Powerful AI software is introduced to ensure that such armor doesn't mess with or interfere with the planet's actual gravity fields. Every single Jaeger has quantum computer chips to assist in graviton energy fluctuation. The same principles apply to spider walkers, as these monsters wield the same technology. Marcus made sure his toys were up to date with his latest scientific achievements, including recent nanites and even upcoming self-evolution upgrades. Nothing is going to stay between him and the ever-expanding expansion and research to make better stuff. Isn't it beautiful? Marcus asked the ash-haired girl as they took the stairs and looked at the endless-looking army beneath the city walls. Bronya's eyes widened to an absurd level as she saw rows and rows of orderly lined-up knights of GAT. How many did you bring of them? She asked him. The girl was slightly worried that if she denied his request, these men would turn on her city. These are men from the mothership, not my flagship. So it's not even 20% of the available troops. He explained with a smirk, as he loved just gazing at his knights and mechs. Then. I have enough manpower to run over the entire solar system from a single mothership. He clarified. If you think that I brought these soldiers to threaten your city, then you are mistaken. These men are simply part of my entourage. Your entourage. Like bodyguards. Or show of force. She tried to grasp the sheer numerical difference. But the logistics. The resources. Food, and... She tried to comprehend this stuff before her eyes started to spin from overthinking. Irrelevant. He replied without breaking his gaze from his knight, who started to march in all directions. If Stellarin and Fragmentum think they can overrun the wilderness, then they're mistaken. First, he will clean the planet's surface and then the underground. Irrelevant. You don't care if they die. They are your men. And your automaton out there. You misunderstand what my master meant. The maid spoke from behind Marcus. My master is a creator. He would never ask other people to fight for him. Only a weak individual would do that, she said with a slight smirk. Weak. Individual, then. Her eyes bulged out as she realized that all of those armored individuals were his creations. So you understand, they are equipped to fight to win and to die if need be. The mothership works like an afterlife. If an unknown enemy kills one, his consciousness will be transferred, and he will be reborn in the most literal sense. Bronya slowly moved her head and looked at Belfast. One could see how gears were spinning in her mind. The girl had several flashbacks about attending the burials of brave Nevermore guards who laid their lives for the city. If she had soldiers like these, who were created for this specific purpose, no more men would need to die on battlefields. That's very convenient. But what about their maintenance? Weapons, she asked with growing curiosity. The city's heir is growing intrigued by his creations. Their armors have nanites, miniature automata, that produce things by converting kinetic energy into matter they can use. As long as they move in some way or form, they will have infinite energy. That's not fair. By this point, all she could say was that this was unfair to the enemies who needed to face these unfair soldiers. War always was and always will be unfair. The one who is the most advanced will always win. He explained to her what he thinks about fairness in war. True. I won't deny that. Bronya didn't argue, as it made sense. She eventually moved her gaze on him. Now that those doors were opened, she looked at him as her most likely future husband. Her gaze scanned him from several angles. She was trying to take in all the details she could before he said anything. Do you still need more proof that I have what it takes to change your city situation? He asked her without even looking or caring how she was observing him. The inventor was already used to how his girls were looking at him. She snapped out. Her thoughts needed to be rearranged for a second. She looked down at her shoes for a moment before lifting her head and looking at him. I will agree. I agree with terms that I will be in charge of my city even when I marry you if this is what you want. She fought back her blush masterfully. I understand. We will discuss what you wish to implement in your city. What you will get will depend on how well you do your duties as my future fiancé. Her eyes hardened for a second. She realized that it was not simple. In other words, she couldn't get everything after a simple ceremony. What? You thought I was that easy? He joked, making her shake her head in denial. No, I understand, and I was not planning to neglect my duties. When she said that, Marcus smiled. He knew that was the case. That is why he is helping in the first place. He knows Bronya is a good girl. Good, now then, let's go to your office. He motioned to walk with him. Bronya looked at the moving army in the distance, huge spider walkers walking and smaller mechs alongside them. If he had such a system for soldiers, then what about regular people? What can he do for them? Meanwhile, on another branch of the illusionary tree, Surin's army arrived in Earth's orbit. The first thing that greeted them was the debris from the space station. Doesn't look that different from our Earth. Hisako looked around. She expected a slightly more alien world. She had enough time to think about what Surin's world would look like, as the white-haired girl had unique eyes, which added to that alien effect. Let me take you to the moon. You will see what I mean. This civilization had colonies on the moon and in the depths of oceans. The chef girl slightly nodded. She was not that impressed. Her sense of wonder had slightly dulled after living in the same household as Marcus. Regardless, we can explore things once technocracy's flag is raised above every single government-related building. Surin stood up from her throne and walked to the large windows overlooking the planet below and the warships in orbit. Begin the invasion, kill every single Honkai monster, capture every single colorful person, conquer cities, kill all people who have weapons, and leave surrendering people alone. Are my orders clear? The Hershers said with a sharp tone. Yes, mistress. The officers almost giddily replied as they swiftly relayed the orders to the fleet. Hisako paled when she heard that. This was her world, and she ordered a total war. Just how much she hates it. Is it necessary? The pink-haired girl asked with discomfort. It is. Because Honkai won't stop, I will disarm people, destroy the army and take over its place. I will kill a couple million to save billions, Surin replied with crossed arms while watching the army start to deploy. I am a failure as a Hershers. She turned her head and looked at Hisako with a pained smile. Well, it shows that you are a human. The pink-haired chef tried to raise her morale, but all it did was make the white-haired girl grimace. Don't do that. I am supposed to destroy humanity, not join it. Surin shook her head while saying that. Hisako blinked a couple of times. Where did she hear that? But then she got a flashback of Magma World. Star Wars reference. You don't look like someone who watches sci-fi. The Hershers commented while looking at her. I have my moments. I see. The war against Honkai was in full swing. The 6th Hershers was killed without much hassle, but then IT happened. The Firemoth task force in Australia was destroyed in pyres of flames. One of the captains of the task force became the 7th Hershers, the Fire Hershers. It was nothing like the Firemoth had seen before. In mere moments, cities burned to the ground, and the fire spread rapidly, so it wouldn't take long for humanity to lose the entire continent. So the Firemoth proceeded with a very risky experiment. They were thinking of fusing Honkai monster DNA with their best soldiers. To make them into super soldiers. However. Ma'am. We have a big problem. An officer ran into the blue-haired girl's office. The office was a mess, full of research papers, holograms with DNA strands, and other stuff related to genes. What is it? The blue-haired girl had glasses and a high ponytail. She was dressed in a lab coat, not that it could hide her well-developed assets. We are being invaded. What? But the early Honkai. Not that. There are spaceships above cities. Aliens are invading. For a second she had a blank look on her face, before snapping out and checking her computer. Her eyes bulged out, seeing tons of messages from all over the world. What in? She could see pictures of dagger-shaped and rectangular spaceships with strange lights being emitted throughout their hulls. These spaceships were dropping something on the cities below, and she could see shuttles being launched from the hangars on the sides of these warships. It was a full-scale invasion, and it is happening all over the world. Call everyone back, we need to fortify. The base can't fall. What of Honkai? What happened to Captain Himiko? The blue-haired girl swiftly checked the data, and to her surprise, the fires in Australia stopped. What did they do? Her eyes bulged out. How fast did they deal with the Hershers? May, what is going on? A white-haired man's face popped in a hologram. Kevin. We are under attack. The girl said with a panicked voice. Dealing with Hershers and Honkai is one thing, but alien invasion. That's another. The Earth is not organized in that way. Moth more and less absorbs the military to assist in dealing with the Honkai threat. But we are. It's not Himiko. Aliens are invading, Kevin. Check the news. Kevin needed a while to realize that Earth was being invaded from two angles now. One could say that his eyes had hardened as he slowly started to feel despair creeping into his mind. But then the news stopped as the signal was interrupted. Seeing this happen, MEI rushed out from her office and towards the surface as their base was underground. Kevin followed after her as he needed to make sure that nothing happens to her. The pair eventually meet at a corridor interconnection. Kevin, the white-haired man, was to become the first super soldier, but he was undergoing his medical test before this. Now, that was out of the window as they rushed to the surface. The moment they arrived, they could see the moth soldier herding, panicking people inside for shelter. The pair ignored all that as they looked at the sky. What they saw made their legs tremble. It was a huge spaceship floating above the city. It was enormous, casting a massive shadow over everything. It was one of the parts of the mothership. May. Kevin. We need to get in. I heard there is a massive army approaching our location. The pair snapped out and looked at the pink-haired girl, who was uncharacteristically serious. Alicia. That's me. But for now we need to retreat and fortify. She grabbed the pair and was about to pull them in, but at that moment, a female voice spread through the whole area. You three won't be going anywhere. Alicia's whole body trembled as she, along with the other two, turned around and looked up. They saw a girl in white and black clothes descend from the sky. She had several lances floating behind her. Her orange-gold eyes gave her identity away. You are a Hershers. MEI spoke in a confused tone. But, there is only one Hershers at a time and they wield a law and Honkai monsters. Was she wrong? But the data. MEI was certain this was the case. Though Kevin looked at the girl, he had this strange feeling. Did he see her before, somewhere? She looks oddly familiar. Indeed. But don't mistake me for the low-intelligent creatures you were facing before. She spread her hands and introduced herself. I am Sirin, future Empress of the Cosmos. This world will serve me as a gift to my future husband. You all will be a gift to him. What does she mean by that? A Hershers who serves some sort of faction. Is that even possible? Don't Honkai mess with their minds. MEI pointed her Honkai reader at Sirin, and tried to scan the amount of Honkai particles she had. But the reader didn't pick up a think. Fufufu, to think that Raiden Mei is alive in this specific time. I wonder, are you her reincarnation? No, more precisely, is she your reincarnation? Sirin placed her fingers on her lips. There has a borderline cruel look. She can't wait to mess with her. Raiden Mei. What is she talking about? As MEI wondered, Kevin got in front of MEI, protecting her from the Hershers. When Sirin saw this, she had a flashback of Kiana protecting Raiden Mei in a similar fashion. That made her see red, especially since one of her last memories of Raiden Mei is when she betrayed her and Kiana, became a Hershers, and joined an enemy. So that's how it is. Sirin snapped her fingers and the warship above them reacted. The warship section opened and launched several nail-like objects. Seconds later, they slammed into asphalt around the moth's base. The middle section of the nails rose and opened, revealing mechs. Let's see how you fare against my mechs. A horned humanoid raptor-like machine slowly stood up. The mech's eyes glowed as it showed its bladed hands. MTM reactor online. Combat AI support online. Initiating graviton armor support. Initiating purge protocols. TAMI Jaeger online. Four mechs walked forward and faced the trio, but at that moment, moth soldiers rushed out from the base entrance with heavy weaponry and opened fire. But all the fancy bullets of their which are made to face Honkai, simply flew around the Jaegers. What the? MEI exclaimed with disbelief as she wanted to see how her weapon face against these machines. The bullets flew around them. Kevin looked shocked and confused. It's like there is a force that makes them move like that. Alicia observed the whole thing with slightly narrowed eyes. She wondered what these people were. She couldn't even sense them. And she was a Hershers. Gravity, these machines emit gravity waves, May stated with a serious tone. Not bad. May, my future husband, has mastered gravity, time, space, and life itself. All of that is reflected in his creations. The floating girl bragged in front of MEI. The white-haired Hershers has this urge to brag in front of May. Even if it's not the May she knows, the girl is still a May. Her subconsciousness is making her do this. Now Jaegers, bring me those three to me. I shall keep them as pets before bringing them to Marcus. Roger, it shall be done, mistress. The machines dashed. Quickly, you three. Get back. We will hold them as long as we can. The moth soldiers got in front of Kevin, MEI, and Alicia. Wait. Let's go, Kevin, Alicia. We need to fortify and find something to get ourselves an edge. The pink-haired girl and Kevin nodded at the researcher as they dashed back into the base. Fufufu, cat and mouse game. Fine by me. Sadly, these people have no idea that no amount of time will help them. Sirin chuckled as she watched how the soldiers were pointlessly trying to defend themselves. Kill them all. With clear orders given, the mech started to slaughter the moth soldiers. After quickly disposing of soldiers, they looked at the sealed doors, which had several layers of concrete and other materials. If this is the case. The girl unclipped a small white and golden ball she had on her waist. She was using it as an ornament. Come, Benares. Sirin threw a ball, and her white dragon manifested. I want you to break those sealed doors. Use your beam of destruction. The white dragon was like a Pokemon, and its attacks work in similar fashion. The Honkai dragon opened its mouth, and a ball of black and red aura gathered before shooting a black and red beam. The beam started to melt the sealed entrance. Let's see how long they will last. Sirin ordered more troops to her location as she watched how the entrance was being opened. A few minutes ago, in Australia, the will of Honkai corrupted and turned the fierce Himiko into the 7th Hershers, the Hershers of Fire. This transformation turned her into a monster of fire that indiscriminately destroyed everything in its path. But before this could get out of hand, warships entered the atmosphere and launched a full-scale invasion. The Star Destroyers and the support vessels launched their troops alongside the mechs. For a regular person, it looked like the end of the world, as the world was burning. Then, from the sky, massive machines descended, looking like flaming meteorites. As Himiko walked towards her next target, a large coastal city, armored men with rifles and jetpacks opened fire on her. They were shooting waves of energy, and while it did not damage the Hershers, it did have an effect, that is, it dissolved bonds of Honkai particles. Unlike other forces in this world, technocracy is fully independent of any and all needs of this particle. That is why it can employ overwhelming power towards the very Honkai. That is what Sirin wants. It took her 3 days to arrive at this reality, and she used that time to develop anti-Honkai ammunition. It's more complete and completely shreds bonds between particles. Aurora quite easily developed such a thing. It only needed a sample of Honkai, and they got it the moment they entered reality. All of the space vessels quickly adapted to the new formula, and now their shielding takes care of it, making them free of the Honkai influence. The shots from the rifles caused the flames around Himiko to be slashed away. For outsiders, it would look like someone is taking large chunks of flames off her. Inhumane roar. The Hershers, who was like a wild animal, felt a threat to its existence and lunged at the assault knight with a flaming sword. Several yellow nets slammed into her before she could deliver a swing, wrapping her in a tight bond. The net swiftly removed Honkai particles from her, making her lose her Hersher's status and her inhuman looks. Target secured. The squad of knights landed next to the knocked-out Himiko. Send a shuttle for pickup. Requesting further orders. Enter the city, there are more targets inside its perimeter. According to the initial scouting, a famous idol has her concert in the city, acquire her. The High Command sent pictures of this idol. She had velvet-colored hair, amber eyes, and a considerable size burst. There should be one of the living moth soldiers. Acquire her as well, she has blue hair and is talented in martial arts. Orders understood. The leader knight motioned for them to split up. One group went to the city, and the other went to look for the downed soldier. Meanwhile, all over the world, spider walkers, with their metallic screeches, walked through the streets and blew up any resistance. The upgraded Mark II models were enormous machines that could rival small skyscrapers. They had improved and versatile main cannons, small beams that could shoot from a bunch of areas around the body, and missile pods on their backs. They were the main artillery that destroyed buildings and any defensive installations. They were followed by Jaegers, which can take down mid-size enemies, and lastly, the elites, which didn't made their appearance yet, the XC-02. The most upgraded units in the entire arsenal. After the invasion of the underworld and the afterlife, Aurora used the data of those conflicts to improve the specs and install the latest technological advancements. The AI turned these machines into butchers regardless of opposition. They were so potent for conflicts that Sirin decided not to use them, as the war would end before it even started. Even now, it's already looking like humanity has nothing to offer, as Honkai has drained them to the point that the invasion was like a punch to the gut and made the entire civilization gasp for breath. As the world is rapidly conquered, a pink-haired girl with a katana is rushing through the streets towards her home. Damn it. She swore under her breath as she saw knight-like individuals scouting before her. There were 4 of them, and they had pikes from unknown metal, and their tips were some sort of plasma. These guys were dangerous. I have no choice. Her speed dropped as she grabbed a stone and threw it into the trash can in the alley. The sound of stone crashing into metal attracted the knights. However, it had a different effect than she had expected. The knights looked at the trash can and then looked towards her location. The 4 knights separated into pairs and started to explore 2 locations. Target located. The girl with long pink hair looked at them with wide eyes. What is with that vision? Are those helmets equipped with thermal sensors? Seeing no choice, she pulled out her sword and lunged at the incoming knight. An energy pike collided with an Honkai-imbued katana. The Honkai on the sword's tip started to melt as the blue and white-dressed girl jumped back and looked at her katana with a frown. They are equipped to deal with us as well, she thought, quickly realizing that this invasion was not random. An curious thought appeared in her mind as she realized that these aliens could have sent Honkai as some sort of advanced vanguard. Now that they were losing badly, they decided to do a full-scale invasion. Damn you all. She proceeded to use the katana as a decoy before gunning for the energy pike in the knight's hand. However, as her hand went for the knight's hand, her eyes bulged as she saw that she couldn't reach it. It's as if there is an invisible force field around the knight's body. "What are you, people?" she exclaimed with anger as another knight swung his pike's blunt side at her. The girl dodged with a backflip, then tried to approach them in a different way. After several close calls she realized that they were not trying to kill her. A small smirk appeared on her lips as she became fearless and proceeded to lunge at them with her whole body. Her eyes gleamed with mirth as she was able to touch their armors. With a successful approach, she wrested the energy pike from a dumbfounded knight. The girl swiftly rolled off the knight and stood up. With a new weapon in hand, she took a couple of swings. Impressive. It barely weighs anything. She realized she didn't need too much force to deliver devastating blows. "Give up, Sakura. Your resistance is futile," other knight said to her as he took a fighting stance. "Ha, we shall see." The girl lunged at the knight, but at that moment, the knight moved much faster, and her eyes bulged out as the blunt end of the pike ended up in her gut. Sakura coughed up saliva as she struggled to breathe. She took several steps back before turning around and dashing away. "Target is leaving the vicinity. What are your orders?" The knight didn't chase her as he asked for instructions. "Let her run and lead to other targets. A squad of seek and destroy units are to be tested out for the first time." For a second, the knight didn't say a thing as he simply gazed at the distance. Poor thing, she should have not resisted. Meanwhile, tremble. They broke through the last heavy-duty doors. Dr. Mei said with a heavy tone. "You know, we could just try to have a civilized conversation." A green-haired girl asked with a small smirk. This was Dr. Mobius, who was very, very excited to hear that there was a Hershers who could speak and hold a proper conversation. "You just want to do your research on her," another doctor, Sue, said with a sigh. "And you don't." Before the network went down, all of the Honkai levels started to fall drastically around the planet. "Do you realize what this means?" Dr. Mobius spoke with a serious tone. "It could be that they are the ones who unleashed Honkai in the first place," Kevin said with a deep frown. Honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if this is the case. Before they could speak, more strange animal sounds spread through the base. Rumble. Rumble. The earth is trembling. Roar. A heavy roar of beasts spread through the deepest level of the bunker. Before long, the last mid-sized heavy steel doors shattered as people could see that it was a mace, on a tail. Is that a dinosaur? For a second, everyone was baffled to see an ankylosaurus on the other side of the doors. Fufufu, my hubby's toys are useful, don't you think? Sirin, with a jovial tone, got everyone's attention. Little by little, I got all of you captured. She said that as she pulled out a tablet and showed it to them. Himiko, Pardophilus, Culpas, and all of your other little soldiers, which look interesting enough. I have them all captured. Sirin giggled, loving the look of disbelief in their eyes. How on earth did you capture Culpas? Kevin asked with disbelief. That guy was too angry to be knocked out. We use tranquilizers meant for large lizards. The Hershers said with a careless shrug. Can we discuss this? The green-haired girl dressed in lab coat asked Sirin as she walked forward and through the destroyed doors. She looked around and saw larger-than-men feathered dinosaurs guarding all the exit points. Apart from them, there were white and orange-gold heavily armored knights with tower shields. Oh, and some less armored ones with rifles pointing at her. Totally, not overkill for whatever is left of her group. Discuss what? Sirin moved her head to the side and looked at her curiously. We could work on this together. Your faction has the means to dissolve Honkai, which means you have a complete understanding of what Honkai is. We could help you with your research. The green-haired scientist said with an excited tone. She could barely hide the madness behind her voice. It appears you misunderstood something. Sirin slightly moved her chin up, showing a very arrogant smirk. Question mark. You will be coming with me either way. This world and all of its inhabitants shall be under my technocracy's banner. Oh, then I surrender. As long as I can do my research, I do not care. The green-haired scientist raised her hands, showing that she was surrendering. Making her allies, her helpers, and everyone else look at her with a range of emotions. Dr. Mobius, you can't be serious. We don't know if they are responsible for Honkai in first. A sublance nailed one of the scientists by his coat against the wall. Do not speak nonsense, you filthy human. Honkai has brainwashed my mind and manipulated my emotions. It was my future husband who saved me and brought me to his world. There are 3 things that I hate in the whole multiverse. Honkai is one of them. I shall stamp that filthy particle out of existence. If I can't do that, then I shall enslave it to do my bidding to the end of times. The girl's orange-gold eyes glowed as supernatural pressure erupted from her. The entire base started to tremble as she could barely control herself. Well, that explains her relationship with Honkai, Sue said to Kevin, who slowly nodded his head. This is a good development, but he has no plan to be someone's slave. Do we have a clear understanding? Sirin took a deep breath as the shaking stopped. Then can we talk about our surrender and how people will be treated? The pink-haired girl clapped her hands in the most friendly way possible, making Sirin look at her as if she had no idea what was happening. Or something is wrong with her head. Chapter 118, From Fire Chasing to Behind Bars. It depends on how bearable you are. Sirin looked at the pink-haired girl, she felt a small urge to choke her to death. That over-the-top friendly voice was making her cynical heart twitch from displeasure. Oh, we will behave now that Honkai issues are dealt with. We can relax. Alicia smiled, but Sirin's eyebrows twitched for a second. She looked at one of her assault knights. She motioned with her chin. The knight shot balls of light at the over-the-top, friendly, pink-haired girl. Alicia's eyes widened for a second. She was in disbelief as, the next moment, she collapsed on the ground. Alicia. Don't move. Sirin got snappy. The people from Moth stopped in their tracks. Her voice started to bug me, so I knocked her out. They looked at her with more caution. They thought that something like this wouldn't happen after Mobius' surrender. Now then, according to protocol. Sirin looked at her knights. You know what to do. Yes, mistress. The knights sharply nodded. They all proceeded to shoot at the group. The people from Moth looked with disbelief as one after another got knocked out. That's over the top. Mobius mumbled as she could not keep her eyes open. She collapsed on the hard floor. Rules are rules, Sirin mumbled under her breath. There is one thing for sure, she won't break the protocol. The girl doesn't want billions of soldiers, she has to turn on her. It would be embarrassing to return to Marcus in chains. Hell, he could even break the engagement. Now, that makes her whole body tremble from fear. Separate them. I want May and this pink-haired girl, the rest can go to the storage units. She wants to learn more about May and this pink thing. She has this weird feeling about this girl. Sirin walked over and grabbed Alicia's hair, she narrowed her eyes and sent her nanites into her. Moments later, she saw the biometrics of this girl. Ha 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 ha. Now this is hilarious. The Herschers learned who she was. Does this make her a traitor to both sides? For a second, she wondered, but that is something she can learn after interrogating her. The rest of you collect all the research data and any valuable materials. The girl got over her laughter and then instructed to ransack the whole place. While the tech here is primitive compared to technocracy, the smallest thing he's found here could help Marcus invent or improve something. Understood. Meanwhile. Ha, ha, ha. Sakura, who has been running for God knows how long, looked around. Behind her were feathered creatures with big and sharp claws. They looked like oversized chickens. But what made her skin crawl from fear were those armors they were wearing. The claw extension they had allowed them to cut through everything she had been throwing at them. Shit, what are you? I thought you wanted me alive. She said with a sweaty forehead. Screech. Growls. The group of animals barked and growled at each other in some weird sounds. They separated and surrounded her from all sides. The animals proceeded to circle her. Sakura felt like a prey to these things. Damn, I need to get out of here, I need to get to Rin as soon as possible. She looked around nervously, looking for means to escape these raptors. But a couple of moments later, the sounds of flying objects got her attention. She looked up and saw flying shuttles or, more accurately, gunships. This is just great, they sent a whole regiment after me. I am feeling touched. The girl sarcastically said to herself. One of the shuttle's sides opens, revealing more knights. Just great. It feels like there are millions of these guys. Where do they come from? Sakura grimaced as she saw many, countless of these guys on the streets. One of the knights pulled out a large rifle with glowing lights, and the gun barrel started to transform, spreading out to reveal something akin to a net. I see. These chickens are for pinning me down. In that case. Sakura waited for them to start shooting, and the moment they shot, she dashed at the closest raptor. Behind her, several nets hit the ground. She got behind a raptor, and one of the nets hit the raptor. Seeing friendly fire, the beast started to growl and screech at the gunships. Now, this is my chance. The pink-haired girl flipped over and dashed into the street alleys. Without wasting time, she continued to run, eventually arriving at a wide street. Her eyes bulged out, and she saw huge machines walking in the streets, with their projector lights scouting the roads. Holy, they already took over the city. Sakura swiftly leaned against the wall as she hid from a light. But the light stopped on her anyway. Damn it all, why they are this advance? Metallic screech. Oh crap. She swore under her breath as she decided to fuck it and started to dash towards the massive spider walker. But at that moment, flying knights arrived and proceeded to circle her. Sakura, surrender at once. There is no point in running away. Don't tell me what to do. I will escape. She said that while pulling out the pike she stole from a knight, she discovered that the weapon was very versatile and that she could holster it. Suit yourself. We will capture you by the orders of our mistress. For the sake of technocracy and our supreme commander. The knights proceeded to shoot balls of light at her, and Sakura showed them why she was one of the best assassins for Cocoon, the secret branch of Moth. However, her exhaustion started to slow her down, and more knights arrived, either by foot or by shuttle. One of the balls of light slammed into her side, shaking her whole body as she realized that it was high voltage. Damn. Damn. The girl swore under her breath as one of her legs gave in as she dropped on one of her knees. At that moment, other knights shoot nets into her, wrapping her tightly. Sakura secured. The flying knights notified the command as they saw the girl pass out on the ground. On other branch of illusionary tree. Bronya looked at Marcus as they were in her office. The inventor's maid poured some tea for the pair. The heir wondered where this maid was keeping her stuff as it just magically appeared in her hands. Tell me what is on your mind. Marcus blew some steam away as he took a sip of his tea. This is amazing, Belle. He praised his maid before looking at Bronya. The silver-haired maid slightly bowed at his praise, but she didn't say anything as, at this moment, she was allowing Bronya to speak. I do not know what to do, or more precisely what to do. I understand the general idea of what is expected of me, but I do not know if my norms are similar to yours. The girl tried to explain in the most normal possible. She has no idea how to interact with a being that she believes is some sort of self-made deity. The most astute observation, as expected from someone who is genius one way or another. I am no genius. She replied the very next second. It's quite amusing. I say the same thing when someone calls me genius. But I am just a guy who loves to tinker in my father's garage. He shrugged while closing his eyes and taking another sip of his tea. I suppose my comment has ended the conversation. Let's return to what you just said. He returned to the previous conversation as Bronya took a relieved sigh. She had no idea what to say to the earlier comment. The best thing right now is to spend time together. He slightly smiled at her. We should explore your city. You can show me around. Marcus suggested to her. Her eyes slightly widened when she heard that. I can do that. But are you sure? I doubt my city. Bronya, don't decide on what I like by using your definitions. I come from a place with great winters, and I like them just as much as I like summer. Summer, that's a word I haven't heard for a while. Very well. Then we can explore tomorrow. Indeed, for now, I shall take you on board my mothership. It's time for you to meet one of my fiancés. Bronya's brain stopped for a second when she heard that. One of. How many does he even have? How many you have? She asked with a gulp, with how many she would need to share her future husband. Honestly, now that she started to think it made sense that someone of this caliber has a harem of some sort. But it makes her feel slightly annoyed. You are fourth. My first one is a wisdom goddess. Second is one of the greatest cooks in my homeworld. The third one is something similar to Emanator from your reality. I see. My cook fiancée has arrived with me. She is not a great fighter, so she stayed in the mothership while I descended to see your world in person. He explained to her while finishing his tea that Bronya still hadn't taken a sip of it, something he had noticed. Do drink your tea, darling. My Belle worked hard to make it. All right. Bronya swiftly took her cup and took a sip. Her eyes widened in small surprise as she looked at the cup. This is amazing. What is this tea? She asked them with an excited tone. That is my Belle. I created her using memories of several maids. One of them is close to 1,000 years old. As you can imagine, she has a lot of experience when it comes to making something like tea. Oh. How Bronya looked at Belfast changed as she never expected this maid to be that experienced. Who knows what she can do? Maybe she is even stronger than that other officer girl. Master, you do not need to praise me this much. I am simply doing what you intended to make me do. Belfast said with a sigh. She then looked at Bronya, who was observing their interaction closely and trying to learn more about them. Miss Bronya, my creator, tries to downplay his achievements quite a bit. What you witnessed was him slightly showing off, but most of the time, he downplays many things. Belfast explained in a single breath. I see. The heiress to the last human settlement on the planet slightly nodded at what the maid said. But Marcus shrugged at those remarks. Is it? Yes. Us visiting this place is proof, the ship girl deadpanned. I guess. Indeed. For example, my existence is another proof. Belfast raised her hands and brought them closer to each other. Nanites rushed out of her body and formed a small model of a warship. Once completed, she brought it over and placed it on the table close to Bronya. Do you see this? This is my true form, the silver-haired girl said with a mysterious smile. What do you mean by your true form? Exactly what I just said. Belfast then looked at Marcus, who rolled his eyes at her in small annoyance. He wanted to reveal stuff little by little and not make Bronya go insane or something. But then again, he had no idea how to start slowly. Maybe revealing millions of soldiers at once is not the best decision. Originally, I was a sunken warship at the bottom of a channel. There was a global-scale war in our homeworld. It became extremely popular as time went on, many forms of media reviewed it, and historians liked to retell the stories from this war. Eventually, Master rose to power and visited the world's oceans to collect several of us. Belfast got into a storytelling mood as she recalled a couple of things. Bronya dumbly stared at Belfast as she wondered how the metal vessel became a being of flesh. Once he recovered the wreckages, he fixed them and then upgraded with his latest technology and lastly, creating us. The ship girl slightly smirked as she liked the look she was receiving. But, does it make you a robot? An automata? Bronya asked, but then Belfast got closer to her, grabbing her hand and placing it on her left chest. Can you feel that? Bronya didn't know where to look. Can you feel my heartbeat? The maid slightly teased the heiress. Why yes. She eventually focused and, indeed, sensed the heartbeat. Marcus looked at this with some curiosity. It appears his Belfast has her teasing side, too. Eventually, the maid pulled back and got behind her master with a small smirk. It appears the memories of a specific devil show their fangs, Bell. The inventor commented. I have no idea what you are talking about, master, Belfast replied with a teasing tone. But I do love teasing this pure and innocent but very serious and responsible girl. She did sell herself to you. The ship girl maid said to him via telepathy, making Marcus chuckle. How then? How did you make a person from a metal ship? Bronya got over her embarrassment and looked at Marcus with a questioning gaze. Waves. Waves. His response only confused her. When something moves, it creates a ripple. Everything leaves behind a ripple, even time. He replied to her question while gazing at something. It was as if he was looking past these walls and into something far away. So I simply figure ripples the wreckage make, copying that and then applying to a physical human body, Marcus explained to her while looking at something before returning his gaze to Bronya. That is, how is that even possible? Where do you even start with something like that? She mumbled to herself while looking at the table in front of her. See. What did I tell you? Belfast chipped in from behind Marcus. Why don't you tell her about your resource management skills, master? Bell, there is time and place for all of that. We need to allow Bronya to digest all she saw first before moving on to other things. Marcus didn't want to get into his resource management yet. The beauty before him first needs to digest what is before her. What do you mean by what you said? Bronya feels that something is going on here. You should see how Master applies his technological advancements on resources, Belfast commented from behind Marcus. Bell, if you speak more than necessary, I will spank you, Marcus said, slightly annoyed. Fufufu, sorry, but I simply want to help you, Master. That is what maids do, the ship girl maid giggled, her tone telling them that she is not afraid of spanking. I am interested, please tell me. My city always lacks vital resources. Bronya exclaimed with a curious tone. Then we should go to the mothership. He sighed. Since Belfast mentioned this, there is no way to cover it up now. Then let's go. There was no hesitation in Bronya's voice anymore. Back with Sirin's fleet. Mei's eyes trembled as they slowly opened. The first thing she saw was the metal-like ceiling of an unfamiliar place. Where am I? Well, you took your sweet time to wake up. A friendly voice from the side got her attention. Mei knows this voice quite well. She slightly stretched out as she got one of the best sleeps she had in a while. Alicia, where are we? The blue-haired girl asked. She looked around and finally saw her glasses left on a simple table. Once she got them on, the doctor could see her surroundings properly. She realized that she was in a prison cell. She saw Alicia on the other side of a corridor, in a cell in front of hers. The girl was sitting on the bed while hugging her legs. As you can see, we are in a prison. I can see that. Mei deadpanned with small annoyance. That doesn't help at all. I woke up a while ago, and no one was here to see us or bring us some food. I am hungry, Alicia explained while simultaneously complaining. Mei didn't comment as she stood up and walked to the bars. She tried to look at the corridor on both sides. On the right side were empty cells, and on the left side, the doors very close to them. The pair of them were the first prisoners in this prison. No doubt they were in a spaceship, not a jail on the planet's surface. After looking around, she returned to the bed and sat on the edge, trying to think of something. At the same time, she wondered what was happening with their home. A few minutes later, the doors opened, and the knights brought another prisoner. Sakura. MEI knew the girl. It was an assassin from Cocoon. It appears we have a new friend. Alicia looked curious at the newcomer. She wanted to speak with her, but the girl was out cold. Is there a chance we can speak with your commanding officer? MEI asked one of the knights. Mistress will speak with you at her convenience. One of the knights replied. What happened to Earth? MEI pushed for more answers. It has been conquered, and our troops are sorting out the population. The knight replied as the other one laid down the knocked-out girl on her bed before sealing the bars. Conquered, already? How long has it been? The scientist girl looked horrified to hear that. 14 hours 32 minutes and 48 seconds. The moth scientist gulped nervously as she heard that the whole planet had been taken over in less than a day. It's not nice to just invade like that. You guys still haven't explained why the whole thing happened in the first place. Alicia asked as she was concerned with this whole thing. She already had an idea of how to solve the Hershers issue, but then these guys appeared, shuffled the entire thing, and made it unrecognizable. Ask Mistress. We are created to follow orders. And you don't think that some orders are simply wrong? Alicia tried to speak with the knights. There is no such thing. We exist to fight and serve technocracy, just like the sun exists to illuminate the world and how oxygen allows organic species to live. Our purpose is decided upon our creation. MEI's eyes widened as she realized these guys were not citizens of some alien society but created entities of some faction. If this is the case, then their logistics were way different from those of regular people. That is quite the dedication you guys have. Who created you, then? I want to meet his individual. Alicia looked surprised before asking them. Our Supreme Commander is the ruler of technocracy and creator of everything you see around, technology, individuals, spaceships, and unique abilities of the commanding officers. He made it all, and you shall be part of it. The knight walked over and stood in front of Alicia's cell. And if we try to rebel? Not that we would try. She asked curiously. The knights snorted as they were about to exit the prison, and one of them stopped before replying to the pink-haired girl. First, rebel against your basic needs, as it's easier to rebel against them than against our technocracy. Once they left, Alicia finally commented. It appears they are quite certain that we can't rebel. MEI didn't say a thing for a while before finally opening up. There has to be a basis for their belief. She crossed her arms. It means that their military might is so powerful that they believe that we have no chance of rebelling, the scientist said in a calculating tone. There is some truth in that. Another voice said from the side. Sakura. Yes, Dr. MEI. Alicia and MEI could hear the girl slowly getting up as she walked over and inspected the bars. Unknown metal, huh? The girl tried kicking it, but she quickly realized it was very sturdy as she dropped to one knee and massaged her foot from pain. Painful hiss. You should not do that. Alicia chipped in after grimacing alongside Sakura. It looked painful. Yeah. After a couple of moments, MEI decided to ask Sakura. Do you have any information to share about these people? The scientist asked. Well, their technology is extremely advanced. They can control beasts, their armor has force fields, and they share information at extreme speeds. I could barely hide from them, and the moment I revealed myself, all the surrounding armies rushed towards me. Sakura explained what she experienced while gazing at the empty cell, her eyes trying to dig through the metal walls. Those force fields you speak of could be actual gravity manipulation. We have similar technology, but not at this level. MEI slightly grimaced as she realized these guys could be a couple of 100 years more advanced than their civilization. I wouldn't be surprised. The way they were flying defies any norms we are used to. Alicia listens to them speak. She is creating a portfolio of these guys on her own. She wants to know why they are here in the first place. She finds it hard to believe they would invade to please one man. Anything else? Well, they did everything they could not to kill me. They tried to capture me alive. They avoided all the close calls. Dr. MEI found it interesting. So they are collecting us in some fashion, but for what exactly? The scientist tried to think of a reason but needed more information. You are quite a stubborn one, aren't you? A familiar voice spoke as the doors opened, and Sirin walked in. Her voice had lost its unnatural and inhuman Hershers echo. Now, she sounded like a simple teenage girl. You remind me of my fiancé's pet. Atlanta is similar to you with that drive. Are you comparing me to some animal? Sakura hissed angrily at Sirin. Animal. Not at all. She used to be second in command in a hunt of a goddess of a hunt. She is several thousand years old and is a hybrid between a lion and a girl. To ensure they believed what she said, she summoned her interface and showed a picture of her in a maid uniform. Whoa, they do look similar. Alicia gasped slightly as she looked curious. Indeed, I am sure my future husband will find your resolve interesting. Why did you invade Earth? Dr. MEI asked the more important question. There has to be something more important than please your future husband. I don't believe you would use such a large force for such a minor thing. Ha! I expected you to be smarter than this, Dr. MEI. Sirin, on purpose, highlighted her title in a sarcastic tone. What do you mean? MEI didn't like it when someone challenged her intelligence in this way. Technocracy is built by him. Yes, but what about? Her eyes widened in pure horror as she made a connection. Her face paled as she understood what she meant by that sentence. So you understand. You want me to say that he is technocracy? His whole faction exists to stroke his ego. MEI asked with a growing grimace. Alicia's gaze snapped at MEI as she wanted to hear more. That's precisely what I mean. He designed everything and built everything to satiate his hobbies. Sirin spread her arms, declaring in pompous fashion. And like any other man, someone like him needs a wife, an empress who would help him maintain his empire, which spans the whole space and time. Ridiculous, what about other people? Their lives and their struggles. Sakura snorted in the distance. What about them? If you behave, you and your sister will be fine. If we are satisfied, we could even bring your parents back to life, too. Bring back life. MEI exclaimed with disbelief. Of course. Did you forget what I said to you a while ago? My future husband mastered fundamental forces through science and technology. One of them is death, as we conquered the afterlife in a major conflict against gods of death. How do we know you are not lying? Sakura asked with narrowed eyes. Fufufu. You don't, but that's beside the point. The Hersher snapped her finger, and the cells opened. I will show you something else. Follow me. My forces shall enslave Honkai. You three will watch it next to me. She motioned for them to follow her, but at that moment, Sakura tried to grab her, only for Sirin to appear a few meters away. Sakura's eyes widened as she was certain she had grabbed her. You can't defeat me, no one who is a three-dimensional being could even touch me. Sirin snorted in a mocking tone. Oh yeah. Please, use your brain for once. Sirin sighed, disappointed at how similar this girl was to Atlanta. She knew that Marcus had broken the lion girl and made her into a pet, but he needed to humiliate her quite a bit before that. Sakura, stop. If you continue, she could do something bad. Dr. MEI said with a slightly nervous tone. If what she says about being a being from a higher dimension is true, then there is not much they could do to stop her. Ha, you have some common sense and not just cold, calculating logic, Sirin said while looking at MEI. The scientist version of Mei looked annoyed for a second, but she didn't comment back, knowing that this girl could easily be triggered and could do something to her. You should pick on cute girls like that. We are girls here. Alicia chipped in from the side as she got between Sirin and Dr. MEI. I don't need to hear that from a Hershers pretending to be a human. Sirin snapped at Alicia, making Dr. MEI and Sakura look at Alicia with confused gazes. So you didn't know? She has a Hershers core. A dormant one, but it's there. You are a Hershers, are you not? The white-haired girl smirked while saying that. Mo. Why are you telling my secrets like that? Alicia pouted at Sirin, making the Void Queen's hand twitch. She is starting to feel the urge to smack her. Wait. You are a Hershers. Why did you never tell us? Dr. MEI exclaimed with disbelief. She looked hurt, and Sakura narrowed her eyes. I could not. I needed a proper time for it, Alicia clarified, sorta, while looking at Sirin. How did you figure it out? The pink-haired girl asked curiously. My nanites are in your body. I could kill you any second. The Void Queen threatened her. But you won't, because we all are gifts to your future husband, the girl smiled while saying that to Sirin. The Void Queen clicked her tongue. You should not reveal such cards so easily. Alicia began to tease her. Don't test your luck. At that moment, Alicia realized this girl was a tsundere, similar to Kevin. Then, she realized that she was a Hershers too. Gasp. Doesn't that mean we are like sisters? That is totally amazing. Alicia clapped her hands in happiness, making Sirin take a step back. What nonsense are you speaking? The Void Queen blushed while snapping at her with annoyance. You are Hershers, and I am one too. That makes us siblings. I think I am going to vomit. Sakura looked away as if she was not feeling well. She had been fighting this world-ending threat with all of her might, but now the whole thing had turned around and become a comedy. It made her sick. While Dr. MEI looked at this with a calculative look, they could use Alicia to fight back in some way. But for this to work, they need to speak with the supreme commander of technocracy. The blue-haired girl needs to see his character in person. Is there a way for us to speak with Supreme Commander? Dr. MEI asked the white-haired girl who was fighting back those over-the-top friendly vibes of Alicia. Ha! You wish, he is realities away developing sapient dinosaur species for his amusement. I left for this Honkai-infested reality which he summoned me from originally to get my revenge and collect some gifts for him. The way she worded, there is no Honkai in the worlds he is from. I see, so there is no way to communicate with him. Pity, I wanted to speak with Big Bad Wolf. Alicia pouted, making Sirin look at her with annoyance. If you annoy me any more I will make you into a maid. Instead of having any negative effect, Alicia simply smiled at this proposal. No worries, I've been one before. The white-haired girl clicked her tongue while looking away. Let's get this over with, I want you see my revenge become reality. Sirin looked away and began walking towards the doors. The three girls, having nothing else to do, followed after her. The first thing they saw was that there were a lot of knights and the place was simply enormous. There were trains going back and forth everywhere. They eventually arrived at the bridge of the warship. Alicia and Dr. MEI noticed that the place was full of girls. Oh wow, so many cute girls. My fiancé's choice, he prefers looking at beautiful girls while traveling the stars or realities. Don't ask me why. That's because he is a healthy guy, no? Alicia suggested. You don't even know half of it. Sirin ended up casually commenting while having a small blush. Oh. Oh. Alicia realized how naughty this guy was. I see. I see. You need to tell your sister how it is. I want to know the details. All of a sudden the girl got much closer to the Void Queen. Chapter 119, Sirin's Battle Evolution. The assimilator and its part moved away from Earth and slowly positioned to encase the area around the moon. Mistress, we are getting strange signals from the area around the moon, one of the navigation officers said to Sirin. It would seem Honkai knows that we are a threat. The white-haired girl smiled. Her smile was a sadistic one. Wonderful, we shall make that thing feel despair. I want the ships to assume battle formations. She gave the orders before grinning. Let it feel how insignificant it is. I want my flagship to assume a firing position. That thing should release Honkai beasts capable of space travel. It's impossible. We haven't seen such monsters yet. Dr. MEI looked at her with horror. Honkai reacts according to its enemy. Since we can space travel, it should respond in kind, Sirin explained with crossed arms as she looked at MEI before returning her gaze to the ship's captain. I want to encase it and surround the moon from all directions. The Herschers ordered as the rest looked at this. Mistress, we are picking up a single entity leaving the moon. The officer looked confused as it was only a single entity. Oh, so it's her. Sirin recalled what she saw via her time control abilities. It appears the Honkai wants to fight in that way. Who? Sakura asked curiously. A single enemy? It should be strong, no. The final Herschers. Sirin slightly smiled. Normally, she would be terrified to face an Honkai god, but this was fine. Her hand went to her triangle device. It was time to capture this thing. No doubt Marcus will be pleased with her if she captures this thing and brings it to his collection. I shall deal with her. I want to see what this final thing is. With that said, she turned around and walked away towards the double doors. Is it fine? As far as I know, this Herschers is like no other, Alicia said with a nervous tone. By all means, she was happy that the Honkai thing was under control. Honkai is a variable that is hard to deal with. In contrast, an occupation by aliens, familiar aliens, is a lesser evil of those two. Don't worry. Supreme Commander ensured all of his ladies were always protected. The captain of the ship said with a small smile. At that moment, an image of this final Herschers appeared on the main bridge screen. She looks like Sirin, why? Dr. MEI frowned, seeing the face of the Herschers. It was a carbon copy of Sirin, only with a crown of yellow energy and royal-like clothes. Why does this Herschers look like that? As the trio watched what was happening, they saw Sirin fly towards the Herschers of the end. The more I look at you, the more annoyed I am, Sirin said with ever-growing anger. What she is looking at is the proof that Kiana is the protagonist of this place. It makes the white-haired girl more and more annoyed. Just because someone decided the girl is the protagonist doesn't mean she can do whatever she wants. Like overcoming things through friendship. Disgusting. What a nonsense. I have all the power I could want to deal with you. Today, I will have you in chains. With a hand motion, pulses of void and time blasted towards the Herschers of the end. The carbon copy of Kiana motioned with her hand, and purple shards blocked the blasts. They then morphed into spikes and rushed at Sirin. She is powerful. The orange golden-eyed girl created several dark purple cubes to intercept the attack and then cast purple and green lightning via her subspace lances, which appeared around the Hershers of the End. The attack was a direct hit, as it caused an explosion, which sent the carbon copy of Kiana a considerable distance away. But she quickly recovered and then made a hand motion. Illusionary space. You want to pull me there? Sirin realized that this faker wanted to seal her away. She doesn't know that I am Hershers of Void. It was a pleasant surprise as this Honkai entity can't perceive the true nature of Sirin, thanks to all of the protection from the nanites and graviton technology. The way she fights is different from Hershers of the End. Sirin doesn't utilize illusionary space anymore. She wields space and time itself with no intermediate. Meaning that, with a sharp hand motion, Sirin cut the attempt and instead motioned with her hand to create a black box around the Hershers of the End, trapping her inside. She then began to twist and turn with her hand motions. In the end, she snapped her fingers, and the content inside the box exploded in a multitude of colors, shattering in the process. You are durable. It reminds me of her. The Void Queen commented with ever-growing annoyance. She watched how the Hershers of the End molded back together like clay. You are not of this world, you do not belong here. The Hershers spoke in a monotone voice, it was Kiana's voice. Sirin's eyebrows twitched when she heard it. Wrong, this world belongs to me. I conquered it, so it's mine, and so are you. The white-haired girl pointed her finger at the fellow white-haired girl. You will make a fine addition to our collection. Once again, space started to warp around the carbon copy of Kiana, who looked around for a second before trying to enter the illusionary space to escape. This time, Sirin grinned wickedly as she made a hand-crushing motion, and the space completely collapsed around the Hershers of the End. Making the Honkai deity gaze at what is happening with disbelief. Impossible, such a thing should be impossible. How can you interfere with space itself? The being mumbled in shock as the space around her shrunk, forcing her to use Honkai energy to resist the effects. Resistance is futile. I shall have my vengeance against you. Mark my words, Honkai. Sirin snapped her fingers, and the area around the Hershers of the End turned into a shredder. It should have severed all of the limbs and tendons of the carbon copy look-alike. But dark purple energy surrounded her and erupted like a volcano, warping the space and shattering the attack. Then, in the next second, the Hershers was gone, and space around the moon started to glow in dark purple energy. Sirin looked confused, but then she saw the Honkai reading around the moon. It was off the charts. The amount of energy radiating from it was more than she had ever seen this world could produce. Is she reacting to me? That is why Honkai is reacting like this. Then, she was back. As an enormous version of herself. What the hell? The Void Queen looked with shock and disbelief as she saw a giant version of a carbon copy of Kiana. The girl was big enough to hold the moon in her palm. This ends here, outsider, don't interfere with my work. The Honkai being spoke, and the entire Earth sphere could hear her. I can begin with Honkai particle interference, I have already figured out how it works. Aurora spoke directly to Sirin's mind via the suit's interface. It's fine. I do believe that I can beat her. The Void Queen smiled, saying that. Her smile was a bloodthirsty one, as she could feel that she could do it. Yes, I do know how. At that moment, her triangle device glowed in several different colors, and a beam of light erupted from it. The light rushed upwards, creating multicolored clouds. A multitude of lightning danced in them before they began to rush into a single point right above Sirin. Then, it turned into a pillar of light and slammed into the Void Queen. Bioevolution. A synthetic voice declared. The Honkai being, who watched the whole thing with a perplexed look, felt danger and tried to interrupt it, but all of her attacks failed to reach Sirin as they simply passed through her. As the light consumed space itself, the warships and crews inside of them stared at the whole thing with confusion, as they were certain that evolutions were disabled for the time being. What is going on? Aurora. This should not happen. I am certain Supreme Commander turned it off until all the calculations are done. The captain of Sirin's flagship exclaimed with some worry. She doesn't want to end up disabled for failing to assist her mistress. No idea, the quantum computer inside the triangle device decided that turning on the feature was better. The AI said with a pondering tone. What are you two talking about? Dr. MEI asked as she heard quantum computer mentioned. Just watch. Once the light settles down, you will witness the byproduct of true combat evolution, the captain said as the light began to settle down. What they saw was an angel whose looks were similar to Hershers of the End. Sirin had a crown of pure energy, well, it was more like a circlet, and a pair of wings that looked like they were carved from space itself. Her hair was glowing white with golden particles emitting while it was moving by itself. What happened to her? Dr. MEI exclaimed with bated breath. She was Hershers before. Did she step forward towards something more? Combat evolution. Supreme Commander's device she was carrying decided that Sirin needed help, so it caused her to evolve into the next stage, Captain explained before asking the AI. I thought she needed a catalyst, like a Neo Gear or another arcane item. Those are for techno-merge evolution. From my understanding, items can merge to create synthetic life or an item with a biological entity or, in this case, a simple biological evolution without any extra ingredients. Dr. MEI and the other two looked at what the pair were talking about. What they are talking about is some sort of miracle nonsense. An actual evolution in the middle of a fight. So it should not be as strong as the techno-dragon. The captain was relieved as she realized that. Depends on what the evolution magnified. The AI wasn't certain. Void Monarch, Time Empress. Sirin could sense what kind of boost she just experienced as she looked at her hand. There was no need to declare what she can do now. Shall we? I will make this quick, she said to the Herschers of the end in front of her. The Void Monarch's wings glowed as a halo of light manifested above her. She made the Honkai entity cease whatever movement she could perform. I see can't move. The being tried to struggle, but at that moment, something extremely heavy slammed into her gut, causing her to lose her massive form. All I needed to do was increase the gap between Honkai particles so you would lose your form. Sometimes, being huge can be counterproductive. Sirin lowered her hand as all she did was raise it beforehand. When the Honkai entity heard what just happened, it was absurd. This outsider can interfere with particle bonding. Now for the finishing touches. With a single step, she appeared in front of Herschers and delivered a single kick, sending her flying into the moon thousands if not hundreds of thousand kilometers away. All of that happened instantaneously as Sirin simply removed the distance. Amazing. The girl was gushing internally about how strong she was. Still. She swiftly snapped out from this as she appeared above the crater where the Herschers was. But what she was looking at was a bloody pulp of meat recovering. The force of that kick deformed the carbon copy of Kiana into a bloody meat paste. Still, it was alive and enough for Sirin. She summoned one of the pokeballs she had and threw it at the reforming Herschers. The ball came into contact and opened, casting a red light on the meat paste and sucking it in. And that makes it the third Pokemon. Sirin smirked at that moment. Her evolution was undone. Disappeared like a poof of smoke. It was absurd how easily something like this could be stripped from her. She looked at her hand as she felt a massive drop in her abilities. Pity. The girl stroked the device on her chest. She could get used to such power. After collecting the Pokeball, she returned to her flagship and went to the bridge, where her companions awaited her. Impressive, isn't it? Sirin opened the conversation, her voice smug, as she felt such a power-up suited her quite well. Supreme Commander's genius is something else. Dr. MEI begrudgingly nodded. Now, she wants to talk with him, shop, as a fellow scientist and inventor. There is an array of things she wants to speak about. One of them is if he could release her moth companions. They, after all, have no idea if Sirin is acting on her own or if she found some sort of loophole in the system. After all, they have no idea about standard protocol and what it entails. He is. He was able to give me a second chance after I lost my fight for control. The girl smirked as she stood next to them with crossed arms. Not only was he able to save me from dying, but he did that realities away from where I was. Once my revenge is complete, I shall gladly return to his side. As she said that, she looked at the ring in her hand. Pity, it appears your future husband has selected a handful for his future wife. Sakura jabbed at the Void Queen. Sirin's gaze snapped at Sakura. There was quite a bit of anger in her eyes. What a mere human girl could possibly understand what Honkai does to one's mind to make them follow its will. The majority of your kin get a preferred treatment of dying quickly, but not everyone is as lucky as you humans are. Sirin ranted as she felt her anger growing. Alicia got between her and Sakura as she smiled at both of them. I understand enough. I can't say the same about you. Invasion of the entire world is not the answer to your issues. Sakura moved her head to the side, getting around the annoying pink girl. Ha. It was hilarious coming from someone who would die if I didn't invade. You were losing and will lose. How do you know that we will lose? Dr. MEI asked first, as she was very curious. She felt that this girl was related to them in some strange way. Since I already rule this place, I have no reason to hide. The Void Queen smirked for a second, making the trio nervous for some reason. I come from a parallel Earth 50,000 years from now. I come from a remnant civilization of yours. The war you just fought against Honkai will end in your total defeat, but a certain doctor devised a means to survive. The remaining humans went to a bunker, where they were frozen for years until they could restart a civilization from scratch. So then. Sirin interrupted as she continued. I am the second Herschers, the Herschers of Void. Dr. MEI's eyes widened for a second. The second Herschers was void of theirs, too. It would seem it was not a total defeat as the way Herschers types descended was the same as yours, and we were not completely mad, Sirin explained to them. Alicia's ears perked up when she heard that. It appears her scheme worked in some way or fashion in that world. Dr. Mei looked pale for a second. This news was bad, but thankfully, was the Honkai threat resolved in the future? Did you people win, eventually? The nerd version of Mei asked. Sirin shrugged without care. I am Hersher's persona. I died in a fight for control. That means the girl learned how to gain control of Hersher's powers, Alicia exclaimed with happiness. It would seem her plot indeed worked. I suppose she did. The Void Queen gazed at Alicia. She was imagining how she could punch in this annoying pinkhead's face. It would seem the crucial factor was the appearance of the Hersher's persona inside the people. Dr. Mei mumbled to herself as she began to think. Let me entertain your train of thought as an ex-Hersher. Sirin looked at Dr. Mei with some amusement. One could say there is a certain amount of satisfaction in seeing her realize how to do it, but she would never succeed as the threat is long gone. Honkai targets the ones who have anger and distaste towards humanity as a whole. Once Honkai finds one of these, it begins to spike negative emotions until one develops tunnel vision. Once that is in place, inserting a second personality loyal to Honkai becomes easy. Midway through the explanation, Sirin's eyes bulged out as she saw Realitas particles gathering in a platform meant for communication with someone in the technocracy. She saw a familiar body frame. It only made her feel anxious when she saw Marcus manifest right there. The Void Queen dropped the conversation, dashed forward, and swiftly walked to her fiancé. "And Marcus. What can I do for you?" The white-haired girl with a forced smile asked him. Part of her is terrified. She wonders if Aurora explained to him how she plans to time-slip to 50,000 years from now. Her plan is quite devious. She plans to force events to happen even without Honkai just to see Kiana being born so that she can get back at her. It's petty of her, but she is a petty being, to begin with. Why so nervous, Sirin? Marcus asked her with a small smile. Before the Herschers could answer, more people walked over and stood just behind the white-haired girl. Oh, new friends. It's only been a couple of days. He commented as he saw Sakura, Alicia, and Dr. Mei, quite the collection. You must be the Supreme Commander. It's an honor to meet you. Dr. Mei curly introduced herself. Internally, she was smirking from ear to ear. She wanted to meet this guy. But Sirin told her he was very busy with his sapient dinosaur project. It turns out they can communicate as it is. Raiden Mei, no, those glasses and coat, you must be Dr. Mei. Marcus looked at the person who introduced him. He was happy to see a new addition to his faction. Raiden Mei. I suppose this is a girl who looks like me in the distant future. The dark purple-haired nerd girl realized this was the second time someone called her Raiden Mei. Yes. That would be me. And I am Alicia, the pinkette poked her head from the side as she got next to Dr. Mei. Oh. I see. Herschers of human ego. Quite a pleasant surprise. Alicia's smile faltered for a second. Both Sakura and Dr. Mei looked at the pinkette for a breath moment. They finally learned what Alicia's domain was. Yes, that would be me. I am more concerned that someone not even in this reality knows my deepest secrets. It's not fair for a maiden like me. The girl placed her hand on her head as she shook it. She looked devastated. I have my means. Marcus ignored her as he looked back at Sirin. I am calling you because I learned that you could evolve. I want that data sent to me via Aurora Network. With the security systems in place, a simple download from a triangle device is impossible, and you need to do it manually. The white-haired girl sighed in relief when she heard why he was calling her. It was not about her plans. I will send it over to you. The girl nodded at his request. Good, then I will see you later. He was about to leave, but there is no way Dr. Mei and Alicia will allow that. Hold for a second. See, can you answer a couple of questions? Dr. Mei asked him, with a serious scientist's face. He pondered for a bit before replying. He seemed willing to entertain her request, which made Dr. Mei think about what to say. Depends on what you want to ask. For a second, she wanted to ask, why, but such a rudimentary question would only make him look at her as if she was stupid and annoying. She knows she can't resist technocracy, so instead. Is there a way for me to join the technocracy? She asked sharply. Both Sakura and Alicia looked at her with a small amount of disbelief. This sounds like a betrayal, but Alicia knows better. The brain of Moth knows that resisting is pointless and that working from inside is a far better alternative. However, Sakura wanted to beat the doctor for giving up so easily. Well, you are part of my collection. If you want a more active role, you would need to persuade me that it is worthwhile. What about me? Alicia raised her hand, asking the same question. Same requirements, Marcus replied with a nod. So the girl needs to seduce you, got it. The pinkette was not holding back. Pretty much. And Marcus played along instead of blushing or commenting on her straightforward remark. Mo, don't you have Sirin? You need more. Alicia pouted at him. The one who needs is you, not me. He shrugged at her. The Hershers of human ego puffed her cheeks. In the meantime, Dr. Mei pushed her glasses up. It appears she was at a crossroads. What will happen to all the people who were captured? The dark purple-haired nerd asked as she wondered where Kevin and the rest were. I am not part of the invasion fleet. If you have questions related to that, ask Sirin, he replied while looking at the white-haired girl standing there like nailed to the ground. I see, then, when can I speak with you in more private circumstances? Dr. Mei tried to word it as nicely as possible. Leave that kind of stuff to me. May. Alicia jumped first. She smiled at the dark purple-haired nerd. That is assuming you have something to offer, Alicia. Marcus sighed at the pinkette's enthusiasm. Dr. Mei is more interesting as she is like me, a scientist. Mo. I could offer things. Alicia puffed her cheeks, feeling offended. Like? He asked curiously. First, I am super cute. That's essential. All of my fiancés are beautiful. He rolled his eyes. Did he just say, fiancés? As in many. The trio looked at this, they realized that it made sense. Now, everything made sense. Why Sirin would invade? She needs clout. Prestige against other fiancés who are gunning for the top spot. The whole thing is just to satiate their need to proof at the interdimensional level. How crazy is this? Dr. Mei's eyes trembled as sweat began to drop from her forehead. What she realized was insanity. But, at the same time, she realized the benefits of such an empire. She could destroy Honkai in every single reality with such an armada. However, now she wants to know the potential. How much does one of his lovers command? Do all of them have moon-sized bases? What about the fleet? Is there a limit? At the same time, the nerd girl realized that Sirin would not allow her to get closer, something she needed to be wary of. Thankfully, Marcus saw them, and such a thing gave her an umbrella from imminent danger. I will make you happy. Alicia pointed this with her second finger. You have no idea what makes me happy. Alicia. He replied with a strained smile. But I do. All the guys have the same needs. Sure, you are super-duper smart, but behind all that is still a guy who needs a cute girl in his life. The pinkette explained in an excited fashion. Just like at your current fiancé, she must smile more to make you happy. The girl didn't let up as her comment made Sirin want to kill her. Watch your words. I am more than capable of making my future husband happy. Sirin clenched her fist as her eyes started to glow in sinister orange gold. Maybe so, but you are far away from him, Alicia countered smoothly. There is a reason why she is the human ego. TSK. The white-haired girl clicked her tongue as she looked away. She doesn't want to admit it, but the girl was right on the money with that remark. See, you must be close to him for a healthy relationship. That is something I can promise wholeheartedly, the pink-haired girl clapped her hands excitedly. You. Sirin's hand started to twitch. It appears she made a miscalculation as she was thinking of disposing of this pink menace. So far, all I have heard is basic things. Marcus hasn't found anything worthwhile so far. Hee hee, and most importantly, no ulterior motives, Alicia smiled as she raised her third finger. Marcus looked, interested all of a sudden. I know, someone like Sirin is plotting something. It is obvious she is using your limitless power for her revenge. At that moment, Alicia needed to dodge a subspace lance as Sirin attacked her. Sirin. The inventor looked with a deadpan gaze at his fiancée. At that moment, the royal guards, who were standing motionless, came to life. It will only be a second. I will deal with you in a flash. I only need a piece of hair in your soul, the rest can be restored in a new body, the white-haired girl commented, looking slightly crazed. That moment, the double doors of the bridge opened, and a squad of knights rushed in. Mistress, cease with your hostilities. You are breaking standard protocol. The pike knights pointed their pikes, followed by the royal guard, which towered over the rest of the knights. What is going on? She doesn't have such great control over them after all. Dr. Mei looked shocked and intrigued. Alicia looked at this with interest as well. It appears she is safe, but then she sees some of the rifles pointed at her, too. Or not. It appears it's targeting conflict itself. That means these guys will take down all of us. It was not the best solution. It appears she can't wage a woman-style war. If Sirin flips like that, Alicia will suffer as well. Instantly, Sirin dismissed her subspace lance and dropped her murderous, crazed look. You are lucky. But there are other ways to make your life miserable. The white-haired girl's voice did a 180-degree change. She sounded very civilized and professional. I saw what I wanted to see. Alicia smiled and took a couple of steps forward. Like I said before, I am willing to do everything needed of me, no strings attached. The girl smiled at observing Marcus. You might pretend to be genuine, but you are covering for your nerd friend over there. That's because a cute girl has to have minimal scheming to be considered a female, you know that, don't you? The pinkette slowly pouted at him. Otherwise, I will be all but naked. She crossed her arms while looking away. Maybe that is for the better. Who knows? Regardless, Sirin, I will be visiting your timeline in a few days. I am already on this specific island. It will be only a matter of a few short days. When Sirin heard that, her heartbeat accelerated. This was bad. With only a few days given to her, how would she set up the whole thing? I understand. I will be waiting for you. The white-haired girl slightly nodded at him before the communication was dismissed. The moment it happened, Sirin looked murderous as she looked at Alicia. Take them away. And find some work for them. Maybe cleaning dinosaur dung. The white-haired girl exclaimed in a sinister tone. As long as they are alive, it doesn't matter what will happen. Dr. Mei and Sakura's eyes widened in horror. D-dung. Alicia bit her lower lip as she forgot about assignments like these. Understood, mistress. The knights grabbed the trio and took them away. Hold it. I didn't do anything. Dr. Mei said with growing despair. I saw your calculating look, Mei. That is all I need to make you rethink your choices. She dismissed all three, it appears she misunderstood them. Well, they won't see how she will claim Honkai itself. How long until we get into position? Sirin asked with a relieved tone as she saw the trio leave. The girl nearly fucked up. At least 10 hours. There is some distance between Earth and the Moon, with pieces of a simulator spread out as it is. It will take time. The captain of the ship said to the white-haired girl. I see. Then, take your time. I will get something to eat. The girl waved her hand as she walked towards the bridge's door. The only thing in this situation which could make her feel better is food. Thankfully, she has a chef stashed away just because of this situation. Thankfully, Hisako didn't show herself before Dr. Mei and the rest. More information would only give more ammunition for that pink devil and that shrewd nerd version of Raiden Mei. Meanwhile, reality away, aboard Marcus' personal assimilator. What was it? You look thoughtful. Irina asked Marcus as he walked to the dining room where the girls were waiting for him. One of them was quite stiff. Bronya is using 100% of her training not to panic in front of Irina and Marcus. This meal session is awkward. The girl is feeling like a third wheel, and it doesn't help that Irina is, for some reason, quite welcoming towards her. Something about talking to a fellow, normal human, is great for her. Honestly, the whole thing is so weird. Sirin, she used battle evolved mid-fight. I asked for data to be sent over. Oh. I thought that feature would be sealed for a while. I thought the same thing. Marcus shrugged his reply, but it turned out that the quantum computers inside the suit devices thought otherwise. Chapter 120, End of Threats and Beginning of Lies. The assimilator was something else. Bronya was impressed by the sheer scale of this construct. It was huge and full of technology she couldn't wrap her head around. However, the amount of army she saw made her knees get soft. Regardless, part of her tried to calm herself. These armies were not for her or her city. Not that it was easy, as she was constantly thinking about how to reply to their questions in the most courteous way possible. You should relax. Being this stiff is not healthy, Irina commented as she brought some tea and cookies. By this point, Marcus was gone as he was checking the data he got from Sirin. I am sorry, I am new to this. Bronya showed a strained smile as she raised her guard against this cherry blonde girl. For some reason, she is feeling danger from her, even if she is just a simple girl. Yep, the ash-haired girl can't believe that this girl is a simple, nope. Not at all. Such unseen pressure makes her impossible to believe. It's okay. A while ago, I was the same as you. Irina smiled as she recalled her first meeting with Marcus. It made her feel that her life was ending. In a way, it did. Her common sense was killed that day. Your first meeting with Marcus? The heiress of the last city questioned. Yes. Back then, the cherry blonde chef girl told the heiress her first meeting outside the airport. Irina expanded on how she ended up in that place in the first place. How Marcus threatened the whole world, and everyone rushed to his country to survive the upcoming world end. In the end, Bronya realized that Marcus is quite a villain. If you think he is mean, I would agree with you, initially. Initially. The future Supreme Guardian looked confused for a second. Then you agree with such a forceful method? You must understand that humans don't like change, especially when it comes to things they have and then have to lose, Irina began to explain to her. Especially rich ones who have much to lose. Your place has wealthy people, no? The cherry blonde asked. Bronya slowly nodded at her. So when someone comes over who can help the poor, to help that 99% of people but 1% don't like it. But that's not the case. You said that he would eliminate the entire civilization with that move, only a small number of people would remain. At least, this is what she understood about this whole situation. It depends, as Marcus' goal is to restore the planet that is suffering from human activities. You might not realize this, but too many people can be counterproductive. The heiress slowly nodded. While she had never seen something like overpopulation yet, as people quickly died from the cold in her city, she understood the principle: a lot of people means a lot of food and resources are needed to make it happen. Yes, I understand the fundamentals. Then we can all agree that something needs to be done. With recent technological innovation, Marcus can move everyone from his world to new ones. Or I think he will do that. Irina thought to herself. True, but I need more information to agree on this. All I can understand is that he is quite forceful. Bronya, as a future leader of her people, needs to understand the whole situation fully before she can agree on something like this. You can say that. One of his traits allowed him to achieve the greatness you see around you. Irina commented as her gaze swept through the massive hall. It was a biome-style room full of vegetation and life. There are small dinosaurs running around in this small forest, as well as other prehistoric creatures. The heiress followed the chef girl's gaze and looked around as well. She is still trying to understand how this much greenery could be used for a menial purpose, like a resting area. Still. Well, think of it this way, he will give you everything you will ever need. For you, it's even better, as you could use those resources to help your struggling people. But in turn, you will have to give everything you can back to him. As well, he doesn't like failure. Irina grimaced slightly as she recalled what had happened to the original maids. I can understand that much just by looking around. Bronya forcefully smiled. She could imagine that someone of this caliber couldn't accept certain failures. Yes, well, he is unique, you see. For us, it's different since we are to be his future wives, we get special treatment. The heiress slowly nodded. She understood that, but it left her with a sour feeling, as she already preferred treatment as heiress and future supreme guardian of her city. I can see that you don't like that. Irina noticed that shift in Bronya, the cherry blonde, and noticed that she had developed some sort of sensory skill for emotions. I received preferred treatment my whole life while I watched how people died trying to protect me. The girl said that while clenching her fist. I see. Then use your new status to change that. Irina proposed to her. That's the idea, yet, I feel bad for doing it. The heiress looked annoyed that she would use Marcus. Irina observed her internally and was pleased by this girl's character. It was impressive. It would seem Marcus does know how to pick them. The chef girl still wonders how he found her like that, in a whole wide island of unique timelines. He singled her out from billions, if not trillions, of people. Then work back if you think that you are using him. Bronya grimaced when she heard that. I would, but what can I do? I was taught to make decisions, lead a city, and wield a gun, all those are easily replaceable, she explained to Irina in a slightly frustrated tone. But he chose you anyway. So he finds something he likes. I am even more useless than you. I can cook, and that is about it. Yet, he chose me as his future wife. That is a good talent. Bronya still thought that Irina was better when it came to this. Depends. He took literal goddesses for maids. Gulp. The heiress gulped down when she heard that. Goddesses. How does he operate? And on what kind of value systems? Precisely, that is why just do you think, that's how I did it. She said that while looking at the ring she was wearing on her finger, there was a smile on her lips. Bronya looked at it, wondering what this ring even meant. Meanwhile, in Marcus' new workshop aboard his personal assimilator, the inventor was looking at the data Sirin had sent over. Look at this bell, this is insane. Solomon's successor pointed at the DNA strand, which dissolved, and then reformed into something far, far more complex. For a fraction of a second, Sirin's physical body ceased to exist. It reformed into a far superior version. In slow motion, he showed her at 1 million a second how the DNA is disassembled and then reformed. What is the most insane part of this is that the whole form can be removed in a flash. He sounded very impressed by this. Impressive. But it sounds that it was not you who did it. Belfast slowly nodded but then asked as it sounded that it was not him who made this possible. I only gave the tools to the quantum computers in the suit devices, the rest is them calculating and executing the combat evolution, he clarified to his ship girl maid. Oh, so it's like that. The maid slowly nodded as she understood how it was. Indeed, now I only need to tailor the software more, like at 3 evolutions. Marcus hummed to himself as he is thinking how to improve it. Why 3? Because that is how it works in Digimon. The classic 3 evolutions of Champion, Ultimate and Mega forms. He pondered before explaining more to her. There are more, lesser ones, but I am only interested in the main ones. I see. So what we saw from Sirin, defeating that deity-like being, was her initial transformation. Indeed, the next one would be augmented state of the first one, and lastly, the mega form would be a complete recreation to reach unfathomable heights of power by all means and purposes. When you say that, it makes me a little bit worried. Belfast grimaces a bit when her creator says it makes her slightly nervous. Is it? Well, I made those devices capable of many things. Far too many, but I trust the security of those items. Belfast touches the one on her chest. She could feel slightly warm energy flowing from it as if telling her it was fine. You should. The quantum computers on them have been state-of-the-art for a very long time. Even if I figure out a better means to calculate things, they will update by themselves. After all, they do have access to Aurora Network. I still think it's not fair that they can access my data while I can't access theirs. Aurora complained to her creator. It's for security's sake, Aurora. Marcus joked as he could sense her annoyance. I know, but I do have the right to complain. The AI complained some more. Indeed. Humph. Belfast, at the back, chuckled hearing that. It appears the AI is not immune to that stuff. At the same time in Honkai Impact 3rd verse. This is getting boring. Sirin sighed as she watched the moon get closer and closer, but it took time. We should upgrade these assimilators. Their speed is horrendous when the net is spread out like this. The Void Queen commented as she used her left hand to hold her cheek. She was lazing on her throne. Mistress, it was not designed to fly fast when the modules are spread out like this. The graviton network can't be broken like this. The captain of her flagship said to her. Fair. In that case, the flotilla goes first and secures the area while we let the assimilator take its time. Very well. Calculate if it's possible to collect all the pieces first and then fly to the moon, or is it faster like this? Calculating. It is faster to collect them and then fly to the moon. Then do it. It appears I need to make all the decisions. I suppose this is the downside of fully lab-grown personnel. Not that the Void Queen will admit that it could potentially be her lack of commanding skills, as everyone is waiting for her commands. Sure enough, everyone scrambled to change things as the fleet moving towards the moon accelerated, and the assimilator began to collect its pieces. Less than 20 minutes later, they were close to the moon, and white creatures similar to jellyfish began rushing towards the armada. Honkai is fighting back after losing their trump card. Figures. Sirin complained as she issued orders to attack, from all directions. Fire, blow them up, leave nothing behind. Roger. The batteries on the warships picked their targets and opened fire. The anti-gravity turrets shredded the jellyfish Honkai beasts like it was paper. However, the issue was, the jellyfish were just too many of them. Ugh, charge the main cannon and launch Starscream units. The Void Queen commanded as she was annoyed by this fruitless effort to break past the graviton shielding and the hull itself. Charging the main cannon. On the main monitor, the radius of destruction appeared as Sirin could see how much they could blow up. Suggestion, switch to shatter shots. Aurora decided to assist the clueless white-haired girl. Why you didn't say it sooner? Sirin complained as she rolled her eyes. Switch to shatter shots. Switching to shatter shots. The gunners changed the loadout for the turrets, and sure enough, the jellyfish Honkai beasts started to drop like flies. Soon after, the first Starscream units joined the fray and began to assist by removing whatever was sticking to the hull. Quite a few jelly monsters stuck to the hulls and tried to break through, but it was like trying to open a can with a weed of grass. In a few short moments, the fight switched from the Honkai overrunning the ships to the ship's fire rate shredding the Honkai beast numbers. Main cannon is ready for firing. The captain of the flagship said to Sirin. Find the possible location they are coming from and shoot there. Calculating possible spawning points. As the targeting system began to lock on, images of the moon and its orbit appeared on the screen. There is a possibility that the main blast could damage Honkai itself. Do you still want to shoot it? Aurora ended up locating where the portal to the place was. The warship began to position for the shooting. The barrel of the main cannon was close to 5 kilometers long. It was in the center and extended all the way down to the sharp tip. The sheer firing power of the flagship is dangerous. Marcus designed this weapon to end the conflict. After all, his ideology is that there are no wars, only his technocracy cleaning up the stranglers. Nothing has changed since the time he took over the vampires with his first airship. It only grew in size. Fire, I do not care. We can destroy it here, and next time when we go with Marcus, we can capture it. Sirin waved her hand dismissively. She had cooled down after the whole fiasco with Alicia and her shares of the end. Very well, firing the main cannon. The captain motioned with her hand, and the gunners pressed their buttons. A burst of light escaped from the barrel situated in the middle of the dagger-shaped dreadnought. The burst of energy was a weaponized version of Bifrost. A burst of warped space shredded everything in its path before slamming into space as if there was a wall that opened up and revealed a purple planet with a rhombus-shaped hole in it. The beam slammed into the planet, causing cracks to appear on it. Sirin and the officers watched the whole thing with a huge amount of curiosity. They wonder if this will work. Could they potentially destroy Honkai's source? Continue, how long we can sustain the power of the blast. For several more moments, as we need to charge it, the captain explained as they watched the cracks grow bigger, but the planet began to respond. Humph. Sirin snorted, seeing the response. I want the Star Destroyers to open fire, too, the Void Queen said, increasing the tempo by ordering more firepower. Relaying orders. The smaller and just as deadly warship began to charge their main cannons, too. Moments later, more beams rushed towards the purple planet, shredding the Honkai energy defenses and slamming into the planet. Then, the flagship charged its second shot and blasted again. This time, the blast rammed into the planet and went through, causing a huge explosion. Raise the defenses. Seeing the massive explosion, the girl realized that this was bad. She swiftly ordered to respond to the explosion. Shields at maximum, the captain ordered immediately, and the gravity barriers rose at the front of the ships to tank the shockwave. I do believe the moon will get destroyed. Sirin grimaced when she heard that. Then spread the assimilator's net to catch the shockwave. Protect the Earth. That could work, but the assimilator was not designed to take shockwaves and explosion. It's built from sacred gear metal, no. And powered by 5 diamond heart engines. It should hold. It should. Then spread it. We don't need the planet blowing up. Sirin slightly panicked. She promised to conquer Earth, not blow it up. Roger, sending the command. Sure enough, the recently reassembled acorn-shaped station once again needed to be spread out. Thankfully, the shockwave used most of its power to shatter the moon, the rest missed the blue marble. Still, the shattered pieces began rushing towards the planet thanks to its gravitational pull, but the assimilator, which worked like a net, captured all of them. Shit, what now? The white-haired girl bit her nail as she looked at the mess she caused. Right. Time beams. Aurora, can we shoot time beams to recover the moon? Sirin asked with a hopeful voice. Technically, it should be possible, we do have special area-based gadgets, but it will take time to deploy them. It's fine. Prepare those. We need to fix the moon. I want all of the warships to begin collecting the shattered pieces while the assimilator returns to Earth and encases it. The girl swiftly gave her orders as she had enough manpower to get her scheme going and fix the broken moon. As you command. The captain is certain that the assimilator's commander is annoyed with the white-haired girl's constant commands to release the parts and then collect them. Still, they can't complain as the girl has the highest access in the technocracy. Meanwhile, the trio of Sakura, Dr. Mei, and Alicia looked at the clothes prepared for them. They were hanging in small wardrobes in a dressing room. These are maid clothes. Dr. Mei commented. She is certain that working with dung requires appropriate clothing. These are your working clothes. The knight said to them. This has to be a mistake, one can't work with excrement while dressed like this. The dark purple-haired nerd complained. We do not have official clothes when it comes to excrement. It's an automated job, but since Mistress ordered, the automation will be disabled, and you will be doing it by hand. When Dr. Mei heard that she looked ashen, the girl looked at Alicia, who was tee-hee-hee at Dr. Mei and the whole situation. I won't be dressing in these. Sakura crossed her arms and declared that she wouldn't be doing this. Your opinion is irrelevant. We will classify your action as rebellion and review it alongside the rest of your people. Exclamation point. Dr. Mei looked horrified when she heard that as she looked at Sakura sharply. Don't. She will dress in them. Question mark. The pink-haired assassin looked confused. What does she mean? The nerd swiftly walked over to Sakura and explained to her. If you don't comply, they will treat it like a rebellion and deal with you and your family. And people around you. Sakura's eyes widened in horror. She then looked at the knight. Don't put my family into this. Dr. Mei groaned internally when she heard that. Rebellious elements will be dealt with in accordance with the standard protocol of planetary occupation. It's common sense for a stable subject society to work at maximum efficiency. Fine. Sakura grabbed the maid's clothes and went to change. Dr. Mei and Alicia looked at this with nervous looks. It appears sympathy ends with Sirin, as the knights don't care. Alicia, don't ever do that again. If you do, keep us out of it, Dr. Mei said sharply as she took her clothes. Not that Alicia said a thing, she was absent-minded while gazing at the wall in front of her. She felt something was off, something ceased to exist. My Hersher's core, what just happened? The girl placed her hand on her chest. She couldn't sense any power from her Hersher's core. It's like Honkai doesn't exist anymore. What happened? Did Sirin make Honkai cease to exist? Or did she seal it fully away? But even if it's sealed, there should be some remnant in the air, but this is different. It's like the energy lost its power. The girl grimaced. In her opinion, this was far too insane to be true. I need to know. Alicia looked at the knight instead of going to change her clothes. Did anything happen to Honkai? Sister Sirin said that she will show us something. The Pinkette asked the knight. You can ask that yourself after you finish working here. The knight didn't entertain them anymore as he left the room. The pink-haired Hershers frowned as she looked at her maid clothes. It would seem I will need to adjust to this if I want to succeed. Well, it's not the girl's first time. The trio looked at the ceiling as a hole opened and a small mountain of dung dropped in front of them. A heavy smell of shit assaulted their noses as the trio began to grimace. It's sad that I can't just kill you, Sakura commented as her hand twitched, pity that her sword had been taken away from her. She used her other hand to cover her sensitive nose. She wouldn't mind running her sword through the pink menace chest. I agree. Dr. Mei slowly nodded in agreement. Her logical mind concluded that it was Alicia's fault. Since she can't beat technocracy, it could only mean that it was Alicia's fault, as she provoked Sirin, that caused it to end like this. Come now, it's not that bad. At that moment, more wet dung had landed on top of the hill, which was already considerable. The dung has to be loaded into the carriages. A robot exited from a wall entrance and pointed at the rail-powered carriage. The trio quickly realized that the dung should have ended in the carriage by itself, but it was moved away, and the shit landed on the ground. In other words, it was intentional. Such realization made Dr. Mei and Sakura even more annoyed than they should have been. Teehee, then we should start. Take the shovels provided. The robot pointed at the brand new shovels leaning against the wall. Damn her, she created this work just for us, Sakura commented with a disgusted frown. The smell was killing her from the inside out. Yes, it would seem so. The nerd version of Raiden May agreed with that statement. Meanwhile, Sirin looked at how Assimilator once again encased the whole planet into its hold. How well can Realitas work on the entire planet? Void Queen asked Aurora. If it's a fully encased planet, then there are no limitations. The girl's eyes sparkled. Then, I want to begin the particle dispersal and the simulation of time flow. You wish to simulate until the timeline reaches your time. Yes. Is it possible? The white-haired girl asked the AI. It is possible. However, there is a selection of variables that need to be met before something similar to your time can be achieved. I know. I will be releasing some of the assets we collected. Sirin looked at Kevin, who was resting in the cell. While I don't agree with doing this, you are not going fully against my creator's wishes. It was a mistake on his part. Still, my programming agrees with your desire to experiment. It's a test, and as the main AI of technocracy, I must assist you. The Void Queen grinned from ear to ear. My thanks. Don't thank me. I will report this when my creator asks. For a second, her smile faltered, but she still nodded at the AI. It's fine. Now I want you to do this. The girl begins to explain how the whole thing will happen and how House Kaslana will be created. Sirin began to play as the game master, or a literal god to the people below. Kevin. Wake up. We don't have much time, the 7th Hershers is ramping as we speak. The voice of Mei brought the white-haired man to the land of awake, and his eyes snapped open. He quickly looked around, realizing he was in Moth's medical bay. He realized that the operation to become Mantis was a success. Though, I have this feeling that something was amiss. He couldn't put his finger on what was wrong. Not that he had time to ponder as he has a Hershers to deal with. As he quickly got out of bed and dressed up in his uniform, he dashed out to find Mei. A few moments later, he found her in the command center, where she was organizing things. Kevin, Hershers of Fire, has burned close to half of Australia. If this continues, we will lose the continent. I understand. How are you feeling? She asked him, with some worry. Better. And strange at the same time. He said while checking his hand. Well, Parvati should give you power over ice. She explained while looking around, noticing that it was getting cold and some of the things were starting to freeze around him. Kevin noticed where she was looking. Oh, this doesn't look good. Yes, it appears it's a subconscious thing. She commented after having an initial observation. I will learn to control it. I do not doubt it, but we have more important matters for now. She showed him burning Australia. Yes, you are right. It would seem that Kevin's becoming the first mantis was the key to dealing with Himiko, who became the seventh Hershers. After him, there were others who became mantises, but Honkai only became more dangerous, and the Hershers grew in powers and abilities. Eventually, humanity was pushed to the brink, with only 2 cities remaining on the planet. Moth waited for the next Hershers, which turned out to be Sakura's little sister Rin. Moth locked her up in the lowest levels of their base. But it was what Honkai wanted, as angry soldiers ended up killing the innocent girl. Her death was what triggered her to become a virus-like version of a Hershers. This virus spread through the base and triggered all the nukes, which destroyed the 2 remaining cities. Just like that, civilization itself ceased to exist, but humanity was still fighting. Eventually, Dr. Mei found a way to seal the virus inside a box. But it was too late for some of them, as Sakura died. The elite mantises lost their first elite leader, but the fighting only became harder. This was where Dr. Mei began with her plans for humanity's survival and restart of the civilization. Humans will be placed in cryostasis so that they can restart civilization once Honkai settles down. I can't take this anymore. I give up. Sakura roared angrily as she threw the shovel away. The girl lost the count. How long has she been doing this? With her sensitive nose and constant throw-up, she is feeling like killing herself right here and now. Continue your work. The overseeing robot demanded she continue her work. No. I will do anything else but not this. I will be a slave if need be. I do not care. The girl ranted as she collapsed on her knees onto the dirty floor. In that case, I shall contact Mistress. The robot used his connection with Aurora Network to contact Sirin. Meanwhile, Alicia and Dr. Mei looked into this. Should they do the same? Honestly, Mei is quite proud, but this. For a second, she bit her lower lip, frustration rising in her gut, but eventually, she dropped her shovel, too. She already is a slave anyway. Her world is conquered, the organization she works for doesn't exist anymore, and the enemy she fought against is defeated. What is her purpose anymore? Me too, I give up, do whatever you want with me. In that case, I give up, too. Alicia dropped hers as well. But the robot looked at her. You will continue with your excrement cleaning. But. Alicia pouted, but the machine didn't care about her pouting. Can't she do proper maid's work? I am sure she could be more useful. Dr. Mei proposed to the machine. One moment. The machine acknowledged the request and contacted the AI and, in turn, Sirin. Mistress has accepted your proposal. At that moment, Sirin's hologram appeared next to the robot. So. The white-haired girl appeared with crossed arms. She looked very smug about this situation. You give up? Yes. Anything but this. Sakura nodded with a disgusted but resigned tone. It will take hours to remove all the dung from her long hair and maybe years to lose the smell, as people say the phantom smell will be with her for a long time. The same is true for Dr. Mei and Alicia, as they have long hair as well. They all want showers, long showers, and baths. Sirin defeated them, with dirt. In that case, you will be maids, but this is your last chance. Next time, I will think of something worse. Her expression morphed into a wicked smirk. She was thinking of worse things to do, to torture them. The trio slowly nodded. Alicia decided to hold her tongue and wait for an appropriate moment to comment. More precisely, they will wait for Marcus to arrive. They are certain that at least half of the entire day has passed. Probably, as they don't have a clock here. That means they need only suffer for a couple of days against this woman. They want to transfer under Marcus' care. Not realizing what this could entail, though, Alicia and Dr. Mei have some idea what to expect. Well, only Sakura doesn't care, she just wants to get away from dung. From the smell. Fine. Just let us out. Please. Fine. Go get a change of clothes and showers. Once you do that, let me show you what I have been doing. For some reason, the trio felt a chill going down their spines. What did she do? There was a sense of horror, not realizing what Sirin had been doing with their home world. Thank you. Sakura swiftly walked away, almost dashing towards the door she was dreaming of leaving through. She could finally do it. It was the same with Mei and Alicia as they walked towards the doors as quickly as possible. Let me show you what I did to your world, Sirin grinned from ear to ear. Chapter 121, another piece for the collection. Marcus hummed Braveheart while walking through the wooden walkway built inside the prehistoric biome inside of his inner parts of the assimilator. The construct was so large that he had literal forests inside it as he converted large sections of living areas into real relaxing areas and not reality simulations. That left him expanding night handlers' jobs as they were handling creatures with teeth and now forests, too. When he designed this thing, he was thinking along the lines of a colony ship and a king's escort. In medieval times, when kings used to go on hunting trips, it was an enormous deal, with hundreds if not thousands of people going on such a trip alongside their king. They used to have everything from entertainment to cooks, even blacksmiths. Marcus was thinking along those lines when he created the monstrosity known as Uranus-class planetary assimilator, which can do all he wants. At the same time, he explores the cosmos for interesting things and always has all the people he needs with him. Eventually, the inventor saw the wooden terrace where Irina and Bronya were having tea. Part of his bim swelled with happiness seeing the ash-silver-haired girl. He wanted to cuddle her right now. The same with Irina. He likes using those assets as pillows, they are simply amazing. All in all, he was living the dream, being realities away from home and having these two around is the best. Of course, his other girls are important. However, his thoughts went to Sirin. What a naughty girl. He frowned, knowing what she was doing. One simply couldn't use his tech and think that he didn't know what she was doing. Still, he will let her do it, and when the time is right, she will face the music. Marcus walked into the terrace, and the pair immediately stopped talking and looked at him. Did you finish inspecting the report? Irina asked him as she took a free cup and poured tea into it. One of the perks of controlling her time for Irina is that she can keep all of her stuff in optimal condition. It's probably the most exciting power, in her opinion. Yep, already improved the software and re-uploaded into the network. The devices should auto-update in the next few minutes. He sat down and motioned for the tea to fly into his hands. The setup on the terrace was a square glass table with black leather couches surrounding it. The leather was the real deal from one of the Hadrosauridae he collected from Cretaceous. It was nice looking, so he decided to harvest it for the furniture. Great. That means you can spend some time with Bronya as I have my cooking to return to. Irina smiled while motioning towards the city's heiress, who was sitting quietly and observing him. Of course, that's my idea in the first place. He smiled at Bronya, who didn't respond but just looked at him. Her gaze reminded him of those curious animals who meet a human for the first time. Great. Then, if you excuse me, Irina stood up and swiftly left the terrace. Bronya looked at this with confusion. What kind of fiancé leaves her future husband to another woman? Of course, the next Supreme Guardian had no idea Irina was looking for allies for the fight. When Marcus took her on this trip, she panicked, as it was, once again, just like their trip to the Cretaceous, where she needed to keep his hunger in check. But this was good, she has an ally now she can rely on. He should brought more maids over. I do wonder when he will eat Belfast. That girl looks eager. Irina pondered as she left the terrace area and entered grey corridors that reminded her that they were in a space station capable of space travel. Marcus looked at Bronya, who was, in turn, looking at him. She had this certain look on her face. The inventor didn't read her mind, he was far more interested in hearing what she would say. I learned several things from Lady Irina. Bronya began their conversation. Oh, and what is that? That you are quite villainous. She tried to sound not as judging. Depends. She said that there is a project you are working on that will affect a lot of people. The ash-silver-haired girl didn't expand much on it as she didn't want Irina to end up in a bad situation. It's how you two meet, I am right. The heiress added 2 bits more. Project Eden. Yes, apparently, I am evil because I wish for my world to continue to support life. Bronya slightly grimaced as she had no reply to that. Yes, but is there no other way? She asked him in a calmer voice. My homeworld is experiencing a thing called extinction event, where species of animals are going extinct because of human activities. All I am doing is fixing that. How I do that will depend on the people who want to manage this event. If you care that much, you can do it. He shrugged at her. Bronya's eyes widened for a second. She understood what this meant. He doesn't care that much about the details as long as it's done. That means she can accomplish this in any way she wants. I see. I do apologize if I overstepped my boundaries. The next Supreme Guardian slightly nodded at him. It's fine. You are just an honest girl trying to do the right thing. He smiled at her before expanding on his explanation. But I do look at the big picture. Reckless population growth will be humanity's undoing. If people had tried to do something properly instead of constantly trying to profit, this wouldn't have happened. I do need to send a message, Bronya. He said with a resigned sigh. I understand. The girl decided that she would be there to manage the fallout and ensure that as many people survived as possible. But for that, she needed to be close to him, something she needed to work on. According to what Irina said about him, the better their relationship, the better her situation, and the more resources she can get to work with. Some of his creations, with which he is the closest, have entire invasion fleets to work with. Well, she won't invade anything, but she will help her home city prosper. But at the same time, she is steeling herself to make this happen. After all, the girl has zero experience when it comes to relationships. She is clueless, and she never considers and never puts emphasis on such a thing. Well, we are together for a considerable future. We should do something, Bronya. His voice was full of teasing, as he wanted to see her blush. She looked around. The girl couldn't see her maid, either. Where is your maid? The next Supreme Guardian asked with a nervous voice. Busy, she is preparing a place just for you aboard my assimilator. It will take a while, as it takes time when one is adding a bit of a personal touch. He explained the lack of a shipgirl maid. I see. Marcus stood up, walked over to her, and offered his hand. Now come, let me show you a couple of things. Think of this as our first date. Marcus smiled while offering his hand. Bronya didn't hesitate as she took his hand. The inventor smiled as he pulled her up, making her slam into his embrace as he effortlessly moved her. You are very beautiful. His comment made her blush as she looked away from him. Your fiancé and your creations are far more beautiful than I am. She tried to brush aside his comment. That's quite the response. He whispered into her ear. But, my dear, it is I who decide who is beautiful to me, yes. His reply made her eyes widen in horror. She felt that she had overstepped her boundaries again. I am sorry. I am not used to such things. The girl tried to explain herself, but that moment Marcus' hands went to her waist and hugged her. He made her lean into him properly, as he was able to feel her assets deforming at his chest. In that case, accept my compliments. As my future wife, you are gorgeous, it's as simple as that. He quite arrogantly said that. To him, it's natural, they all are gorgeous. If someone disagrees, they should bring their army and let their armies discuss what is right and wrong on the battlefield. Oh okay, can we stop discussing this? Instead, let's talk about something else. Bronya asked him as she gathered her courage and pushed down her embarrassment. Sure, he smiled as he looked down. Her face was kissing distance away. The girl's face started to heat up, as she could sense that he wanted to do things to her. Not that. We should do such things at an appropriate time. The ash-silver-haired girl tried to divert the conversation into a less steamy situation. True, but I will keep holding you close. He didn't let her go and diverted the conversation to something Bronya wanted. We can go to the manufacturing wing. Do you want to know how I can help your people? He whispered into her ear, making her tremble from the warmth of his voice. It was tickling her. Why yes, please. With a nod, he let go of hugging her. Instead, he switches to holding her hand. He motioned for her to follow him. The girl sighed in relief. He hadn't done anything naughty to her. Yet. Regardless, she needed to follow after him. We will go towards a place called Automated Assembly Lines. He began to explain where they were walking. From the name, I can assume that it's some sort of creation facility that it's done by itself. The ash-silver-haired girl reasoned. Indeed, it's the cream and butter of my faction. It's one of the first things I created several years ago. For a second, he had a flashback when he was working under his father's garage with a certain devil next to him. For a second, he wondered what Serafal and Latia were doing, but then he recalled that not even one day had passed for those two. So, he relaxed, having some peace of mind. I see. You see, my faction has 3 cores that started it: alchemy, which I inherited from my predecessor; engineering, which I made myself and inherited from my predecessor; and programming, which is something I delved into myself. Everything can be traced back to this. I see, so this advanced technology is something you inherited. Made myself. He instantaneously replied, making her realize that it was a minefield she didn't want to enter. My predecessor created initial theories on certain things, but he lived when people were still playing with dirt and clay. The concept of technology was something that only the deities of my world had some idea what it is. More like it was magic for them, not technology. He clarified to her as they walked out from the terrace area and into the gray corridors of the assimilator. I see. She slowly nodded at his words, accepting what he was saying to her without any reservations. You see, we come from a different reality. We don't have emanators or eons like you do. Your reality powers are heavily influenced by the way your reality is structured. The illusionary tree and sea of quanta constantly compete with each other, causing things like the eternal freeze and things like that. Her eyes widened for a second. She didn't imagine getting answers related to how her world functions. It is possible to overcome such things. She asked with a hopeful voice. Getting away from this would make her world prosper. He smiled at her before stopping walking and facing her. Of course, you can take your world with you if you want. Her mouth slightly opened wide. Did he just say to take her world with her? See, can you repeat what you just said? She asked with a nervous gulp. You can take your world with you. He repeated it in a much slower fashion. Is that even possible? She asked with growing excitement and giddiness. If you want, I can make it happen. We can even decide what kind of solar system you want your world to be in. I can arrange that. He explained to her, making her almost jump into this proposal, but then she stopped and controlled herself. I see, and what it would cost me? She asked him in a neutral tone. No idea yet. We can decide such things based on our dates. It might be a big thing to you, but it's only a minor hurdle to me. He continued to walk as he slightly pulled her closer to himself. I am more excited to have one of my bronias with me. One of. She recalled what he had said before about other bronias he knew. Will you get into contact with my counterparts? She asked curiously, wondering how such a meeting would happen. At the same time she wants to know about their worlds and how they grew up. It's only a matter of time, Sirin. One of my fiancés is leading an invasion in one of the worlds where your counterpart should be born in 50,000 years or so. She went there at a very early date. She looked with disbelief. This girl was invading another world, and he was speaking with such a casual tone. Just how? Bronya took a deep breath, trying to relax. You know that I am a future supreme guardian of a city. Hearing that someone is invading an entire planet makes me nervous, she said in a stressed tone. I see. In that case, I won't mention that again. Instead, let's continue with our trip. They continued to walk, arriving at a large lift that would take them to another floor in the centerpiece of the assimilator. Are you planning on courting another bronias? She asked him as they were standing in the lift, which was taking them to floors above. No idea. Depending on that initial meeting, when I saw you, I had this feeling that I needed to follow. He said with a thoughtful look. You could say I follow my gut feeling. It's one of my most powerful powers. So I will know when I will meet them. His explanation made some sense to her, but apart from that, well, she wasn't that happy. Aren't you afraid that the girls will unite against you? She asked with a raised eyebrow. And then what? He asked curiously. I would say, get angry, she tried to get an idea across. You can. It is your privilege. But I can get angry, too. And unlike you girls, my anger affects more than the immediate room. For a second, she wondered what he meant. But then she realized that all those soldiers, machines, and warships, those troops all follow him, not the girls. I understand that all the soldiers and machines follow you, but I am talking about personal peace. That is not an issue, too. Sirin is my creation, and so is my fiancé. If I want, I can make someone who won't get angry at me. He said with an eye roll, making her take a deep and very nervous gulp. I see. Sorry for asking such a stupid question. Bronya realized how seriously bad her situation was. She would need to throw herself at him if she wanted anything done. You are not the first one to ask it. Some of the goddesses asked it, but my goddess of wisdom never did, as she knew what this meant. Still, you will understand once you live with me. He explained with a small smile, making her stiffly nod at him. It appears her competition is very stiff. When they arrived at the location, Marcus pulled Bronya in front of him as she hugged her from the back. They looked at what was in front of them. It was an empty, windowless room full of glowing golden letters with swarms of black metal flying in strange but synchronized patterns. This is the automated assembly lines. There is no gravity inside these rooms, making the nanites float inside without any resistance. This helps in the rapid construction of anything you would ever want. He highlighted the anything part. Wait. And I mean, anything, food, people, machines, resources, metal, wood, anything. He explained, making her tremble as her brain finally realized what such a room would mean to her people. I see, no wonder you said that before. Bronya realized that what Marcus said a while ago was right. If he had shown this several hours before, she would most likely have passed out or just collapsed from disbelief. Indeed, so relax and process what this would mean to you, he teased her as he whispered into her ear. But how is this possible? Eventually, she asked him as she looked at the moving swarm. She finally saw that this moving method meant something. There is certain magic to it. Come with me. He took her to one of the maintenance corridors, where she saw fully metallic humanoid machines doing some sort of maintenance on cables, or were they pipes? These machines saluted them when Marcus passed them. He took her to a room where she saw the letters up close and personal. What you are looking at are runes that impact the space itself. He explained as he took her hand and brought it closer to the letter. She could feel it being warm, and something else was there, some sort of pressure behind it. The core of this is something called MTM. MTM. Motion to magic. Everything and anything that moves leaves energy behind. With his other hand before her, he used his psionic energy to project a paper and a small ball moving on it. As you can see from the weight of the ball to simply moving on the paper, it leaves something behind. This is where my runes absorb it and convert it into energy, which is used to create anything that you want. He dismissed his creation after showing it to her. But, even then, there are many layers you need to consider. How do you even start with something like food? Bronya was still at the miss. What he showed was already absurd. That is easy. You go at an atomic level. With his free hand, he motioned for a hologram to appear and then, through several windows, he showed small balls connected to each other. This is atomic level. My databases have billions of these stored away. All we need to do is follow one of the blueprints, and look at this dot. The black swarms rushed, and sure enough, things started to magically appear. Bronya saw apples, a lot of apples. Nice, right? Do you want me to send these to your city? He asked her as his hands returned to her tummy. The girl ignored his actions as she looked at magic before her. With all this, she will never need to worry about anything in her city. Yes, please. The girl snapped out and swiftly nodded her head several times. All right. Aurora, why don't you organize for these to be sent to her city? Marcus asked his AI. Relying orders. Wonderful, why don't we keep on exploring? He asked the girl in his hands. Yes, of course. She was several levels more excited now. Meanwhile, in Honkai Impact 3rd Timeline. As she stood under falling water in one of the showers, Sakura closed her eyes. Finally. Her awaited shower is here. It was the same with the other two, who were enjoying their showers. Yet. The girl started to rub herself with a sponge. The smell was not disappearing. Or maybe it is, but she can still imagine it being here. It made her mind go blank with annoyance and frustration. She wants the smell gone. Ugh. The pink-eyed assassin exclaimed with frustration as she slammed her hand into the wall. Are you okay? Sakura. Alicia asked from a shower next to her. I am not. Because of you, I had to suffer like this. Sakura exclaimed with a deep anger in her voice. The last time I checked, I was not the one who tried to attack her, Alicia said with a pondering tone. My assault meant nothing. You targeted something far more important to her. As the pair were arguing, Sakura raised her voice, and Alicia spoke with her usual tone. The third person was silent the whole time. MEI realizes that the only way to win is to have Marcus Goldman on their side, not that this could be easy. The girl is important to him, but MEI understands that he is looking for people who are like him, scientists, innovators, and engineers. The people who make and design things. She is part of that category. It would seem I will need to sacrifice myself for my world. The girl's expression morphed into a sad one as she realized what this would mean to her. Eventually, around an hour later, the girls were out of their showers and went to dry up. They expected this to be a long one, but the technology in this place was a marvel. Must be girls complaining how long it takes for their hair to dry, so he created a solution. MEI thought to herself as she watched how water droplets were leaving her hair and floating upwards. The other two watched this with curious gazes, too. It appears he is using gravity manipulation for hair drying. Alicia commented as she saw MEI's hair dry up on the spot. Yes. It would seem so. The nerd version of Raiden may realize just how advanced their technology is when it comes to gravity control. It was centuries ahead of her world. There is no competition. Come, we can't let her wait any longer. What if she gets angry and sends us back to that place? MEI commented with a strained look. Her comment made Sakura tremble as she swiftly went to dry her hair, too. The group swiftly dried up, dressed in a set of maid uniforms, and walked to meet Sirin, who was on the bridge, standing at the edge of the window gazing at the planet below them. Something was odd about the planet. MEI immediately noticed rapid-moving clouds and many layers of aurora borealis. What is happening to the world? MEI asked as they walked over to her. Oh, this. It's the flow of time. I made it flow rapidly. The trio of girls gazed with disbelief. Kiana Kaslana. I want to face her again. I want to crush her. For this, I made your boy's toy experience 50,000 years, to make the world just how I want it. Of course, I left quite a bit of people down there, too. To make it more realistic as possible. Why you are mad. Sirin snorted after hearing that. I am a Hershers who saved your world from Honkai. Not that the people below know it. She said the last part with a small smirk. But was there a reason to continue making people despair against Honkai? MEI asked her. Oh, please, if you care that much, I can erase their memories of such events. Sirin rolled her eyes at the whole despair thing. They have no idea how she felt being turned into a slave of Honkai. The most important part has already been done. Honkai is gone, and technocracy has assumed total control. What she is doing is not their business. Approaching the 15th century, the Supreme Commander has highlighted this period for Colin Kaslana. When Aurora mentioned that name, Sirin got a flashback of that girl inside a simulation back when Kiana was part of the Valkyrie school. It was a Kaslana with braided hair, the holy maiden-like girl. Oh, does he want to acquire her? Collection purposes. Just like Raiden May types. Everyone looked at MEI, who I rolled at such a comment it makes her feel like some collectible. In that case, collect her. Understood. After giving orders, the group just watched the planet below. But it started to feel monotonous, so Sirin decided to spice it up. You do know, this girl is your distant descendant. MEI's eyes snapped at her as she looked with disbelief. Aurora concluded that you would mix your genes with Kevin, Kaslana to create a child which would give him a purpose to push forward to continue living after your death. What is with this AI? MEI grimaced as she realized that this AI was right. She would pick such an option. Then it makes you her descendant, too. Alicia pointed that out. Now that she looked closer, if she gave this girl blue eyes, she would pass as Kevin's little sister. Sirin frowned before acknowledging with a stiff nod. I do possess her blood. So what is with, muffle asterisk, MEI placed her hand on Alicia's mouth. Ignore her. I do wish to know the details. As one of the brightest of my era, I could assist with your project, the nerd version of Raiden May said with a small smile. Do not worry. Everything is under control. All you need to worry about is explaining your things to Marcus if you dream of having a future with technocracy. When MEI heard that, she frowned in annoyance. She understood the hidden message in those words. It was you who took my DNA and used it to make a descendant. Sirin shrugged without a care before replying. It was a high probability you would do that anyway. Ugh. MEI wanted to bang her head against a steel beam. What about my sister? Sakura asked with crossed arms. Don't worry, people of high interest are in stasis. We shall wait to see what Marcus will do with them. Sirin explained to the worried Pinkette. The Pinkette assassin sighed in relief, hearing that Rin was not part of this madness. Relax, I only need one thing from all of this. The rest, I do not care. Sirin's smirk grew several times before she looked at the world below. She summoned her console and looked at the retrieval parameters. It appears they will be able to collect Colin at her execution. The girls saw an image of a medieval society, with a white-haired girl being taken to a wooden pyre. What the trio saw was absurd. It appears that society was truly reset. Did 50,000 years truly pass? This is absurd. It's hard for MEI to accept such a change in a matter of a day. Her society was gone. Colin accepted that she would die today. It was for the best. If people accepted it, she would accept it as well. As the soldiers of Shixel brought her over to the pyre and tied her up, she looked at all of the angry people. As the preparations were being made, she looked at Otto, who looked like he wouldn't accept this. He was always like this. The girl sighed as she closed her eyes and waited for that end. But, instead, all she got was screaming. Her eyes snapped open as she saw white monsters rampaging in the ground. Those are... Colin. Quickly, let's go. Otto walked over to her side as he got her out of her binds, ready to make a getaway. But this was not her style. She will help the innocent. Instead, she jumped down from the pyre and began to assist the civilians. However, midway, when she pushed a child away from the incoming attack, one of the monsters rammed its claw through her goo, impaling her. Cough. The girl coughed blood as her vision started to darken. Last thing she saw was someone descending from the sky. It had orange golden-like energy wings and white hair. Is that an angel? Gasp. Colin gasped as her eyes snapped wide open. What she saw was a dull blue ceiling made from unknown material. The girl tried to move, but something was holding her in place. Good. You are up. A female voice said from the side. Is this heaven? She asked with uncertainty. To you. Perhaps. She saw a finger approaching her forehead. For a second, she wondered what the purpose of this was. But then vivid images started to bombard her. Colin learned who the girl was, how she appeared here, what her purpose was, what the purpose of the world was, and what kind of faction she was part of. Then she saw him. A man sitting on a throne, the images zoomed out, and she saw countless armored men marching forward, towards, everything, void, stars, worlds everywhere. His hand stretched out and cast a shadow on everything. His power is unmatched. Gasp. Cold sweat erupted from her forehead. Her whole body started to tremble from fear and disbelief. Colin realized her existence was nothing more than a side effect of Sirin's experiment. It was horrifying to learn that everything happening in her world was just a simulation of what would happen in the future. Now you know. Colin could finally move. "Why you showed me all of this?" the girl exclaimed as she was feeling sick. "Not to waste time and for you to have some sort of hope that you can wiggle yourself away from us." Colin Kaslana finally turned her head to the side and looked at the source of the voice. When she saw white hair and orange golden eyes, she realized that this was the girl she had seen in the images. She explained who she was through the images. "You are his fiancée, right?" "Indeed." Chapter 122, The Awaited 50,000 Years. Meanwhile, with Marcus. The inventor brought Bronya over to a massive room full of glass containers. Some of them had people inside of them. The girl looked both intrigued and horrified by the sheer scale of this place. There were thousands of these things here. "What are these?" she asked him with a nervous tone. "Biochambers. These containers can manipulate biological life forms to the smallest of things. It can create life or heal anyone who is made from flesh. You can call this the cauldron of life." Her eyes widened when she heard that. The last room she saw could make any item, even a person, but this one could make the literal life of her choice. His faction are like gods. The girl realized that the titles that he has are real. Why is he embarrassed to call himself by them? Then. "If you want these in your city, we need to establish some rules," he answered before she could ask. But Bronya understood that she needed to perform her duties before she could ask for such miracle things. "I understand. That's good. I will prepare a schedule for you. The special baths inside these will improve your performance and survivability," Marcus told her with a small nod. "It's the same thing I gave to Irina. I do want you to be around me for a long time, though by this point, I can manipulate time itself." He said the last part to himself. "See, can we continue with our date?" The moment she mentioned date, the moment he returned to her. Such a response made her realize that he likes these small things. But his powers are so vast that it made her realize how contradictory this guy is. "Of course, let's go." Once again, he took her hand and led her out of the room and back to the main corridors. "Next is the armory. I will show you some of the things which you could use if you want." Marcus commented with a smile as he imagined some of the rifles he could make for her. But then he recalled that he would need to give her a ring. "That reminds me, I need to give you a ring." "Ring?" Bronya immediately remembered Irina looking at a ring on her finger. "Yep, engagement ring." He sagely nodded. "I could give you a symbolic one, but only after taking your first altering bath will you see actual use for it." "What kind of use?" she asked him with a slightly weary tone. "Relax, it's only access to magic, and make it easier to use," he joked as he saw how she was acting. "Magic? I can use magic?" she asked with disbelief in her voice. "Of course. Leave such a thing to me, and I could make you an esper, too." He smirked once more. "One thing at the time, please." "All right." The pair arrived at a place that was finally familiar to Bronya. She could see weapons on racks all over the place. There are bulky armors behind a glass wall and other gadget-like tools on the tables. All of these items are made from materials unknown to her. Curiously, the girl strolled over to inspect a rifle placed on a table. It looked exquisitely built from metal, and it had no ammo cartridges of any kind. There were glowing parts, too, which made her nervous. What are they for? Before she could touch it, an invisible force field blocked her from touching it. "You are not permitted to touch these weapons," asked the Supreme Commander to lift the restrictions. A translucent window with a warning sign appeared before her. Bronya slowly lowered her hand. She was about to speak, but Marcus was already standing beside her. "Give me a minute, and you will get your access," but first, he showed her what he was holding in his hand, lifting it to show her. It was a golden ring with small snowflakes carved into it. "This is your engagement ring." His voice was quite excited as he showed her the design of the ring. "Look at these snowflakes. They look gorgeous, especially from the different angles when you look at them." Marcus showed the snowflakes from different angles, as depending on the source of light, they have different colors. "Yes." With small awe, she looked at the ring in his hand. A few moments later, he lowered the ring and looked directly into her eyes. "Now, shall we?" Bronya turned stiff for a second. For some reason, this decision carries quite a bit of weight. Not that she can turn back now. The girl offered her hand, but Marcus shook his head. "Your other hand." With a silent nod, she offered her other hand, and the inventor placed the ring on her right-hand ring finger. The moment the ring smoothly settled in, a unique feeling washed her over. "I put several protections on this ring," he explained to her as he saw her curious gaze on the ring. "For now, this will do, as I will give you something better later on." Bronya grimaced slightly as she started to feel the pressure descending on her. As someone who is taught from a young age to pay back her favors, the person before her is the worst kind of person to own any sort of favors. Oh, she knows that things like favor should not exist when it comes to romance, as they make a relationship a farce. But the issue with that is that she doesn't want to be a vase, which needs to be taken care of. Hey. I can read that expression, why don't we go to the city and you spoil me? If you think this was bad for you. He pulled her closer as his hands wrapped around her waist. Oh, okay. The next Supreme Guardian bashfully nodded as she thought about what she could possibly do. Meanwhile, with Sirin. The white-haired girl looked at her supposed, very distant relative. Colin looked nervous as those vivid images she saw terrified her very soul. She realized the playing field had reached the heights she can't even fathom. She might have been the best fighter of her faction, but she doubts she could even grace the bottom tier of this void-traveling faction. Hell. Her being here was an extra. She understood that her world was nothing more than some strange simulation. All of it was for the girl before her amusement. It was simply insane. So, here she is, Colin Kaslana. With crossed arms, Sirin pointed with her chin at the fellow white-haired girl next to her. Colin looked at Mei, Alicia, and Sakura. The pink-eyed assassin frowned as she saw how Colin was looking at her. Was that infatuation? You do know that you belong to Marcus, Sirin commented with a frown, making the saint girl tremble from fear. I understand. I hope you do. My punishment style originated from Marcus, these three can attest to how cruel they can be. I hope you realize what the price for your life is. The trio trembled the moment she mentioned punishment. Colin noticed that, making her realize that whatever they did was bad. I understand. Colin nodded seriously this time around. Fufufu, we shall see. Because the ship itself is watching you. Sirin shook her head as she wondered why Marcus wanted a lesbian girl for his collection. But then she stopped in her tracks, realizing that she, in a sense, was one too. But after what he did to her, she stopped having such thoughts. Don't tell me, he is planning to straighten her out. Her lips twitched from that realization. Colin walked over to the trio as she decided to restart introductions. I am Colin Kaslana. The maiden slightly bowed as she introduced herself again. May. Alicia, nice to meet you. The pink-eyed Hershers waved her hand in a friendly manner. This left Sakura, who looked weirded out by this Colin. Sakura. The pink-haired assassin introduced herself and looked wearily at the white-haired girl. For Kevin's descendant, she is strange, Sakura said to Mei as she was not holding back. Kevin. Who is Kevin? Colin looked confused. Your very distant ancestor. My guess is that it's been around 49,000 years since that time, Mei said while pushing her glasses up. 49,000 years ago. You mean the previous civilization? The girl looked like she realized what this meant. These girls are from a previous civilization. This made her feel several different emotions. First, she wanted to know all about their foods, and second, she wanted to know about their civilization and how it ended. Yes, sort of, you see. Mei looked at Sirin, who was standing some distance away and very close to the window projection. She made time flow very quickly in the earth below. She wants a certain someone to be born so that she could fight her, or something like that. The nerd version of Raiden may explain from her perspective. I know, she showed to me. Colin trembled while saying that. This makes the three realize that this girl had a flash course to catch up to them rapidly. In that case, you know what you are dealing with. The white-haired girl nodded. At the same time, Alicia looked closely at the maiden girl, she could see Kevin in her. Oh, but you are so cute. Out of nowhere, Alicia hugged the girl. Colin immediately blushed as she didn't expect it. You can call me Auntie Alicia as I am a super close friend to Kevin. Colin didn't know where to look as she got girl-handled by this pink menace. Let her go, Alicia. Mei sighed as she looked at Sirin, who was ignoring them. But then, out of nowhere, the Void Queen turned around and began her instructions. With a hand motion, she said, cease with rapid time flow. She ordered the crew to send her orders to the assimilator. Exiting time slip. The captain nodded at the command. We are entering the atmosphere. I want my vanguard fleet to follow. The ships began to move. As several hundred of them began to descend. The maids looked with bated breath, hoping to see how the world had changed. For three of them, it was 50,000 years, and for Colin, it was 500 years. Planetside. What is that? Kiana looked at the sky in disbelief. One moment, they were preparing for Anti-Entropy's birthday, and the next, people started to panic. First was this mysterious Hershers with missing people. Next moment, there are constructs in the sky. Kiana commented even more. As she, alongside Seal, was shopping for products. Kiana. What is that? Seal, the blue-haired girl, pointed at something moving towards them. Kiana followed her gaze, and her eyes bulged when she saw a huge spaceship descend towards their location. Seconds later, citywide alarms started to blare. It was not a test. This was the real deal. An alien invasion, the white-haired girl pondered in disbelief. First, they had Honkai to fight. Now they have this. Could it get any worse? We need to return to the base. Kiana swiftly said to the girl. Why yes. You are right. Let's go. The pair began to dash towards the base where anti-entropy is situated. But by the time they were close, they could see more spaceships. There were a countless number of them. It was horrifying. We finally meet. Kiana stopped in her tracks when she heard that voice. It sounded like her. The white-haired girl looked up. She saw herself. You are. This girl was like her, but those clothes, that energy wing, the subspace lances, those eyes. She knows these well enough. You are my Hersher's persona. But this is impossible. How can you be outside of me? Foo 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 foo, ha 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 ha. That look on your face. I waited for months for this. The evil self of her began to laugh like a crazy woman. Did she lose it? Wait. She can't be outside me. I can still sense her. Kiana immediately got extremely defensive. This made no sense to her, and it only made her feel more danger. Who are you? You are not me. The girl pulled out her pistols as she was ready to fight with Seal next to her as she summoned her scythe. Not that Sirin cared about the extras. I am you. As disgusting as it sounds, I am a version of you that you defeated for control over Hersher's powers. Sirin began to explain with a disgusted frown. Kiana could see how deeply annoyed the Void Queen was. Then you are from the future. The white-haired Valkyrie said with a realization. Such an answer made Sirin smile a bit. Not quite, but close enough. I come from an alternative timeline. I was about to cease to exist when my future husband rescued me and gave me a new body. The Void Queen proudly showed her ring to Kiana, almost mocking her for being a failure in finding a husband. Future husband. Kiana lost her serious visage and looked at her with a gawking gaze. No way. This pit of vipers is to be married. Who? Why? How? The Kaslana Valkyrie could never believe this without the proof in front of her. She even has a golden engagement ring. For some reason, she was feeling jealous, especially of her Hersher's persona. Kiana could feel envy and jealousy radiating from her other half. Precisely. This time around, no amount of friendship power will save you, and no amount of bonding with your weakling friends will spare you from me. I have brought an entire planetary occupation force to deal with you. That declaration made Valkyrie realize that these spaceships and all of the knight-like soldiers she could see around were all for her. In that case, there is no need to attack the innocent. Regular people did nothing to you. Kiana gnashed her teeth while saying all of that. She can't allow other people to suffer in her place. Ha ha ha, naive, how long do you think it has been? At that moment, buildings, roads, and even plants began to turn into glass-like particles and rise into the air. What is going on? Kiana and Seal looked around. It seemed that portions of the city had ceased to exist. Some of the people even went puff. I conquered this world and Honkai 50 millennia ago. After the conquest, I simulated the next 50,000 years of history to make sure you appeared. Kiana's eyes trembled, and she felt weak in her knees. What is this girl talking about? This was all she could think of. Don't look that shocked. As the future empress of technocracy, my future husband's advanced technology is at my fingertips. Sirin chuckled as she landed on the ground. Shall we begin? The Void Queen clenched her fist intensively to the point that her hand was trembling. I am going to crush you. There won't be an atom left. Why? What did I do to make you feel like this? Kiana grimaced. She felt powerless. Never in her wildest dreams had she expected this to happen. Something like an alien invasion is less than 1%, and what she is experiencing is even less. How is she supposed to fight the entire invasion fleet that has been waiting for her for the past 50,000 years? I was victorious the whole time until you started to believe that things like friendship and bonds give you power-ups. Sirin exclaimed with frustration. Why not? You are engaged to a man. Don't you feel a thing? The Valkyrie exclaimed with her frustration. Precisely why I am back. No amount of friendship and bond you have will surpass mine. The triangle device on Sirin's chest began to glow as a beam of light erupted into the sky, forming a multicolored cloud where lightning danced and condensed right above the Void Queen. This is what real power looks like. Bioevolution. A pillar of light slammed into the white-haired girl with orange-golden eyes. Kiana blocked her eyes with her left hand because the light was too bright. Seal did the same, wondering what was going on with this strange situation. Once the light settled down, the pair of girls could finally see the aftermath. Void Monarch, Time Empress. This is the power he gave me. Something you could not fathom. Kiana and Seal looked with a sweaty forehead at this new form. Is this a Hersher's form? No, it's something else, entirely. Now, defend yourself. The Void Monarch disappeared and appeared in front of Kiana. She was about to attack, but her evolution form, out of nowhere, got dismissed. Sirin's eyes slowly widened in disbelief as she slowed down considerably, making Kiana able to dodge the attack. The Valkyrie looked confused for a second, but then she opened fire on Sirin. The Void Queen clicked her tongue as her gaze alone was enough to rust the bullets away before they even reached her. After a short exchange, Kiana and Hershers of Void made some distance from one another. What is going on? Why my evolution was dismissed? The girl looked worried for a second. Did something break in the device? But at that moment, she could sense that the device was offended that she even considered that. Then why did you dismiss my form? It appears your feelings for him are fake. Kiana smirked and began to provoke the Void Queen. You are asking for a torture. Second later, Sirin appeared next to Kiana, grabbed one of her pistols and yanked it away before delivering a kick to her gut. OOF. The kick removed wind from her sails as the Valkyrie wheezed from pain, collapsing on the ground while holding her stomach. Kiana. Seal tried to assist. But Sirin scoffed at the attempt. You are not necessarily extra. The Void Queen caught the incoming scythe with her hand before throwing it away, the girl along with it. Now that the nuisance is gone, I can begin with your torture. Oh, yeah. Kiana slowly stood up. Her breathing was haggard, and that single kick nearly erupted her organs, but she could continue. However, at that moment, the pair were surrounded. Sirin looked around, seeing forward knights with their pikes and assault knights with their rifles. Wait a second. Did I break the protocol? Combat inside a territory designated for a project between two high officers is not permitted, the leading knight proclaimed. Ha. Sirin looked dumbfounded when she heard that. What do you mean between two? The Void Queen asked with a frown. This conversation confused Kiana, too. She thought these people were her enemies. Review standard protocol if something you do not understand. Sirin swiftly opened her HUD and skimmed through everything. For a second, she was confused and anxious. She was so close to dealing with Kiana, yet she was stopped. Impossible. Why she has same access as me? Sirin exclaimed with deep anger. She looked pissed beyond reason. At the same time, Kiana looked around and saw all the knights standing there. None of them looked like they would attack her. What is going on? Nothing makes sense to me. At that moment, a heavy presence descended on the whole area, making Sirin stop her ranting. She looked pale. Her expression on her face showed that she knew who it was. It made Kiana curious as soon after, glass particles formed a tornado and merged into a tall hologram of a male Kiana had never seen before. Marcus. The Void Queen lost her edge as her voice returned to normal. The Valkyrie had never seen her this meek-looking. I can explain myself. Explain what? Did she appear here without his permission? If she mobilized this many troops, the logistics behind them could be enormous. Now, she was interested in what would happen to her evil self. No doubt you could. Do you know why I interfered at the very last second? He began to speak. His voice was everywhere, it was like he was speaking directly into her mind. It was soothing and terrifying at the same time, like a sweet poison that one wants to continue drinking even when knowing that it's poisonous. I went against your wishes. Sirin replied with despair in her voice. But that is because I needed to discard my past so that I could be with you. She tried to explain herself. You have been with me anyway, regardless of these things. If I didn't want any of it, I would have done your resurrection in a different way. His explanation made her bite her lower lip until she started to bleed. It's not what I meant. I needed to improve myself to be worthy. The only way was to get rid of her. She pointed at the clueless-looking Kiana. It appears you misunderstand something. Collect all your things and return them to your ship. We need to talk. Sirin's whole body trembled when she heard that. Even someone as sheltered as she knows what "we need to talk" means. Oof. Kiana grimaced as well. And you? You are coming too. The big image of Marcus faced Kiana, who looked dumbstruck. Me. She pointed at herself. Kiana Kaslana, you will come with her. There is nothing else for you to do but join my technocracy. But. Are you sure you want to decline that? He asked with a small smile. She immediately understood the meaning behind those words. If she is to decline, a similar episode with Sirin will happen again. What about Honkai? The Valkyrie asked. She needed to double-check on that. Ask Sirin. She will explain what happened. After saying that, his hologram disappeared, and all the knights began to retreat. Damn. 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 With a hand motion from Sirin, an entire mountain chain in the distance simply ceased to exist as the burst of green light turned it into a cloud of dust. Kiana needed to take a step back. She didn't expect her Hersher's persona to be this strong. What did he do to her to make her this strong? The white-haired girl won't be going to lie, this kind of power. She would want to have it. If she had it, none of the bad things that had happened to her would have happened. Of course. It makes sense. Fufufu. Sirin calmed down as she began to giggle. He wants to bring you with me so that he can show me that he can easily replace me. Are you okay? Because you sound deranged. Kiana is slightly concerned about her evil half, she sounds desperate and very dangerous. Okay. The girl seamlessly manifested before Kiana and was about to grab her by her neck, but she stopped a few inches away, her nails touching her neck. The Valkyrie looked spooked as this Hersher's persona was way too fast. She couldn't even follow. That one time she was able to dodge was out of pure luck. And maybe because Sirin wanted her to dodge. Though I should not be this concerned, after all, it's you. Sirin's voice morphed into a mocking tone, making Kiana frown. What is that supposed to mean? The Valkyrie snapped back in an annoyed tone. What it means that you are incapable of pleasing him enough to make him forget about me, the evil self snorted back. She finds her show of fangs amusing. Why would, Kiana stopped before asking in a more grounded tone. Why would I try to seduce your future husband? Why? Use your walnut-sized brain, you simpleton. Because I won't stop, even if my rights to use his military are revoked, I will regain his support, and when that happens, I will return and end every single one of you. Kiana reeled back, looking horrified. What she just said made sense to her. In that case, I have as good a chance as you do. We are one and the same. Besides, my old man taught me a couple of tricks. The girl blushed slightly while saying that. Snort. He taught you to pick up girls, and even if you end in bed with him and most likely will, then what are you going to do? He has a harem with goddesses, devils, heroines reborn and girls of his creation. Sleeping with him is a basic among basics. Kiana's mouth opened and closed as she had nothing to say. Today, it can be you, and tomorrow it could possibly be your precious May. For a second, Kiana's hand trembled as she was about to get snappy at her counterpart. Don't speak of May-senpai like that. Or what? She will help you by leaving you behind. Ha ha ha. Sirin shook her head in amusement as she turned around and began to walk away. At that moment, 3 gunships landed not far from them. The side doors opened, revealing royal guards. Sirin grimaced, seeing these arrive to pick her up. Come with us. The Void Queen raised her hands. I won't resist. The white-haired girl said in a resigned voice. As she entered the gunship, she turned around and looked at Kiana. Not coming with me. Getting cold feet. The Valkyrie frowned for a bit before slowly walking over. What am I doing? For a second, she wondered, but it was too late as the golden, bulky, armor-wearing knights surrounded her. She could feel dread radiating from them. Whatever powers or technologies they wield made her feel weak in their presence. So, you have enough brain power to understand what is important. Sirin's comment made Kiana look at her. Unlike you, I know boundaries. I am not insane enough to abuse the power given to me. The reply from the goody two-shoes version of her made the Void Queen show a strained smirk. That is why I want to stab you to death. Such a reply confused Kiana. She wanted to know what Hersher's persona thought. You don't like responsibility. You jest, I do accept it. What frustrates me is your belief that you are a hero and need to rescue someone. It makes me sick. As they talked about the usual, good versus evil, issues, the gunships rose into the air and began to fly towards the flagship. Kiana's gaze went to the sides, seeing how they had left the atmosphere and the void had begun. It was not as empty as she initially thought, as it was full of spaceships. What? Never been in space. These annoying mocking teases are starting to annoy the Valkyrie. No, I haven't been there in person. As you can see, I don't have an intergalactic conqueror for a boyfriend. Pity. I got used to being worshipped by countless knights. Sirin bragged for a second. Until you got stripped away by doing unauthorized experiments with time. Kiana offhandedly commented as she saw the massive centerpiece of the assimilator. All she can think is that this space empire is likely a huge deal. The sheer size of their creations humbles her. Eventually, she sees a huge warship they are flying towards. And that is my flagship. I haven't decided on a name yet, Sirin commented as she saw where Kiana was looking. Not bad. But it begs the question if you will ever have a chance to name it. The Valkyrie stabbed back. Humph. If you are my rival in all of this, then I have nothing to worry about. After all, I have my ways to get out of trouble. She showed her ring. I have beaten goddesses for this. Kiana wondered what kind of things Sirin did to win that guy over. I don't even want to know what you did to get that. Ha. You know better than anyone to pretend to be an innocent girl. I was part of you, after all. Sirin mocked her for pretending to be an innocent and pure girl. She knows what kind of ideas she used to have for her Mei-senpai. Those are simple ideas. What you did is different. You actually engaged with some space conqueror who has a harem. Kiana could only imagine things Sirin did to please him. You will see. Eventually, the gunships arrived, and the middle one landed next to a wide red carpet. There is always one ready when the commanding officer returns to the ship. However, this time around, a red carpet like this made Void Queen feel a certain dread. The amount of royal guards in the hangar indicated that Sirin's wings of freedom had been plucked off. Red carpet treatment. Kiana commented as she exited the gunship, and her eyes scanned the hangar bay. Her lips started to tremble when she saw the size of this placar and the amount of weaponry on stand bay, from support craft that looked like jet fighters to mechs to rows and rows of silvery gray knights with pikes and rifles. This was the entire invasion fleet. Does all of his fiancés get a legitimate invasion fleet? This has to be a one-of-a-kind moment. The girl was feeling jealous. In her opinion, the guy loves this evil witch so much that he gives her an entire invasion fleet to play around. Indeed. This is how we travel. Sirin casually motioned as if this was nothing. However, Kiana could read her body language. The girl was nervous, especially with how many golden armored ones were around them. They were behind them, on the sides of the red carpet, and at the end of the carpet, a train was waiting for them. This was not an honor guard but more like a prison guard. Or at least this was the vibes she was getting from them. The pair began to walk towards the train, which took them to the main lift that could take them to the bridge. Kiana kept on gawking at the tech in the tray, but Sirin ignored her as she kept on thinking how to save her butt. Everything was on the table, from throwing her catch to selling Kiana as a pet. In the end, she decided to hand over everything as a gift. She collected an Honkai God, the final Hershers, the Moth research data, and the nerd version of Raiden Mei. These things should interest him, right? Chapter 123, Going Back to Face the Music. With a gasp, Seal pushed herself off the ground as she was feeling wobbly after that throw. You are lucky you were not her main target. A colder voice said in her mind. Yes. But to catch my scythe with bare hands. Seal trembled at that thought. She was not Honkai or anything like that. That Kiana looks alike was more like a supernatural entity. Like a witch or a dragon. From fairy book stories. The girl nearly gawked at that idea, making the other girl inside of her grimace from silliness. Fairy books aside, she didn't wield Honkai but something else, making me think that she was supernatural of some sort. Seal sharply nodded as she collected her weapon and looked around. Is it just me, or are the Sierra Nevada mountains gone? The scythe-wielding girl commented as she looked at the distance. As I was saying, supernatural. Her evil self reaffirmed what she mentioned a moment ago. Seal nodded as she realized that Kiana and the armies were gone. All that was left behind was just sand. However, she knew that these guys were not gone. That thing in the sky was still there, and so was the fleet of spaceships keeping its watch. Return to the base. Maybe they know what is going on. Right. The girl rushed back to the anti-entropy base. Instead of seeing the familiar airstrip, she saw an old derelict base that looked like it had been abandoned for many years. Military personnel looked confused as they tried to figure out what happened. Seal's eyes finally ended up on Bronya, sitting on a boulder and looking distressed. Bronya. Seal. Where is Kiana? As Seal rushed over the ash-silver-haired girl, more anti-entropy people approached. A red-haired girl and a blue-haired tomboy girl walked over to speak with Seal. There was an army of knight-like people who took Kiana. There was an evil-looking version of Kiana who did all of this. She was incredibly dangerous. She could transform into a more powerful version. As the girl explained, the group started to ponder on what this meant. More evil version. Bronya mumbled under her breath, having a flashback at Shixel base where Kiana's Hersher's form awakened. But it can't be. Has she got a separate body? Any other details? Seal, the red-haired glasses-wearing girl asked in a serious voice. It appears it went from Hersher's threat to planetary invasion, as absurd as it sounds. The girl tried to recall. Immediately recalling a ring on that girl's finger. She is engaged. No, I am serious. Seal pouted for a second as no one cared or believed that Kiana's evil version could be engaged in all things. She is engaged to some person who could have armies. And she said she is from a different alternative reality. She tried to explain what she meant. So, is the evil alternative self from a different reality trying to eliminate other versions of herself? This sounds like a cheap movie plot. The red-haired girl replied with a tired sign. Tesla. The tomboy girl reminded me to keep it serious. I know. What is concerning is that Honkai ceased to exist when these armies appeared. It's troubling. A brown-haired man with glasses walked over. Welt. The Hersher's core in Bronia's hands turned into a regular stone. It was as if it was never a core to begin with. Weltjan, the sovereign of anti-entropy, commented as he looked at what Bronia was holding. It was a simple rock. No way, that lady said that she was waiting for 50,000 years for this, maybe it's related. When Seal mentioned that, everyone looked dumbfounded. In a way, it made sense. Then. Are you saying that this evil Kiana waited for our Kiana to be born before she sprang into action? The redhead muttered in disbelief. This sounds like a way worse version of a cheap movie. Tesla grimaced at how crazy this evil Kiana sounded. How does she look like? Bronia asked after somewhat getting over that her powers turned into a rock. Well. What Seal described was exactly what Bronia remembers: golden orange eyes, energy wing on the right shoulder, subspace lances, black stockings, white short skirt. Exactly like Hersher's Kiana. What Seal described was Hersher's Kiana from the time Bronia saw her in Shixel, Bronia explained to the group. I see. This all seems to be related. As Welt said that, he looked at a warship approaching their location. He could see a smaller gunship leaving the warship and moving towards their location. It appears this faction has decided to attack after acquiring Kiana. Meanwhile. Ha, it all makes sense, ha, how cruel of you, world. I have lived in a fake world for the past 500 years. A blond man could not stop laughing as he realized everything he had built was for nothing. Well, nothing he built, invented, crafted, even exists. All of his technology, which was a faction he should have nurtured, was an illusion. He has no idea what is real and what is fake. Whoever did this is cruelty incarnate. What should he do now? Otto Apocalypse laughed as he looked around. The headquarters of his faction, which should be in the air above the Mediterranean, is fake. It appears he never left the original headquarters location. Honestly, what is the point of all of this? Without wasting time, he decided to end himself right here. There was no reason for him to live anymore. Kevin was even more confused than Otto. Nothing made sense to him. His power, which he trained and nurtured over 50 millennia, was gone. He couldn't sense anything in his body. The remnant technology of his civilization all of a sudden was back where it was supposed to be. Cities that should have been dust were back in their place. What is happening here? He was feeling a certain dread as he left World Serpent's headquarters and saw massive spaceships floating above the city. Those. At that moment, he felt something inside of him was getting removed. That strange feeling he always had. Old memories like sledgehammer slammed into his consciousness very front. He remembers an invasion on the eve of the 7th Hersher's fight. It's the very same invasion he is seeing now. But then he recalled the experiment, him becoming Mantis. These aliens. They used me. For what? What was this? What is the purpose of this? Over 50,000 years. He felt a massive amount of anger. He was utterly livid. Suffering for so long. For what? With out-of-control emotion, he decided to look for answers. Raiden Mei looked at her trembling hand, unable to sense her power. It was like she never had one, to begin with. Nothing made sense to her. Who were these people? Why are they invading? Why did Honkai seamlessly cease to exist? None of that made sense to her. It's as if the world decided that it got tired of one thing and switched to another. Her gaze ended up on a group of people flying. Are those our knights? For a second, she pondered, but then these people changed their direction and flew towards her. Warning bells in her mind began to ring as she was feeling growing anxiety. Thud. 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 One after another, these knights landed, and instead of their rifles, they pointed their wrists of their free hands at her. Command, a priority collectible has been located. What are your orders? Priority collectible. Are they speaking about me? Raiden Mei immediately realized they were most likely speaking about her status as Hershers of Thunder. Someone strong enough to collect Hershers. Wait. Kiana. The girl got anxious as she looked around for a weapon. Supreme Commander has suspended all projects, collectibles, and research on this planet. For now, mark the collectible and let it go. The dark purple-haired girl didn't hear the command as it was said directly to them. Orders understood. The leading knight shot something at Mei, who used her hand to try to block it, but whatever it was formless and invisible. I didn't feel a thing. Before she can ask, the knight simply fly away. W8. Tell me, where is Kiana-chan? The girl loudly exclaimed as she looked at them, just flying away. Damn. I won't give up that easily. With Sirin. The first thing Sirin did the moment she arrived at the bridge was to find the captain. How much time do I have before we arrive where Marcus is at? The Void Queen asked with a concerned tone. 3 hours. That close. To think we were this close. The white-haired girl reeled back as she needed to compose. Yes, Supreme Commander is at the same island as we speak. The distance is negligible. As the pair were discussing, Kiana finally caught up as she was looking at everything with a curious gaze. She didn't expect the bridge to be something akin to a balcony with huge hall-size windows where she could observe the warship stretching out like that. How much you can delay the arrival? Sirin asked the captain of her ship. The order is not strict. The Supreme Commander didn't ask for your immediate arrival, so I can extend it for a maximum of 24 hours. Do it. The Void Queen immediately agreed to the proposal. Very well. With her arrival delayed, Sirin looked at Kiana and then looked around. It appears her new maids are not on the bridge. Aurora, send a word to the maids. We are going to eat, and I want them to come as well. Understood. And me? You won't be leaving me hungry, yes. Kiana magically appeared next to Sirin when food was mentioned. Sirin used her hand to push Kiana's face away before explaining to her. I won't. You can come with me. I do have a world-class chef who can cook anything I want. That is right, to Sirin, Hisako is a world-class chef. Not that she ate from one before, so her opinion is based. What? You even have a chef? Kiana gasped loudly when she heard that. Now, that sounds like royalty to her. Indeed. Now follow me. The Void Queen motioned to follow her. She is feeling generous at the moment because of the mess she has caused. Can't say no to that. The white-haired Valkyrie nodded as she began to follow her. The pair arrived at a floor that looked like a corridor in an apartment building. It looked quite comfy and not overloaded by sheer size like the other areas Kiana had seen before. No, it felt more like they arrived at a new building than a floor. There was carpet on the floor, small wooden coffee tables, and comfortable couches on the sides of the corridors. It was like you could just sit down and relax. The only indication that they were moving was a huge window at the end of the corridor. Kiana could see movement there. This place looks comfy, like a dormitory. You can say that this is a private floor where only people I choose can stay. Sirin clarified this place's purpose before walking towards specific doors. Without standing ceremony, she opened them and walked in. Hisako. I need some food. The Hershers loudly spoke, making Kiana slightly amused by the Void Queen's unqueenly behavior. Gah. The chef girl exclaimed in surprise. Kiana's eyes landed on her. She didn't look older than her. But that bust. What is she eating? The Valkyrie looked slightly jealous of those mountains. It's one thing to accept Mei's assets as she is older, but these. No way. Sirin, I thought you were busy, Hisako exclaimed before looking at the girl behind her. Is that a clone of yours? Instead of asking if Kiana could be her sister, Hisako is asking if she is a clone. That just shows how crazy her life is now. One could expect anything in this place. No, but you are not far. This is my alternative self from this timeline. I am taking her to Marcus. In the meantime, prepare some food for me. Sirin motioned with a dismissive hand at the girl behind her. And the new maids. Oh, okay. Do you have any preferences? The pink-haired chef looked immediately happier the moment she heard that they were returning. This trip looks far shorter than she imagined. Nope, just do your thing. I want some desserts, too. After telling her to do whatever she wanted, Sirin walked to the sitting area and sat there. The Void Queen immediately leaned into her seat as she closed her eyes and started to think about how to save her but from incoming danger. The issue with her situation is that she can lose all the favor she gained from this trip. The dinosaurs she collected, the way she disposed of those maids, all of that will be undone. Well. After pondering for a bit, she can only give away all she got in this invasion trip and then throw herself at him. As his creation, she does have perks, right? She bragged to Kiana that she would return, but she is not that confident about this. As Sirin was thinking about what came next, Kiana was looking around. The girl realized that this was like a super flat of some sort. Upon entry, there is a large sitting area. At the end of it, there are a couple of stairs that lead to something like a dining area. Then, there is an open kitchen on the right. On the other side is something like a huge TV, and further down, there is a huge window through which she can see space, or something like that. It looks like they are traveling on a huge rainbow bridge through rapidly moving stars. No doubt, she doesn't even know if she will ever return to her world. Something like that makes her nervous. Quite a bit, actually. Her boldness is biting back at her bum. But I doubt these are real windows. Won't that be bad for a warship? I am not an expert on this, but isn't it dangerous? Regardless. The girl eventually ended up in the kitchen area and looked at the chef by the name of Hisako. Sue. Are you her chef? Kiana asked while pointing her thumb at resting Sirin. In a way. My lady is one of Lord Goldman's fiancés. I ended up making food for her when we were on trips. Hisako tried to explain herself in the simplest ways possible. Lord, that guy is the real deal if people in this time and age calling him Lord. The white-haired girl walked closer and asked in a whispering tone. Is he that dangerous? Honestly, I have no idea what kind of situation I got myself in. The Valkyrie asked while looking around, thinking that whispering still works. I see, let's just say, if he wants something, there is no force in the cosmos who will stop him. Hisako, with a strained smile, bluntly explained in a single sentence. That bad? Kiana slightly grimaced. That alone told her that this guy can do as he pleases. It explained Sirin's meekness. She never imagined that proud thing speaking in such a puppy tone. That Hershers was genuinely terrified of him. Indeed. He is an inventor. I heard that before. The Kaslana Valkyrie mumbled under her breath. Inventors are something she is familiar with. After all, she is a byproduct of one. Your world has a guy who builds a literal faction all by himself. Not that far, but close. Kiana felt that she was going from a wolf to a bear. Both are not good for her health. I see. I don't know anything about the inventor of your world, but ours want the entire space and time under his control. Definitely worse than auto-apocalypse. Kiana grimaced again, but if she went directly to him, could she stop or alter a thing or two? It is worth trying. From trying to save the world to trying to save the entire space-time continuum. It appears her mission just got far more grand in size. At that moment, the doors opened, and 4 more girls entered. The white-haired girl poked her head from the kitchen and towards the main doors. Mei-senpai. The moment Kiana realized who it was, she rushed towards the new arrivals but stopped midway as she noticed Mei's confused look and the fact that this Mei had glasses. You are not Mei-senpai. Unbelievable. This is the 3rd time someone has confused me with this, Raiden Mei. The girl groaned from frustration, but it only lasted for a second, as she quickly composed herself. The pinkette next to Mei giggled, as this was new to her. I am Dr. Mei. I was the premier scientist for an organization called Moth. I am originally from a previous civilization to your civilization. Kiana gasped slightly, hearing that. This was someone from 50,000 years ago. Yep, and I am Alicia, and this is Sakura. And Colin. Kiana recalled these other 2. You know me. Sakura looked surprised for a second, and so did Colin. Aren't you from medieval times of the Far East? For a second, the white-haired Valkyrie wondered if this was that Sakura. But didn't she have bunny ears? No. I am from the same era as Dr. Mei and Alicia. Sakura pointed at those 2. Oh, so there was another Sakura too, curious. Kiana wondered if there was some sort of connection before looking at Colin. Colin was looking back at her. There was certain connection she could feel the pair had. You are Kaslana, like me, right? Colin asked her. Yep. I am Kiana Kaslana. I see, so we survived that long. The other Kaslana was pleased to her that there were Kaslanas 500 years from now. Of course you did. I made sure you did. Sirin from the side interrupted this happy reunion. Now get inside, and don't stand next to the doors. The Void Queen instructed, and the 5 of them moved away from the doors. All right. Okay. The 5 walked deeper into the living quarters. So why do you need us? Mei asked. She wondered what was going on. Sirin wasn't done with her quest, right? As the nerd version of Raiden Mei could see, Kiana Kaslana was the whole ordeal, right? That is why Sirin messed with time. Yet, they were flying somewhere. Marcus requested to return. What for? We are flying back because Marcus wants to. End of story. The orange gold-eyed version of Kiana replied with a snappy tone. She messed up, and her future husband saw through that and has demanded to return to him immediately, Kiana explained with a crafty smirk. She is interested to see how her evil self will pull herself out of this. Oh, so she did act without permission. No wonder. Mei nodded as she pushed her glasses up and looked at Sirin. Oh, shut up. As if you understand what it means. Sirin snapped with a pouty tone as she felt like shit, unable to do anything against these sharp tongues. She could send them all work with dung, but they can complain to Marcus once they arrive, and she doesn't want any sort of resentment towards her situation as it is. Sadly, I understand well enough. He gave you armies to conquer the previous era, and you did. But then you wanted to get back at me and use time manipulation. He didn't give you permission, yet he figured out what you did, so now you are returning to him. That is why you are so nice to us. Kiana explained everything to the whole group. The Void Queen looked annoyed for a second. I see, so it was like that. Dr. Mei had the look of realization as she was thinking around similar lines. Oh, so it's like that. Alicia sagely nodded. It's not nice to make your future husband mad like that. The Pink Menace raised her finger as if advising the Void Queen. I don't need advice from someone who never had a boyfriend to speak of. Sirin exclaimed angrily as a bucket of ice cream appeared in her hands, followed by a spoon. She used her time manipulation to get an ice cream. Now, if you excuse me, go enjoy your food. I need to think in peace. The group of 5 girls looked at each other with a set of different expressions. Well, let's go. Kiana began to walk back to the dining area, the rest followed her as they looked around. This was the first time they had seen living apartments in the massive dreadnought. You know, this is a bigger apartment than I used to rent. Sakura said to Alicia and Mei. What is an apartment? Colin asked Sakura. The pinkette assassin looked at the white-haired girl. Right, different era. An apartment is a large building where many people live at once, she explained. Definitely bigger than the dormitory I shared with Mei-senpai. Kiana chipped in, making Dr. Mei grimace. Who is this Raiden Mei? Everyone kept on confusing me to her. The Kaslana Valkyrie showed a nervous smile, realizing that this version of Mei is colder and more calculating, like a scientist type. That is because you look like her. Kiana pulled out her phone and went through her gallery showing picture of Raiden Mei and Kiana. She truly does. This is so strange, Sakura commented as she never expected to see Dr. Mei look alike like this. Oh. This version is such a cutie. Alicia found her extremely cute. Kiana puffed her chest for a second before pulling her phone away. Yep, and she is third Herschers, the Herschers of Thunder. Oh. Alicia clapped her hands when she heard that. Dr. Mei looked shocked for a second. Now she knows why everyone is mentioning this girl. She was a Herschers. That reminds me, how was it with Herschers in your time? Kiana asked the people from the previous era. The question got the trio to have complex emotions. Ha. You wouldn't like them. Sirin chipped in. They had to deal with real Honkai while you were dealing with a simulation. The Void Queen explained with a snort. What did you even do it? Kiana asked curiously. How did it go from the real deal to a simulation? I blew it up. The real form of Honkai was like a cocoon or a planet with a hole inside it. I would say it reminds me of a seed of a tree. Maybe it was. We had Honkai because our universe is structured like a tree. Such thing doesn't exist where Marcus originates from. Sirin explained as she was swirling her spoon like a weapon in her hand. I see. But I thought you wanted to enslave Honkai to your will. Mei remembered what Sirin said a while back. I did, but then I didn't. The Void Queen lazily waved her spoon. When you have such a firepower, it becomes difficult to hold back and not want to blow it up simply. Besides, I will be back at my original timeline. I did promise Marcus that we would conquer it together. That depends on him. This time, Kiana teased her, making the evil counterpart's eyebrows twitch. Shut it. Sirin curled up on the couch like a cat and returned to eating her ice cream. Meanwhile, with Marcus. Are you okay? You look spaced out. Bronya asked with concern in her voice. Marcus snapped out, and for a second, he shook his head. I am fine. I just tried out a new form of projection. It was disorienting. He explained himself as he massaged his forehead briefly before fully recovering. Are you sure? She with uncertainty. Don't worry. My superpower is adaptation. Something like this is temporary. He clarified with a smile before taking her hand. Instead, you should worry about how to pamper me. We need to explore the city. Bronya smiled slightly at him. You know that I spent my whole life here. I know all the alleys and shortcuts like the back of my hand. The girl told him with amusement. True, that is why you are the best for this job. He motioned for her to lead, and the next Supreme Guardian nodded at his request. She began to walk slowly. Mentally, she was building a route for what she wanted to show him. However, she quickly noticed that no one noticed her. It was as if she were a complete stranger. People that she had known for years didn't recognize her. But then, the situation got even more embarrassing for her. People are talking behind their backs. Do you think it was the right move to offer our next Supreme Guardian for this alien newcomer? People were whispering and talking about her and Marcus right in front of her and him. It's beyond embarrassing for the heiress. Please ignore them. They are defensive about me and suspicious of strangers. Bronya defended her people as she got closer to him to keep his attention on her, not the people. Don't worry, I know. He smiled at her, his voice full of a teasing undertone, making her embarrassed. Why they don't recognize me? She asked with an awkward tone. It was strange to her and even refreshing. That is because Bronya is for my eyes today. He teases her even more, making her turn away with a heavy blush. I see. Yep. He nodded in satisfaction as they continued to walk until Marcus' eyes ended up on trams moving through wider streets. As a self-proclaimed lover of trains, his attention was immediately perked up. Do you need to buy a ticket to use it? He asked her as he stopped and looked at the trams. We can use one if you want, she suggested after seeing how he looked at them. She finds it amusing how he got interested in such a basic thing when it comes to his things. The guy has massive spaceships, but is he interested in them? Then let's go. He pulled towards the closest tram station and waited for the next one to arrive. Where do you want to go? She asked him as she looked at the map on the side of the tram stop. I have no idea. You are my guide. I will go where you take me. He looked at the map alongside her. His eyes ended up on the entrance to the underworld, the city under a city. The underworld. Do you want my troops to clean it up for you? He asked her, turning his gaze to the side to look at Bronya. She looked slightly nervous when she heard the question. It's a sour spot for my city. We abandoned them. I have no idea what is going on there. The next Supreme Guardian looked ashamed to tell him that. Like I said. I have more than enough manpower to fix that for you. I know. It's just. I don't want to end up being useless. The girl eventually told him how she felt about this. What a classic reply. He shook his head as he had predicted this. What do you mean? She asked with confusion all over her face. Well, I don't expect you to do anything in the true physical sense. A woman's true objective in a relationship is moral and spiritual support, he explained to her. I don't even know where to start. To his remark, she was clueless. She was raised to be a guardian to her people, fight, lead troops, defend their homes, and make hard decisions. How about this? Focus on one step at a time. For now, your only job is to be my date for today. We need to have fun. As you wish. Her voice was full of uncertainty. Sometimes, the hardest tasks require the easiest solutions. I know that from experience. He said this and pulled her closer to himself. For example, Bronya needs to cuddle to solve all of her issues. Her cheeks immediately heated up as she thought of something else. She didn't grasp the true meaning of cuddle yet. To her, she felt something more intimate. Why you perv? The girl exclaimed out of nowhere. Marcus looked surprised for a second. As expected of a heiress, even holding hands and hugs are indecent to you. The inventor joked at the naivety and purity of the girl in his hands. When she heard that, there was a look of realization in her eyes. No. It would seem I misunderstood the meaning of this word. She explained while looking away, not daring to look into his eyes. Ho, my Bronya is quite naughty. The girl trembled in his hands as she turned around and showed him inflated hamster-like cheeks for thinking that she was naughty. I am not. Like I said. I have no idea how this whole thing works. The heiress explained herself with ever-growing embarrassment. She can't believe she has to explain herself like this. Well, that is why I am here to show you the ropes, he said with a small smile as one of his fingers poked her inflated cheeks. She looked gorgeous and adorable at the same time. His actions caused her to look away again. Don't worry, we do it slowly, letting you get used to hugs like these. Bronya frowned slightly when she heard that. Do you always do this to your girls? She asked with a curious tone. Depends which ones. My created ones know that I adore them always, so I don't need to remind them constantly, but the ones I meet, I usually pamper in a similar fashion. His explanation reminded her that Marcus is something else to have the ability to make real girls. I see, it appears I need to try seriously. She said with a deadly serious tone. She turned around and slightly leaned into him. She was close to kissing him right there. Oh, someone is getting serious.